On a lonely cliff, a dark castle looms in silhouette against the twilight, while its grounds come alive with the loud, leathery flap of something lurking in the dark. Inside the lair, Dean II Nosferatu flashed a grin and welcomed Lyle II Carmaine with a sharp, "You made it good. You've done well to come all this way." He'd known this moment was coming for ages, but seeing the man in front of him, holy blade in hand, still hit him like a gut punch. With a dramatic flourish and a bone-chilling cackle, Dean kicks off the performance. "So stop trembling, underling of the Elysium Temple. Tell me, are you really a hero?" He jabs a finger at you, contempt blazing in his eyes, then snaps, "You're holding your sword wrong, and your stance is a mess." Lyle freezes in place, and terror and shock slam across his face like a wrecking ball. "Step forward, Lyle Tucarmene." Dean Donosferatu's voice boomed through the hall as he roared, "I, Dean Donosferatu, will be your opponent. Bring everything you've got." Lyle's hands shook on the hilt of his sword. "What's the matter?" Dean taunts. "Are you scared?" The words finally snap Lyle out of his paralysis. Yet it isn't courage that drives him. It's pure rage, so he hurls himself forward and screams as he swings in a clumsy strike. Dean slams the screen away. This is total bullshit, and he tells them to cut it out. Lyle drops to his knees, glaring up with pure rage and crushing despair. What the hell kind of stupid play is this? Tears spill down his face as he finally blurts out the question, ripping his soul apart. "Why the hell do I have to kill you?" Dean's mocking snaps vanish, replaced by tired resolve. Then he leans in and quietly orders, "Hurry, grab that sword, Lyle. Do it just like we rehearsed." Next, their desperate act was forced into existence by a brutal ultimatum. The Elysium Temple ordered Lyle, the village chief, to kill the so-called superior Dark Lord, or risk losing everything and proving his people weren't loyal. This Dark Lord, this Vampire Lord, this ruler of the Nosferatu, turns out to be none other than Dean himself. While they were plotting, Lyle snapped that Dean had never even sipped blood, so Vampire Lord had to be a total lie. And Dean just smirked back that he had to tweak things to make it feel real. Honestly, Dean's past was a total blur even to him, and the truth was terrifying. He wasn't human. But then, one day, a brand new being just popped into existence and started roaming the world. His veins blazed with 10 billion times a human's magic, and that power locked in a life where age and disease couldn't touch him. It was those lonely experiments using his own blood that turned terrified onlookers into instant believers, branding him a vampire. That name turned into a curse. An enraged mob with torches and pitchforks ripped him out of his own home and chased him away. For 50 brutal years they tracked him like a monster, never once letting him breathe easy. Then he stumbled upon a haunted, abandoned castle. He braced for nothing but terror, but the nearby villagers welcomed him instead, shocking, carefree warmth washing over him. They pulled him in tight and the kids clustered around him, staring with curiosity, not fear. Then he stepped in as their teacher and stood guard over them like a shield. For 150 years, he basked in peace as the village's guardian deity, keeping danger at bay. He finally found a family, then a plague ripped through the royal capital, the Shimun Bayou, and shattered everything. Inside the Elysium Temple, they thundered salvation through faith to the dying crowds. The death toll skyrocketed into the tens of thousands. And still, one tiny village stayed untouched, Dean's village, where fear sat like a shadow in every heart. As soon as the symptoms hit, he clocked the disease right away. And since they were immune, they seized control of the village's defenses, slamming strict quarantine rules and relentless hygiene measures into place. But the plague wouldn't let up, and Lyle burst in on him, face twisted with raw panic. His daughter's sickness struck hard, and it didn't let up. The girl's condition was dire. Those dark marks from the disease crawled over her small body, spreading fast. Dean looked at Alice like she was family his own, and he refused to let her die. He poured his mistil blood into her, unleashing purification magic that blasted the plague out of her body, then out of the entire village. This miracle still managed to draw the temple's malevolent gaze. They didn't come with thanks, they stormed in with accusations, like blame was all they carried. Ancient, bone-chilling legends twist in the dark, all whispering about a vampire lord. They shoved forward and crowned Dean as the true source of the plague. They unleashed a brutal lie, and Fira's villagers only got spared because his dark magic kept them under its spell. With a royal decree cracking the sky over him, they shoved Lyle into a nightmare of a choice. Clear his village's name by lifting a holy sword and slaughtering the very person who saved him. Так Дін придумав їхній останній зворушливий крок, а Лайл стояв там розгублений, благаючи «Зроби це». It was the only move that could shield the village from the temple's fury. If Lyle takes down the demon lord and becomes the hero, the temple will finally trust him and his people will survive. Lyle crumpled under the weight of his burden. Then he begged, voice cracking, demanding to know what on earth he could possibly say to his daughter. The girl who lived and breathed one wild dream, becoming Dean's bride one day. He dropped to his knees and begged his lord to run anything to escape the fate closing in on him. But there was no escape. Lyceum Temple clutched a monopoly on ancient, world-shaking artifacts, and even Dean couldn't break their grip. Their time was up, so it was over, right there. Right on cue, the holy knights of Elysium thundered through the doors, hunting the demon lord with one goal in mind, purge him. With a last, desperate scream, Lyle snapped his sword through the air. Dean pushed through to the very end, laughing in his face and taunting that foolish holy knight until it was over. Steel tore through flesh, and the whole hall went dead silent. Lyle's eyes went wide with pure terror as he stared at the blade rammed deep into his lord's chest. Dean coughed, grimacing hard like it truly hurt, and he rasped, "Wow, that actually hurts." He couldn't stop thinking about the family he'd built here and the life that had finally felt like it was enough. "I went through all that trouble for you," he hissed to the weeping lion, "so don't you dare waste a single bit of it." Even as his life drained away, he still spat out one final critique, exactly like the hero everyone expected. It stings like. It really stings. He finally got it. He wasn't immortal after all. With his final shred of strength, he shoved Lyle to finish the act. "Come on, say something." "Nothing then." Lyle shot his bloodied sword up at the knights. "I, Lyle the Second Carmane," he roared, choking up like the tears were trapped in his throat, "and I've vanquished him." As Dean crumpled to the ground, he gasped, "My job ends right here." Later, he launched his final gambit and escape hatch to shove his soul into his bat familiar. But he'd misjudged the damage now. Death was barreling in way too fast. Then his mind transfer spell fizzled out, choking mid-air and outright failing. He felt the life drain away, cold surge through his body as his blood pooled across the stone floor. It was just another crushing failure in their lives. He couldn't live in peace, and he couldn't shield the people he loved from the fate closing in on them. As his consciousness crumbled, it sank straight into endless, pitch-black darkness. A calm, resonant voice rolled out from the emptiness like thunder in the dark. "So tell me, are you really going to reincarnate?" The voice declared that he'd met every requirement and now he could live again. A deal was struck, and then bam, you're reborn as a human. His final moment was pure devastation, seeing Lyle crumble into tears over his lifeless body. He clung to the memory of Lyle's final words, whispering, "Until next time." And somehow, every word hit harder, like there was a silent promise in there he couldn't fully catch, but he could feel it pulling at him. Yuki had no doubt whether Prince Cain actually cared for him or was plotting something dark. There was zero chance he could let this slip. On his 10th birthday, this dark-haired kid suddenly snapped. Every memory came rushing back. The reign of the superior demon lord was over, and a brand new life as an ordinary human was about to start. Somewhere deep in the past, a faint voice drifts through time, demanding one life-changing answer. Then he snapped awake from the dream, and that young man couldn't stop digging for what it meant. The second his old life died, he instantly recognized that voice like it was stamped into his soul. He slumps out of bed and forces himself through the motions of this brand new reality. 3 years have gone by since he clawed back the memories of his old self, Di Nosfertu, And now he's finally learned to live with the clash, fitting the life he has today into the one he once lost. First, he finally made peace with the 13 years he'd lived in this body, and with the 200 years he'd lived in his old one. Meet Yuki Grosseria Baron's second son by birth, but by title and destiny, he's also Din Do Nasferu, the Lord of Nosferatu. He relives that final moment because once he gets killed, his plan is already waiting. He'll shove his soul into his bat familiar, a vessel he prepared for this exact second, soaking it in his own blood and getting it perfectly acclimated. But the spell completely flopped still. To this day, it stings like a painful gut punch of despair. He tries to wrestle the memory into obedience, his first crack at such a brutal spell, and the first time he's ever died, and deep down, he can feel failure closing in, like it was always coming. Right when that failure crushed him and his consciousness started slipping away, a mysterious voice suddenly cut through the dark and asked if he wanted to reincarnate. Then everything reset, boom. He got reborn as a human. Staring out the window, he can't stop wondering who yanked the lever on his reincarnation and just how much time the world stole while he was gone. He's holed up in a remote barony, miles away from the royal capital, living a quiet country life with nothing but silence and open sky. He gets swept into the Grosseria family as their head's illegitimate kid, living under the same roof with his dad, George, his legitimate older brother, Zeros, and his little sister, Rumia. Because he wasn't born to the legitimate wife, they slammed the door on his claim, so now he has to stare down his own future and decide what he'll do next. Should he lock in for school or throw caution to the wind and chase the wild life of an adventurer? But before he can even think about any of that, he knows he has to dig into humans first. In his past life, he couldn't fit into human society at all every time he tried. They hunted him down and shoved him away as a monster, until the only place he finally belonged was as a guardian deity for a tiny village. And that one crushing failure finally sealed his fate, dragging him straight down to his downfall. Even in this new body, he's still not fully human. His veins still run with the missile blood of his vampiric bloodline, and that's why his old powers linger too, because one day his aging will finally stop for good. He decides that this time he'll play the perfect human, using his childhood like a cover story to learn everything he needs and slip into the crowd unnoticed. He's going to blast his magic and pull it off whatever it takes. His thoughts get yanked to a stop when a tiny bat flutters through the open window. He can't help thinking bats have always circled him, and that's exactly how he got branded the Lord of Vampires. Spotting his opening, he jumps on it and starts running an experiment. Jabbing his finger, he presses a drop of missile blood into the air, sizzling with pure magic power. He tells the creature that if it drinks, it'll become his kin and unlock a flood of wisdom. The bat snaps up the offer instantly, like there's no question at all. In the blink of an eye, the creature morphs, now hopping on the windowsill like it's buzzing, fully able to talk. And it chirps, "Nice to meet you, master." The experiment worked. Bose was finally awake, and that familiar practically buzzed with excitement to jump in and help. Yuki tells them, "If you willingly take my blood, you become my valets." And he makes it crystal clear this isn't domination, it's a risky trade of power where both sides win. He asks his new familiar where they can practice magic, the kind of spot where monsters might actually show up, and the bat points him straight to the mountain it calls home. It catalogs the wild locals, dark bears, night-screeching birds, and rage rabbits. But for Yuki, none of them even come close to being a threat. A sharp knock smashes through the quiet. Rumia, his sister, is finally here. He shoves the bat to stay put for now and tells it he'll come back, because later tonight it'll guide the way. Rumia grins and tells him, in the cheeriest voice ever, that it's finally time to eat. As they stroll, she keeps firing off non-stop stories, determined to use the walk to the dining hall to catch him up on everything. When his calm, quiet vibe makes her pout, she snaps that he needs to think about a woman's feelings, leaving him totally thrown off. He just holds his hand out to her, and together they stride forward. As they push through a drafty corridor, Hromia grits her teeth and barks complaints about the wind howling at them. And she blurts out a hopeful question. What if the Linbeer Magic Guild, where their brother is about to enroll, holds the kind of magic that can actually fix this mess? The guild is a royal, upper-class powerhouse where nobles bask in prestige and learn ancient, earth-shaking magic. Yuki's hooked, but the moment ancient magic gets brought up, the Elysium Temple flashes in his mind, and he really doesn't want to step anywhere near that mess. Rumia yanks him back to reality, barking that he better listen while she fires off her stories about her studies. They kill the hours by drilling her poetry pronunciation, line by line, together. Rumia tells you the magic chants only work right if the pronunciation stays perfect, and it hasn't changed a single bit for ages. This slams Yuki with memories of his past life teaching the village kids so fast he shoves the thought down before it can catch him. He stares at it all and realizes the throne room where he died wasn't a palace at all. It was basically just a classroom. Right when their moments start to feel perfect, the closer they get to the main building, the quicker everything gets ripped away. Rumia tries to get him to eat with her, but he shuts it down and tells her he has to head to his own dining hall while she's stuck going to the one in the main building. He leans in softly and tells her, "I can't eat here with you," then adds, "Don't be selfish." Just as they're talking, a razor-sharp voice cuts right through the moment. Kakal Megan steps forward and tells Yuki, loud and clear, that he'd better know his place. Rumi spots him instantly. This is the tutor, their father hired to drill him in the basics and prep him for guild enrollment. Cackle smirks and condescendingly lays out the whole social status game for Yuki. He rips into the whole hierarchy of intelligent monsters and their races, then basically declares humans are sitting at the very bottom. Then he leans in and demands, "So, what's the ranking inside a noble house?" Yuki calmly recites the order, father first as head, then their mother, right after. Then he starts slamming zeros into the list, singles out Rumia next, and ends by throwing Yuki Grosseria's name at the very bottom like she's the illegitimate child. He cackled and sneered, spitting out the cruel claim that an illegitimate kid never deserved the family name. Yuki stays stone cold, showing zero emotion. Rumia throws himself in front of the fight, snapping that Yuki really belongs to the Grossedia family. Cackle turns to the Zeros, begging for confirmation, but the older brother just goes silent. Zero finally breaks the silence, roaring that a noble can't sit at the same table as an illegitimate brat because in his eyes, that child is no better than a commoner. He coldly demands that every noble knows exactly where they stand, and it absolutely floors Rumia. Yuki gently pats his shattered sister's head, trying to calm the wreck in her eyes. He tells her to head to her dining room and goes, "Humans just can't let go of social status, can they?" With a shattered heart but no hesitation, Rumi nods along and slips out with her brother and his tutor. As they fade into the distance, Yuki keeps staring, watching every step until they're gone. Right before they're about to leave, Yuki suddenly calls out to the tutor, "Sir Kachel, can I ask you one last thing?" The moment Yuki brings up the Elysium Temple, Kachel's fury erupts. He snaps at Yuki to never say that name so carelessly again. "Taboo!" he screams, and the brutal reaction snaps Yuki in place, leaving him stunned and asking himself, when was the last time he felt anything like that in his own era? Cackle steadies himself, but you can still see the shock clinging to him. He snaps back to the question and it's been a full 20 years since they first uncovered Elysium. He tells Yuki, that answer was mercy, plain and simple. Ask that kind of question to someone else and they'll crush you for it. As the man storms out, Yuki has no choice but to sit there and wrestle with this brand new truth. Taboo and the world he's just woken up in. It's still packed with mysteries, waiting to jump out at him. After she finishes that simple meal, the young girl beams and thanks him, admitting it tasted amazing, yet it was only the leftovers from the main building. A maid named Martha shows up to clear the table, and it turns out she's the woman tasked with watching him living off on her own, separate from the main mansion. From his window, he spots his little sister, Rumia, out there in the yard with their father. She plants her feet, throws her hands wide, and chants like her life depends on it. Rulers of the light, hear my voice and illuminate. And between her palms, a tiny orb of lanifests snaps into existence as she screams the spell's name. Her father, George Grosseria, breaks into applause, praising her for nailing the chant perfectly. Rumia tells you she's been training like crazy, even as she shrugs and admits others can pull off way wilder moves, but then her father praises her dedication all the same. Then he fires the exact same spell again effortlessly and whips up a giant, blinding sphere of light. From a distance, the boy stares in awe, realizing his sister's hard work is finally starting to pay off. While Rumia stares in awe at her father's power, the boy quietly hammers out the same thought. Chance and its consequences haven't shifted one bit from before, and this air magic hasn't gotten stronger or weaker. He counts the days since the Elysian was found, 220 years. The number hits like a punch in the gut. 2 whole centuries since his death. Did it really happen? A clear timeline slams into his mind 2 decades back. The Elysian temple, he found unearthed ancient magic and relics, and 20 years after that, he was dead. This tells us 200 years have crawled by since he last walked the earth. That realization hits like a gut punch. Sorrow crashes over him as he remembers Lyle and Alice, his old companions, and how they're gone now. Now he flops onto his bed, staring up like his brain can't catch up, because even though people's everyday language has shifted, the magic grammar and the core rules of society are still stuck in the old ways, and somehow that reality hits him like a punch. And even now, ancient magic stays locked behind the doors of the upper class. Only a chosen few get to wield it. So that's exactly why his brother, Ketchel, is marching into the magic guild with zero shame. He locks eyes on the ceiling, and a fierce new resolve ignites in his chest, because now he has to uncover what really happened during the 200 years he vanished. A sudden thought hits him, so the Elysian temple, once a shining wellspring of knowledge, has fallen so far it's now a forbidden topic. He decides the only place that can give him answers is the main library. But here's the catch: since he's illegitimate, they won't let him roam into the main building whenever he wants, and the last thing he wants is to run into his family again. So yeah, he's gonna need a plan. To make this plan work, he has to test his own powers first, and a loud growl from his stomach hits him like an alarm. He's got one urgent mission left: eat. Tonight's dinner is, as always, meatless, so he smashes 2 chores together. He'll test his magic while he hunts. First, he has to test his skills, then he cuts through the fake status that usually shows up, the one claiming he's Yukiguru Sariya, a human with nothing special. Then he scans his real identity. Yukino, Furitu, and the results hit hard. His strength and magical power are way beyond normal. So he has to keep it buried, especially because once he starts school, those checks are mandatory. He rips through his ability list, float, conceal presence, ice magic, and even his follower contract, and nods like, yep, this is everything he needs to pull off what's coming. He swings into action, triggers the move, launches into the air, and vaults straight out his second-story window. The skill wipes his weight away, letting him touch down soundlessly on a tree branch. Then he rockets over the estate's towering fence. The guards don't even notice he's gone, because his concealed presence skill is doing its job flawlessly. He just has to make it back before morning. He slips into the forest's shadowed depths, darts between the trees under the night sky, and vanishes into the dark. He drops into a clearing and immediately meets a giant bat-like beast that's been waiting for him, and he tells his familiar to lead the way to a secluded spot where he can hunt and sharpen his magic in peace. His new follower's creature suddenly demands his master's name, and when Yuki introduces himself, the truth hits hard. The creature has no name of its own. On the creature's command, he names it Dick. The name belonged to an old friend, a man who felt like a father to him back in his past life. A memory hits him mid-thought, seeing that same man, gripping his words hard as he begs him to take care of his son, Lyle. He shoved the brutal memory out of his mind and zeroed in on the hunt. Then there it was, a massive, horned rabbit in his sights. Yuki leans in and whispers, clocking how skittish the creature is. Then he remembers those horns and kicks hit way harder than they look. He's not looking to trade punches at all tonight. He's testing his magic, straight up. He weighs every choice. Fire screams too loud with its glow, and wind rattles everything he tries to do. Then he grins, picks his ace, and channels his specialty ice magic. With a whisper like a secret spell, he hurls a freezing net into the air. Ice tendrils slam out of the ground and shoot through the nearby trees, then clamp onto the rabbit and lock it solid on the spot. The creature gets hauled in, pinned so hard it can't move or even squeak, while Yuki watches and grins, proving his magic is deadly effective, turning it into a stealth and trap nightmare, with zero light and zero noise, so the prey never even senses the danger. He closes in on the pinned animal, murmurs a sincere apology under his breath, then ends it. As he drains the blood from his catch, his familiar Dick lets out a stunned, awestruck reaction to how insanely powerful his master is. Yuki swats off the praise, saying it's just simple magic, but Dick snaps back that when you're trying to survive in the mountains, the deadliest magic is the kind nobody even notices. That comment yanks up another memory, this time of the Elysian Temple, and its ancient, mind-blowing magic. He remembers a temple priest who wiped out an entire bandit crew with one brutal attack. He stares at the gap and realizes his ice magic is just a stripped-down version, clean, simple, and easy to use without all that long, drawn-out setup. But the Elysian Temple's ancient magic was on a whole other tier, an unforgiving combat spell you could unleash again and again in rapid succession without draining a single ounce of power, which is exactly why he decided not to fight them. A crushing regret crashes down on him. If only he'd used stronger magic back then, Lyle never would have been forced to put him down. He shoves that thought aside and locks onto the moment, because in this world, ant magic is run and controlled by the Magic Guild. It's a pack of noble snobs who sneer at common folks, and he wants absolutely nothing to do with their whole world. Just as his thoughts start to spin, Dick swoops back in, wings beating like crazy, happy as can be. And his allies. They've tracked down a whole other big rabbit. But Yuki's blown away. He had no clue the familiar had allies backing it up. Suddenly, the forest explodes into a frenzy of rustling leaves and furious flapping wings. A wall of bats crashes into the clearing, boxing him in from every side. And Dick grins like he's proud, because he made sure every single one of them would see his master's greatness. The bats swore they'd serve him forever, handing him control of the whole mountain and every secret hidden inside. Yuki gently pets his new follower, beaming like crazy. "You're an amazing follower, Dick." The timing is dead on. While an army of eyes and ears watches from the mountain, he can stake his claim and turn it into his base of operations. He orders Dick to grab a few bats out of the swarm and turn them into his personal contacts. They'll race back with news on any brutal monster or sneaky intruder that dares to cross into the territory. When a real threat finally shows up, he'll tear off the seal and unleash his full power. Once his skills were proven and his contacts were locked in, he slammed the order. Bring him to the next target. He pauses to size up everything in his grip missile blood, float seal power, ice magic, and even his follower contract, then realizes he can use it all. Meanwhile, he doubles down on his plan using those powers from the shadows while still pretending to be just a normal human. He stares into the dark forest, trying to figure out how much more he can pull off before dawn finally hits. The plan is finally moving. This hunt is just his warm-up, the first step toward breaking into the main building and exposing the truth behind the last 200 years. Just as the young boy closes in on the estate gates, a razor-sharp voice snaps through the air, demanding to know exactly what he's doing there. It's his tutor, Sir Kachel, glaring with pure disdain, and the moment Yuki locks eyes with him, he instantly recognizes that face, and a sharp, annoyed flicker sparks in his gaze as he realizes he's been caught. A sly smirk curled onto his face. This showdown was exactly what he'd been waiting for. When they press him, Yuki just smirks and says, "Dead calm. "I was only hunting." A maid offers to cook his catch for him, but he snaps back and insists on doing it himself. Kaquel erupts in rage, spinning on the spot to call the boy selfish, and he fires back at Yuki that he lives way out from the main mansion, with barely any food, so this kind of luxury is something he never should have had. He declares that when a servant hunts, the prey must be dragged straight to their master. Then he rips into Yuki, calling him an illegitimate child. Like he's basically a servant too. Yuki fires back the moment with a frozen, unblinking stare. He brushes off the turret, declares he's going to get the meat processed, and tries to stride past until Kill steps in and shuts the path, demanding he's not done yet. The chaos rips open the air and a huge man with an axe barrels into view, shouting over the noise it's Yuki's father, Lord George. And the second he spots his son, his face lights up like he's found him at the end of the world. Sir Ketchel rushes in and reports Yuki's transgression, insisting the kid means to keep the prey all for himself. Lord George casually inspects the catch 2 huge rabbits and then straight up claims them for himself, saying, since Yuki brought them in, they're his rightful property. He ruffles his son's hair, then beams as he praises his incredible achievement. Yuki soaks in this warmth, because in his old life he never had a father ever. Now he's grown close to this noble warrior, and the wild part is he still makes time to praise Yuki like it's nothing. As Lord George gives the kid a careful warning about the mountain's dangers, Cashel cuts in mid-sentence, flat out refusing to recognize the boy's skill. He snaps on Lord George, grilling him for praising an illegitimate child's selfish behavior instead of tearing him apart for it. The tutor leans in and reminds the Lord of the deal they made. Cackle threw himself into helping Lord Zero get into a magician's guild, and Lord George promised he wouldn't interfere with how Cackle taught. After conceding defeat, Lord George blurts out an apology for his discipline slipping, then Catchall slams a threat on the table. Ditch the mission and he'll march straight back to the royal capital. Seizing the perfect moment, Yuki strides forward and hands his father the rabbits like a precious gift. He gave that favor one shot back, demanding just one thing, permission to step into the library. He puts on a humble act and says like Sarkachel already nailed it, that he has to know his place and cover for everything he doesn't understand yet. Deep down, he knows it's all unfolding exactly the way he planned. He set the whole showdown in motion, counting on Kekel to come after him and on his father being right there, watching from the sidelines during his training schedule. "Connard!" Lord George grins and grants the go-ahead. Then, strong-arms a reluctant Sir Catchel into giving in too. Now that Yuki's objective is locked in, he strides into the mansion with pure confidence. The butler, Neil, intercepts him and blurts out that Lord George already laid out the whole situation. Neil's been a loyal retainer for ages. He even fought beside Psyche's father in the thick of battle when he was just a kid. As Yuki strides toward the library, dread hits his Kachil is gone. So Neil fires off a sharp remark about how useless the tutor is. Inside the library, Neil leans in and tells them the shelves are small, but the stuff on them is pure treasure. Yuki asks for a book on the kingdom's history, and the butler is stunned when he realizes Yuki can actually decipher the ancient text. Neil jabs a finger at the volume, but the second Yuki reaches for it, he slams into a locked, solid glass door on the bookshelf. Neil's completely baffled. He's 100, sure he cracked the code and unlocked it. A faint magical sigil flares to life on the lock, like it's waiting to be triggered. Yuki clocks it instantly. This is Sir Kakal's petty revenge, and it's already aimed right at him. Realizing any complaint would be pointless and only stain the family's name, he drops the argument and slips away, leaving Yuki alone. All alone, Yuki stares at the weird truth humans cast magic just to stop someone from even reading a book, and it makes no sense to him. Не маючи іншого вибору, він бере маленький ніж і використовує його для різних справ. He steels himself, then unleashes Mistel blood, hacking the spell's rules by driving it full of his own magically charged blood to shatter it. It was the exact same trick he used back when he cured Alice of the Shinmubu disease. He dives into dissecting the spell's structure, slashes the power supply feeding it, and hacks through its defenses like they're nothing. With one last burst of power, he slams the spell to a total stop. The magical lock slams onto the floor, shattered, and the path opens up at last. A little later, Neil barges in with tea, and there's Yuki fully locked in on her book. The butler steps closer, and his gaze locks onto the shattered magic tool. Yuki shoved back onto the shelf, flipped upside down in a rush. Yuki shrugs it off, saying with a casual grin that even his revered tutor can't be perfect all the time. Neil's mind flashes back to the battlefield he'd felt a spell like this before. A curse so brutal it took 3 magicians to break it, and he knows it was Cackle's doing. When Yuki asks if he hates the tutor, Neil just clears his throat and snaps the conversation into a whole new direction. An hour slips by, and Yuki slams the last page shut, totally done with the book. He stumbled on a terrifying old power, an ancient crew called the Elysium Temple that made its name by turning magic relics into deadly weapons. He's left speechless, staring at the emptiness like, how did a gang that huge just disappear out of nowhere? Everything went downhill the moment they stuck their noses into a war between kingdoms. Victory should have been locked in, no doubt, in sight. But the moment the war kicked off, their mighty magical weapons mysteriously went dead. Left defenseless, the temple got blasted by the same kingdoms it tried to sway. Ruthless new enemies swept in, the Elysium Temple crumbled to dust, and their massive stash of magical artifacts vanished into legend. Lying on his bed, Yuki stares at the ceiling, letting the weight of this revelation hit him. He can't stop thinking about that lost golden age of convenient magic, and he's furious that humanity let a power like that slip away. The history book spelled out the temple's destruction, but it didn't even whisper a word about the village being scared. Alice's thoughts crash into his mind, one after another. But then it hits him. If he wants real answers, he has to march straight to the royal capital. The capital isn't just richer. It's packed with massive libraries and historians who might finally know the village and the people who lived there. He jolts upright, eyes sharp as he weighs every move. First, he could toss aside his role as head of the family and enroll in a school in the capital, learning this whole new world while keeping his immortality buried as a wandering adventurer. His second option, leave immediately and rip across the ruins of Fira village, praying he'll finally find Alice's descendants. A brilliant idea hits him. He can investigate what happened to the village and still keep up with school. Just as he decided to talk it over with his father, a loud commotion outside snapped his attention instantly. A blazing red post carriage just rolled up to the estate. From downstairs, his father yells for him to get down right now. Lord George towers beside a grinning Sir Cachil, blasting out that he's got huge news. News that will knock the zeros off their feet while Yuki watches, eyes wide with pure curiosity. Sir Cachil's wildly cheerful attitude throws Yuki for a loop because it's the complete opposite of the cold disdain he's always carrying. The boy's dad leans in and spills the reason for all that excitement. Great news just landed about Yuki's older brother, Zeros, straight from the prestigious Lin Bell Magician Guild. When Yuki guesses that Zeros is just some stuck-up apprentice, Zeros shuts him down with a smug, superior snap of his attitude. He proudly declares that his power demonstration is about to be witnessed by none other than Her Royal Highness the 8th Princess, Iris Tua Ristia. Turns out the princess isn't just watching. She's there as a Magician Guild representative, ready to personally test Zero's skills before she even takes on an apprenticeship of her own. Yuki can't believe royalty would waste time on a tiny barony, but Sir Keikyo snaps the truth into focus. Zeros isn't just learning common magic. He's being hunted, recruited, and trained for the forbidden, earth-shaking power of ancient magic. This rare honor doesn't just happen. It's the payoff of Cashel's non-stop recommendation letters, because getting into the guild's most secretive division demands true immagical aptitude. The prince herself already has, which is why she's the perfect arbiter for Zeros's test. This whole thing was set up just to test how far Zero's power and heart can truly reach. Keiko's voice snaps into ruthless command as he whips around to Yuki, orders him to the room to refine during the princess's visit, then spits that he shouldn't even dare breathe anywhere near her. While Yuki's father fumes at this cruelty, Kak keeps the pressure on, goading Zeros to prove he owns his bastard little brother. And in that tense, bone-chilling silence afterward, you could practically feel the huge rift tearing their family apart. Yuki sits in silence, thinking about his brother because no matter what, he can't bring himself to hate him. Not when the kid looks so much like their father, right down to his legal wife. But Zeros, fired up by Kachal's confidence, throws the same cold line down. He roars that Yuki, just a commoner's kid, is unforgivable and that she has no right to even be seen by someone from the royal bloodline. With one last furious command, Zero orders Yuki to stay hidden away on the day they marked. To his brother's jaw-drop shock, you nodded back with a bright, genuine smile. Right now, he feels pure relief, no urge at all to get tangled up in the mess that comes with royalty. He flashes back to his old life, simple, warm, and painfully nostalgic, before this cold, aristocratic storm of drama swallowed everything. Yuki clasps his hands and blurts out his plan. He'll draw the curtains tight so the princess can't see him. He even offers to crash at the town's inn with them, or hop on a journey and settle their worries for good. His father whips his gaze away in shame, and it's agony to watch his own son get treated like this. Zeros misreads that cheerful agreement as pure sarcasm, and then rage detonates in his veins. Yeah, sure he's got scars from the past, but Yuki's the real deal, sincere, unstoppable, and burning for a family he never got in his previous life. He blurts out a straight-up truth. He doesn't want the guild or the princess at all. He just wants to help, not turn his family into a joke. He smiles and blesses his brother's path, but those kind words only pour gasoline on Zero's rage. "Are you underestimating me?" Zero roars, his pride bleeding out with every word. And he snaps that Yuki's treating him like he's beneath her, then twists the knife with his illegitimate status. Their father lunges in to stop it, but Zero's is totally out of control. Nothing can rein him in. He whips around to his father and demands a chance to show Yuki right there just how brutally powerful ancient magic really is. Sir Kachil grabs the moment and calls it a must lesson, bashing the value of ancient magic into Yuki like it's the only way to win. Their father finally gives in, gritting his teeth as he decides he'll personally test just how strong Zero really is. He snatches up his practice sword and announces a mock battle like it's game time. Yuki's told to stand watch while his father and brother gear up for a fight, and Kachil steps in as the judge. The duel kicks off right there. Right now, Yuki leans in, eyes locked on as the Zeros carve glowing runes through the air. With one single word of command, it unleashes power so crushing it swallows even Zeros. It's a body enhancement spell that crushes the rules of regular magic and goes way beyond what anyone thought was possible. Zeros blitzes in with blinding speed, and his massive father can only scramble to defend himself. Yuki clocks the power gap normal magic only gives a tiny edge, but this ancient art supercharges Zeros, making him exponentially stronger. Even under the pressure, their father snaps out a proud compliment. Zeros' skill is the real deal, and Zeros beams with pride, declaring that this is exactly what ancient magic can do. He whips around to taunt Yuki, "This is my power. You can't even begin to understand it." As Yuki watches the duel unfold, it clicks. This kind of magic can't stay in the open. Not with how lethal it is, and his father is only holding the line because he's fought for decades. Intrigued, Yuki stares at his brother's hand movements like they're a clue from a lost world. And he starts to believe ancient magic isn't a spell at all, it's a whole language. He copies the gesture, and right away a blazing crest flares across his palm. A blazing heat races through his veins as an earth-shaking power explodes from deep inside his soul. For one razor-thin second, it's like he slips back into who he used to be, the Demon Lord, Nosferatu. When he realizes the transformation could get exposed in an instant, he doesn't hesitate. He bolts before anyone catches on. Yuki's voice cracks as he yells. He feels sick. Then he spins on a dime and bolts off the training grounds, leaving everyone completely stunned. Zeros, still supercharged by magic, barrels after her, barking that Yuki has to stop and watch him unleash his full power. He tried to build up speed and power, but to his total disbelief, he just couldn't catch him. Yuki slips out of his reach with impossible speed, even with that magical boost pumping him up. Seconds later, Yuki disappears into thin air, and Zero stands there completely frozen, staring in stunned silence. Cowering inside the manor, Yuki wheezed for air and stared at the sigil on his hand as it crumbled into nothing. He crumples to the floor, mind spinning from one horrifying question: how did he unleash ancient magic just by sketching its crest? A strange symbol burns hot on the back of his hand, and he gapes at it in total shock. Then a foreign power starts surging up from deep inside, hitting him with a feeling he recognizes and fears at the same time. A crushing wave of power slams into him so intense, it feels like it'll swallow him whole until horror dawns and he realizes the Lord of Nosferatu is back, and it's his former self. Elsewhere, Lord Zeros stands shoulder to shoulder with his tutor, Sir Kachil, and grills him about what just happened, because there's no way Yuki pulled off ancient magic. That kind of power demands a non-stop internal stream of magic, the sort only a tiny group of people can even access. Kakul leans in and reassures the young lord, telling him that Zeros only just started getting a handle on the boosted magic, so you definitely won't control it perfectly yet. Then he grins and says that in a mock battle, Zeros will blast right through him. But even then, Zeros stays on edge, fists tight at his side. He admits there are moments when he's sure he could never beat Yuki. He lets out a cackle, smirking as he brushes off the boy's fear, then swears that the moment Zeros shows his real power, that bastard Yuki will finally be out of the picture. Zero's gaze drops, and his face tightens as he swallows his tutor's words and accepts them. From the window beside her, Yuki tracks them as they leave, letting out a heavy sigh. Like the danger finally broke because, yeah, that was way too close. The tension snaps out of him like a broken string, and he crumples to the floor, completely spent after that brutal confrontation. He stares at the fading crest on his hand, completely stunned. He can't believe that just drawing that symbol was all it took to unleash the terrifying spell. Потім спогад з його минулого життя раптово повертається. Він згадує, як колись робив нотатки на своїй руці або на пергаменті, а його старий друг Лайл завжди сміявся і називав його вампіром за це. With that memory finally shoved aside, Yuki clenches his resolve. He has to dig deeper into this ancient magic. He bursts through the open window and lands in the next room, only to catch his childhood friend Martha right in the middle of changing her clothes. Він швидко опустив голову в знак вибачення, повністю збентежений власним раптовим втручанням. Martha breathes a sigh of relief because it's him. Then her loyalty to Lord Yuki locks in, rock solid and unshakable. She tells it like a lifeline when her mom fell sick and was forced to quit her job. Lord Yuki stepped in, talked to his father, and got her hired by the barony. Yuki knew she couldn't just leave them behind. He remembers how lenient the barony used to be back then, before Sir Cackle showed up, and now he can't shake the fear that nursing him might have turned into too heavy a burden for her. Martha snaps her head side to side, saying she's fed up with the main mansion and that she actually loves his visits, especially when they're with her mother. Then she spots this wild coincidence every time Lord Yuki shows up to see them. Her mother's health somehow starts climbing back up again. Yuki shuts that idea down fast, telling Martha he's never once seen her as a servant. She's his friend, the one who lives in his mansion with him, and he's told her and her mom that over and over again. He shifts gears and demands to know if she has anything to say about him sneaking up through her second-floor window. She taunts him with a grin, telling him she knows exactly how incredible he is. She still smiles when she remembers how he'd cast little magic spells to shoo away bugs when she was a total crybaby, and how, somehow, he quietly healed the burn on her hand before she even knew it. He begs her to keep it all secret, and she agrees until Riley blurts out the truth. He didn't just help, He was totally peeping while she was changing. Trying to dodge the question, he blurts out a compliment, praising her beautiful hair. Right then, his father bursts into the room and snaps at Yuki that he doesn't need to stay holed up at the town inn just to serve during the Royal Highness's visit. Yuki tells them it was his idea all along, sparked by the instructions the Magicians Guild sent. Then he leans in and promises his father and Martha, "Don't worry, I've got this." Swallowed by emotion, his father lunges in for a crushing hug, then blurts out apologies, calling himself a fool for dragging his own son into something like this. Yuki freezes in shock as a sudden wave of affection hits them out of nowhere. In his old life, his whole job was simple: calm the chaos and comfort everyone around him. But somehow, getting comforted doesn't feel so terrible after all. He's never had parents, none at all, and now he's got a whole family. His father, his sister Rumiya, and his brothers Zeros and Martha. And honestly, that alone makes him feel grateful he got reincarnated as a human. He turns to his father and thanks him, then promises straight from the heart that he'll be okay. His father makes Martha promise to take good care of him, and she accepts the responsibility with a solemn vow. That night, Sir Ketchel catches Zeros sulking in the glow of candlelight, still trapped in his thoughts about what went down with Lord Yuki. Casil keeps hammering the point that only the chosen can use ancient magic, and he insists Yuki isn't one of them. Zeros nods, but that doubt sticks around like a shadow. Cackle grins at the Baron's reaction, and you can see it. Her father is way more focused on Yuki's safety than anything else. Keshel swears this is the smoking gun Yuki's trying to steal. Zero's spot as the true heir, and the moment Zero hears it, rage flares as he clenches his fist, furious in silence. Kakal pushes his luck hard, barking a warning at the Zeros, "Don't you dare ignore what's coming." He spins it like Yuki slowly wins over the servants one by one, turning them into his allies, an old aristocratic playbook for a takeover. He fans the boys' paranoia into a wildfire, spitting that it's unforgivable for some bastard child to try to seize control of the family that raised him, then leans into Zeros' only ally like a dare, swearing they'll make Yuki see the heir's real, superior power. A flustered Zeros immediately blurts that he trusts Sir Kachil completely. Cackle's grins spread as he admitted the truth. His body held no magic, yet he still insisted he deserved the boy's trust. Next, he whips out an amulet, traps the Zeros into holding it, and makes them chant a bone-chilling mantra. "Yuki Grasaria is my enemy." Zeros receipts in hand, his voice shaking so I can't just stand by, I have to face him. With hatred rooted deep in his heart, Kachel confidently tells him that Yuki can't beat him, no chance. Next day, Neil the butler rushes in and hands Yuki a message. That mountain nearby turns into a restricted zone starting tomorrow evening because it's being lined up as the test site for Her Royal Highness, and she's set to arrive in just 5 days. Fuming that his plans to tinker with ancient magic got crushed, Yuki decides he'll sneak out of the mansion that very night. And back in his room, he leans in and wrestles with the puzzle of his own power. His brother unleashes ancient magic chanting like a war drum and carving a blazing crest into the air. But Yuki just slapped the crest onto his hand, no chance at all, and still blasted out a boosted spell strong enough to shake the air. And now he has to figure out why that works. He remembers the core truth. Ancient magic hits 3 times harder while using way less energy than regular magic. The moment he sketched the crest, his body turned unnaturally light, so light he could finally trade blows with his battle-hardened father. Then he decides to kick off an experiment. He scratches the crest onto parchment with ink, then the ink dries and absolutely nothing happens. Then he presses a pen to the page and traces the crest again, only this time with his own blood. The moment the magic hits, it lights up his whole body. Suddenly he's weightless, and he rockets forward with blinding speed. And right after that, the power hangs around for about 10 minutes, then it vanishes into nothing. He realizes the blood is the key right as the crest on his hand starts to fade, like the magic draining away and ticking down like a countdown. The truth is simple. His mistal blood did it. He yanks up a status screen and it confirms his theory. There it is, mistal blood, ancient magic that sits in his skill list. The revelation hits him like a punch. Now he remembers it clearly in his past life. He died with an ancient holy sword driven into his body, and that's exactly how he must have unlocked this new skill. As everything clicks into place, the holy sword soaks up his blood the instant he dies, and since he's been reincarnated, the ancient item he's still tied to now makes his own blood pulse with the gift of ancient magic. He's absolutely hooked by this discovery. He figured this era's people would have built their whole culture around artifacts, this powerful, but nope, they're gone. And the Magician's Guild is sitting on their secrets, hoarding them like treasure. For a split second, he lets himself dream mastering this power, and forging a world that finally feels better and kinder to everyone. But he slams the fantasy out of his mind without a second thought. In his past life, he was a demon king, but now he's stuck as an illegitimate kid, desperate to understand humans. So he shrugs off the fate of the world and pins his hopes on his brother, praying he'll rise as a great magician. When Martha and his sister call out from outside, excited about the dinner he made, a wave of calm finally washes over him. When he gets reincarnated into a family, even this one alone is already more than enough to change his fate. All he wants is a quiet life and nothing else. Even so, a gut-deep fear clings to him like his past life refuses to let him go that easily. The moment he clocks he overslept, that young guy sprints into the woods with a determined grin blazing on his face. He was set to start his research at midnight, but after devouring Martha's mouth-watering pancakes, he crashed into a full-on food coma. And since the mountain shuts down in the afternoons, the morning is all he has left. Deep in the forest, he roars for his familiar, a huge bat-like beast that dives out of the sky, and when it lands, it greets him as master, telling him the others are already waiting. At his signal, a giant swarm of bats erupts from the trees, screeching like they're throwing him a wild welcome. And even as he appreciates it, he snaps at his familiar to scatter them fast, because this strange crowd could pull in unwanted attention. Now that the smaller bats are stationed as sentries, he finally dives into his work, certain they'll keep watch while he runs his experiments. He remembers the experiment he tried back at the mansion, squeezes his power into the crest inked across his hands, then slams the spell to life, chanting hard as the boost hits 2 times. To test the effects, he taps the ground with a light stomp. The moment hits, and boom, instant and massive tearing across the clearing in one brutal shockwave. He shoves off, and the world turns into a wild blur, way faster than he ever expected, while his senses scramble to catch up with the streaking scenery. Even with that terrifying speed whipping past him, he refuses to back down and decides to push his vertical limit to the edge. He rockets forward, and for one wild second he's flying, hanging in the air like he's weightless. That same familiar rush hits him again, like flying on pure magic, the way it felt back in his past life. He sits there, staring into the truth of his own power because it's nothing like his brother's. His brother has to chant, and he can only pull off one ancient magic spell at a time, but his power works totally different. By carving mistel blood crests over and over, he unleashes a whole barrage of spells at once. No bottlenecks, no limits, just pure power. A jolt of thrill rockets through the researcher's soul as he imagines the power of stacking 3 crests at once. But his ambition outstrips his body when he tries again. Searing pain slams into him, and he drops hard, legs dead weight, because a 13-year-old's body can't take that kind of strain. 10 minutes later, the spell's grip finally snaps off. He slumps, exhausted but starting to breathe again, and then his worried familiar rushes in to meet him. A fresh, wild idea sparks in his head, and he decides to test the crest on his partner, Dick, who clearly hesitates, like he already knows this is going to get intense. Once he finishes carving the crest onto the creature's wing, he checks it and realizes it feels absolutely no pain. But just as he's about to wipe it out, the bat gets slammed by a brutal burst of power and rockets into the sky at insane speed. The boy blurts out a desperate warning, telling his familiar that this speed is too wild to tame, and the creature shrieks with thrilled glee, because even its sound waves have started to hit harder. It can't help but marvel at the wild, unstoppable power its master commands. That hits the boy like a gut punch if his bats can pull off this power. Then the Magician Guild is probably twisting the same ancient magic behind the scenes. He remembers the official rule for commoners. Magic is just a pastime, and chasing it any deeper is way too deadly. Once his experiments wrapped up, he bolted home before he'd be late for breakfast and get slammed with Martha's scolding. Right as he's daydreaming about the leftover syrup, his familiar snaps, saying it's found people nearby. It confirms it spotted a bunch of people brawling with wild beast dark bears, and the boy doesn't even bat an eye, treating them like clueless trespassers who walked in unprepared. His usual questions, and that fake indifference that makes it impossible to read him. Suddenly, it all clicks. This mountain is where his brother's test is set, and if anyone finds bodies, the whole thing gets delayed, which means Sir Cackle's fury is coming, no escape. That nerve-wracking thought hits him like lightning, and he charges at the unprepared group at full sprint. Deeper in the forest, a desperate fight is exploding. As a hulking dark bear closes in heavily armored, one man shouts for the young woman to run, but his partner digs in, refusing to abandon her. And the young princess finally realizes the safe mountain on their map is a total lie. So her guardian snaps that the only way forward is to smash through the beast's ranks. The old warrior steps forward and offers himself as bait, daring the princess to fire up her magic. As he charges the bear without backing down, she whips out an incantation and her glowing hands start to pour out raw power. She snaps her spell into motion and the ground erupts with a roaring torrent of lava. That ancient flame magic doesn't just fire. It detonates a blazing blast that swallows the beast whole. For a second it looks like it's finally working. Then the dark brass snaps to life, roaring with pure fury. With a brutal roar, the beast's power yanks the earth out from under them, and the danger spikes like right now they're in even deeper trouble. The princess's senses scream. Beasts are closing in from every side, and she can barely whisper, stunned. This spot was supposed to be safe, but out here they're getting hit with a level C dark bear. There, her guardian shoves her forward, then slams a wall of darkness across their path. From the shadows, a second dark bear lunges out of the trees, closing in on both sides. A bear slams into her, and the princess stumbles backward, wobbling like she's been knocked out cold. She gasps, clawing for breath that hit just stole the air right out of her lungs. Her party is boxed in on all sides. The blast tore the sound from her throat, and now she can't cast a single spell while her guardian screams her name in total heartbreak. Even as that bear looms over her, she clutches her chest tight, determination blazing in her eyes because she still has a promise she absolutely has to keep. A blur of blinding speed hits right as a shadow crashes in to stop it. The bear jerks back, startled out of nowhere by the sudden burst of motion. Amid the chaos, a calm voice slices through the noise and warns that these mountains will crush you if you step in unprepared. The princess is suddenly cradled in the young boy's strong arms right after he just risked everything to save her. He rockets forward, then blurts out that the dark bears are in breeding season and their territory is so deadly it'll wipe you out in seconds. He orders his bat buddies to help the old man. Then he keeps all his focus locked on protecting the princess. The battle erupts again, and this time it's going to be brutal. The old warrior throws himself into battle beside the bats, stunned by how fiercely they fight, while the princess gapes in disbelief because she knows regular bats could never stand a chance against monsters like these. The boy blurts out, asking if she's got any magic left, and she answers with a firm nod, yeah, she still does. He orders her to fire up her flame spell again, insisting he wants to watch it up close. Then he disappears from her sight like a blink of lightning. Shocked by how fast he moved, she snapped back into focus, pulled her energy in tight, and started the chant. The boy charges straight into the bears, his sword slicing through the chaos like a silver blur. But then he connects with a perfect hit, and one of those monstrous beasts suddenly goes stone still. He murmurs one last spell, then flash freezes everything, and ice magic bursts out from the wound he carved. The bear gets instantly trapped inside jagged chunks of ice, like the world snapped shut around it. The princess finally clocks his plan. He slips past the bear's thick, magic-resistant fur by jamming ice magic straight into its body. She can't help wondering if her blazing magic is even worth the effort, or if it's overkill. The boy admits the dark bear is a monster of an opponent. He whips his head toward her, eyes lit with pure academic curiosity, and demands she land the finishing blow with her ancient magic so he can see it with his own eyes. And as she falls in line, she rips free with another devastating Ifrit flame blast. Then the boy roars, screaming at his allies to scramble out of the raging inferno. Flames rip through the forest, and all that's left of their attackers are smoldering, charred husks. The princess and her guardian made it through then, in one shared breath. They finally let out a huge, shaky sigh of relief. The old man bombards the boy with heartfelt thanks for saving them, staring in disbelief at his raw power. Then the boy shrugs it off, straight up saying he gained something too, just from watching her work her magic. The princess watches, and a sharp thought slices through her. Maybe this meeting is just another test waiting to break her. But when he whips around, the boy freezes on the spot. He locks eyes with her, and this overwhelming wave of, "I've known you forever," hits him like a storm. He just can't shake the feeling. This girl looks exactly like Alice, the same person who vanished from his distant past. The armored man's voice slices through the eerie silence of the woods, and just like I figured outsiders, huh? The locals already know to stay away from the dark bear's nest. The young man got flustered and rushed to explain they'd been led astray, so please don't blame the princess. Even the tutor from Grossetia, a guy named Kachal Mijin, swore this place was safe. His young noblewoman companion studies him with sharp, worried eyes like she already knows. "That's it," she seems to say. "You've got to think before you move." Then she leans in and fires back. Just one more slip and the whole test would have been ruined. With that feigned ignorance of his, she pushes him harder. "So tell me, could it be that you are—" He insists he's just an ordinary huntsman. Then she fires off questions right away, because the moment a huntsman knows magic, ordinary stops making sense. He just nods and goes along with it, and she lets the act slide for now. So yeah, seriously, that's some wild skill. She keeps her logic razor sharp and basically dares you. With talent like that, you could stroll into the Magician's Guild, so you're probably staff, right? She clocked that their cover was blown, then stepped forward and gave a proper introduction. "I'm Clara." This time, they tapped me to help set up the test course, and I'm Burns, the princess's escort. They spill the truth. This trip is all about scouting the area for a Magician Guild test that's set to happen in just a few days. Burns grabs the boy's shoulder, thanking him for saving them, and begs him to keep their presence a secret from the locals, so nobody stirs up a disturbance. Right before they split up, they lean in and demand, "So what's your name?" Clara strides up and offers a tiny jingling trinket. "Please take this as our thank you, but we need to know your savior's name, right now." He fights to refuse, pushing the idea that the hunter should swap their spoils for straight cash. But Clara calmly cuts in, pointing out that the dark bear's corpses were incinerated, so there's nothing left to trade. Then she pushes the item into his hands anyway. With a soft sigh, he takes it, his hand clamping around the tiny token, and murmurs, "Thank you very much. Clara shoots you a heartfelt thank you because if it weren't for you, we wouldn't have made it out alive." As he watches her, a strange sense of déjà vu hits him, because she looks exactly like the daughter of the idiot he used to know. He promises to escort them all the way to their carriage down at the mountain's base, and then swears his bats will sweep the area, sniffing out any danger before it can strike. Later, tucked safely inside their carriage, Burns can't stop staring because the boy's skill is unreal. To be that deadly in combat at such a young age and still end it with him only taking your hair clip. Clara grips that tiny item for dear life, replaying the fight, his courage, his surgical precision when he drove one magnificent strike straight into the monster's vital spot, and now she can only wish she had someone like that by her side. Burns can't help but point out how everyone aches to land the princess's most trusted night spot. Clara stares out the window, mind racing, praying that the day will finally bring her mysterious lifesaver back into her life. Her mind snaps back to the official pic Zero's Grossaria, and she can't help wondering if he's the same young guy who's supposed to join the guild, because the description she got just doesn't line up with the boy she met. Sir Cachel's letter painted him as a truly well-mannered nobleman, blue-eyed, blonde-haired, and impossible to mistake for anything but refined. Burns blurts out his own doubts, warning her that Sir Cachilaziros's father and his claims might not be telling the truth. Clara decides, no matter who that boy in the forest really was, Sir Cachel's mess is on her. She endangered the princess by ignoring other talents, so Clara orders him out of the guild for good. She decides to dig into the Grossadia barony even deeper, convinced that the boy she met is connected to someone who looks just like her. Meanwhile, in a nearby town going wild with festival prep, Yuki is stuck in bed, staring at the ceiling. And then his maid, Martha, bursts in with tea, trying to lure him up out of bed. Today's the night before his brother Zeros steps into his test. Every street in town is packed to the brim, and everyone's holding their breath, waiting for Her Royal Highness to arrive. Yuki knows he has to stay hidden at the inn until the princess's visit is over. He's convinced nobody can ever link him to what happened with Clara in that forest. But then it hits him. He remembers the ancient fire magic she used, realizes he already nailed the finger moves, and now he can pull it off himself. And honestly, being stuck isn't awful when he's got all this research to dive into. That thought slams him with an ugly memory from his old life. Some man who got so obsessed with research, he crushed everything else just to feed his own power. Martha cuts into his thoughts and tells him that Clara and Burns are heading to the test site at Kittrell Forest because after the dark bear attack, they're calling the mountain too unsafe to touch. Yuki drops the conversation like a bomb and blurts out a strange question to Martha about her family. And just like that, the talk flips, playful jokes fly about family looks and everyone's favorite foods. While they're talking, Yuki can't stop wondering, will he ever finally get to ask Clara what her favorite food is? And do the dishes from his past life even exist in this world? For one sweet second, he gets to breathe right before the schemes closing in start spilling back around him. Martha blurts out that a package just landed for her mother, a valuable burnt dark bear's claw sent with a handkerchief stamped with Yuki's name. That calm morning gets ripped apart when another maid bursts into the room like a firecracker. She rushes home with a frantic message. An order from the princess has arrived. The whole family must show up right now to meet her and introduce themselves. Yuki's face goes completely blank with shock. Meanwhile, inside the Magician's Guild, Sir Ketchel Midgeon is getting hammered with a brutal reprimand. An official snaps that, because a deadly blunder in his survey info triggered an attack on the princess's party. He should have been yanked the moment it happened, but then they decide to let the test go on anyway, just to spare the examinee. Cackling to himself, he'd picked that deadly spot just to make his son, Zeros, shine. But now everything collapsed, all because that bastard Yuki shut down the threat so effortlessly. His teaching job hung on every win Zero pulled off. If Cachil can't pull this off, it's game over for Cachil straight to the end if the Zeros fail. A sudden knock slams into his door like a warning bell. But Zeros' face went chalk white with pure, gnawing anxiety. "Sir, can I really pass this test?" he asks, voice trembling like he's bracing for impact. Cachil's rage erupts like a wildfire. "Don't spit out that kind of doom," he snarls, yanking his son close because Her Royal Highness is barreling to the test site. "And you're the heir to the Grossetia family." Finally, he leans in and hisses in a venomous whisper, "We're going to show that bastard who's in charge and stop him from doing whatever he wants." He spills the story of his family's chaos, everything crushed by some bastard with magic, then swears on his life that no Zero will ever get trapped in the same nightmare. Those words hit like a hammer, Zeros crashing down and dragging back a storm of memories, soft Yuki trying to shake him off, servants whispering behind every door, and his sister clinging hard to her brother like she'd never let go. Right then, everything snaps into focus. Cachil seizes the moment, pressing his advantage hard, just like I said. "I'm the only one you can trust, so tell me, do you finally get it?" Lord Zero's right. Lord, Yuki is your enemy. Realization hits the boy's face. Yuki's trash talking me, trying to chase me out. Cackle hooks a grim hand on his son's shoulder and snaps, "Do you realize how close death is to you? You've got real talent, so trust yourself." He pushes Zero to unleash the top-tier magic he's holding back so hard it'll blow even the princess away. 0 seconds, he can only nod numbly. You've got to win those commands because leaving for the sake of your house is the sacrifice your proud pupil has to make. As he strides off, a cruel smile blooms on his lips, and I can't wait for what's coming. At the grand estate, the staff huddle in nervous whispers, waiting for a huge arrival. And when Yuki's return finally happens, some can't hide their excitement, because they see his link to the Royal Highness as the perfect way to boost the house's status. Yuki can't stand all that attention. She squirms and just wants to hide in the back with the other servants. A thunderous voice slices through the chatter and demands silence. Then a magnificent carriage rolls up to the main gate, pulled by 2 powerful horses. Her Royal Highness just swept in. Yuki freezes under the weight of his dad's glare, tries to shrink out of sight, and begs, "Please, hide his face." He spots the escorts instantly, and dread hits him hard. This visit is tied to the exact people he'd been desperate to stay away from. As the carriage finally stops, the entire Grossardia household led by their patriarch drops into a deep bow, their gratitude flooding out as they show exactly how honored they feel by your visit. They formally announce the plan. Then the entire household bows and thanks Her Royal Highness for giving Zero's grocery a shot at a critical exam. An elegant figure hops down from the coach, bows with grace, and thanks everyone for the warm welcome. She wastes no time, laying it all out. She's not here as royalty at all, but as a full-on examiner from the Lindbell Magician Guild. Then, smooth as ice, loud enough to stun the crowd, she confidently declares that she thinks the test for Lord Zero's gross area is pointless. Yuki snaps to it right away. The voice is unmistakable. It's Clara. The royal examiner drops her cover and reveals her real name, Iris Ristia. The lord of the house panicked and hurried to present his sons, thrusting out Yuki first, then scrambling to fix his blunder right away. He steps up and lays out his heir Zero's filthy, gross idea, like it's the only plan and it's officially the one they're sending in for the test. Zero bowed low, greeting the princess with a stiff, strained smile, like he didn't know whether to relax or run. The air feels heavy, like everyone's holding their breath, and that awkward tension might explode any second. Yuki lets out a quiet sigh in his chest, cursing the moment he chose to play just a commoner, and landed himself in this mess because he realizes the princess isn't showing up under her real name either, the same way he did, and now their lives collide in the most convenient, fate-baiting way possible. Princess Iris calls everyone in, kicking off the test and saying the destination is a magic-soaked Zone 1 where only a select few are allowed to come with them. Catchel Megan steps forward like, "I've got you," and offers to lead them straight to the Kittrell Forest test site, while Yuki can't stop thinking that if his brother passes and finally joins the guild, their house will rise in status, and maybe that means he gets the freedom he's been craving. He feels like a total outsider, like a Nosferatu stuck watching his own family's life play out from far away. The conversation snaps straight to one urgent need. Zeros's exam demands a truly knowledgeable assistant. Yuki's stomach drops, his father beams and proudly volunteers him for the role, like it's the greatest honor ever. The patriarch brags about Yuki's magical brilliance and his latest hunt win, and it crushes Yuki so hard she can't even speak. Just as the princess, all formal grace, pleads for Yuki's help, Kachalmigan erupts in blatant contempt, snapping that a commoner like him doesn't belong anywhere near the job. Princess Iris coolly snaps back at him, points out that her own grandmother was a commoner, and warns she'll walk out if this prejudice doesn't stop shutting Cackle down before he can keep pushing his hierarchy nonsense. She shoots him a firm reminder the test is outside his power to control. Her guard slams the point home, barking at the guide to remember his place. The lord of the house grabs the moment, orders Yuki to help just like he was told, and then presses for Zeros's approval. Zero's stares lock onto Yuki, and that cold intensity hits like a blade. Leaning in so close, Zeros' breath hits Yuki's face. He hisses a venomous threat and dares her to even think about running. He snaps at his brother, accusing him of trying to steal his claim as the heir, hurling reminders that their blood is supposed to be different. When their father asks what's wrong, Zero snaps on a fake calm, masking his hostility as he insists he was only trying to get Yuki to help. The group pushes on, and the brothers' bitter hatred hangs over them like a storm you can't outrun. They slam to a stop at the edge of a thick, shadowy forest, the exact spot where the exam is meant to happen. The princess lays out the mission push through the woods to reach the other side. Beat the obstacle standing in the way, a man named Burns who's already inside. She hands each of them a magical bracelet, an exact copy of an ancient Magician Guild relic made to supercharge their power for the entire test. Kashul is bursting with joy at the chance to witness that legendary artifact in action, even if it's just a replica. The brothers take the items with stiff, careful politeness. The princess snaps a warning. These replicas are single-use, but she admits they're still built from the guild's absolute best engineering. Yuki's mind spins as memories crash in back in the Elysium Temple. Those items weren't temporary boosts at all. They were holy weapons. When he demands to know why he has to join in, Iris explains that it's the perfect benchmark, so Zeros' strength can be measured against someone who's supposedly never handled power like that before. Yuki clocks the danger, instantly boosting himself to insane speed as he barrels through that brutal forest, knowing every second will be a fight just to stay alive. Zeros buys into the idea and adds, "This'll make it way easier to test my power against some rookie who doesn't know what's coming." Yuki nods and takes it because this is his only shot to get alone with his brother, far from Kekel's grip. Zero bears the storm inside him. He'll step out if his brother really calls the shots, but he refuses to leave while any misunderstanding still hangs in the air. He frets over the servants, Martha and Rumia, and swears that if anything happens to them after he's gone, he'll be forced to hate his brother forever. With everything locked in, the princess gives the signal and the countdown to chaos begins. Now, two brothers burst into the woods like a storm. Left behind, Cackle questions the princess's choice. Why would she let a commoner join in? He brags that he's the one who unlocked Zeros' shocking magical power, and then spits that calling his prized student a commoner is an outright insult. He treats this test like a golden shot, so the guild and the princess can finally witness his hard work paying off in real time. He boasts that Zeros is so strong he can smash through any beast, injury be damned. He thinks this is the perfect moment to finally show off the student he's been forging and raising. The princess's face tightens into steel, and you can see she realizes this is exactly why he warned her about this ridiculously dangerous place. He cackles and scoffs at every surveyor who calls it dangerous, dismissing them as nothing but too weak, and then, to the magician, he booms that power is all that matters. Cocky as ever, he screws up, blasting his philosophy straight into a gravy comparison with the fallen Elysium Temple. The princess's voice turns icy as she snaps that the Elysium Temple is a forbidden topic, and that the Magicians Guild was born for one reason, to stop the same catastrophic mistakes from ever happening again. Cackle's grin creeps back as he speaks in a low voice, revealing his real dream one day. He'll seize the power of the Elysium Temple for himself. Staring into the pitch-black woods, the princess can only pray her exam goes off without a single hitch. Deep in the forest, Yuki digs in his heels and tries to talk his brother into listening. 06 erupts in pure rage, snaps shut any chance of listening, and blasts Yuki with the accusation that she's plotting to take over the house. He swears Ketchel told him Yuki's been trash-talking him to the maids every single day. No matter how hard Yuki panics and denies it, Zeros refuses to budge for even a second. He's adamant he keeps saying he doesn't want that house. Then Zeros leans in and demands answers. Why would the princess chase some lowly commoner if Yuki isn't hiding a secret plan? Cornered into talking, Yuki rushes through the whole story, how he rescued the princess, how he survived that brutal beast attack on the mountain, then slips away before anyone can get his name. sure they'll figure out who he is later. Zeros is stunned for a split second, but jealousy slams right back into the spotlight. "You always do the things I can't," he roars, and then unleashes a vicious blast of ancient magic. He summons a wind spirit with pure spirit magic, straight-up powerful stuff. Yuki spots the strike at the last second and whips his sword up, deflecting the attack before it can land. Zero's throat goes dry mid-gloat, but the uneven ground betrays him. He loses his footing and slips hard. Yuki's patience snaps in half, and a cold, dark resolve locks in on him. "I'm not built for being human," he whispers, like it hurts. He drops the act and walks away from the exam like it's just a stage prop, because this isn't guild business anymore. It's family, and he refuses to wait a second longer. He smashes through the bracelet's limits, forcing out a double boost like it's cracking reality. His plan finally clicks. He'll crush his brother, then go after Kachel next. And once that's done, Nosferatu will vanish from this house for good. Zero's back on his feet, believes he's finally put enough distance between them. But before he can even breathe, horror hits his little brother has already caught up to him. With impossible speed, Yuki slams the gap shut and snarls in pure rage. "Don't listen to what they say, you piece of shit, brother." Yuki explodes out of the tree line at blinding speed, sword drawn and ready to strike. His brother, Zeros, can barely process what he's seeing, shaken to the core by an impossible speed. Right before Zeros can even clock what's happening, Yuki slams into him, his blade spinning through the air in a deadly blur. Zero barely throws himself out of the way, then he rockets backward into the thick, tangled woods. "How are you moving that fast?" he blurts out, stunned, completely thrown by the sheer force he's just witnessed. Or his confusion snaps into raw frustration. "Why do you always have to be better than me?" Under the pressure, Yuki finally caves. "All right, I'll tell you," he blurts, and his hand starts glowing with ancient power. "I'm a reincarnated magician who lived 200 years ago, and that's why my magic and speed have doubled." That confession just lights a fuse in Zeros. He explodes forward, lurching in with fresh, unstoppable fury. "Just shut your mouth." Zero erupts. Then, Yuki locks eyes with him and grins that sly, wry kind of smile. "Like you're finally looking right at me, brother Zero." He leans in and pushes harder. "I know you despise commoners like me, right?" But Zero's fury isn't about class or prejudice, he snaps back, clutching his chest. "It's you I get annoyed every time I see you." He admits the real reason he chased the Magician's Guild was simple. He wanted the same ground as everyone else, so he could finally lift his head and look his brother in the eye. That crushing weight of learning ancient and modern magic just to keep pace with a prodigy who never even tried, it finally broke him, and he screamed, "If only you weren't here, I wouldn't have had to suffer all of this." Yuki snaps back, "Like hell, it's my fault." But Zeros is already going full chant, firing off that incantation. He barks, "Summon wind spirit, then summon fire spirit." And from the ether, a gigantic flaming salamander tears itself into existence. He snaps his command, forcing the spirits to haul Yuki to her knees, an all-or-nothing power move born from pure desperation. But Yuki doesn't even flinch. He brushes the creature off like it's nothing and slices it clean in one contemptuous swing. Can those low-level demons even stand a chance against Nosferatu? He stares them down, eyes ice-cold and locked in place. Zeros recoiled instantly, and his confidence crumbled the moment he saw how effortless that display was. Yuki nods at how brutal the ancient summons are, but then snaps to his brother. This opponent isn't what they think. His decision snaps into place. He's cutting ties with the family, but only after he settles everything for good. All of them froze in place, then stopped moving completely. Без попередження Yuki навмисно проводить лезом по своїй руці. As Zeros gasps in shock, Yuki drops the grim truth. "I told you I'm Nosferatu, your gay, stupid brother." But Zeros can't swallow it. His thoughts slam back to when they were kids, all of them huddled together beneath their father's warm, loving gaze. Yuki can't shake that bond. He clings to the truth. "You're my family, even while his brother swears he isn't who he really is. The emotional chaos finally breaks him, and he brings himself to tears. Seeing his brother's pain, Yuki bolts forward like the world just lit him on fire. "Let's end this brotherly brawl," he yells, cocks his fist back, and swings "Embrace yourself." Zeros can only stare, completely frozen in stunned silence. But this punch isn't born from malice. Yuki swings a family heirloom, and the moment it connects, she drops him hard to the ground. Zeros lay on the forest floor, choking on his breath, with the opponent right there within arm's reach. Yuki stared at his own bleeding fist, regret crashing through him. He never wanted to hurt his family. Towering over his beaten brother, Yuki lays down his final terms. He doesn't care a bit about the house or the title, only one terrifying warning touch, Rumiya or Martha, and he'll never forgive you. Then he turns his back on that filthy estate and fully embraces who he really is. Nosferatu. Right in the middle of their showdown, the door blasts open and in strides the examiner, Sir Burns. He reminds them in no uncertain terms that exam fights are absolutely forbidden. Zeros, still shaking from the damage, rushes in to cover for them and writes off the brutal fight as nothing more than a brotherly squabble. As Zero turns to leave, he finally admits he's been beaten. He admits he knew he was innocent from the start, but to keep their house safe, he felt trapped, so he swallowed Sir Catchell's words and went with it. In one rare crack of vulnerability, he locks eyes with Yuki and blurts, "You're my little brother, so don't you dare wander off on your own." That sudden rush of brotherly concern throws him off. Then he snaps back to work in a heartbeat, insisting he has to guard the house and keep Her Highness Iris's trust safe. Yuki lets out a weary sigh, frustrated, but somehow still getting it. Sir Burns turns to Zero and tells him straight up, if he wants to keep the test going, he's got to step into the ring and fight Sir Burns himself. But Zero squares his resolve, straight up resigns, and announces he's not good enough to stand beside the Magician's Guild. The examiner finally takes his call. He rockets his weapon into the sky, like a blazing signal flare warning Her Royal Highness that she's been disqualified. Once the tension finally melts away, Zero swallows his pride and admits his suspicions about Yuki were totally wrong. But that peaceful moment gets ripped apart when a scream like a blade explodes from the princess's direction. Sir Burns wastes no time. He snaps an order for them to follow him. Yuki and Chenlauer explode forward like a streak of lightning, vanishing in a blur as they charge straight toward the danger. That princess might be nothing but trouble, but he can't just look away while she's in that kind of danger. Just a few minutes earlier, the instructor's catch-all spots the signal arrow slicing across the sky in a clean arc. He misread the situation and thought Zero's was done. Then his whole plan blew up in his hands. Her Highness orders a re-examination, and Cackle's patience finally snaps. His carefully built facade shatters just like I predicted humans can't stand order, he says, and that's when his real loyalty to the Elysium Temple fully shows. As the royal guards charge in, ready to grab him and pin him down for his blatant insolence, the princess shrieks at the top of her lungs, begging them to get away. Caccal rips out a devastating spell, popping a dozen spirits into the air at once. Then the guards drop like they've been hit by lightning. Her Highness freezes in pure horror, staring at the man she trusted with her life. Cackle stands right in the middle of the wreckage. "Plan B, now!" he roars. He scoffs at his mission, and you can practically hear the contempt in his voice as he looks down on teaching those rural aristocrats. The princess demands answers. Why would the former prime minister's son dare to commit treason like this? Katyal ignores her completely, and just like that, a brand new, darker summoning kicks off. From the darkness, a monstrous black beast erupts into existence. Because the princess is sure Kekil can't be allowed to touch that forbidden power. But the truth slams him in the face. He's been cut as the heir, and that brutal call comes straight from the royal family. All right, world. This teaching post was nothing but a snooze-fest assignment. But now that a member of the royal family is right there, he spots his opening. He throws his arm up and yells for the resurrection signal to soar into the sky. his voice cracking with pure, crazed promise. "The great Elysium Temple is getting rebuilt from the dead." Yeah, that resurrection is the real story. Right as he makes his declaration, Yuki crashes onto the scene and the horrifying sight hits her like a punch. Long ago, before anyone even knew magic could be organized, the world's very first magician crew, Elysium Temple, rose from the shadows. With raw power in their hands, they shoved demi-humans and demons out of the way, carving out territory wherever they pleased. Land disputes exploded into the Eight Kings' War, the deadliest conflict history has ever seen, and when it finally ended, everyone thought the Elysium Temple had been wiped off the map. Right now, the tutor Kachil clutches an ancient relic, staring in awe at its terrifying power while shadow beasts crash through and crush the royal soldiers. He flashes a wild grin and tells you all to be grateful because you're about to witness the resurrection of the legendary Elysium Temple. His summoned creatures slam into the guards and their screams rip through the whole field. Kakul finally drops his act. He's been using the young Zeros like a wrecking crew to destroy the temple until the princess shows up, and he realizes this is an even bigger opening. He declares to the princess, "I'll use you," then vows to turn this barony into the beating heart of Elysium Temple. Suddenly, a quiet but unbreakable voice slices through the chaos. "Enough!" The princess tilted her face to the sky and spotted the familiar sigil stamped across the wings of the bats closing in. They crash onto the battlefield like a raging storm. The screeching bats tear the shadow beasts apart in seconds. The princess stares in shock as the familiar unleashes rapid fire. Bursts of that same ancient magic she had just cast. Cackling in shock, Cackle scrambles to throw up a magical barrier and shield himself from the relentless attack. From behind the princess, Yuki's grim face flashes into view. Then he murmurs, "Don't get in my way." Cackle freezes in stunned disbelief, eyes locked on what he can't possibly be seeing. In a blink, Yuki rockets forward, and his blade slices straight through the tutor's outstretched hand. As Cackle screams in agony, it crumples down and drops to its knees. Yuki towers over him, eyes blazing with ruthless fury again. "Tell me," he snaps, "what about my family?" Finally, he pins his sword to the man and demands the truth. Only a tutor can answer a child's question. "Please, Lord Yuki," the princess sobs, begging him, "don't you dare kill that man." She tells them Kechil's probably tied to the taboo Elysium Temple and they can't let him die because they need him alive for questioning. But Yuki's resolve doesn't budge because in his past life, he could only save his family by vanishing. And now, this time, he'll wipe out every threat that dares to come near them. Then he also heard you say, "His gaze locked onto them, sis," and dude just cracked because of it. That's why I'm screaming. Catch-all bursts into laughter. "So what? I used your brother," he taunts. "Your brother can't stand you, he hurls curses at you and wants to crush you." Yuki remembers just how competitive his brother always is, and he brushes the taunt off like it's nothing more than a classic sibling showdown. With rage in his bones, he's about to strike. Then, Kachel flips the script, unleashing a final Gambita Hipplica from an ancient relic, and he fires up a catalyst feather to start the summoning. A colossal magic circle detonates out of the ground like a thunderclap. The princess instantly recognizes it. This is ancient magic, the kind that summons something from ages ago. Yuki spots the catalyst, a giant feather, and his face lights up like he's seen it before. Out of the light steps a monster bigger than any graffin or cockatrice you've ever heard of. A griffin and cactal gloats reveal the feather was from an Elysium Temple priest, and then he snarls that he'll kill everyone and drag the princess off as his hostage. The royal guards snapped into formation and slammed into a tight defensive line in a heartbeat. The princess unleashes an Ifrit strike, but the griffin swats it aside like it's nothing, while Ketchel slams up yet another barrier. He commands the beast to tear through the soldiers and butcher them all. While the grief undives, Yuki stays ice calm and fires off orders, laying out every weakness it has. He admits he used to chase them for their feathers' rare magic gold, and then he orders the soldiers to lock up into a brutal shield wall. The guards tense up, ready for impact as the creature dives down on them. The beast slams into their shields, flinging their men through the air, while cackling screams slice into Yuki, daring her to stop, but she keeps interfering. The princess fires off another spell and it whiffs again, narrowly missing her lightning-fast target. All right then, Yves Tez, I am taking that soldier's back for myself. He rockets back, then sprints forward again, using a guard's raised shield like a springboard to blast himself into the air. He rockets straight up at the airborne griffin. Kakal scoffs and barks at the beast to shift course, smug as ever because he's sure Yuki can't possibly keep up. Yuki bursts out a command, "Assemble, my familiars," and everything snaps into place. In a blink, his bats explode upward beneath him, locking together into a solid launch pad that rockets him even higher. He rockets off the platform and slams down cleanly onto the griffin's back. With the purse planted on top of the giant beast, Yuki leans over, grinning down at the stunned tutor. "Yo, Ketchel!" The man can only stand there, frozen in place with his face screaming shock and disbelief. "You said it yourself," Yuki keeps going. "That's right. Sir, tutor a bastard." He flashes back to his training magic isn't for guessing, it's for striking only when he's 100 sure he'll hit his target. Right in front of him, he snaps his magic into action. Efreet blow. A blinding explosion rips through the griffin, swallowing it whole. The beast shrieks in pure agony as roaring flames swallow it whole. Then it plummets from the sky. A smoking, charred shape slams down into the earth with a violent crash. Yuki drops in like a graceful falling star, and the ancient magic he casts mid-air leaves the soldiers staring in straight-up shock. They huddle and whisper, stunned that he even has that kind of power, so insane it blows past what the Magician Guild's elites can do. Yuki strides up to the fallen Kachil with a calm, unshaken focus. But the princess suddenly slips in between them. "Don't touch him." She insists Kekel's life isn't worth sullying her hands before a future magician is even in play. She tells Yuki straight up if he dies, they'll drag him back to the guild for punishment, so Yuki can't kill him. Yuki shoots him a look and clicks his tongue in irritation, but then he relents. "Fine, Your Highness, I'll do it your way." He starts chanting a spell not for punishment, but for something far stranger, aiming it straight at the 9th priest of the Elysium Temple. A sinister ring of dark energy clamps tight around Kikil's arm. My tutor erupts in a terrified, confused scream because I have no magic, so they ask me, "Why?" Yuki watches with stone-cold calm because he's got the magic capacity, and I handle everything from there. Cackle's arm starts to peel into nothingness, and the agony hits so hard it's punishment worse than dying in an instant. Yuki stares in breathy silence, and his mind snaps to his brother, Zero's. On the battlefield, Zero's screams in pure agony, crumpling forward as Sir Burns catches him in his arms. He sprawls on the dusty ground, grievously wounded, barely holding on. Suddenly, a whole new hexagonal barrier snaps into existence around that faraway summon, locking it behind protection so nothing can touch it. From a distance, the architect of this chaos, Kachil, just smirks with total confidence because he's got to be wondering how he's even pulling it off, summoning something that strong when he knows his own magic should be nowhere near enough. A dreadful realization crashes down on Yuki, and the world suddenly feels terrifying. As Sir Burns dabs at his wounds, Zeros grabs his attention and demands he get back to the princess's side, pushing himself up with a razor focus because he just spotted something vital in Kachal. In Cackle's shaking grip, a dark magic amulet clings tight, supercharged by power. Zero vividly remembers the day his old teacher handed him that artifact, smiling as he promised it would let Zero borrow its power and cast ancient magic with effortless control. But Yuki finally spots the terrifying truth. The amulet isn't a power source at all. It's a cursed conduit made to suck the magic right out of Zero's. Ahead of them, a towering skeleton beast looms behind an unbreakable barrier, snapping aside every single attack that gets thrown its way. Crushed to the ground, Zero stops fighting and accepts his fate. Then he murmurs through a faint smile, "I got what I deserved." He whips his head toward his brother and blurts, "Sorry, bro, I'm not mad or anything." A wave of emotion hits Yuki like a truck. He crushes his spectacles in his fist, his voice trembling with this weird, aching longing. "I've always dreamed of a human-like brothers' quarrel." A sudden, fleeting memory claws its way back those simple childhood arguments he always thought he'd missed out on. But this isn't some petty squabble. Memories of his Nosferatu past slam into him, and they light a new fire he refuses to die. And no way will someone as pathetic as Kachel beat him and take everything. Yuki taps into his real self, unleashes Mistel blood, and kicks off an erosion protocol that starts chewing through the spell's foundation. His eyes dart across the magic's energy, and in the blink of an eye, he finishes mapping the outer layer. He cracks the amulet's 2-layer secret, revealing a mental tether from Kakul to Zeros and a one-way blast of power, straight from Zeros to Kasil. Armed with that intel, he dives straight into the magic core's circuit, lining it up to explode under the sheer weight of his own overwhelming power. As a relic from the past, he bellows and unleashes a crushing wave of energy. In Cackle's trembling hand, the amulet cackles, then it cracks, explodes, and shatters into 1,000 pieces. The brutal magic discharge finally stops. Zeros stumbles back, wheezing hard, but somehow still alive. Kakul doesn't get that luck. He crumples to the ground and screams as his body jerks and convulses without control. Yuki knew it would end like this without the amulet to tame the flow. His near-useless, cackling body couldn't survive the raw power he'd been siphoning from Zeros. His body buckles and unravels, then vanishes into a swirling storm of dark energy like the world erased him in an instant. And Sir Burns watches in grim silence as the magic coursing through Cackle's body has utterly collapsed, so far gone, there's not a shred of hope left. The princess agrees, and then she reveals the truth. He burned through ancient magic past his limits, and now his mind is shattered while his body gets devoured, so yeah, he might as well be dead. And when the dust finally settles, Yuki wipes the grit off his body and straightens up. Off. The princess strides right up to him, and she tells Lord Yuki Grossadia to stop, her voice sharp, because there's no need to dirty his hands anymore. He stares back at her like she's a complete stranger, then demands, "Who are you?" Before Zero can even get his name out, he trips forward and blurts out a jaw-dropping declaration. "Yuki's my brother. Maybe he wasn't supposed to be here, but no one can deny he's still my little brother." The princess whips her razor-sharp stare onto Zero's, and she demands, "So, tell me, why does your little brother know and use ancient magic?" Zero's goes rigid, completely blank, unable to even stitch a single word together. Then he shoots a frantic look at Yuki, silently begging her to save him. Yuki lets out a quiet sigh in his head. He'd planned to vanish after this, but the timing is awful. He shoots back a believable lie. "I told you I could teach you," he says. And then right there he worries sick about my future as an illegitimate son and drops everything he learned from our house tutor, Ketchel. He just shrugs like it's nothing, and when I try them, boom, it works every time. That's the whole story. Zeros bursts in and the whole story snaps into focus. He swears he was just checking on his uddies to help Yuki, and then, with a grin, admits his little brother's talent is way bigger than his. He admits that his fury over the talent gap is exactly what drove him to hit Yuki earlier. When they grilled Yuki about the taboo Elysium Temple, he snapped that he knew nothing, straight up pretending, and swore his brother, the noble, couldn't possibly be tied to something like that. He pushes harder, saying, "If Zeros were my accomplice, I'd attack them when it was just us, not during a public test." He points at Kakal's dying magic fading trails all around, and I swear it's the same kind of energy she had been hauling. Too, Kakal crumpled the exact moment I overloaded that power and shattered it. He swears Cackle planned it all by himself and says this shattered amulet will be the smoking gun. Zero grabs the opening and begs the princess to order a full investigation into Kekal's ties to the Elysium Temple the moment they roll back into the capital. The princess nods, then snaps that the attack has completely wrecked the test, giving Zeros a shot to retake it. Zero draws the line, "Nope, I can't do that." Then he turns to his brother and fixes his gaze like, for the first time, he finally has real respect for him. Yuki whips his head back, totally baffled. Next, Zeros lunges in and seizes him, his voice ringing with pure conviction because he believes this kid has the power, the courage, and the potential to become the greatest magician of all, the one nobody can beat once he's finally taught magic the right way. Hold on, those two brothers. Lock eyes and feel the same silent thought hit them. Maybe this is the spark that rewrites history. The princess and Sir Burns are all in, and she flashes a smile. If we do this, we'll unlock Lord Yuki's full talent. Facing the packed crowd, she lifts her chin and blasts her voice into the air. I, Princess Iris Rishchia, throw open the doors and welcome the Baron's son, Yuki Grossaria, into the Magician's Guild as our new trainee. The crowd freezes, total stunned silence hits the air after the announcement. Yuki suddenly realizes he's trapped in an atmosphere where saying no isn't even an option. Later, back at the Grossetti estate, the news hits and everyone's stunned eyes widening in pure shock. While the crew scrambles to get ready for his departure, Yuki sprawled on the balcony, staring out as his future weighed on him. Joining the Magician's Guild as a trainee still felt like it might not be a total loss. He can tap into its massive power to dig up what really happened after he died in his past life and hunt for any proof that someone, somewhere, was terrified of the village. By diving into ancient magic, he could finally crack the real mystery behind why he was reborn. He also keeps his family in mind. His father is crying tears of joy, and he knows turning down the princess's offer would be a brutal insult. Still reeling from his resignation, he chooses to head straight for the capital, where he can keep studying humans firsthand. A sudden knock pounds his door, then Martha, the maid, steps right in. Her Highness is waiting in the visitor's room, and the moment Lord Yuki arrives, she declares it loud and proud. Martha clocked it instantly. There was no way the princess hadn't slipped away from the main party just to come see him. Someone else kept praising how well the princess and Yuki get along, but Martha shot it down in a quiet whisper. With a flicker of irritation, Martha can't help but wonder if her master's about to crank the suspense so hard it might give her a heart attack. Then she steps up and declares she's going with him. Yuki blurts out, shocked, "Why on earth would you head to the Magician's Guild?" Martha tells him the royal family's picks can bring servants, then adds the Baron himself begged her to go. Yuki blurts out that she's been a tough master, but then shrugs it off, telling him it's way more exciting than wasting her time worrying about him from afar. "Watch my back, partner," he grins, then she shoots back. Of course. As he walks out, he grins and tells her that if she can't find a husband because of all this, then he'll step up and take responsibility. She breaks into laughter, telling him, "Stop crushing me with hope and despair both at once." Yuki bursts into the visitor's room and finds Princess Iris sitting there, calm as ever, waiting for him. "Thank you for your time," she says, and under the night sky, her seriousness hits like a punch. "Can we talk in private for a moment?" The princess throws her thanks at him for saving her, but he shuts it down fast. This wasn't some random one-time rescue. Later, she drops the truth. Clara is the name of the person he rescued, the disguise she uses to slip around freely while she carries out her research. As a princess, her freedom is locked down tighter than a cage, so she slipped away and investigated the mountains all by herself. She turns back to the problem and blurts out an apology. She admits the whole thing slipped out because she was so hyped. She declared him a trainee without asking first. She's honestly blown away by what he can do, and she wants him right by her side as a trusted confidant. But her real mission is simpler. Make sure he can keep working for the Magician Guild. No stress, no fear. She hands him a formal invite to join the guild and then leans in, ready to finally reveal the real reason she's so dangerously obsessed with magic. Yuki straight up admits he's curious, and you can't ignore how wild it is that a royal would risk their life just to chase magical research. The princess drops a shocking truth. She admits she's nothing like the royal siblings around her. She trusts him and starts spilling the tale of her grandmother's predecessor, a dazzling beauty and a magician with real talent who married into the Marquis family. Even though something odd about her body never quite made sense, she spills her secret to him because she believes he'll actually take her story seriously, exactly the kind of respect she needs before she dares to ask for what she wants. She tells her that her grandmother had 2 strange gifts, an absurdly huge talent for magic, and a second, even more mysterious power no one could quite explain. Her second trait. She always looked young, so young it felt unreal. The princess remembers meeting her grandmother at 50, and somehow she still looked like she was barely 30, before clarifying that her grandmother has since passed away. That lingering memory hits Yuki hard, the exact look, and the huge magic power feel like they're stamped into his soul, and he knows why. Mistil blood, the substance he forged, the one he created to grant those traits and the truth. He's only ever handed it to a single person. The princess demanded her grandmother's name, already certain it couldn't possibly be Alice. She finally tells everyone her grandmother's name, and it's Rachel. A faint smile flickers across Yuki's face as he weighs immortality, something ordinary people can't even begin to understand. He demands to know if anyone ever figured out why her grandmother's constitution was so strange, but the princess snaps that neither she nor her mother ever found the truth. Then he fires the most crucial question of all: did she inherit that constitution herself? She nods and confirms his gut feeling. Her magic power is way beyond normal. She's not just royal, she's the only one in the entire bloodline who can unleash the deadly Ifrit blow spell. While the Marquis family actually welcomed her grandmother, the royal family didn't, so her grandmother's situation exploded into a huge, bitter controversy. She admits one big reason she joined the Magician Guild: she was desperate to dig up the truth behind who she really is. She's obsessed with magic because she can't ignore her roots. She wants to climb to the top as a high-ranking magician and follow every trail she has to uncover what she truly is. So she turned to Lord Yuki and pleaded for his help. Yuki stares down at her shaking hands, and he realizes just how terrifying this is for her, the kind of fear that comes from bearing a secret this big to someone who's practically a stranger. With his mind made up, he gives in. I, Yuki Grossaria, will obey Highness Iris Ristia's command, and I'll head straight to the Magician Guild. Tears in her eyes, the princess slams both hands on the table, grabs his arm, and pours out her gratitude like she can't stop. Then she ups the pressure with an even bolder demand. She wants him to become her personal escort knight, a role usually locked behind aristocratic doors. She brushes off his hesitation, confident that one brutal show of power will win him the spot, then tells him to agree out loud, at least for now. Begging him to be her companion and train at the guild beside her, she finally drops the bombshell: if she's truly Alice's descendant, then her special constitution is on him to handle. So he decides to fire back with one simple question that says everything. Does your highness crave a thin-skinned venison pie served with a fiery, spicy sauce? That totally random question throws the princess for a loop, but she shakes it off and admits she's never tried it. She just loves her food spicy. And just like that, Yuki nods agreement, locked in. It isn't official yet, but he's got zero complaints about escorting her highness. He drops to his knees in front of her and swears, formally and without hesitation, to serve her. As he slips his hand into hers, he vows he'll talk to his father about the arrangement. An attendant leans in and tells him the Magician Guild's orientation for new recruits in the royal capital is coming 1 month from now. Right before she slips out the door, the princess leans in and demands one last thing. She presses hard, asking if the Elysium Temple is truly gone. Then Yuki finally confirms it's real. Right after the Kachel battle, he remembers someone had left a letter in his room. Even though nobody addressed it, that letter still spilled secrets about the Elysium Temple. The princess drops a bombshell: she's been hearing rumors about an organization that studies the ideals behind the fallen temple. She clocks his instant interest and promises to set up a meeting with the researcher. He practically jumps at the chance. Once the deal was done, the princess snapped out of it and took off. Yuki stares at his new role as her escort, feeling the weight of it hit hard. This research could uncover who the temple worships and even reveal the truth about someone like Kachil. That night he sprawls on his bed and forces his worries about the temple's followers to wait, because once he reaches the capital, he'll deal with everything. Soon after, Yuki finally reaches the main house, and right away his brother Zeros rushes in to greet him. He barges into Zero's room, one he hasn't stepped foot in for 3 long years. He takes one look around and realizes the room has flipped. Now it's stuffed with maps and documents, not those monster books anymore. Zeros wastes no time, flat out saying he doesn't care a bit whether Yuki is Lord Nosferatu. Confused as hell, Yuki watches his brother step up and swear a vow that hangs in the air like thunder. "I'll guard your secret no matter who you are, no matter what they demand. My voice won't shake, not even for a single second." Because his brother was so dead serious, Yuki tells him straight up that he believes every word. In a flash, Zero snaps his sword free with a wild, dramatic swing. Він притискає лезо до свого горла і вигукує «Це моя обіцянка», повністю ігноруючи благання Юкі зупинитися. I Zero's Grossuria will stand by your side no matter what hits next. I swear it on a knight's oath. If you don't believe me, grab this sword and then take my life. Yuki gets furious at the display, like someone shoved pure melodrama right in her face for no reason at all. His brother's way too serious, weirdly family-obsessed mindset is driving him up the wall. He grips the sword and mutters, "This is exactly why you can't leave humans alone." Zero's smirking like he's done it. Then, Yuki shuts him down and tells him, straight up, he's got a severe personality problem he needs to fix. The tension finally snapped because once they hit lunchtime, they headed straight to the main house. He yanks Yuki along with brute determination, gripping tight and refusing to let him slip away alone. Their sister, Lumia, spots them, and thinking their struggle is brotherly love, misreads every sign, then lets out a huge breath like, "Thank goodness, you two are getting along." She barrels forward, throws her arms around Yuki, and sobs tears of pure happiness. Zeros watches the whole thing unfold, and a rare, satisfied grin breaks across his face. He urges Lumia to soak up every second of this moment, because Yuki is about to leave for the royal capital. Lumia swears that starting right now, she'll head to the main house way more often, so the whole family can finally sit down and eat together. Their father rushes in, and the whole family locks into a tight, heartfelt embrace after years of bitterness. The rift is finally shattered for good. That night, Yuki finally falls asleep, and for the first time in ages, he's hit by a dream. He suddenly snaps into a vision of that massive castle from his past life. Back in the throne room again, Dean Nosferatu sits on that cursed seat like he owns the night. One of his subordinates rips through the door, shouting his name like it's an emergency. There's a young kid named Lyle Carmaine. A warm memory of peaceful days now ripped away and lost to time. His own friends mercilessly roast him until his secret motivation spills out for everyone to hear. He's trying to impress Remelia. The immortal lord clocks it instantly because Lyle, the poor kid, is head over heels for the famous, gorgeous Remelia, and he snaps at the flustered boy, ordering him to go home. Home. And just like that, he slides in a compromise. If Lyle shows up early the next morning to pitch in with the chores, he'll finally get the private lessons he's been craving. Lyle's excitement hits like a wave. He shows up not only early, but at the very first crack of dawn, shocking his old teacher out of his routine. For an immortal, years vanish in a blink, while Remelia, now fully grown, sits before him with bombshell news. She and Lyle are married. With a teasing laugh, she tells him their union has thrown a heavy cloud over the other village men. Then she drops a wild request for an anniversary gift. She wants him to teach her restraining magic. The Lord freezes, staring at her like, "What are you really up to with your new husband?" Remelia just smiles and says the magic is meant only for Lyle, then gushes that he's cool, hardworking, and dead honest. Next, she blurts out way too confidently that any woman would be crazy to fall for a man like him, and the Lord just sits there, quietly accepting it. She teases him on purpose, calls out his own teachings, and tells him straight up that she and Lyle are the perfect match. Remilia blurts out that she's always adored Lyle, then drops the real catch she'll marry him only if he throws himself into becoming the greatest magician. Because once he finally rises up as the village head, her love will hit even deeper. As Lyle's sheer determination hits like a flashback, the Lord steadies himself, ready to brew the potion. To thank him for everything, Remilia hands him a gift, Poat Hermes grassroot, famous for its powerful, nourishing goodness. Then she throws out a wild hypothetical. What would happen if two people who adore their Lord with their whole hearts ended up marrying each other? She flashes a bright smile and hits them with a jaw-dropping truth. They'll have a child, one that could turn into a wife for the lonely, immortal Lord. It's so ridiculously outlandish that disbelief hits him first. He can only stare, shake his head, and call the whole thing absurd. Remilia's bright smile crumbles, and a cold truth hits him. He's going to wipe them all out, then vanish into an eternity of lonely silence. She remembers the grief he carried when her parents died, and that's exactly why she swears she and Lyle will have a whole pack of kids. It's her last, desperate wish that somewhere down the line, one of their descendants will be born immortal, destined to stand beside him for all eternity. He challenges the whole thing, because that event is way too impossible to make any sense. As a wedding gift, he hands her a lapis stone pendant he personally dug up, polished himself, and right into the glow infused with magic. He pours out his one simple wish that she'll be happy, and she grabs it instantly, lighting up with pure joy. The memory jolts again as a young girl is gravely ill, and he stays by her side, whispering that she won't die. Even with his purification magic going non-stop, her fever refuses to budge, so she picks up on his panic and wonders why he's shaking like she's no mere mortal, but someone far more precious. He admits immortality doesn't save him from sorrow, and he hates being forced to watch everyone he knows suffer. She finds a strange comfort in it, like that quiet vulnerability cracks the wall between them. Alice shakes off the despair and vows to push herself to the limit to prove she still wants to live. After everything she went through, she demands one last thing, a promise that when she's grown, she gets to become his wife. Her heartfelt confession hits him like lightning, cracking open feelings his ancient heart swore he'd forgotten forever. That dismissive snap of his comes right back at him, because from the sickbed, a sharp rebuke hits like a slap. He just smirks and mutters that her fiery outburst means she's finally coming back to herself. Alice snatches his sleeve, and suspicion sparks instantly. She blasts him for empty promises, daring him to see if she'll swallow that childhood vow again. He shuts her down fast, telling her not to try to pry into Nosferatu's mind. He tells her time works differently for them, and he refuses to pin her future self to the beliefs of a kid. The scene flips again. Remilia is carrying twins, and right on cue, young Alice won't let up, bugging the Lord about their contest, while Remilia watches in amazement as her daughter munches the nourishing grass on Lyle like it's the most natural thing in the world. He brushes the girl's face with a soft wipe, laughs off her words as childish nonsense, and tells her it's bedtime right now. But that sweet memory slowly drains away, leaving only a quiet, heavy silence. All of this erupted just before he died in that life right after the Elysium Temple came for him, and the fates of Lyle, Remilia, and Alice slipped out of his grasp. Regret crashes over him like a tidal wave. Maybe it's better not to know joy at all, if all it does is set you up to lose it. Suddenly, the memory starts shattering and twisting, and a brutal, screeching roar tears through the air. The Lord's calm face shatters, his eyes blow wide with pure alarm. He hears this weird, buzzing noise in his head and instantly knows it doesn't belong anywhere near his memories. He reaches out and his hand slips right through the glitching memory as a faint voice crawls out of the distortion. He spots a vision that isn't his. A soldier in modern armor grips a rifle, and he starts panicking, begging his brain to explain whose memory he's really living through. A broken voice wails through the tears like a grieving dove. calling out, "My lord!" The memory hits Lyle, gripping the lord's last promise to come back, like he'd tear it out of the air with his bare hands. The name slams into his thoughts like a distant memory, calling him back Lyle. Remelia and Alice's voices collide in a shattered chorus, their words warped and snapping apart. A brand new voice bursts in, chanting about a hero and the burning wishes they can't let go of. A terrifying, smiling face crawls out of the static, whispering, "It's okay." A fierce, final thought slices through the chaos. He swears he'll wait, no matter how long it takes. It's like a sentence caught mid-breath, slipping away the second you reach for it. At the very start, he shoots awake. He rubs his eyes and suddenly the dream clicks into place, like a flashback carved from his past life. Yet the ending hit him like a curse. Twisted voices screamed out, and that last promise didn't sound like anything he'd ever remembered. He shoves those thoughts aside because the mysteries of his reincarnation are way beyond him right now, and obsessing over them would get him nowhere. Right now, he's got one clear mission: reach the capital and hunt for any shred of the people he left behind. About a month after he takes the test to join the Magician Guild, Yuki gets slammed with non-stop work so relentless he feels buried alive. He's drowning in a mountain of documents and guild rules, gets hit with orientation instructions from Her Highness herself, and now he's buried in research into the escort knight's archives. His little sister, Rumia, is aching for the days they shared. She begs him to play one last time before he has to leave for the capital. Days slipped by in a blink, and before he could even breathe, the day of his departure was here. Before the final meal, Yuki pauses mid-bite and realizes something hits hard. Eating together with family isn't something you can ever take for granted. And just like that, the moment for goodbyes slams into place. Ready for the road, Yuki stands in front of his family, about to disappear into the journey. "I'm leaving," he tells his father, his brother Zeros, and Rumia. Yuki's brother fires him up with confidence in his gifts, while a tearful Rumia pleads with him, "Please write often." His father leans in with a hard, stern warning. Their barony is an upstart, so he tells him, "Don't you ever forget our place, and remember what the higher nobility truly stands for." Then he adds that he's already tipped off the other noble families about Yuki's trip to the capital. Yuki thinks these worries are pointless, but his father just laughs it off and tells him straight up not to be rude. Zeros stares on edge and tells Martha his gut says his father's move is going to spark trouble for Yuki. The maid keenly caught Zeros' silent, unshakable disapproval of his father's attitude. Zeros makes a promise. Vows to toughen up their barony so it can stand ready to support his brother later on. Martha then leans in and promises Yuki that she'll take care of his mother, Melissa, so he can finally walk away with a clear, peaceful heart. Rumia clings to him, shaken to the core at the thought of being torn apart. And Yuki pulls her close, telling her the capital is just a 15-day trip and that he'll absolutely make time to see her during the holidays. With one last glance, he admits this is the moment. Next to Martha, he swivels around and then he's gone, walking away. As he strides away, he whips his head back and locks eyes with his family, letting them watch him off. A shocking realization hits him like a lightning bolt. This is the first time in any of his lives that someone's actually showing up to see him off. He remembers his past life as Demon Lord Nosferatu, living alone in constant terror, hunted and driven off by humans at every turn. Now he finally gets it, the kind of warmth that hits you when a human says goodbye. "Wait, what are you talking about, Yuki?" Zero demands, his brother's calm stare accusing him from the shadows. But Yuki just flashes a smile and quietly thanks him for everything. Zero slaps a hand on his shoulder and says, loud and sure, "Your family. If anything goes sideways, you can always come back anytime." As they speak, their father watches from the sidelines, his face creasing with doubt at Zeros' familiar, unsettling tone. Zeros just smirks, whispering like they've got a tiny secret no one else knows. The two brothers lock in one last fist bump, silent, but packed with understanding. As the carriage lurches away, his family pours on the waving goodbye. Yuki and Martha perch in the back of the wagon, soaking in one final, aching look at the lands of Grosseria. The moment he sets out for the capital, the whole adventure ignites. They cut across rolling hills and wide open plains, then yank the reins to rest the horses and set up camp beneath a sky full of stars. Days slam by on the road, one brutal mile after another. One morning, Martha jolts awake when the carriage suddenly shifts its motion. Yuki notices it too. The carriage ahead barely crawls, even with all that open road stretching out before them. Mode, and the delay starts to bug him, so he decides to dig in and find out what's really going on. He calls on his familiar, Dyke, and right before his eyes the creature pops into the carriage, then they blast off to scout the road ahead. Dyke rockets over their convoy like a blazing comet. Yuki flashes a grin at the stunned Martha and reveals he's got more familiars kneel in jail too. Martha's not the kind of person who gets rattled anymore. After seeing every one of Yuki's wild talents, she just shrugs and admits that nothing he does can still shock her. The bat swoops back and tells him the road is wide open. Then he panics because 3 carriages, guarded by a huge swarm of soldiers, are crawling forward at a painfully slow pace. Yuki leans in and asks the familiar, "Can you tell me who your owner is?" Dyke spots a wyvern emblem blazing on the carriage door and calls it out. The estate's guard spots the crest at once Duxury's, the ancient aristocratic house, and there's no arguing with him as he blocks the road, insisting they can't just waltz through such a massive, important convoy. Right then, the whole procession screeches to a sudden stop. A heavy sense of doom creeps over Yuki as he remembers what his father warned him. He had to tell the other nobles about every move he made. A chill hits him as he watches someone start slipping out of the lead carriage. "Martha," he blurts with urgency, "get my clothes ready right now." They move with razor-sharp precision, every step perfectly synced like they've done it 1,000 times. "That's because we're partners," Yuki says, then steps out to face whatever's coming. He marches up to the Duke's guards, dips into a respectful bow, and declares, "I'm Yuki Grossardia, the second son of Baron Grossardia. Tell me, is there anything I can do to stop this carriage?" A guard snaps him. The news inside waits Lady Odette, Duke Surrey's daughter. Another guard sneers at Yuki, telling her she ought to feel lucky just to stand in Yuki's presence. Fuming at their arrogance, Yuki braces herself for the headache of this troublesome encounter. Right in the middle of the tension, a woman's voice snaps through, "I'm sorry for my disrespectful escorts." Then, Lady Odette steps out of the carriage. Yuki watches her closely, clocking that classy, high-end dress in full glory. Yuki Grosseria stared him down, her voice sharp with worry. "This has you written all over it. I slammed the carriage to a stop because I've got a proposal for you." She gets handed an official appointment and becomes Highness Iris Ristea's escort immediately. A long buried memory hits young determined Odette, kneels beside a sobbing Princess Iris, swearing she'll always protect her no matter what. She swore that Iris was her precious friend and promised that one day she'd grow up to be her official escort. Years later, riding in a carriage, Lady Odette Suri leans in and quizzes Yuki Grosseria about how Princess Iris's escort gets picked. She demands the names of the 4 candidates picked for that legendary, high-stakes role. Yuki remembers this. Her Highness doesn't make that call by herself. Choosing her escort is a huge honor in aristocratic circles, and it's a razor-thin power balance where one wrong move could tip everything. He nails it. Those other 3 candidates have to be picked to keep the balance intact, and then it hits him. Lady Odette is one of them. Odette's words lock in his theory, but the moment she speaks, contempt drips off every syllable as she calls him the Baron's bastard. Right when the conversation heats up, one of Odette's guards barges in and bluntly orders Yuki to drop the candidacy, claiming with zero shame that only Lady Odette deserves the throne. Rage blazing at her subordinate's insolence, Odette snaps at the guard without wasting a second. As his comrades haul him away, he spits out mutters about what nobility even means. Then he outright questions the value of a duchess who gets everything served to her on a silver platter. Odette snaps with pure fury and orders the fool dragged from her sight. After she finally steadied herself, she shot Yuki an apology for the ugly scene she'd just caused. Then she drops a jaw-dropping idea they team up. Odette drops the bombshell. Those two other candidates from the marquise and count houses have already teamed up into an alliance. If they want a fair shot, they've got to do the exact same thing. She smirks and declares she'll be the ultimate winner, then insists that right up until their final duel, she'll stand beside him like a true, trusted ally. Yuki weighs the political fallout and realizes that bending the knee to a duke's house could pump serious power and prestige into his own struggling, barren lineage. He calls for a temporary truce until they reach the capital, and straight up dares them to use the ride to size each other up, figure out who's got what. Just as Odette starts to walk away, he whips around and stops her in her tracks. So right here, he's got one last question to answer. He leans in, demanding the truth about the rumor that he alone wiped out the Grafens she had summoned, thanks to her very own tutor. After she hears her father's story confirmed by Yuki, her shock hits so hard she can barely breathe. And just like that, he shoots the story down, saying it wasn't a solo job at all, but a joint effort with the princess and her soldiers. He humbly swears that beating a Grafen is beyond what any one human could ever pull off, trying to shrink the whole achievement. Odette perks up, calls his arrival promising, and bam, she seals their new alliance with a firm handshake. Later, deep in their own carriages, both of them stare out the window and start thinking hard about their brand new partner. Odette's tutor demands an assessment of the boy, and Odette admits she can't afford to drop her guard around him for even a second. Meanwhile, Yuki studies Odette up close, clocking her calm dignity, lightning-fast decisions, and no-nonsense resolve. She can't shake the feeling that Odette is masking something far stronger. The tutor presses Odette. So the Grafon story is just a rumor, right? And Odette drops the real truth. Her father heard it straight from the princess's soldiers, and even with others watching, Yuki still wiped out the beast by herself. The tutor is stunned that someone this powerful would turn down the Escarta position and offer pact with elite access and training for the princess. Odette decides that if she wants to chase her goals and keep Iris's peace intact, then she shouldn't turn him into an enemy. In his own carriage, Yuki leans in and spills his master plan to his maid. By throwing in with a duke's house, he dodges clashes with the other nobles and keeps his father safe from the mess coming for him. And yeah, he sees it as the perfect shot to pick up the real, common sense of a normal aristocrat from Odette, because he's betting that'll help him live in peace at the Magician Guild. Suddenly, his bat-like familiar swoops in with urgent news. It raced ahead and caught the trap. Dark wolves were crouched on the main road, ready to strike. Right then, a monster detection alarm blares inside Odette's carriage. Yuki jumps down from his ride and tells his maid, "Don't worry, I'll take care of it." But then he strides up to Odette's guards and they wave off his warning with pure contempt. He calmly lays out the whole plan. There's a small ghoul acting as bait ahead, while the real squad braces to hit hard from the flanks. Just then, Odette storms out of her carriage and confirms his report on the spot her people have already spotted the threat too. Her tutor shows up, eyes widening as Yuki's familiar spots the enemy's exact numbers and location with a speed and precision that straight up blows past even theirs. Odette swears she'll smash the main force with her ancient magic, then orders her soldiers to hit the diversion and draw them off. Her tutor leans in and tells Yuki to rattle the enemy ranks into chaos, and Yuki nods, ready to make it happen. He turns to Odette and asks, "So, tell me, how long does it usually take for an aristocrat to wipe out a whole pack of monsters?" She snaps at that, instantly assuming he's challenging her power. He makes it clear he's asking about the baseline. She says a normal aristocrat gets 10 minutes, but if you're from a duke's house, it's only 5. She swears she'll wrap up the job in just 7.5 minutes. As Yuki channels his own magic, Odette's tutor can't believe he's doing it himself just to pull off a distraction. But Yuki is already slipping out. She's gone in a blur, moving at insane speed. "Dude," he pauses mid-thought and admits finishing the fight in just 7.5 minutes. That's straight up insane by today's standards. He remembers this 200 years back. A whole village had to work for 20 minutes just to drop 10 of those beasts. He decides he needs to show a stronger taste of nobility so he can blend in as just another human. He creeps through the tall grass, shadowing the wolves in eerie silence. He slashes the first guy out of the way before the whole pack even gets a chance to react. As the others snap their attention on him, he bursts out with ancient magic. A raging torrent of flame explodes forward, swallowing the beasts whole. Odette and her tutor stand on the roadside, staring in sheer disbelief at what unfolds. One wolf locked onto Yuki's familiar, but Odette didn't flinch. She slammed her power into the main target. With a burst of earth-shaking power, she smashes down 2 more wolves, each strike echoing like thunder. Yuki watches from a distance, and her jaw drops as her magic lights up the world. His familiars slip back with shocking news. The last wolves are bolting, terror written all over them. Odette steps in, furious that he slipped through, and she clock watches. There are only about 5 minutes left. As his familiars thunder after the runaway wolves, he swings in at just the right moment and traps them in a tight circle. Yuki steps back onto the road and lowers his head, bowing in a formal apology. He spills his shame over messing up. He couldn't beat the monsters in 10 minutes, even though a Duke House member can clear them in just 5 hours. Nearby guards stare in stunned silence, their eyes widening at his brutal skill, while they realize their lady just hooked up with someone terrifyingly powerful. Yuki throws out an offer to dissolve their alliance because he's convinced his own incompetence is ruining everything. Odette locks eyes with him, but her face gives away absolutely nothing. "You really don't remember, and I said it?" she asks. She says that the Duke House's 5-minute countdown doesn't start until the monsters are spotted and the fight is officially on. It leaves out the whole mess of hunting them down and racing over to reach them. She flat out says that wiping them out in only 5 minutes is inhumanly fast. In that split second, Yuki suddenly realizes she's not just tough, she's secretly kind. Odette finally snaps and admits she completely misunderstood what he's capable of. She tells him that if this is really his power, then teaming up with her is way beneath him. Terrified at the idea of losing her only guidance, Yuki drops to her knees and begs. Still, he pleads with her to keep their alliance alive, begging her to teach him the ropes of aristocracy as they chase their shared goal together. A tiny smile tugs at her lips, like she already knows you've caught my eye. And yeah, she admits, I might have developed feelings for you. Right then, a tiny fluffy tail bursts out from his vest. "Sorry," he blurts. "I totally forgot about you." Odette's eyes go wide with pure, stunned disbelief. Peeking out from his clothes, a tiny, gorgeous, golden-furred fox steals the scene. Staring out over the windswept fields, the young man stands there all alone. Like trouble is already waiting, and the air itself feels ominous. There he crouches and speaks to the tiny, whimpering creature at his feet. Its whole family wiped out by a pack of dark wolves, and he offers it a spot by his side, cutting off the loneliness that was waiting to swallow it. The creature doesn't thank him. It lunges and snaps a nasty bite into his hand. Later, he breaks it all down for his traveling companion, Lady Odette, how he snatched the fox cub from the very wolves that turned it into an orphan, and how he knew this land belonged to the foxes. He softly strokes the creature's fur, and that gentle touch becomes a silent promise. "I've got you." Odette, or maybe Mies, swore the foxes and wolves fighting over territory was the exact reason those attacks ever happened. Yuki doesn't leave any doubt. He admits he saw the whole brutal event firsthand, and it's way more than a wild guess. Odette, always on edge, questions the whole idea of keeping a wild animal. Will it bite? And Yuki calmly answers by showing his already bitten finger. Even with the shock still in her eyes, he leans in and tells her the creature already apologized, and it won't hurt a single person unless someone commands it. He steps forward and formally introduces his brand new companion, a fox named Remy. Stunned that he plans to keep the fox, Yuki snaps into explanation. Remy's going to stand guard over his maid while he's off at the Magician's Guild. Odette's old attendant shrugs like it's totally normal, then says a magician having a familiar is nothing strange at all. right before they pack up and set off. As they head toward the carriage, Yuki murmurs an apology to Remy, wishing so badly that he'd shown up earlier to save its poor family. Right at the moment they're about to head out, the attendant snatches Lady Odette aside. She stares at the fox's silver fur and can't stop wondering what it really is. Maybe it's a rare silver bay fox, a whole higher rank of its kind. Odette gasps at the idea, her mind flashing back to the legends of the silver fox, an enchanted creature that can slip into a human form, and a monster no human can ever tame. Her attendant shuts that idea down cold. There's no way a simple fox could pull off a transformation that demands a mountain of magic. Odette nods like everything's fine, watching Yuki as the creature sleeps there, calm as can be. She insists it's just an ordinary fox, but as they close in on their carriage, that tiny doubt refuses to vanish. Alone behind her coach's closed doors, Odette replayed her first look at Yuki Grossaria, and man, she underestimated him hard, writing him off as nothing more than some baron's illegitimate kid, easy prey for whatever scheme she had cooking. But once she saw what he was truly capable of, her whole perspective shattered and remade itself for good. Her attendant instantly agreed, calling him a top-tier magician and warrior, praising his brutal combat power and razor-sharp judgment. Odette's mind sparks with a new plan team up with Yuki, at least until they crush their other two rivals. After that, she's certain he'll grow into her deadliest opponent. Odette can't take it anymore, so she starts casting a spell, pulling herself closer to learning everything about him. With hands that move like she's done this 100 times, she snaps her familiar into existence. At her command, a shadow serpent made of earth attribute energy crawls out from the dark. Then she sends the creature to slip into Yuki's carriage, all so she can secretly listen in on every word he says. Her goal is unshakable. She'll be the one who stands beside Princess Iris, acting as her personal escort knight. This is the future she's going to grab no matter what. Inside the other carriage, Yuki's instincts snap to attention. The moment they arrive, he clocks a familiar presence right away, just like Fox and Remy did. He unveils the simple yet deadly ward he set on the carriage, just a smear of his own blood on all four corners. So anyone who dares cross that barrier, he'll feel it instantly. He tells his maid he's heading out to meet Odette, then storms out the door. Moments later, he bursts into Odette's carriage, and she nearly jumps out of her seat. Then he blurts that he's here to help, saying her messenger familiar summoned him. Panicked, Odette scrambles and invents a cover story. On the spot, she claims she somehow meant to call him herself with her ancient magic. She pleads, hands shaking, that her spell has only one job: to summon people. She pushes the fake story again, pressing him for the exact price of what he'll trade to win that ancient item reward and become a knight. She lays out how the system works. Once you're an apprentice in the Magician's Guild, you're allowed to roam Elysium, and if you dig up an ancient relic there, you can get bumped up in court rank or even found your very own noble house. For Yuki, it meant the Grossadia family rising from Baron to Viscount. Then the shock hits, and he can't help but freeze. They debate the real catch behind titles like these. Most only last until an aristocrat dies, and when there's no heir to inherit. Yuki can't shake it. His immortality throws a wrench into any peaceful, noble future, because once the day comes when he finally dies and hands the territory over, everything he built could fall apart. Then he leans in and fires off a weird question straight at Odette. He blurts out, asking if there's an ancient thing that grants immortality, and she instantly snaps, accusing him of chasing greed, not hope. He makes it crystal clear he's not chasing immortality at all. He just wants to figure out what's driving his condition. And he can't stop asking, is it because he's got something like that he can't die? Odette's attendant leans in and admits that a magical artifact this powerful is almost certainly out there. With this fresh info, Yuki locks in his goals for good first. He'll understand humans, then he'll dig to see if Iris, that girl, really traces back to someone from his past. And finally, he'll uncover the truth of what happened to Fira Village. He can't wait to witness what his past choices unleashed, so he can judge for himself if he was right or if he truly messed up. Odette Miz doesn't treat his quest for knowledge like learning, he craves power, driven to master ancient magic. And he's basically asking, how far can I go? Even though they're both lost, the confusion between them is painfully obvious. Now she's seeing him as a real good man with no political strings attached, and she still snaps him into place as a rival, one she genuinely respects. Odette then bears her true, bone-deep reason, pure power driving everything she does. She's ready to burn down her whole world if it means protecting Highness Iris. She blurts out the truth. Iris is her childhood best friend, and life shoved them apart until magic finally became a necessity. It's a secret she's kept locked away for years, and the one thing she truly craves is to be there for her friend no matter what. With a heavy heart, Odette finally apologizes and spills the real reason she sent the familiar in the first place. She finally admits she was just trying to figure out what kind of man he really is. But she has to admit it, he's way more capable than she ever imagined because he spotted her magic in seconds, like it was nothing. Yuki brushes off her worries like they don't matter. She faces the fallout, apologizes one last time for the deception, and vows no doubt left that her goal will not move an inch. Yuki brushes off the apology and straight up understands, because the moment she shows she'll do anything to protect someone she loves, it hits him like he's been feeling the same thing. A fragile trust starts to spark between them. As they split, Odette grabs his attention and begs him next time, just knock on the window. The tension snaps, and she and her attendant burst into laughter at just how ridiculous it all is. But the laughs die down, and without a word, they both understand. Odette lays it all out. This is the real deal, and only one of them will end up with Her Highness Iris's knight position. Right after that, their carriages roll up to their destination. Right ahead of them sprawls the massive royal capital of Milgaria, stretching as far as the eye can see. Odette jabs a finger at the city's crown jewel, the entrance to Elysium. As their carriages roll through those towering gates, Yuki can't help but think about the name. Elysium, this temple was founded 200 years ago, and from the start it felt like destiny had already started knocking. So he stares up at those massive walls, and his mind races what ancient secrets are hidden in there now. In a different carriage, a young woman with long, flowing hair leans toward her window, staring out like she's hunting for answers. She whispers his name so softly no one can ever guess what's going on inside her mind. When Yuki and his maid Martha finally hit the royal capital of Milgaria, they haul their suitcases straight into the aristocrats' ward, ready to make waves. Right in front of them, their brand new lodging house towers up big, grand, and absolutely impossible to ignore. Yuki clocks it instantly. Odette Suri, the Duke's daughter, is living in the exact same kind of house right next door, since they've both been handed their own private residence. Both he and Martha let out a huge breath of relief. Thank goodness they didn't have to share a house with the Duke's family, because that private setup kept their lives their own. When they step inside, the room hits them way bigger than anyone expected. Martha, the ever-busy maid, wastes no time and declares she's going to scrub the whole place clean. When Yuki says she only needs to clean the rooms they'll use, she snaps back hard, because this is her lord's house, and she insists she has to scrub every single part of it. Yuki locks onto her determination and steps in, offering to lend a hand. Then he whips around to Remy, his trusty little familiar, and declares her the one to escort Martha, while she gets started as a maid apprentice. To pull off this new role, he tells Martha to look away for a second. He leans in and tells Remy that, as a silver bay fox, it can naturally shape-shift into a human, and he's even got a jolt of pure magica for it, a lump of power called mistal blood to supercharge its own energy. A gentle glow wraps around it like a blanket, and then boom light surges and everything changes in an instant. Remy's brand new human body snaps into the form of a 10-year-old kid, something she can barely hold for the first 2 hours. A quick look at the status screen screams one thing: it's low because it's still fresh, and the mistal blood just kicked in the exact skills it already knew how to use. And Yuki finally realizes Silver Bay Fox was born with the transformation skill, and Yuki's magic just supercharged it. He hands Rami the job becoming Martha's helper and escorting her once that power finally steadies, and the second the girl transforms, she can't wait to jump into it. Yuki lets Martha take a look, and it's the perfect nudge, because now Rime's so filthy he needs a bath ASAP. Martha stays perfectly calm, and it absolutely shocks Yuki. She calmly names the girl Rimi and tilts her head like, "So were you supposed to blow me away more than you did?" Martha then admits she's come to expect the wild, unbelievable chaos Lord Yuki brings, and she's just relieved, sincerely thankful, that he came through. "Help?" Remi wastes no time. She eagerly introduces herself as Martha's new helper, and the two instantly click. Even though Yuki offers to set up the bath himself, Martha bulldozes past his help and insists on doing it herself, swatting away every worry that her workload is about to explode. Just as Yuki starts warming the water, something rips him out of it. His bat-familiar rockets through the window like a black blur, announcing a guest to the doorman dressed to the nines. The visitor steps in and introduces himself as Iris Ristia's messenger, then immediately blurts out an apology for barging in so soon after they just arrived. He races up with a letter summoning Lord Yuki Grasuria and Lady Odette Suri for a meeting tomorrow. Next door, Odette got the exact same invitation, but before she even had time to read it, a letter from her father hit the scene and instantly crushed her mood. Her face hardens instantly, and pure fury takes over. She was loving every second of her talk with Yuki. Then, her father's words crashed the moment and tore it all apart. The letter hit him like a cold punch, showing the brutal choice he demanded from her: become a magician or face being dragged back home. At home, he lays down the truth. Being a duke's daughter means staying in the house, and he fully expects her to obey his command. Odette stared at the brutal road ahead, replaying every harsh requirement the Magicians Guild demands just to climb to the next rank. Odette's maid urges her to chase the best mentor, promising it could unlock the deletion, but Odette's eyes stay locked on Highness Iris. Nothing else. She clings to a promise she swore to Iris together forever, and she plans to hold on to it no matter what it costs. Debt rules everything, so protecting Iris is non-negotiable, and her father's demands are just roadblocks he's determined to smash through. She stands by her window, watches Yuki out there, and decides no way is she giving up, because to her, he's proof that someone else sees her potential too. The next day, at the Royal Palace guest house, Yuki and Odette square up in front of Princess Iris. Iris launches into a heartfelt, non-stop apology to Yuki, admitting she'd planned all along for him to be her escort for the night. Odette cuts in fast, insisting Yuki deserves that spot fair and square and that her father shoved her into it. Yuki replays the messy politics in his head because at 19, a royal can basically hand-pick their own knight, and Duke Suri's push for Odette left the king with no escape then. After an army general personally nominated Yuki, the other aristocrats erupted in protest, refusing to accept a baron's illegitimate son. So they slapped on another selection test as a compromise. Iris tells him she got hit with a fever right after coming back from the barony, and that illness kept her from reaching him any sooner. Once she regained her strength, they shut down every chance of her writing to him, claiming it was to dodge favoritism, even though everyone already knew he was the original pick. She couldn't bulldoze her opinion through the royal court, so she turned to him and begged, "Stay with me," as her trainee in the Magicians Guild. Still, Yuki gratefully takes it in stride, realizing this route will let him dig into that link between the princess and his old village. Iris then turns to Odette and thanks her, admitting she played that call schedule trick just to get everyone pulled away so she could finally talk with Yuki in private. Their playful back and forth hits different, showing just how tight their bond really is, and it completely shocks Yuki. Iris leans in and demands to know when Odette and Yuki first met and hit it off. Yuki leans in and tells him it all happened by pure chance, a wild run in on the road to the capital. Iris grins and boldly guesses that he must have saved Odette, but Odette coyly won't confirm it. Just shoots that princess's excitement even higher. Yuki quietly watches as the two click instantly, like they've known each other forever. Yuki spots his opening in this casual meetup and finally blurts out the question that has been haunting him. He leans in and asks Princess Iris whether anyone in her family tree is named Lyle, Ramelia, or Alice. Those names hit Iris like a gut punch, and she freezes, then forces herself to dig through her memory. She admits she only knows her roots back to her grandparents, and when it comes to the names beyond that, she can't remember a single one. Flustered, Yuki blurts out a lie he swears he saw them in a dream, begging him to protect the princess. Iris can't stop grinning as she treats it like destiny, then swears fiercely that she'll find their graves. Iris makes it crystal clear there's no way she can possibly know what happened to her ancestors that far back. Yuki explains. The missing history turns out it vanished during the Eight Kingdom War, a brutal catastrophe that wiped out almost every old record. Odette drops the bombshell that over half the ancient artifacts vanished too, and the rest got locked up in sealed darkness. Suddenly, Iris snaps back to why they're even here the escort night exam. A guard barges in, shouting that the venue has finally been moved to Sededa Cave, where a holy sword is sealed away. Right before she can finish, a guard cuts in and shouts that 2 more visitors have just arrived, Jill von Kieltz, the Marquise's son, and Geyer Wolfgang, the Viscount's boy. Iris swings the door open and tells them, "Yeah, come in. I've got something to say to every single one of you about that exam." The doors fly open, and those 2 young nobles step in like a storm breaking. These are the last guys still in the running for the escort night spot. Gilvan the Marquis's son cuts in at once, bluntly dismissing the exam as a total waste of time. With a smirk, he arrogantly declares he's the only one worthy to be the princess's knight. He shoots Iris a challenge, pressing her to say whether she disagrees. Just as the Viscount's son, Jair, timidly blurts out that Gilvan is rude, Gilvan snaps back and shuts him down coldly, reminding everyone with brutal confidence that he outranks him. Yuki watches the aristocrat's clear power game play out in front of him, and all he feels is a detached, amused smirk. Gilvan snaps his scorn straight onto Yuki. "What I can't wrap my head around," he sneers, "is why the Byron bastard is here." He tells Yuki to back off before she makes a fool of him, sneering that a lowly commoner with a tiny bit of ancient magic has 0 chance. To everyone's shock, Yuki drops into a deep bow and blurts, "I thank you from the bottom of my heart, Lord Gilvan." Deep down, Yuki's thoughts couldn't be more different because as someone who's lived for centuries, he watches each moment like it's already fading into a memory that won't last. He knows down to the last detail that this quick run-in with the stuck-up young noble isn't going to be harmless. Before he can even finish thinking, everything is about to crash to an abrupt halt. Then a knowing, almost pitying smile creeps across his face. Gilvan just stands there, staring in stunned confusion. Gilvan stumbles back in pure disbelief, his voice cracking as he faces Yuki. "You what? What did you just say?" Yuki just flashes a calm smile, even as the outburst erupts around him, and he cuts in coolly. "I'm not backing out of this exam, I swear. I think it'll be a great experience." Princess Iris watches them with a thoughtful stare, like she's already replaying the moment in her head. Sure, it might feel embarrassing right now, but she's certain it'll turn into a memory she ends up loving. Gilvan seethes at the mere thought, embarrassed, like I'd ever let that happen. Yuki just brushes him off and snaps back to the princess, then asks, "All right, Your Highness. Iris, shall we get into the exam details?" Iris locks eyes with Yuki, and pure admiration burns in her gaze. "Like I knew it," she whispers. "You're on a whole different level, Yuki Grosseria." The whole crew finally calms down as Iris starts laying out point by point the exact plan the Magician Guild has cooked up for the exam. She clutches a document in her hands, her voice iron steady and crystal clear, so everyone's already heard the rumors about the Legion entrance in that one royal capital district, right? She leans in and says the Magician Guild alone can slip into a secret passageway, and it was built back in the day to control Elysian itself. She drops the bomb. The exam will happen in the top layer of Elysian, where undead sightings have been popping up everywhere lately. Iris declares, All right, here's the truth. The holy sword is inside that cave, and getting it won't be easy. Your job is to make sure it's safe. The first one who reaches it becomes my escort knight. The words holy sword hit Yuki like a thunderclap, ripping open a buried memory from 200 years ago, his past life, and the very blade that ended him. A burning, visceral hate for long sword edges and a phantom stab pain that dragged him right back to the moment he got struck. Odetsuri lifts her hand and asks, "Can I ask something? What happens if two people reach the holy sword at the exact same time?" Iris nods and says, "All right then, the two of you will square off for it. And if both sides reach an agreement, one will be picked as the escort knight, while I'm thinking of giving the other side a matching role too." Yuki gets the message on the spot, one quick glance from Ira, and it's clear they're allies now, giving Yuki the green light to team up and cooperate during the exam. She says the exam hits in 3 days, and that's when everything else gets laid out by the person in charge, so buckle up and get ready until then. She slips in one last wish, "Best of luck to you," all right before they take off. Soon, Yuki storms back to his residence and calls out, "I'm back." Right away, two figures rush to greet him with bright smiles. "Welcome home, Lord Yuki." They cheer. He pats Remy's head softly, then grins and says, "The clothes look good on you." Was Remy good? Martha, the head maid, smiles like she already knows the answer. She's sharp, she even remembers how to fold the laundry. Remy lets out a huge yawn. Marth tells her she naps non-stop, but she's still sleepy because she's still growing, and yeah, she's a master familiar. Yuki flashes the sleepy girl a comforting grin and whispers, "Don't worry, Remy, you can sleep." With a gentle pop, she slips back into her tiny fox form, tucks herself in, and drifts off to rest. Over tea, Yuki chats the exam details with Martha, and I'm sent to scout a dungeon packed with undead. Martha's face goes pale, and I can already tell this is going to get seriously troublesome. Yuki lets out a heavy sigh as grim memories of skeletons claw their way into his mind. I hate undead things. He takes a slow sip of tea, says he'll only do what's necessary, and when Martha's face softens, he blurts out, "Just please don't go and do anything reckless." Then she slides out a warm plate of fresh, golden brown pancakes, and yeah, the honey at the Royal Kills Market is dirt cheap. So today, Martha whips up Lord Yuki's favorite pancakes because no matter how it turns out, she'll always stand right beside him. With her unshakable support, Yuki's eyes go wide in pure shock. "Can you make it the day before the exam too?" he asks, and he wants to be fully fired up. Martha grins. Of course. The exam day finally crashes in like a storm you can't dodge. The candidates line up in front of the towering Limble Magician Guild, eyes locked on the massive gates as anticipation spikes. Yuki scans the two towers, Guild's HQ and the Magician's research base, until a familiar presence closes in fast. It's General Burns. "Long time no see," the General murmurs, barely above a whisper. "It's been a while, sir." Burns lets out a heavy sigh. "Things got messy and me and the princess vouched for you, but Yuki snaps the answer out loud for him. Those aristocrats didn't agree, did they? The general just nods, grim as steel. "If they pick someone else," he growls, "I'll make sure it pays you back." He slaps his own chest with a big laugh, then swears, "I promise this in the name of Burns because you're owed, and I owe you one." The commander drives them forward now we're here. Right ahead, a huge, lifeless monument looms like a warning. This is the entrance to Elysian. A hooded woman steps forward and greets them. "I'm the examiner for today, C-rank magician Demeter Dao. All 4 of you, step into the Legion and move with care." Down inside, a spiraling staircase drops straight into an abyss where space twists out of shape. Demeter snaps that the distortion will only get worse, because this is the only route to Elysian. A guard leans in and drops advice, and I tell you, snatch the examinee beside you, clamp down on it and shut your eyes until it stops freaking you out. As Yuki plants his foot on the first stair, a wild, impossible feeling crashes over him like he's falling down and rising up at the very same time. Iris clamps a trembling hand over her mouth, her face drained of color. "What is this place?" she whispers, horrified. "This is awful. Why are you okay?" she demanded, and Yuki just exhaled. "In my previous life, I used to fly, so my balance is used to it, but right now I don't feel well." Still, his mind snaps back 200 years to when this place belonged to the Elysium Temple, a forbidden zone where any commoner who wandered too close was executed on the spot. It's a horrifying place, but deep down, some part of him is buzzing because the chance to explore what's now an ancient ruin has him absolutely fired up. General Burns booms, "We'll reach Elysium any moment, so take one last good look." The distorted passage suddenly parts, and boom reveals a terrifying view, a massive circular pit plunging down, layer by layer, into pitch-black darkness. The candidates freeze in place, utterly shell-shocked. The general tells us this underground labyrinth was carved 220 years ago, and even now, nobody's mapped it all. He says, the only place he can promise your survival is just the very top layer. Gilvan, still reeling from that warped passage, jerks his head up and yells, "Even if you're a general, watch your mouth. I'm the Count's son." Nearby, Iris stumbles and Yuki instantly thrusts his shoulder forward so she can steady herself. Demeter, the examiner, strides forward to deliver the final briefing like I said before. The undead have been spotted in the cave you're about to enter. And they're not going to be anything fancy, just low-level skeletons. They stand facing a black cave mouth carved into the labyrinth wall. Still think it's too risky. Then sprint back to the passageway right now, because the talismans there will hold the monsters off so they won't chase you. Come on, it's time to move. Move. This is the Holy Sword Cave. I'll say it one more time. If you think this is impossible, throw in the towel right now, Demeter warns. Jill von Bristles, are you threatening someone from the Count's family? Her answer comes back ice cold, and then she says, I'll warn you, lives have fallen here. She locks eyes with him and dares, if you're really that confident, then go on try walking the first floor alone, Gilvan. She points down into the chasm and says that monsters sometimes crawl into that passage. Plus, if you drop into the pit while you're fighting, you don't just lose the fight, you die from the fall, and there's no rescue coming. Got it? Gilvan shudders as his bravado finally cracks, and Demeter steps in to set the last rules go, find the holy sword buried in the deepest part of the cave. Rush there with the fastest hands, and you win this exam, and yeah, you can use magic, but no sabotaging each other. Got it? Right? She nods, of course. But we can't watch everything from here. If you get hurt, we'll heal you. If you fall back, we'll pull you out. And listen, this is nothing like the overworld. Remember that. All right, how do we prove who gets to the cave's deepest core first? One of them asks, I'll send my familiar to track you and confirm exactly where you are. You can bring your own familiar too, but if it reaches the innermost part before you do, you won't be declared the winner. Demeter locks eyes with Yuki. So tell me, what about you? Got any questions? Before he can even answer, Iris cuts in, I've got it, I understand. And she asks a sharp, thoughtful question. This holy sword is ancient and priceless, so why on earth is it locked up here? Around her, the other candidates shoot sharp, annoyed looks at each other like her question just landed at the worst possible moment. But the examiner finally snaps back, and the answer is almost too simple. It's one of those ancient relics no single soul can truly wield with the holy sword. She whips her gaze to Yuki, and if you're curious, she tells him to go ask an official member. Demeter glances at them for a beat, then realizes the other three are locked in on nothing but the exam, while he's already thinking past it. Got it 5 whole minutes, she declares, and the countdown starts. Think it through alone or huddle with your friends, because you'd better prove that the one fit to stand beside Her Highness has the brains and the skill. That's the whole deal. As the moment kicks off, Odette strides right up to Yuki and fires, "Yuki, did you bring your familiars with you?" She leans in and makes her move. "Forget the honorifics, we're equals until we clear the Holy Sword Cave." Yuki nods like she gets it. Odette makes sense, and she adds, "I also heard honorifics can stall the whole conversation." Odette unrolls the map right in front of us, and then she sets the plan in motion. Here's what we're doing next. She jabs 2 paths in front of us, go straight and wade through a ton of undead, or detour around with only a few. "So, Yuki, what should we do?" I grin and say we take the straight route. The undead drag so slow, we'll zip past them using the boost. Uki thought it through. Boosted only lasts a short time, so that's out. Then he glanced at his other ancient tricks, summoning Snake and pulling on the force of earth, with nothing but skeletons and ghosts crawling around. He gritted his teeth and decided, "All right, I'm ending this." Suddenly, Odette drops to her knees in front of him, face stone. Serious, eyes begging, "I need you to be Iris's escort knight." Yuki snaps her head up, totally stunned. "Wait, that's not what we agreed on." She stares at him, firing back, "I've told you already, Iris and I were childhood friends." She leans in, choking up with emotion. "I've heard how strong your highness's constitution is in this barony, and how the other princes and princesses look down on you, all because your grandmother was a commoner's descendant. Iris is really trusting you with this." She clutches his hands in hers, squeezing tight. "Yuki, please, I need Iris to be happy." Her eyes blaze with pure determination, and that's exactly why I think the one with the power to protect her should become her escort knight. Yuki waits quietly as she thinks, "Iris is more than just someone important. She's a real friend." Then she speaks up, "I'm satisfied with being on the sidelines and helping out." He gently tugs their hands away, then I shoot back, "I'm not exactly dying to become Her Highness's escort knight. Let's pause the chatter and focus on clearing the exam first." Odachik bites down, clenching her fist in stunned, quiet disappointment. Right. Their 5 minutes are up now. The 4 candidates line up at the cave entrance, strategies locked in, and pure determination set in stone. Demeter shoots one final glance at them and shouts, "All right, give it everything you've got." Next, General Burns stands on the platform, staring down the action with a face that gives away nothing. The examiner shoots her hand up high in the air. "All right, then." Then she barks one last command. She slams it down, and just like that, the exam ignites. The 4 candidates explode forward as one, diving straight into the Holy Sword Cave's waiting darkness. The exam kicks off, and the students dive into position, hands flying as they ready their spells. The secret to scoring early is how fast their incantations hit. But before anyone can even finish a single verse, Yuki snaps into action with impossible speed, and his power detonates in the blink of an eye. He rockets in and scoops her up in his arms at once. "Sorry, Odette," he says, all calm. "We're taking the lead right away." Now, Odette freezes in pure shock, completely flustered by that sudden move. Her rivals can only stare in stunned disbelief, and her chant hangs unfinished on her lips. As Yuki hauls her into the dungeon, he reminds her they're partners and tells her to take over the chanting while he focuses on the rest. The words land, but they don't exactly soothe her burning embarrassment. They recklessly dive into the cave's black abyss, charging headfirst at a pack of skeletal undead. And while Odette's warning screamed in his ear, Yuki plowed straight through the creatures, barking for them to get out of his way. Odette's jaw dropped in pure disbelief. The undead didn't attack him at all. They backed away, trembling with raw, undeniable fear. Earlier, the whole pack of skeletons suddenly shudders back and starts retreating. Yuki lays out his plan. His dagger isn't dipped in silver at all, it's coated in missile blood. His rare blood doesn't just purify it, obliterates the undead on contact, burning them away with a ferocity that dwarfs any normal cleansing. This terrifying power is the reason his old title, Vampire Lord, was born, because every undead thing would scatter from him, desperate to outrun purification. Spotting his opening, he yells at Odette to cling on tight, then they sprint deeper into the dungeon like their lives depend on it. From up high, exam proctors keep watch over everything, while the Knight Elysian leans in and lays out the dungeon's dark past. The Elysium Temple sprawls massive and ancient, and right now, we've only cracked open the very top layers. He flashes back to a chilling legend about a mighty ghost, once a priest of Elysium, said to haunt the deepest pits of all. Lady Demeter waves off the worry and points out that protective talismans coat the halls, keeping those things from popping up unless someone calls them forth. And Elysian nods along, swaggering over the preparations, yet she can't ignore the site's dark past, because this place has been a battlefield. And seeing battle-worn spirits lingering here would be no shock at all. Right in the middle of their conversation, a nasty, malevolent aura snaps the moment shut and traps them in dread. Ghosts spill into the hallway, and Demeter's stomach drops with pure alarm because she knows a high-ranking undead has just arrived, strong enough to wreck the talisman's power. Elysian grips his axe tight, realizing physical hits usually bounce off spirits, but his blade is different, and it's about to prove it. He hurls his enchanted axe through the air with ruthless, earth-shaking force. Demeter crashes into the brawl and hurls a darkness thorn spell that latches onto the spirits and pins them in place. She can't shake the shock. Why are they showing up now, way past the Requiem Festival, when that whole thing was supposed to finally calm the souls left from the old war? A chilling voice ricochets down the hall, sneering at how slowly she's trying to cast her spell. The ghost spills the truth about kings and then drops a shocking clue about a mysterious seventh priest. Elysian, on edge, corners Demeter and demands to know if the examinees are truly safe. As she checks their progress, her jaw drops. Yuki and Odette are already barreling toward the finish, somehow slipping past every undead without a single fight. Elysian isn't even surprised this is exactly like the boy. But Demeter's totally thrown off by how fast his magic moves, and how insanely powerful he is for just a trainee. While she wrestles with these thoughts, her trusty magical mouse, always one step ahead, suddenly freezes and cuts off the noise, scouting the other path in stunned silence. It hits you instantly. Demeter can tell this undead isn't playing by the rules her familiars hit harder. A sick premonition crawls over her skin, and the proctors finally stop watching and march into the cave themselves. Minutes earlier, the other team had lagged way behind, and Lord Jilvan's patience snapped as he watched Yuki's speed streak past him. And even as Guile, his partner, tries to calm him down, he clings to the hope that the undead will finally start losing speed and slow their rivals to a crawl. Jilvan storms up to Gale, fists clenched, demanding to know why he stopped him from casting a disabling spell on Yuki. Guile lays it out. This was all part of a master plan to make Jilvan earn victory, the honorable way in a straight-up duel against Odette. Livid at the thought of such a cheap move, Jilvan snaps and strikes his partner, roaring that he'll win with honor and lift his family's name for everyone to see. He tears into Guile, preaching the ideals of nobility like they're the only truth that matters. Jilvan shifts tactics and barks that Gial has to unleash his family's legendary specialty ghost magic. He orders his partner to guide him straight to victory. Guile nods and braces himself, ready to unleash the ancient, world-shaking magic he was taught just for moments like this. This is the ultimate spell. Elysium's dead don't just stay put here. They get fully controlled. Jilvan's master plan wasn't just a cover, it was the whole truth. Through bribes, he dug up which undead would crawl into view, then figured out exactly how to seize control of them the moment they showed up. Guile comes from the Wolfgang family. Their household is famous for ghost magic, so they've basically built him into the perfect weapon for this plan. Jilvan smugly size-ups Giles's reliability, already plotting how their partnership is going to take off. Gil kicks off the incantation, his voice booming through the air as he commands the undead to bow to his will and tear his enemies apart. A tidal blast of magical energy surges out from him, ripping through the air. Jilvan watches with bated breath, sure he's about to pull off the win. Skeletons claw up from the earth under his command, and he roars like he's won everything. "Yeah, this is our win," he roars, declaring it like it's already done. But just as he's about to celebrate, a shadowy force yanks him out of it. A booming, ancient voice crashes through the cavern. Then I realize it's awakened me, who swung open the gate to the living world. Then the entity's gaze snaps to the terrified boys. Guile's spell detonated in the worst way possible. He accidentally summoned Roguel, the legendary seventh priest of the Elysium Temple. A brutal surge of dark energy explodes outward as the priest unleashes a massive shockwave. Then came the exact power that finished off Demeter's familiar. The skeleton's master now had it under control, whipping it into shivers of terror at the new owner. Dilvin stops dead and remembers a spine-chilling legend, the ghost that haunts the dungeon's underlayer, drifting through the dark. His stomach drops with dawning dread. Giles's magic has yanked in an ancient, top-tier wraith. He panics, frozen in place, because he has no idea how to stand against something this powerful. The priest's icy voice slices through his terror, pressing for the exact location of the ancient item. Gilvan hurls himself into a desperate charge, but like nothing, he gets effortlessly dropped before it can even matter. Then he crumples to the ground, completely defeated. Rogel looms over him, roaring so loud it bounces through the chamber like it's been chasing us our whole lives, because the new world will be carved by this hand. As Yuki and Odette stumble into a giant, empty cavern deep inside the dungeon, his words slam straight into their ears. Right then, the proctors finally caught up, bursting into the deepest part of the ruins to witness the catastrophe explode in real time. While Odette throws a victory celebration after the exam, Yi steps in and congratulates them. She panics on the spot, blushing as she admits she barely helped at all. Staring straight at the cave mouth, she yells into the dark, praying Lady Demeter is up there watching their win. Suddenly, Yuki's eyes lock onto the cave's pitch-black depths. A crushing silence fills the room, suffocating every heartbeat. Before Odette can even put a name to that feeling, she blurts that the other team just showed up. Then, Yuki snaps it down fast, sensing danger in the air. A crushing, pitch-black power rolls off the incoming figure, like the night itself is closing in. It's Gale Wolfgang, but he isn't alone. A towering, shadow-swallowing specter looms over his shoulder, backed by skeletal minions that spit cold necromancy at every turn. Odette Christians. The magic clocks it instantly. Gale isn't just acting strange. A wraith has taken hold of him. A shadow murmurs in a voice that's ancient, cold, and terrifyingly alive. It introduces itself as Roguel, the seventh priest of the Elysium Temple. Odette gasps at the thought of a priest summoning ghosts in a place like this until the specter snaps back, saying it was him who answered a call from ancient magic. Roguel barks at Yuki to step aside, but the kid snaps out with a dagger in hand and refuses to back down. The ghost rips out a deadly attack, and the danger hits like a nightmare. Yuki casually summons a wall of dark crystals, sealing himself off from the attack. The priest is instantly thrown off. He never saw this defense coming. Yuki stands his ground and declares it loud, "Those dead folks have zero right to mess with the living." His thoughts sprint, replaying the time another student tried to pull off the very same ancient magic. He remembers the Whispers priests from the Elysium Temple once died right here, their souls perfectly ripe for summoning. He starts wondering, did Gale accidentally summon that spirit, or were his orders from someone higher up? The name Elysium Temple ignites a vicious old rage in his chest, because in his past life, it was them who dragged him down and hunted him like a monster. And then, right in front of him, one of them finally appeared. Right as another crew of students shows up, Yuki throws out a sharp warning, "Stay back!" The newcomers shout in panic when they spot the general ringed by the undead. A fearless student named Suri steps forward and fires up her courage to take on the skeletons. She hurls a spell and orders the ghost to stay far from the trainees. A vicious vortex of thorny vines violently erupts from the ground, and a spell of pure darkness crashes down. But the ghost sneers and throws up a barrier, swatting the attack away like it's nothing. Suri can only stare, frozen in pure shock. The spirit jeers at her, sneering that the magic of this era is slow and pathetic. It declares that the Elysium Temple is destined to seize control of the entire world. With a vicious surge of power, it detonates a brutal blast, and every student gets blasted off their feet. The whole cavern shakes violently from the sheer blast of magic. The priest finally bears his real motive. He's hunting for an ancient treasure hidden right here. And the humans. They're just background noise on his mission to push humanity into a brand new evolution. As he talks, Yuki streaks in with blinding speed, slicing straight through the possessed Gale. The boy lunges out of nowhere, and the ghost is instantly thrown off guard. The spirit sneers, swearing its ethereal body can't be cut or hurt by any blade made of steel. But Yuki blurts out one word, purification, and a violent burst of light rockets from his hand, making the ghost jerk back, writhing in pure agony. The priest gasps in pure disbelief, reeling from the strike, and Yuki just shoots back a chilling line about the irony. The guy who rejected humans and called them monsters has now fully snapped and become one himself. Rage flares in him as the ghost demands to know exactly what he's talking about. Yuki surges forward again, commanding the ghost of the past to vanish right now. Right here, their powers slam together again. He shouts to Odette, telling her to get ready right now. He casts purification once more, and that holy energy slams straight into the spirit. The strike rips the ghost free from Gale's body. Odette now, he orders. Odette snaps into action and unleashes the power of Earth, crashing it down on the specter the second it's finally exposed. The spirit screams as raw, unstoppable magic rips straight through its body. Yuki tells you the terrifying truth: the dead can cling to the living, siphoning their magic power to fuel themselves. With its grip cut loose from the host, the priest is stripped of all power, fully helpless. The ghost leans in, demanding, "So, how are you using that knowledge, Yuki?" Yuki dodges the question and then fires right back, blaming the priest for every war and wreckage he unleashed under the banner of human evolution. Wounded and cornered, the spirit claws out one final plea: "Give me the holy sword." It finally blurts out its real dream to master the sword and crack the mysteries of life, evolution, and resurrection. Odette, stunned out of her mind, turns out that holy sword wasn't meant to bless people with life at all. It was forged purely to cut down evil. Yuki suddenly knows the sword isn't just steel, it's hiding a secret meant to lure a ghost. With a surge of resolve, he vows to find out for himself, and starts climbing that rock wall where the sword is lodged. Odette begs him to slow down, gripping his heart as she warns him not to get reckless and rip into a sealed ancient relic. As his hand clamps down on the hilt, his eyes snap wide with shock. A voice crashes inside his head. "Welcome back, my lord." He yanks the blade out of the stone like it's been waiting for him all along. A brutal jolt rips through him, and he coughs up blood like his life just shattered. And the truth slams into him with iron certainty. This is the holy sword that ended his life 2 centuries ago. The crowd goes dead silent as he grips the legendary weapon like it's the moment the world starts bending. His head goes wild with hacked intel, and the sword's memory surges right along with it. He shoots the blade a ruthless stare, then snaps an order: "Wake up, holy sword, Linkarl!" He swings the sword, and that familiar weight snaps through his hands like a homecoming. It feels weightless in his hands, nothing like the way he remembers it, because he can still picture his old friend Lyle, back 200 years ago, gripping that same blade as his arm shook with fear. As his final moments replay in his head, Mendolph's walls close in, forcing his dearest friend to end it with a strike. He can't stop thinking about Lyle, Alice, and Remelia, praying they're finally happy, and that people truly celebrated Lyle as the hero he always was. He knows the Elysium Temple would have never let Lyle breathe easy for a second. The ghost of the priest, Roguel, watches his dreams shatter in front of him, and terror claws at his chest. Yuki snaps around and fires one last question. "Do you know Lyle from Fear of Village?" And the ghost panics instantly, frantically insisting he has no clue. Yuki digs deeper, demanding whether that temple really crushed and killed the hero and his family, only for the priest to swear up and down it's a lie, and that no order like that was ever issued. "I get it," Yuki whispers. Then he snaps. "It's over. Disappear." With one final, ruthless strike, he erases the spirit's very existence. Now it all clicks. This sword wasn't just locked away, it was sealed with his own blood, mixed with the demon lord Nosferatu's, so no one else could ever use it again. The moment he drew the blade, it flared to life and bowed to him like it had finally found its true master. But there's still one more person out there who could wield it. Odette's frantic voice snaps through his focus and she blurts out what he's doing. Reckless, careless, and way too risky. He stays cool and says, "It was an emergency. I'm just getting it back." And her frustration just spikes through the roof. She insists that once they learn how he woke a weapon that's been dead for 200 years, everybody's going to swarm him for answers. He raises one finger to his lips, silencing the moment with a bold hush. It's a secret, and once you know it, everything changes. While the other students rush to help the unconscious jail, Yuki sits there and replays everything he learned after hacking the holy sword Linkarl, because that blade can do two wild things: erase the souls of evil and grant reincarnation to the good, and that second power was already used on him. And then boom, he got reincarnated, all because the sword's power kicked in. But when he skimmed the sword's past in a flash, one fresh entry screamed for his attention. Under his own name, D. Nosferatu, there sat a second, temporary user. Alice Carmaine used 199 years ago, right when his reincarnation happened too, and after 2 brutal centuries, his loyal subordinate is finally within his grasp. A few months back in the Grossedia Baroni, a young maid named Martha finally asks right out loud how her mother's doing. Her mother leans in and tells her the good news: her stubborn cough is finally gone. And every time young Lord Yuki visits, she feels stronger and stronger, while the real reason Marspek's healing herbs. The mother pauses and realizes 5 whole years have slipped by since Martha first started working at the mansion, and that thought hits her like a punch, because she's terrified for her daughter's future. She leans in and tells Martha, real soft since Lord Yuki is illegitimate. He's about to head off to university, so Martha better start hunting for a new job or a husband. But Martha's resolve is ironclad. Her only goal is to keep helping Lord Yuki, no matter where his journey drags him next. Her mother smiles warmly, running her fingers through her hair, totally sure that someone like Yuki is meant for way more than a normal life. But as Martha stares out the window, one haunting question claws at her thoughts. Can I really keep up with him? Right now, deep inside the underground maze, Yuki checks the stone wall, and just like he feared, the protective talisman on it has been smashed to pieces. Nobody saw it coming. This twist hits out of nowhere. The exam's result was sealed, and now the princess's escort night was the only thing left to happen. Hold up, just moments ago, Odette was fired up, insisting he'd crushed the priest's ghost and earned the exam win, so he alone was the only man who deserved that spot. She refused to steal the spotlight for his victories because Yuki was the one who secretly yanked the holy sword from its pedestal. She might have been happy to serve as his escort knight, but as a duke's daughter, her pride wouldn't let the truth stay buried. Yuki's thoughts drift straight to the holy sword, Linkarl, and it hits him hard. It wasn't just soaked in his blood, it was stained with the blood of someone he'd come to cherish. He remembers the sword's usage record, a relic that dates back 199 years. From that one clue, he snapped the truth into focus. Someone who understood the sword's power had planned their own death just to be reborn right beside him, in the same air. And that someone was Alice. A heavy sigh rips out of him. He still has no clue what happens after you die, but now, one thing clicks: she's Alice. And she's out there somewhere in this world. A brand new resolve claws its way into his bones. He'll hunt her down, no matter what she's turned into. Wait up, I'm coming for you, quietly, and I'll find you for sure. But before anything else, there's one more problem waiting. He strides up to Lord Gylvankeel, and the moment he's in range, the Lord jolts back, visibly rattled by his sheer presence. With a sweet, deceptive smile, Yuki demands a private chat about the undead that attacked her, because that lingering problem is hanging over the Elysium Temple. Jill Von Swallows trembled in panic, trapped with nowhere left to run. Yuki storms up to him and demands, point blank, whether his and Gaia's real goal was to sabotage their progress. Then Jilvan finally admits it was. He quickly clears the air. Gaia only learned that ancient magic from his father's connections and swears they never once tried to summon the ghost of an Elysium priest. Next, Yuki isn't buying it for a second. Her face says it all. Jilvan crumples to his knees, begs for forgiveness, admits he's utterly defeated, and finally admits Yuki saved Gaia's life. Yuki brushes off the apology, then he leans in and demands, forget that. Find the person who taught magic to Gaia. He says the real gut punch isn't just the talisman getting shattered, it's that the culprit's identity is finally clear. And he's furious about how they twisted Gaia into unleashing necromancy. Jill Von is stunned. Could Elysium Temple worshippers really be hiding inside the Kielsen Wolfgang families? Yuki just can't say for sure. Odette strides forward, face set in stone, and just like Yuki warned, she snaps, I don't like the idea of the Elysium Temple bringing us trouble. She shoves Jilvan straight into the truth of what's happening, because if Yuki hadn't stepped in, Gaia would have stayed nothing but a hollow vessel for that priest's spirit. He'd get drained of every last drop of magic until he was left with nothing. She refuses to let them brush it off no matter how high their ranks are. The culprit can't be ignored, and they have to hunt down the clues. With his head hanging low in shame, Jilvan finally admits defeat. The whole group nods in sync, commits to crawling back up to the surface, and promises the princess everything they've uncovered. Yuki throws the formal investigation over to the Magic Guild, but he's got a louder alarm ringing in his head, because his most urgent personal mission comes first. Now he has to dive straight into the hunt for the one and only current Alice. In the royal palace, Princess Iris gets the first report and grins wide. Lord Yi just finished the exam before anyone else. Then, standing right in front of Yuki and Odette, she praises them for crushing it and doing an amazing job. Odette humbles herself and brushes off the praise, insisting it was Yuki who actually wiped out the ghost. Yuki shoots back on the spot, insisting he couldn't have saved Gaia without Odette's clutch, game-changing help. He insists they're even, because it was her magic that broke the spell and let him finally move. Their polite debate explodes, and suddenly they're both trying to outdo each other, crediting the other more and more until it spirals. Watching them, the princess breaks into a warm, heart-melting smile. I watch you two click instantly, like you've known each other forever. She just smiles as she says it. Then she makes it crystal clear. Yuki's personal escort for the night gig isn't official yet. Her voice drops into seriousness as she zeroes in on the report's biggest bombshell. Yuki awakened the Holy Sword. The vibe flips in the blink of an eye. Yuki begs for the chance to draw her sword again right in front of her so she can prove it for real. He's desperate to keep this under wraps, terrified that if word gets out that a baron's illegitimate son is holding an ancient relic with this kind of power, the whole political world is going to explode. Still, the princess swears to keep everything under absolute lock and key, so she decides to witness the act firsthand before she ever puts together an official research team. From Lord Yuki, she says her eyes shining with raw admiration, because she truly can't believe how amazing he is. Watching Yuki, he suddenly freezes because she looks just like Alice. He mentally runs through his checks for proving who she really is first. His Mistel blood if she's Alice, then her own blood has to match it, sharing those exact same properties. The second step is simple on paper. She has to press her hand to the Holy Sword, but he can't just ask for a blood sample. The second she brushes the blade, he could try to hack into it and then feel a reply stirring from Alice's soul. His final move is to read her every move, but deep down he's already convinced he knows exactly what the answer is. In his dream, the figures begged him to protect Princess Iris, but when he brought it up to her, she didn't flinch at all, and he ends up with a sting of disappointment, like she's probably not the one he's really hunting. Odette's voice slices through his head, snapping him out of his staring with a sharp scold. The princess beams at him now. "Lord Yuki, my escort night after night. You'll stay by my side, no matter what." Right when he thinks he's got her figured out, her pure enthusiasm blindsides him. Odette hisses in a rush that he has to fire back with a flattering response right now. Since he's never dealt with anything like this, Yuki falls back on a formal vow swearing his undying service and protection, like a humble knight pledging himself to her. Overjoyed, the princess snatches his hand and pours out heartfelt thanks, and he finally exhales in relief because somehow he just cleared that terrifying social test. Then he drags his dream back into the spotlight again. She remembers every name he dropped at Sir Lyle, and Miss Ramelian nails it instantly, realizing those people mattered to him more than anything. Nervous and unsure, she blurts out if any of them is his old fiancé. "Not really," he snaps back, then admits he's never even had a lover. So yeah, a fiancé has never been on the table for him. The princess goes completely blank, like all her words just got ripped away. She pushes forward, pressing him for the truth. Wasn't there even one soul he loved, someone dear to his heart? Odette pants in his ear, begging him, pleading for him to finally read what the princess is really feeling. Yuki completely misreads everything, convinced Alice is running some kind of test about his past life relationships. Odette snaps back at him with icy precision because the princess isn't just talking. She's putting his devotion above everyone else to the ultimate test. Realization hit him like a punch. He flips the moment he's called out, firing off the truth. Princess Iris is the only one that matters, and every old love pales in comparison. He vows to bury his past for good and throw his whole life at her. The princess locks eyes with him, and total disbelief hits her face as his clumsy, painfully obvious flattery falls flat. The air turns painfully awkward, like everyone's frozen in the same embarrassing moment. As Yuki gets dismissed, Odette steps in and pleads with the princess to let them talk, just the two of them, like old childhood friends. She leans in and asks Iris why she's wearing that troubled face, even after Yuki swore his loyalty. Ever since that recent fever, Iris bursts into a confession she's been plagued by strange dreams ever since. In those dreams, she was trapped in a far-off village, living under a guardian deity who'd been her beloved since she was a kid. No matter what happens, those dreams always crash into tragedy. After hearing the full story, Odette realizes the dream isn't just random, it's painfully, shockingly specific. Iris leans in and tells them the lord from her dreams feels freakishly, no, painfully like Yuki. She can't help but wonder, was that really a memory from its own life? Because in the dream, her parents weren't just there. They were also Lyle and Remelia. Odette shuts down her own theory with one cold diagnosis: she's not in love. She's suffering from lovesickness. She claims Iris just caught feelings at first sight, like her brain is spinning a story to make it sound true, while Iris snaps back, insisting those dreams felt way too real to ignore. Odette demands proof, and Iris slips it right out. Boom, the evidence is revealed. In her dream, the villagers handed her a crest and told her to hunt it down in the years to come. She's convinced that once she finds this crest, her dreams won't just feel real, they'll finally be real, like proof from the past. Odette snatched the parchment covered in her drawing. She leans in and swears she'll set them up with a way to investigate the pattern. Out in the open, Yuki stands there by herself, totally clueless that the conversation happening behind those doors is about to flip her entire world upside down. Odette spots Yuki in the rush of the streets and pulls him in right away, reminding him of the promise he made to come check out the spot she picked. She blurts out their destination right there: it's the Commerce Guild. Yuki, still fresh to this city, can't help but question why they even came here. Odette breaks down why it matters for a magician, because every expedition can drop rare treasures, and those items get appraised and sold on the spot. Yuki's still not buying it. He's convinced treasures like that don't come easy until Odette shuts him down, reminding him, "You're the guy who actually pulled the holy sword, so don't act like this is impossible." She tells him that digging up some long-lost ancient treasure could rocket his family's status even higher, or even give him the power to found a brand new aristocratic housia, the one he's already fought to earn. And Yuki finally clocks her real plan. She's shaping him for what's coming, forging his bond with the guild. Also, when the day hits and his part in shattering the Holy Sword's seal is revealed, he's ready. After hashing it out with Iris, they decided to keep the truth locked away, swapping Linkar's legendary sword with a replica, while the real one was left abandoned, rotting in its cave. This was the real reason Odette pulled them in. Stunned by her sharp foresight, Yuki tells her she's dependable and pours out heartfelt thanks for meeting her. His honesty hits so hard it leaves the young nobleman completely flustered, mouth shut, and unable to speak. He clocks that nobles usually deliver those feelings through stiff, formal letters, and he offers to teach her their ways. Just then, a carriage barrels toward him and his full attention snaps to it instantly. Odette clocks it instantly. Only the royal family would move around incognito like that. Right on cue, Her Highness Iris bursts out of the shadows like she was never gone. After she brushed her attendant away, Iris shoots them an apology for the trouble, then begs to walk with them. She's desperate to learn what's out there beyond the palace walls. Even though she's still a trainee at the Magic Guild, she straight up admits her understanding of the outside world is basically next to nothing. To stay under the radar, Iris begs Yuki to call her Iris, only while they're out in public. He nods along, but a slip of the tongue almost spills a name from his past until he snaps it back before it can escape. Once the misunderstanding got wiped clean, the trio kicked into motion and kept going. They dash in and spot it right ahead, looming like a giant royal capital's legendary Grail company. That towering building is so massive, it floors Yuki, making the baronial mansion he used to call home feel tiny. Odette leans in and declares the Grail Company is a massive empire, sprawling with branches across the kingdom beyond the horizon, running more than just trade, sinking heavy investment into major moves everywhere. Iris says the company's clout is so massive, it's rumored to stay unshaken even when war finally erupts. As they draw closer, Yuki spots the company's crested castle shape, and it hits him hard, because it looks just like the old castle in Fira village. With her appointment confirmed, Odette pushes through the doors and ushers them inside to meet the manager. They're welcomed into a lavish hall, and Yuki finally uncovers the truth. This isn't some casual tour. At Iris's insistence, Odetta set up this meeting to dig into the exact emblem that had snagged Yuki's attention. The Slay family's long-running partnership with the Grail Company earned them a reception so special it felt unreal. As they sit in a private room, trapped in the silence as the wait drags on, Yuki spots the very same crest in Old Castle's relief and a bat confirming his suspicions and yanking him back into painful memories of his former life as Dean Nosferatu. Iris admits she set up this meeting just to nail down what her recurring dream has been screaming at her. Right as she dares to hope their visit might finally bring answers, a knock slams the door and snaps the moment in half. Rodaria, the manager, storms in, instantly spots her distinguished guests, Highness Iris and Miss Odette Slay, and locks onto them like she already knows exactly why they're here. She makes it crystal clear before she'll take that role, you better know the royal family inside and out. Once Yuki gets introduced, Rotaria drops a jaw-dropping display of knowledge reciting his father, Lord George Grossaria's military victories, like he's reliving them. Iris kicks things off, saying she's gotten word the Grail Company holds records dating back before the Eight Kingdoms War. 4. Rodiria makes it clear they don't have every single record, but the most crucial info has been handed down from one manager to the next for generations. Iris sucked in a breath, then poured out her dream, how a blessing was promised to Alice Carmine and her lord. If only they could track down a spot marked by a bat's crest and an ancient old castle. Yuki presses her hard, demanding to know exactly where that information came from. Iris bursts out that it was her own father right from inside the Dream Lyle car while the other villagers crowd around. Yuki finally gets hit with the truth, and it lands like a bolt out of nowhere. The dream didn't just show futures, it sealed a promise from the villagers they'd pool their money for their lord. A generational endowment meant to power the day he and Alice were finally reunited. Yuki freezes when she realizes that a marriage endowment somehow survived, stretching across 2 whole centuries. To Roderia's and Iris's shock, Roderia straight up confirms it's real. Of course, she says the Grail Company was created for one reason, and that reason alone. She drops the bombshell. The company's founders are the same people who fled Fira village. Then they took the emblem from their homeland's castle, so they'd never forget where they came from or the promise they swore. For 200 years they clung to one vow, no matter how tangled the fate got. They'd always be their lord's people. The crushing weight of that generational loyalty hits Yuki like a tidal wave, and he can't even find the words. Roderia ushers them out of the room and swears she'll lay out the whole truth right after this. She leads them down a stone staircase and into a hidden chamber lurking beneath. Right in the middle of that brutal, silent room, a table stands, and on it lies an ancient, plate-shaped relic. She tells you this is the ancient original artifact passed down and guarded by her ancestors for generations. That revelation blows Iris away because even the Magic Guild only has replicas of treasures like those. Roderia breaks down the artifact's straightforward job, matching a registrant's handwriting and magic as proof of who they really are. She shoves a quill into Yuki's hands, telling him to scratch his name into it and pour his magic into the ink. Under Iris's tear-choked stare, he steps forward and carves the name he used to carry Dean Nosferatu. As he finishes, Iris crumples with raw emotion and whispers, "My lord," like the words might shatter her. The plate starts glowing and Rodaria's voice turns reverent as the ritual finishes confirmation sealed. She declares, "This is the moment one we've waited for ever since our first founders, spanning 200 long years." She reveals the manager role has been locked in, handed down only to the first generation's descendants, bound by the exact words their ancestors left behind. Once the confirmation was done, Roderia Kufi stood up straight and swore her loyalty to him officially, without hesitation. With her duty finally done, she starts spilling the long, hidden story of everything that happened after her lord and Alice Carmine vanished from the world. The flood of revelations hits you all at once, like your brain can barely keep up. Overwhelmed, Yuki can't even wrap her head around how heavy the truth really is. The truth that Alice got reborn as Princess Iris, that Rotaria's bloodline came from Fira village, and that the villagers somehow sensed his dreadful revelation was all one connected chain. Right as he tries to untangle his thoughts, his eyes snap to Iris. Right then, his mind flashes a memory from his past self, and the truth hits him like a punch. "It's really you, Alice." A haunting flash of the past slams into his eyes, 2 young girls grinning side by side, their bond so strong it stretches through time itself. Iris stared at him, worry creeping across her face. Couldn't it hurt? Not a little. Alice's last, desperate move won't leave his head, and I can't help but wonder, did it hurt her? With Iris staring downward, her voice turns quiet and heavy, and yeah, you can tell she means it. He can only nod along because the truth is, that pain probably crushed him. She slips her hand into his, gripping her own chest like it's on fire, and then she blurts it out. She says the agony she felt a moment ago was nothing compared to the pain that crushed her when she finally realized you were gone. While the two get lost in a heavy, emotional moment, Rodaria lights up. She can barely contain herself as she watches her lord reunite with the companion he holds so dear. Suddenly, a jolt of realization explodes in Yuki's mind. He whips around to Rotaria. "So does your surname Kofi mean you're descended from the artisan Gates? Kofi." He remembers that man like it's right in front of him, a genius craftsman who crushed numbers with insane skill, and passed that gift down through his family until it built a powerhouse company. In a flashback, his old self stares back at Gates's life, this brilliant, strong man who built a legacy that wouldn't fade. He also clings to Gates's last wish to live long enough to witness everything unfold, then step forward and praise the successors who took the torch. Staring straight at Roderia, Yoki pushes forward to chase that centuries-old wish, and then he smirks like, "I'll praise you right in Gates's spot." A flustered road girl barely manages to stammer out her acceptance when he asks for permission. He shoots his hand out. He softly pats her head, praising her like, "Good girl, you nailed it taking care of his company." He knows Gates brilliant, but always wrestling with self-doubt would have been absolutely bursting with pride. Once that little job was done, he spun right back to the real problem. He demanded that Iris and Rodaria tell him everything that happened after his death. He realizes this talk won't be quick, so he gestures them over and tells them to sit down and get comfy. Iris instinctively slips onto his lap like she's done it forever, the same old move from a lifetime ago. That sudden closeness shocks her, and she shoots upright, flustered, blurting out apologies non-stop. She's left stunned by everything she just did, until Yuki snaps into it and reveals the truth. She's still being steered by Alice's buried memories and old habits. Even with his reassurances, she chooses to sit normally, at least for today. Before Iris even starts, Rotaria leans in and tells her straight up that her info comes from family folktales, handed down for generations, always wrapping up with the truth and the Kofi family. They weren't nobles, they served their great lord. Then Yuki snaps his full attention onto Iris, watching as she gets ready to spill Alice's memories. "Once you passed, she started talking, and I finally forced myself up from the bed and got moving for a while. Consumed by a grief so crushing she couldn't eat no sickness, no fever, just pure despair when she learned her own father was the one who killed him." Yuki listens with heavy worry as she reveals she plans to follow him straight into death. Alice realized her father didn't just act to save the village. He knew, deep down, that this had to be done. But her heart and body slammed the brakes on reality, trapping her in a hollow shell just waiting, silently, to fade into nothing. Everything flipped the moment her father was crowned a hero by the Elysium Temple. And the moment he did, the gods handed him the holy sword, the very blade that finished everything with the final strike. While Alice wasted away, her parents turned their fear into action and started digging into the sword. His final words lit a fire in them, pushing them straight to her father. Then, just like that, they said goodbye for now. Those words landed like a spark. Hope planted itself right in the moment, and if another chance was coming, then it meant a way forward had to be out there. Then they turned to Alice and asked, "Do you want to help us find a way to see your Lord one more time?" And suddenly, that tiny hope lit up inside her, giving her a reason to stay alive. Shaking with resolve, she hauled herself upright. She pushed through the guilt of putting her parents through all that worry, and finally let herself look forward to tomorrow again. She dug back into her food, clawed her strength back, and poured every ounce of energy into their research. The whole family slipped into the Elysium Temple together, hunting for the sword's hidden truths. Then, finally, they stumbled on it right when hope was almost gone. The holy sword could trigger reincarnation. One last burst of power left meant it would let Alice be reborn right in the same era as him. When her parents pressed her, she didn't hesitate. Her answer rang out like a promise. "I'd give up everything just to go see him." Watching her resolve harden, they realized there was no other way, so they finally let her pick up the sword. Because anything else would have killed her. Her big adventure got slammed to a halt when her little sister, Mia, was born. He was born frail, and the second wave of Shimombu hit him hard. Alice stood there in silence, tending to her tiny, adorable little sister, while she waited, refusing to take her eyes off her. Iris shuts her eyes, and every memory slams into its final, crushing ending. And that's exactly how it ends when I swing the holy sword. I get ripped out and reborn, and somehow I'm sitting right next to you at this very moment. Yuki quietly drinks in that jaw-dropping story of sacrifice and pure devotion. Roderia then drops a message her ancestors entrusted her with, the final words Alice's parents left behind. A steaming message of pure rage blasted the Elysium Temple for forcing a man to slaughter his own lord. A grim demand lands on Yuki. Accept our daughter because she'll never love another." Then they swear they'll wipe the temple from the world before their next reincarnation. As her story cuts off, Iris snaps her gaze to Yuki because her own identity is a tornado of confusion, and she can't stop asking herself, "Am I Iris or am I Alice?" She presses a hand to her chest, and you can feel it. Those emotions are real. Yeah, the raw, unfiltered grief of Alice crashes through her as she clings to the nightmare that she'll never see him again. The heartbreak that swallowed her whole, and then that desperate, consuming need ignited her, fueling every last ounce of her strength. The moment she wanted to see him again, that one wish swallowed her whole life and became her entire world. A wish clung to her heart, and even while she cared for her family, she refused to let it go. A love so powerful, it ignited her parents' entire quest. Every part of her burned with one single hope, forged into the holy sword, word, and then one day he does it all one more time. As those memories slam into her at full force, Iris finally snaps. Tears pour down her face. I had to see you," she sobbed, collapsing into his arms as the tears hit hard. "I've been dying to see you, like, really, really dying." He clutches her tight and whispers every name she's ever had across all her lives. Alice whispers, taking in the girl who broke through 2 whole centuries just to reach this single, perfect moment. Her family's devotion and that endless love somehow survived the distance and finally raced back to him. There, like a fading memory coming back to bite some man, cradles the crying Alice, and his body unravels into crimson light. His last words ring out as a desperate plea to his lord, begging him to protect the one he's leaving behind. Right now, Yuki cradles Princess Iris, battling her sobs as she trembles in that freezing stone room. He points out she's still royal blood, then pushes her to stand tall and stay strong. But her grief slams into her like a tidal wave, and she sobs out loud not as a princess, but as the very soul of Alice reborn. Roderia, a descendant from the same village, gets hit by the very same emotion, and her perfect composure shatters completely. She knows this reunion isn't just important, it hits straight through history, because it's tied to her ancestors' very story. After a beat, she steadies her breath, ready to pass down her family's legendary history generation after generation. She tells Yuki that a few details might have gotten scrambled with time, but Yuki pushes her to keep going. Continue. She launches into her story. Once Alice Carmine sets off, she tells you how the fear in one village splits it into 2 rival groups. It wasn't a split driven by fighting, it was a fork in the road where the villagers stayed together. But their dreams started pulling them in different directions. The first faction straight up became the merchants' party, hunting fortunes and piling up supplies to fuel their lord and Alice. The second way, more secret, was the infiltration crew, sent to slip into Elysium Temple and rip it apart from the inside. Roderia reveals how the now famous Grail Guild wasn't the work of one lone person. It was built as a merchant's party, forged into a financial powerhouse to back their lord the moment he comes back. Meanwhile, Lyle and Remelia, sharp as knives, led the infiltration crew on a silent mission, posing as loyal devotees to the Elysium Temple and climbing the ranks from the shadows. They tossed an authentication device aside, an old relic from Rotaria's bloodline, kept as proof that their stories were tied together. Yuki shoots a question into the air. He gets how top-notch merchants could build a real company, but he can't swallow how that infiltration crew slipped into the temple's ranks so effortlessly, like the whole place was stuffed with professionals. A sly little smile so quick, it felt like a secret slipping off his lips. She looks him dead in the eye and tells him, no joke. He matches the old tales word for word. Iris slides in beside him and nods, smiling like she knows a secret your lord has no clue how incredible he really is. She reminds him of the time he took down the deadly Shamambu plague all by himself, using his smart hygiene and medicine, so every single person in Fira village was saved, and not one of them ever went hungry. Because of his relentless efforts, not a single kid in the village met an early death. He and his familiars swept through the monsters that terrorized the region, turning helpless villagers into fierce hunters and sparking an era of peace and prosperity nobody thought was possible. Still, Yuki can't even wrap his head around the weight of his own legacy. He keeps asking, "So, what's so special about it?" Roderia leans in and lays it all out, telling them he trained them in advanced farming, deadly hunting tactics, and the exact strategies to take on monsters. He built an education system so powerful that while the royal capital was stuck with a miserable 30 literacy rate, the fear-struck village was soaring to a full 100 bond. For 150 years straight, every single person in the land learned their lessons right under the Lord of Nosferatu's own watch, and out of that brutal forge of knowledge, real geniuses were forged into existence. Lyle and Remelia were the end result of it all. They were so brilliant that, with every piece of knowledge their lord gave them, they dissected the divine holy sword down to the last detail in just one single year. Yuki finally clicks. If someone of their caliber gets ancient magic and slips into that temple, it's going to smash their enemy to pieces. With sharp irony, Iris flat out confirms her parents would have never let a golden chance like this slip, especially not when it could smash straight into the heart of Elysium. When the war finally erupted, every report from the Rhodes area went dark. Every single trace of the infiltration team vanished. Everyone nodded along, because the logic checked out. Lyle got paraded as the hero who finally crushed the evil Nosferatu, and with that saint status, he was handed total access and the temple's full trust. From that spot, he and Remelia tore through their unsuspecting enemies from the inside out. Still, facing a threat this deeply entrenched and far more brilliant than them, Elysium Temple never stood a chance. Yuki's eyes groaned over their reckless instincts, but they still swallowed the brutal truth of what they'd committed to. Once Rotaria finished her tale, she pledged her organization's full support to Princess Iris right there. With no hesitation, Yuki orders one of his bat familiars to set up a tight, secure line of communication. Just as he starts to walk away, Iris shoots forward and clamps onto his hand, her face set with unshakable resolve. She throws him back to the promise he blurted out in a delirious fever back when he was sick. A blazing promise he'd sweep her off her feet and make her his bride the moment she grew up. He tries to dodge it, saying, "We're still 13, but she snaps back, "Not for my soul, 200 years have already passed." Roderianter Said speaks for Princess Iris, because in 2 lifetimes she's fallen for him twice. And now she swallows her pride and begs him to take both Alice and Iris as his wives. Yuki weighs it in his mind because he'd always planned to protect Alice's descendants. And now that Iris is her reincarnation, his duty locks into place. With jaw-dropping bluntness, he blurts out that if he has to guard her every second anyway, then the smartest move is to marry her. Then he eases his voice and tells them, "Relax, no need to rush." But Roderia slams the truth down. Time is something they don't have. In just a few years, Iris will hit marriageable age at 15, and the royal family will absolutely lock in a political marriage. She promises the company will back them up in full if they decide to run off together and elope. Yuki tosses it aside like it's nothing more than a final backup plan. First, he's going for a legit court rank, tracking down the ancient items Lyle and Remelia left behind to climb the ladder the right way. Like a backup plan, he suggests this during her future travels with her escort at night. They stage a fake accident, slip away, and save her family from any political disaster. Rodaria and Iris lock eyes and both agree they're going with the plan. As the long discussion finally ends, Yuki lets out a breathless wave of relief and knows exactly what she's fighting for. His road is finally wide open, so he'll chase down the trail his old retainers vanished on, hunt for every item they left behind, and stand there to see what their 200-year mission actually set in motion. He's dead set on uncovering what kind of legacy Crybaby Lyle actually carved out for himself. World because he is, and always will be, the village's nightmare guardian, the fear that never leaves. After wrapping up their business, Yuki and Iris finally rushed to meet Odette and offered a real apology for keeping her waiting. Inside, a lavish spread of pastries and steaming tea is waiting for them. like a sweet reward right around the corner. Odette, clearly losing patience, snaps that they took their sweet time. She tells him she had the capital's most famous pâtissière whip up the sweets, but once she was left waiting by herself, she snapped and couldn't take it anymore. Before they even get into the details, parched Yuki demands some tea and it's served on the spot. As they finally settle in, Odette goes straight for the jugular. She presses them for the answer about Iris's mysterious dreams. Yuki's reply hits like a punch straight, loud, and it makes everyone realize they're not imagining it, they're real. He calmly tells Iris that in a past life, he was the village's guardian deity, and Iris was living there. After all the chaos between them, they somehow got erased from the past and reborn into this very era. Like the world hit reset, the truth hits, and Iris panics so hard she knocks her tea spilling everywhere. Odette is left standing there, totally stunned by the claim. Yuki had already seen this coming because there was no way she could keep that wild story from Odette, especially after Iris had spilled the details about the dreams and the company emblem. Hiding the truth would only bait fate to expose it later, and the bigger issue was, he couldn't bring himself to lie to her. And now Iris can't shake that debt because it was only through Odette that she finally learned she'd been reincarnated and what happened to her old village. Still stunned, Odette can't process it. Her thoughts sprint, her breathing catches and panic swallows her whole. She whips around to Iris and blurts out, "Tell me, does this crazy story actually happen, or are you pulling my leg?" Iris says it with steel in her voice. Lord Yuki really was her lord, back in that past life. She tells me she chased after him, and that's exactly how she ended up right here. Right after that, Iris leans in and tells Mariyuki straight up that she's going to make her move in the future, and it leaves Odette completely stunned. Yuki gets why she's freaking out. Reincarnation sounds impossible, and right now, there's zero proof to back it up. But after that stunned silence, Odette's breath spills out as if she's finally giving in. She sighs and goes, "I get it." She snaps into clarity fast, confessing she doesn't fully get it, but deciding, "I'm choosing to believe anyway." To her, reincarnation and guardian deities don't matter at all. What matters is exactly what her beloved friend Iris wants. With a soft smile, she tells Iris, "If you want to marry Yuki, then I'm with you right there with it." Odette's support never wavers. Then she snaps them back to reality with a voice full of seriousness. She breaks down the political minefield because the royal family only allows marriages to foreign aristocrats, or to nobles holding a rank of marquis or higher. Yuki lays out his big plan right here. Snag 2 more ancient relics he's certain are buried somewhere inside the ruins of Elysium just to reach this rank. He's ready to sweep through the area the moment the chance finally opens up. He realizes this search won't work solo, it'll need collaborators, and it might even line up with a job the Magic Guild has lined up. Iris tells Odette to just look the other way, swearing they won't ask her for direct help and that they'll hunt in total secrecy. Odette's hands start to shake as the weight of their request crashes down on her. She suddenly slams both hands on the table and blasts out that she'll never accept terms like that. To their shock, she refuses to sit back. She insists on stepping in and helping them herself, right there. Odette practically erupts. She can't just stand there as a magician because the chance to see proof of past lives, meet a guardian deity, and uncover ancient relics hits the core of who she is. Now that their alliance is locked in, they turn to her and thank her for the life-saving help she gave. Odette cuts in and flips Yuki's plan on the spot. Forget just climbing ranks, she urges him to set up a whole new aristocratic house. She warns that if the princess marries a commoner and he climbs the noble ranks that fast, the royal family will get hit with a brutal political backlash. Iris throws out the idea of becoming Yuki's concubine, but Odette shuts it down on the spot. No way she's letting complications spiral any further. The new plan is locked in. Yuki will hunt down 4 ancient relics, then climb from nothing to become a marquis, forging his status from the ground up. Yuki nods and Odette swears no word leaves that conversation secret. As they split up, Burns, a royal attendant, slams his urgency into Iris's ear, telling her to hurry back fast, because getting caught while she's out here in secret is going to spark major trouble. But before she steps out, Iris whips around to Yuki, and her face screams with fear she's been hiding for ages. "Don't you dare vanish, okay?" she whispers, voice shaking. "You're not leaving without saying a word this time. Got it?" Her question slams into memories of a loss from their far-off past. Yuki locks eyes with her and swears, hard and certain, "I won't." Relief hits Iris like a tidal wave as she accepts his vow. While she watches, Odette blurts out that she's never seen Iris wear an expression like this. Then Yuki leans in and asks for her honest take on the princess, straight from a friend's point of view. Odette paints Iris as pure and innocent on the surface, but deep down she's a fierce career girl who knows exactly what matters to her, and she'll do whatever it takes to get it. Yuki grins, and it hits you hard. She hasn't changed a bit. As they stride along, Odette blurts out that she's starting to buy into his reincarnation fantasy. Later, Iris crawls into bed in her quarters, and the whole day replays in her head like a non-stop nightmare. She flashes back to her life as Alice, clinging to her devotion to Lord Nosferatu, then snaps into the present as Iris, heartsick with feelings for Lord Yuki. Those two flood stages of memories and feelings hit her all at once, turning her cheeks red and her courage into full-blown panic over every bold word she just said. She admits to herself that Alice's memories still haven't fully fused with her own. She remembers the instant Iris fell for Yuki right when he rushed in and saved her from the dark bears, and suddenly she couldn't think of anything but staying by his side. Now, Iris and Alice's feelings fuse together into one blazing, unstoppable devotion. Her thoughts get ripped apart by a sharp tapping at the window. It's a tiny, bat-shaped creature, and the second she sees it, she knows it's one of Yuki's familiars. To her shock, the familiar suddenly speaks, introducing itself as Nell. Iris reckons her snapped-back memories didn't just come back, they pulled her spiritually closer to Yuki. And now, she finally gets what his familiars are really about. Nell storms in with a message from her master, ready to shake everything up. She tells him her whole job is simple. Stay glued to Iris, relay the messages, and guard her to the very end. She also uncovers a whole network of familiars that can reach Rotaria's Grail Guild on demand. Yuki sent Iris a message begging her to teach him the ancient magic she knows, because once they step into Elysium, that power could make or break their entire exploration. Iris clocks it instantly because she knows this is her job as his subordinate, stepping in with her knowledge to back him up. When Iris hears that Nell has been serving Yuki for 200 years, a flicker of envy sparks in her. She sighs, wishing she had wings so she could swoop to his side any time she wanted. Then it hits her hard. With Nell, she's got a secret, direct way to reach her lord. Flooded with possibilities, she grabs Nell's attention and begs for a moment to think. As the familiar slips away, Iris tumbles onto her bed, bursting with pure, giddy joy. That red, overheated look makes even her maid panic like a fever might be boiling under her skin. Meanwhile, back with Yuki, Nell is already back on his feet, dumping a storm of messages from Iris in his lap, all neatly numbered 1 through 12. Her words slammed into his thoughts, an all-in vow of total devotion that promised to last for every year ahead. He was slammed by everything so hard that all he could do was drop into stunned silence. He tried to read her mind, but her commitment stayed rock solid, and he couldn't figure out why. Her familiar's message lit everything up. She urgently asked him to stick around for her escort night investiture in just a few days, and promised she'd teach him ancient magic in return. Він погодився без вагань, і в момент, коли знайомий предмет мав залишити, він додав частинку своєї енергії, щоб він працював ефективніше, довше і не здавався. With this power in his hands, he swore he'd protect Iris no matter what it cost him. As the familiar streaked into the night, gliding over the grand castle, Yuki stayed on the rooftop, eyes locked on it. He stopped, took a quiet breath, and accepted it all over again this time, choosing to be a guardian in his brand new life. Up on the rooftops, he checked the city one last time and confirmed Nell had made it back to the detached palace safe and sound. From where he stood, the royal capital looked like a glowing ocean, and the palace blazed like the brightest lighthouse in the night. Its defenses were rock solid, glowing with magic as relentless patrols kept every corner under lock and key. He spotted a crushing alarm ward so faint you'd miss it with your own eyes that would instantly scream to the guard mages the moment anyone tried to break in. Still, he caught a weird mismatch. While the main palace sat behind heavy defenses, the eastern detached palace where Iris stayed among the concubine's children barely had any security at all. One of his familiars caught his thoughts and, like he was plotting a break out of the capital, offered to map him a route. He shut the idea down hard, saying running wasn't a plan, it was a last-ditch, desperate escape. Sure, there were other routes like boosting his family's noble standing, but his mind kept slipping forward to some far-off future. He mused that a normal life with Alice while Iris was still in the picture was probably a fantasy, because their shared past was a chain they'd never truly break. Maybe, he thought, the only way out was to vanish from the world and hide in quiet seclusion for the rest of their days. But everything got messy fast because of who they were tied to, like Odette, who he knew would explode with fury. He even figured she'd chase immortality anything just to stay glued to Iris's side. Then the idea of immortality latched onto his thoughts and wouldn't let go. He begged for an ancient spell or relic that could do it, remembering how the very sword that threw them into reincarnation didn't just change their fate, it shaped life itself. Back in his past, he dug into this magic for years, but all he could ever craft were spells that kept a person alive and healthy. He'd chased an idealistic dream to shield the people he loved from the agony of dying, so his family could stay by his side, never crushed by the heartbreak that loss always brings. With the night patrol finally over, he waved off his familiars and let the silence settle in. He slipped into the driveway and froze. Every light was still blazing, so he geared up to sneak inside like nobody was watching. The front door stayed locked, so he had no choice. He had to crash through a second-floor window. Inside, he spotted a hooded figure slipping through the halls without a sound. The moment he stepped in, the figure whipped around and Odette burst into a startled scream. Meanwhile, she snapped at him for scaring her, and then confessed that she'd been hiding her footsteps on purpose. He insisted he'd been on a night stroll, dodging the dangerous city streets like they were traps waiting to spring. Odette shifted gears and suddenly remembered why she was up so late. Letters for him had arrived from the Magic Guild. Turns out there were 2 of them. The first report came from the magician Demeter, and it traced back to the ghost attack at the Holy Sword Cave. With a grim look, she revealed the second one, the escort knight's investiture ceremony. Right as the ceremony hit full swing, Princess Salvia, fourth in line, and Iris's age decided to crash the moment by holding her own ceremony at the exact same time. As the real deal born into the royal family, she had every right to claim it. The second Salvia heard the rumor that Iris was appointing an escort for the night, she blurted out on pure impulse, "I'll do it too." Yuki remembered how Iris's half-siblings sneered at her, judging her for that strange, unusual condition. Odette nailed it. Princess Salvia was at the top of the list. Salvia planned to slam them into a magic brawl, using their escort knights as the battleground. They both said, "Nope, this is way more trouble than it's worth." They slipped into the sitting room to hash everything out. Then, without warning, Remy, the one Odette knew so well, popped up at the window, and Odette froze in shock. Martha and Remy, the maidservants, flat out refused to go to sleep until their master finally came back. Odette was blown away that Yuki could actually understand his familiar speech. Right after they finally got settled, Martha rushed in with hot tea for them. Odette's senses lit up with a soothing fragrance and bold flavor. Then she froze when she found out it was just a cheap market blend, made even better with the special leaf that Yuki insisted on. He recognized the exact blend Martha always mixed for him when he came home late, like a silent message in a cup demanding he finally rest. The moment the maids vanished, they snapped their focus to the first letter. Yuki realized the priest, Gaia Wolfgang, never set out to unleash that terrifying ghost in the first place. Next, he didn't aim to win. He aimed to slow them down, twisting undead like weapons and traps. Someone swindled him, handing him an ancient spell under false promises. Gear got warned that the spell trapped his mind to the undead for control, yet it was really a necromancer's spell that yanked him into direct puppetry. The spell was stitched with a nasty trap, and every tricky hand motion and chant was secretly meant to summon the priest's ghost. Gaia's inexperience kept him from seeing the deception until it was already way too late. No one could figure out why the person who tricked him did it. The real motive stayed locked in mystery. By the time the guards finally showed up, the suspect Dorothea Zumwealth, that wandering magician, had already vanished from her home. The letter they found at her place tied her directly to Kachal Megan, proving she wasn't just in the dark, she'd been connected to a past incident too. And Yuki couldn't escape it. The Elysium Temple's twisted legacy clung to him like a nightmare. For now, the noble families kept their heads down. Wolfgang and Geiger locked themselves inside, while Kiel's family started pouring huge donations into the Magic Guild, hoping the blame would land anywhere but on them. Then they shift to the second letter. This one slams down an official order, demanding Odette face Princess Salvia's knight in a magic duel. Odette didn't sugarcoat it, she said. Salvia sees Iris as a rival and can't stand her one bit. Yuki realized instantly this wasn't an accident. It was a calculated provocation. Odette hyped Princess Salvia as the kind of mage everyone respected, fully legit royalty, and her magic skills matched Iris almost perfectly. But Iris was a straight-up prodigy, an absolute genius, whose brain for both studies and magic was so untouchable that even royalty couldn't keep up. Salvia's pride in being the real, legitimate child couldn't take it. She refused to watch some illegitimate daughter steal the spotlight. He couldn't speak a word about royal business, so all he could do was drop hints enough to make it clear that this was exactly why Salvia's hatred flared. Since Salvia couldn't outskill Iris, she decided to twist the situation, make their escort knights clash with each other. Fuming over the palace's never-ending power games, Yuki even flashed the idea of slipping away with Iris just for a moment. Odette snapped the truth in his face. Messing with her would bring ruin down on his family. So reluctantly, he waved it off like a joke. Right then, that familiar nail came flying back, and this time, Dyke was right there with it. Daiki shot Iris a frantic message, and it was so urgent it practically crackled in the air. She was crushed with regret, but the magic duel still got shoved forward, and now the king himself knows, leaving her with zero power to stop it. She begged Yuki to come up with a reason to skip it, swearing she'd take care of every single consequence. As the familiar wrapped up its report, Odette snapped her gaze to Yuki, begging to see how he'd react. His face hardened and a fierce, unbreakable resolve lit up his eyes. He planted his feet and spoke with iron confidence. "All right, leave it to me." A dangerous sparkle flared in his gaze. Let's see what this magic duel is really about. Inside the academy walls, a tense conversation erupts like a fuse burning down to the last second. Yuki breaks it down to Odette straight to the point. She wants me to stay out of the magic duel. Odette cuts into Jones about Iris's real motives, then asks straight up if he thinks he'll win or fall. Yuki answers with a heavy, somber look. I don't think she cares about either. He turns away and tells Iris straight up she just doesn't want him doing anything reckless. Right as he threw his life away to save his people, a brutal memory from his past crashes back because that self-destructing sacrifice has left Iris with scars that run deep. Odette openly admits her wild past once a regular villager and credits it all to the guardian deity watching over her. She tosses the past aside and locks back onto the coming duel, while Yuki doesn't even flinch. Moved by Odette's struggle, Yuki can't ignore it. He offers to help her like a true friend, and a sly little smirk tugs at his lips as he takes her support, saying that if every noble were this honest, the whole world would be a far better place. Odette snaps off guard by the real compliment, and her whole face instantly turns into a red, flustered mess. Yuki can't stop thinking about the bigger mess gripping the land, the brutal chaos the War of the Eight Kings unleashed, and he's convinced it never would have happened if the nobility had even a fraction of Odette's backbone. Then he leans in and tells her to deliver a message straight to Iris. With Odette in her corner, he tells Iris she doesn't have to stress about how the duel will turn out. To get her help, he promises to teach her a smarter, faster way to use magic. He remembers how she unleashed Earth's force during the entrance exam, yet he can't forget how she just couldn't cast it over and over. Odette declares, "One barrage drains every last drop of my magic." Yuki leans in and promises to show her a technique that'll let her fire the spell 3 more times, and she snaps it up without hesitation. With her silent, willing nod, they lock fists in a handshake, sealing their deal for good. He tells her, this is all it means to repay a favor. A few days later, they tear into training in a forest just outside the capital. Breathing hard, an exhausted Odette as Yuki blurts out that Neil sent a notice. Now Iris is banned from leaving her residence. He instantly realizes it's a sneaky move to keep him from figuring out who Salvia's escort is the night before the ceremony. Even his own contact, Rotaria, couldn't dig up a single scrap of that info. To make up for her mistake, she hands him a full set of custom armor so he can suit up for the investiture. Meanwhile, Daich's bat hammers down tighter security around the capital, constantly guarding the hotel and the detached palace like a hawk with its eye on the prize. Time drags on, and then, bam, the day of the investiture ceremony finally explodes into reality. In the towering halls of the castle, nobles pack together, buzzing with anticipation. An announcer's booming voice ricochets through the chamber, summoning the second son of Baron Grossaria like the whole place is holding its breath. Yuki charges ahead, and every brutal step makes his brand new armor clank like war drums. The other nobles huddled and whispered, stunned by how powerful his outfit looked, and wondering how some backwoods minor noble could possibly afford clothes this fine. The armor gleams with carved bat wings across his chest, a bold nod to the legendary life he used to live. Even if it feels a little over the top, he files it away in his head and decides later he'll definitely thank the Creator. He storms up to the throne and declares himself to the king with full, proper formality. Right in front of him, the monarch sits on his throne, and beside him stand his 2 daughters, both Iris and the one he's sure must be Princess Salvia. The king lifts a command at him, telling him to stay exactly where he is. Then the announcer shouts the next name, Alec Keels, the first son of Marquis Keels. Yuki's eyes flare wide with shock as the man closes in and steps forward. Alec steps up and introduces himself as a C-rank magician from the Magic Guild, swearing he'll be anything but a stain on their reputation. Then he sidesteps straight to Yuki, saying her little brother messed things up for the examiner Demeter, and leaving no doubt it was trouble he couldn't ignore. Alec makes a vow to wipe away his family's disgrace, prove they still have dignity, and show everyone what a real magician can do. Elsewhere, Odette hammers her way toward the capital in a carriage, still reeling from the jaw-dropping news about Yuki's opponent. At the very last second, she finally pinned down the escort knight's identity, but she couldn't get that crucial info to Yuki in time. Her investigation uncovered the truth. Alec Keels was a legendary magician, the star behind the conquest of the great dungeon, Elysian. Keltz's family name got shattered because his younger brother, Gilvan, summoned a spirit during the exam and used it to attack the inspector. This weekend title put them in Princess Salvia's crosshairs. She offered to bankroll the family if Alec would be her escort for the night. Her plan is simple. She'll lean on a C-rank magician's brute power and make Iris's chosen knight look weak in public. 8. Bursting into the Magic Guild's proving grounds right in the Colosseum, Odette swept past the guards like she owned the place, flashed her identity, and demanded an audience with Princess Iris. She spots Iris in the royal box, and you can practically feel her nerves shaking while she waits for the duel to begin. Odette shoots a quick apology for being late, then slips into her seat. Iris, finally breathing easy as her friend shows up, grabs her hand and urges them to cheer for Yuki together. The second Yuki steps into the arena, Iris snaps into panic. She whispers, I told you, you didn't have to go along with this." And even then, why? Odette sighs it, then adds, "Yuki's furious." She breaks it down. He grilled her about Iris's life, panicked by rumors that someone was messing with her letters, and furious that the other princesses were bullying her. He couldn't stop worrying every time he asked what was wrong. She only waved him off with a cold, "It's fine," like nothing ever mattered. Iris's eyes brim with tears as she whispers that he'll go to any lengths for his family, and if I tell him I'm getting bullied, he's going to snap. Odette leans in and makes sure Yuki gets every word. He understood her thoughts perfectly. Odette stared down the endless road and asked, "All right, are you ready for what's coming?" Then she shoots the princess a calm smile, telling her not to fret because she and Yuki have already cooked up a plan. Just as the duel's preparations wrap up, Yuki storms onto the arena floor. Now he's gripping a custom-made magic staff, forged just for him. Odette leans in and tells everyone the staff is more than a tool. It's the centerpiece of their strategy, a weapon he forged with his own hands. In the heart of the Colosseum, Yuki Grossaria, just a magic guild trainee, stands dead center, ready for whatever chaos hits next. I meet Alec Keels. He's a C-rank magician, and I'm staring straight at him like this is about to get wild. Iris watches, her face tight with worry, praying he won't get swept up and lose control. But the moment she steels herself, she realizes he's about to take the win. Still, she quietly makes a vow with shaking resolve. If he gets hurt, she'll never forgive her sister, Salvia. The referee snaps his arm up, and the magic duel kicks off instantly. From her high throne above the arena, Prince Salvia watches everything unfold with pure contempt, because even with her sister's escort knight hyped up so loudly, the man standing there is just a clueless novice to her. A cruel smirk curls on her lips because there's no way he can ever stand up to a C-rank magician. She leans in and barks one brutal command, "Go give the kid a real beating and remind him exactly who's in charge." Right in the heart of the dueling grounds, Yuki Grossaria squares up face-to-face with the terrifying C-rank magician, Alec Keels. Their engagement rules are finally exposed. Each one of them wears a hairpin that's a replica of a terrifying ancient relic. Right before the wearer gets hit, the item snaps to life and throws up a crushing shield, but it only has 3 activations, and every time it saves them, one delicate ornament shatters. The first fighter whose ornaments are all broken loses, and if you yank an opponent's hairpin or slip messages to anyone outside the match, you're getting an instant loss, no questions asked. Alec Keels stares down his opponent with smug, condescending certainty, smirking, "You're nervous," like he can already see the fear, and then he laughs that a C-rank magician's power is in a whole other league from some trainees. He leans in with pre-match advice and then drops the bomb that Princess Salvia herself issued him, a direct order. He's about to make Yuki feel, in the worst way, just how huge the gap is between their strengths. So don't act shocked if you walk away bruised. He tells you straight up, "I'm going to completely wipe the floor with you." Yuki finally sees the whole truth. This duel is just a stage setup, and Princess Salvia is using it to finally strike at a personal grudge she's been sitting on against Princess Iris. But for Alec, it hits way deeper. He glares at Yuki, furious and convinced that everything is his fault, since the disgrace his brother caused just tainted the Keel family name. Yuki calmly tells everyone that his brother Gilvan has already owned up to his mistakes and even bowed his head with a proper apology. That reminder just sparks Alec's fury deeper. He rips into the room, roaring that this is the real disgrace to his family. From her seat, Princess Salvia makes it clear this chance is the Keel family's shot to clear their name. Right now, as escort knights, we stand on equal ground. Alec declares that if he beats me, he'll prove he's clearly stronger than me. He announces that Yuki showing up in the Magic Guild is an insult to his family's honor straight up. With one final vow, he swears he'll lay bare the brutal abyss that splits their power from something far beyond. Yuki gritted his teeth, feeling the power surge in his chest as he doubled down on his burning hatred for nobles. On the surface, he stays stone calm and says, This is my chance to learn, so I'll fight you at full strength. Alex scoffs like, suit yourself. A razor-sharp whistle cuts the air and the referee snaps up his signal, letting the magic duel kick off. Princess Iris watches from the stands, her hands clenched tight with worry. Without even pausing, Yuki snaps out his first spell blow. It is. Alex shot a smirk and clocked it as low-tier ancient magic, then grinned like he'd shrug it off in seconds. But his confidence crumbles the second he sees the attack's massive, earth-shaking scale. The spell detonates like thunder, ripping through the arena and shaking the walls to the core. A shockwave of raw, brutal energy surges across the field like a tidal force. As the smoke finally thins, Yuki catches his breath and thinks back on everything he drilled with Odette, how she taught him to crank his magical power way past its limits. The aftermath is brutal. Alex's protective shield bursts into pieces, shattering clean through and cracking the very first ornament on his hairpin. The C-rank magician staggers, gasping in disbelief as that brutal, unexpected blow hits like a wrecking ball. Yuki drops a calm little compliment, like it's nothing, Zero Sparks, just like any C-rank magician would be expected to do. Seething at the smug praise from that baron's low-born son, Alec clenched his teeth and started charging his own spell. "Don't you dare snub a C-rank magician!" he roars, then drags a blazing magic symbol in the air with both his finger and his staff to smash the casting time faster than ever. Yuki studies the technique, then shrugs, clearly unimpressed. Alec thrusts his staff to the heavens and unleashes a spell so brutal it shakes the air. Activate Burning Meteor. Two colossal orbs of roaring fire slam into existence above him, churning like living infernos. He turns to Yuki and offers him one final chance. Surrender that hairpin. Or else, Yuki just smirks, then raises his brand new magic staff and starts drawing power into the air. Before we dive in, let me test out my brand new magic staff and see what it can do. He grabs it, tests the weight, and instantly realizes the balance is dead perfect. And he leans in with quiet fire, telling me, "I'm not ready to quit, still not yet." Odette's eyes lock on the scene, stomach twisting, because her master's reputation is hanging by a thread. "Then I'll cut you down right here." Alex screams at the top of his lungs, ordering the referee to get healing magic ready. He hurls burning meteors at Yuki's shield, determined to smash it to pieces. But Yuki doesn't defend himself. He slams his staff straight into the attack's path. Anti-magic shell, activate. He barks the command. With a brutal flick of his staff, he conjures a hexagonal barrier in midair and smashes the meteors to pieces with explosive impact. The flames fizzle out, harmlessly smacking the shield like they never stood a chance. Alex freezes in total disbelief. No way a long-range magic barrier he can actually activate. In the royal box, Princess Salvia goes wide-eyed too because that raging meteor spell looks like a middle-tier ancient technique she instantly recognizes. With one sharp gesture, Yuki snatches his weapon back into his hand. It rockets right back into his outstretched hand. "Nice," he smirks. "The experiment worked, and now I can command them however I want." Alex, completely stunned, he blurts out, "What kind of ancient artifact is that staff?" The referee steps in and declares the staff was checked and cleared before the match, even though it's just an ordinary magic staff. Yuki leans in and swears he's following every rule, then reveals it's a basic metallic staff with just one deadly tweak. He slipped his own missile blood into it. He breaks down the staff's two deadly mechanisms, hollow pockets stuffed with his own blood, and then shows the surface where he can carve magical symbols. He picked up the anti-magic shell symbol just by watching Odette, and that staff's design lets you carve two symbols at once, one on the front and one on the back. Up in the stands, Princess Iris, watching Odette closely, demands to know what she's seeing, because it looks exactly like the middle-tier ancient spell, Animate Object. In the middle of stunned silence, Odette Lee finally speaks up, confirming it loud enough for everyone to hear. She breaks it down. Once you've got an animated object, a mage can control items like they're part of their own body, so that's exactly how Yuki remotely called up the barrier. Iris goes along with it, nodding like, "Yep, this is exactly the spell we talked about." The feint works flawlessly. Yuki quietly mouths a thank you, because their scheme to fool the audience totally worked. Yeah, everything was already set up. He'd trained himself to fight like a normal magician, and his allies were standing by, ready to back him up with airtight explanations for every weird trick he pulled. All right, you say, then you whip up a second identical staff, stacking another one just like it. Alex's allies stand there. He can only stare, seething with fury and drowning in confusion. He blasts out a barrage of spells, but Yuki just spins her two staff shields and shrugs every single one off like it's nothing. Those projectiles get stopped dead in their tracks. "Why are you shutting down my magic?" Alex screams, pure frustration exploding out of him. "Because I'm a knight, my job is to guard my princess," Yuki says, his stare locked in and unshaken. For Princess Iris's sake, he'll go to any length and pull every string he can to carve out a better world where she can finally live. With his resolve locked in, he declares, "I'll win this duel and I'll protect her honor with my life." Cornered by pure desperation, Alec tears into a forbidden ancient spell. "Spirits of fire, swarm my minions." A swarm of tiny, screeching fire elementals bursts up out of the ground. From the stands, Gilvan locks onto the summoning spell at once, and when he realizes it's way weaker than the one his brother used back then, his eyes sharpen. As the minions rush in, Yuki snaps his command, "Send the staffs back." They whip back to face him and snap together a fresh anti-magic shell, instantly turning those summoned creatures into nothing but vapor. Alec drops into stunned silence. His magic gets crushed again, nullified right on the spot. He starts chanting a brand new spell. Then the referee barges in and shuts it down. "Hold it right there," Alec keels. "This kind of magic crushes the limits of these hairbands, and you can't cast it here." Then the official snaps that the duel is supposed to judge their skills as escorts, and his reckless moves betray every bit of that duty. Silence shatters. Alec screams as obsession swallows him whole. "I have to beat him," he roars, "for my family's dignity." Yuki instantly recognizes that brutal magical signature, and dread crashes down as he realizes Alec is about to summon a familiar spirit, just like his old tutor did before. "So tell me, what could some backwoods nobody possibly understand about a high noble's pride?" Alec snarls as his sanity starts slipping. Right in front of him, a gigantic creature made of pure fire starts to take shape, an absolutely terrifying force with enough destructive power to end everything. It erupts onto the battlefield with a gut-punching, ear-splitting shriek as it finally fully materializes. A colossal creature forged from pure fire explodes into the arena, screeching as it claws its way into full form. The magician slams down with a heavy thud, chest heaving as he fights to catch his breath. He shrugs off the whole near disaster as nothing more than a fluke, just overexcitement getting the best of him during the duel. From the sidelines, a hooded figure watches in silence, clocking that with the clock ticking, winning isn't the only thing that matters. They could have forced a draw and locked in the smarter win. Magician Alec clamps his grip on the staff, knuckles going bone white with pure frustration, and he snarls that his opponent has no idea what's really at stake. Once Highness Salvia recognized her and handpicked her as a personal escort knight, settling for a draw against some lower-ranked opponent was out of the question period. With a thunderous roar, his flaming familiar explodes forward once again. The creature hammers into an invisible barrier, and the whole arena rings from the impact. Alex flashes a confident smirk at Yuki, assuring him no fatal blow is coming. The staff that was hurled just seconds ago gets snatched right out of the blazing heat. Magical flames ignite, and they start melting the weapon from the inside out. Yuki stares at the phenomenon, gripping the moment as the heat rages with terrifying intensity. Alec throws out his terms like a gauntlet. If Yuki gets hit with a truly nasty injury, Alec's out of his C-rank qualification, no tricks, no escape. And to him, that's a fair trade. But Yuki won't hear it. He can't risk hurting her again. Then a brilliant light bursts from him like a flare. A defensive barrier suddenly erupts into place, slamming the incoming attack aside. He realizes the barrier snaps on by itself because the temperature is going nuclear, and if he forces it to trigger 2 more times, he's basically guaranteeing his own defeat. His face stays calm and locked in, and all his preparations are finally finished. He remembers the time he made her cry, and vows right there in his own head that it will never happen again. He drops his master plan, and then reveals the real bombshell inside the very staff he let them capture. There's a secret mechanism no one saw coming. It's built to slam Mistel blood straight into the target like a deadly injection, and somehow, out of nowhere, it just hit its mark perfectly. With a razor-sharp shout, he screams, "Activate!" The flaming familiar convulses in violent spasms, screeching as its shape flickers and sparks out. Yuki snaps out one brutal, no-debate command. "Halt!" Alex gapes in disbelief and yells at his familiar to smash Yuki Grossadilla. Then he freezes, baffled, because it stops moving. The creature stays perfectly still, and its flames sputter like they're fighting for breath. Flare Garuda crashes through Yuki Grossari, and Alex erupts, his scream tearing out with pure, frantic rage. But the familiar keeps flat out ignoring its master's orders, screeching as it twists from pure aggression into gut-wrenching distress. It whips away from Yuki, defying its creator's command. Still, the creature surges upward into the sky, hovering high above the arena like it owns the place. It locks its gaze on the royal box. Princess Salvia is sitting right there. The princess jerks her head up, totally thrown by how fast everything just spiraled out of control. With a gut-punching shriek, the familiar rockets straight at her, stunning the whole stadium in one terrifying rush. Yuki fires a sharp move and forces the creature to veer off its path. A blazing bird slams hard into the ground right in front of the stands, shaking everything. Alec can do nothing but stare in terror, screaming His Highness's name as if it might save him. Right when his focus slipped, Yuki materialized behind him without a sound, then tapped his shoulder to snap him out of it. "I won!" He stood there ice calm, gripping Alex's captured headband up like a trophy. The hooded observer freezes, then lets out a sharp gasp, stunned by what he just saw. As the dust finally clears, the announcement hits, "This duel is over," and Yuki Grosseria walks away the victor. Suddenly, an enraged voice erupts, "Why?" Yuki suddenly realizes the voice isn't around him at all. It's blasting straight from the headband in his hand, like some magical tool is talking through it. Princess Salvia's voice blasts out of the device, furious as she demands to know why Alex Familiar rides her down when she clearly ordered him to injure Iris's escort the night of that attack. Just as the truth finally snaps into place, that magic tool links straight to Princess Salvia and broadcasts her dirty orders. "Alec, attack him, no matter what it costs, win or lose." Her voice seethes with venom as she spits that Iris is the concubine's kid and that she doesn't belong inside the Magic Guild. In her seat, the princess goes rigid. Pure shock hits her as her private instructions get blasted to everyone. Yuki turns to the silent arena and snaps that Instagram's match gets ruled as a foul, then adds that touching his melody is foul too because protecting her is his duty. His stare sharpens with brutal rage. "Don't you dare touch my people. If you've got a problem, then come say it to me." I watch him crush the headband, and boom, an insane surge of magic blasts through it, overloading the device on the spot. A loud commotion erupts when Princess Salvia crumples from the magical backlash, and Yuki just flicks the shattered headband away because she won't report it, not when it would drag her own dirty magic into the spotlight. Beaten and dropped to his knees, Alec gasps out, "What just happened? Why did my flare Garuda turn on the princess?" Yuki lays it out in plain words. Alec burned through his magic with ancient magic, shattered his focus mid-cast, and that's why his familiar slipped out of his control. Alec swallows the brutal truth. This is as far as he can go. He teetered to his feet, drowning in regret over his brutal loss, and finally faced the truth: he couldn't stay in the Magic Guild anymore. As Princess Salvia gets dragged away by her guards, she whips a blazing, furious glare back at Yuki. Her eyes blaze with pure hatred. She waves off her attendants like it's nothing, insisting she's totally fine, then pushes to get out of there immediately. Standing over his defeated opponent, Yuki can already feel it. This is the kind of win that's gonna shake everything and turn into headline-level news. The crowd starts whispering as they realize a trainee just crushed a C-rank magician, though half the room insists it only happened because he cheated, breaking the rules and blasting forbidden magic. The hooded figure just can't wrap their head around how Princess Iris pulled off raising someone that talented. Yuki drifts down a silent corridor, when right there, Princess Iris steps in and meets her. She barrels toward him, panting hard, and you can tell she's falling apart inside. He smiles and, with total calm, tells her he's finally done his job. Her escort for the night, complete. In the dead of night, Iris suddenly breaks down in tears, snapping at him for pushing himself and acting with reckless abandon. He fires back that she should have told him she was getting bullied, but she refuses to budge, insisting he see everything from her side. He swears he won't cross his boundaries, but then makes it clear his limits are so massive she can't even begin to imagine them. She coughs hard, steadies her breathing, then pats her own head like she's getting back in control. With a snap, her attitude turns royal and regal. Then she beams and declares, "Congratulations on your victory, Lord Yuki Grossaria." As a reward, she invites him to her mansion in full ceremony, determined to make her trust in him loud and public, even though she knows he'll be the main attraction for a while. Who in their right mind would dare touch someone who just got a direct invitation from the royal family? Then she drops her voice to a hush and admits straight up that she just wants to be alone with him for a while. He gets it, then fully accepts it. She bursts into a bright smile, cheering like it's the best moment of her life. Then it hits her. She remembers another crucial piece of news. Turns out he's got official permission to go explore Elysian. She tells him, "Since people already think you're just as strong as a C-rank mage, you've officially got the green light to push all the way down to the 3rd layer. They say the Elysium Temple is hiding ancient relics in its darkest corners." Yuki sinks into deep thought, convinced they might stumble on a real lead about Father Lyle and Mother Remelia. He gently pats her head, soothing her, then reminds her she's not done yet. She still has to finish a few procedures for the Magic Guild. Now that the duel's done, he figures it's finally time to catch his breath because she's invited him straight to her mansion. At the grand estate, a maid burst in and loudly announced that a guest had finally arrived. Princess Iris's servant has just shown up to haul Master Yuki away. Yuki barrels through getting dressed in record time, sliding into a flawless, pristine uniform. With one last tweak, he steps up and declares loud and clear that he's ready. He whips around to the maid, Martha, and demands to know if she's ready to leave. Martha tightens her face and glares on, eyes sharp and unyielding. She shoots him a curious look, wondering why he's clutching her hand. And Iris from the doorway grins and playfully tells them to have a safe journey. Finally, Yuki blurts that Martha grew up in the countryside, so there's a good chance she's never even laid eyes on the royal palace before. With a dazzling grin, he promises he'll show her, and just like that, Martha's cheeks explode into a blush. Flustered out of her mind, she snaps that he can't toss those words around so casually. He'll need the princess's permission first. Iris watched the whole exchange and blurted out, "So is Martha coming with us after all?" Yuki wanted to introduce Martha to the princess right then, but when she decides to push it to another day, the maid lets out the biggest breath of relief. The massive royal palace gates screech open, and they rush inside. Inside the carriage, Yuki sits still, but his mind is already racing. He leans in and confirms it. His whole bat surveillance network, led by Dyke, is running flawlessly. This swarm, his familiars plus regular bats, feeds him non-stop aerial intel, keeping him and Iris safe from every shadow in the sky. While Princess Salvia is sidelined and inactive right now, he can finally breathe just for the moment. The carriage barrels on, tearing through the massive palace grounds like it has a destiny to fulfill. The driver blares that they're about to pull up at the Western Mansion right around the corner. Yuki stares at the huge, tangled heart of the kingdom. the massive royal palace where the king and his legal wives live, and then she looks east to the mansion reserved for the legitimate children. The western mansion is waiting the home where concubines' kids like Iris live. And right when he steps in, he feels the sting of a powerful magic alarm system guarding the whole place. The ancient power inside him hungers to tear apart the magical defenses piece by piece. He swallows the urge for now and orders his familiars to poke into the system later, while he pieces it together. This magic net is coming straight from the royal garden, and something terrifyingly powerful is buried there. Right as they pull up to the western mansion, Princess Iris and her maids rush out and greet them with open, warm smiles. She bows and congratulates him on being named her escort for the night, and he vows again and again that he'll guard her at any cost. Iris suddenly dismisses her maids Mary and Lindy, and their faces fall in shock as worry floods in. She speaks it cool and clear. Yuki is her escort tonight, the only person she trusts with her life, and if anything goes wrong, they've got to stay shoulder to shoulder, non-stop. So she insists this is the moment they need to get used to being alone together. The maids, stunned by her sharp foresight, by her reasoning without a second thought. They bow and slip out of the room, and suddenly it's just the two of them, left alone. As soon as the door shuts, Iris's perfectly formal mask drops instantly. She shyly greets him and, with trembling reverence, calls him "my lord." Her shyness flips instantly into pure joy. She lights up at the sight of him in her room, and that sudden burst of confidence hits Yuki so hard it leaves him rattled. When it's just the two of them, she demands he drop everything and call her Alice. She tells him she'll keep up the princess mask, Princess Iris Listia in public, but the second the doors close, she drops the act and becomes herself. She leans in with a bright grin and pats the spot beside her on the sofa, practically begging him to come sit. As he steps in, she lights up and hands him a gift because her memories are back at last. It's a magical staff, scaled down to her size, forged just for her. She asks if she can use magic just like he does, and he admits straight up that he's still wrestling with ancient magic, learning it step by step. He tells it like a confession, how he accidentally sparked it the first time, copying a rune he'd seen his brother draw, and blasting it to life by using his own mistale blood as the fuel. He tells her the real reason he came. He wants to master the basics of magic theory from her before he joins the Magic Guild. Delighted, Alice asks for a head pat as payment, and he gladly gives it. As he pats her head, she leans in close and sniffs. His hair smells like fresh soap. His quick reply, "I washed it that morning," hits her like a punch, leaving her completely stunned. And she remembers back in his past life, he'd dodge washing for weeks at a time. He straight up says, "This time I had my maid wash it for me." Intrigued, Alice pushes for an audience with the maid, and even when Yuki insists she refused, Alice still digs her heels in and orders him to bring her next time. Then she blurts out that she wants to master the maid's hair-washing technique. Yuki nods in agreement, and just like that, they finally lock in on the ancient magic lesson. Yuki admits his tiny knowledge, and Alice dives in, starting her explanation. She reveals the truth. Incantations supercharge her by compressing raw magic power inside her own body. Since humans can only hold so much magic, they've got to ration their power like it's life support. She breaks it down. Each kind of magic pulls power from a specific part of the body, and then it all ignites when you draw the rune. Advanced magic means you carve runes with both hands at once, so a true mage can strike and defend in the same breath. This yanks Yuki straight back to his fight with Alec Keel, and when Alice confirms Alec was a top-tier magician, it hits him even harder. But she insists the real key to ancient magic is pure, raw magic power strength with no excuses. Yuki knows the truth. Incantation can cram magic together to boost its power, but if your natural power is strong enough, you don't even need the spell or perfect control. He finally gets it. This is exactly why his missile blood lets him cast spells on the spot, just by drawing the runes. Curious, he stared down at his own status. After that last fight, his power shot up. Now he can wield 6 ancient magics, a jump that would blow right past any C-rank magician. He admits, though, that he can only get the hang of 2 of them comfortably. With her heart racing at the possibilities, Alice, who carries his blood from her past life too, decides she's done waiting and goes to cast a spell herself. Yuki pricked her finger with a dagger to carve a rune, then snapped at her to keep the magic output low. She unleashes Ifrit blow, but all she manages is a little harmless puff of smoke drifting from her staff. They both lock eyes on the outcome, completely speechless and stunned. Down in the dumps, Alice blurts out an apology, then admits the magic in her blood is nothing compared to his flat-out unmatched. Then she holds up her cut finger and teases, "If you lick it, it'll heal way faster." He lets out a frustrated sigh, then obeys, activating his purification power to seal the wound instantly. When the wound seals shut, a sharp burst of inspiration slams into him. He throws out a wild idea: if she drinks his blood, she'll lock in as his familiar, his very kin. Again, he lays it out for her. This will let her cast ancient magic just by drawing runes, crank up her power, and massively boost her odds of surviving the deadly royal palace. Then he drops the bomb he can summon her to his side any time, a technique he learned by watching his fight with Alec. So that means he can rescue her the second he wants. Distance doesn't stand a chance. He doubts turning a human into one of his own, but she doesn't blink. She accepts right away. She hits him like a wave from the past, proof of a bond they built over 200 years, as his subject, his family, and even his fiancée. So there's literally no reason for her to say no. Still shaking, he thrusts his bleeding finger toward her, begging her to take it. She takes the pact, and the second she drinks his blood, blinding light bursts around her like a whole new fate. Her status flips in an instant, power surges through her, and she awakens quasi-mistel blood, plus the ability to wield the same ancient magics he uses. In a lavish room dripping with luxury, Iris leans in and lays out exactly what makes her powers so damn special. She leans in and spills the truth as her master. Only you can see every fine detail about your kin, and she can even bring out hidden skills they don't know they're sitting on. Now that her body and heart are claimed by her lord, she's fully devoted, no hesitation, no escape. A thought hits Yuki in an instant. Now that Iris is officially his kin, can he summon her with summoning magic? He doesn't wait a second and tests it right away. He leans in and promises her the magic won't hurt a single living being, not even a little. To prove he's right, he tells them he ran the test on his bat familiar, Dyke, just yesterday, and the little creature was totally fine. Again, he leans in and says the same thing. Everything comes down to one catalyst. First, he pulls out the simple hair clip he'd handed her on their very first meeting. With this as his anchor, he's convinced he can call her back to his side from anywhere in the world. Iris's eyes flare with pure excitement, and she can't wait for her lord to unleash that summoning. They decide to shove themselves as far apart as the room will let them, like every inch of space matters for the experiment. Once they lock into place on opposite sides of the grand, ornate chamber, Yuki leans in and asks, "Are you ready?" While Iris waits, her thoughts turn to the jaw-dropping bond they just forged, because now she's family, and her lord can summon her any time he wants. That thought he can pull her out of danger from anywhere, at any second, hits her like a spark, and a deep blush floods her face. As the hair clip catalyst drifts in front of him, Yuki launches into action. He clenches his will tight and slams the summoning magic into action. "Come forth, my kin Iris Listia," he roars, commanding the room like it's his battlefield. A blazing magic circle detonates around the catalyst, and across the room, the irises crack open, dissolving into a rain of glowing light, which then tore through the air in wild spirals and snapped together right in front of him. She appears out of nowhere and snaps into action. "Your summon, my lord," Iris answers at once. But as the light dwindles, they both go dead silent because they just realize the one crushing detail they missed. Sure, Iris got summoned just fine, but her dress got left behind, tumbling into a discarded heap right on the floor where she'd been standing. Yuki snaps to the real problem. Fast, the magic won't recognize an item unless it's been in indirect, constant contact with her body, which is exactly why it only dragged her undergarments along. He nods to himself, and it hits summoning magic isn't simple at all, and the details run way deeper than he ever expected. Mortification floods her, an Iris pleading, begging him to shut his eyes. Once she's grabbed her dress and slipped into it, she admits how brutal it was to dress herself all alone. She nervously asks him what he thinks of the final result, misinterpreting that calm, thoughtful stare. She quickly shuts down the misunderstanding she means the summoning itself, not her outfit, and she even suggests that if you clutch the dress tight while it's happening, the spell might pull the dress in too. Yuki remembers staring at her own body countless times as she fought that Shimonbu disease in her past life. Meanwhile, he casually points out that she's grown up a little since then. Iris's cheeks flare red as she gulps the compliment and accepts it with a shy, trembling smile. She then tells him to build a delay into every future summon so she has time to get ready. Yuki grins and fires back that if she were the one bathing, summoning instantly would be way more practical. Once they step into the dungeon, they instantly decide they're hunting down a return summon spell. For now, the summoning magic hits perfectly, an escape route locked in for Iris. When trouble explodes, Iris beams at the result and asks for a head pat right then. He's dead, and he happily jumps to do it without a second thought. Yuki pivots the conversation and tells him an upcoming Magic Guild exam is coming in just a few days. We're diving into Elysian today. Only the trainees get to explore the upper layers, no deeper than that. Iris guesses they could be sent after ancient treasures, then jumps in fast and tells Roderia to start prepping the supplies. Right as Yuki is about to leave, he tells her, "Don't send me off, because a princess shouldn't be caught walking around in something that plain." Leaves the scene in a carriage. Meanwhile, at the Magic Guild's headquarters, the Council of Sages is locked in session. For days, A and B ranked magicians both have been locked in a tense showdown, and still they can't settle the terrifying issue in front of them. They're spinning over the burning questions. Why does a dead spirit from the Elysium Temple suddenly show up? Who's behind the summoning magic, and where in the world did the catalyst come from? The Elysium Temple, an old, bloodthirsty magic faction from a forgotten era, sits right at the heart of this whole catastrophe. The council froze and wondered if that priest had ever been fully revived. With all that ancient, forbidden magic at his command, the enemy might have grabbed it and turned it against them. A dead spirit being summoned inside the Elysian Rite, where the Magic Guild was founded to control it, is an unforgivable disaster. Watch Lady Demeter, the rank magician, step up and lay out her report. She confirms that trainee Geyer Wolfgang was tricked into using an ancient spell that tore open the air and summoned a dead priest's spirit. By the end, the trainee's mind took a brutal hit. His memories got scrambled into a chaotic blur. When someone asked if he remembered that incantation, then Demeter drops the bombshell. A magical exam proved his memory of that incident is gone for good. There's no way that's a mistake. One guy blurts out a bold plan seal off Elysia and pushed the trainee exam back to keep everyone safe. A fearsome rank magician named Zamer, an unapologetic believer in magic supremacy, steps up and takes the mic to speak. He argues that the Elysian was built to stay open and stop the old heritage from being monopolized. But then, the temple's followers come roaring back, and everything changes. He's terrified. The past massacre is about to repeat. Then another member blurts out that the summoning needs a precise catalyst and a specific kind of magic. Zamar slams his fist on the table and roars that the truth doesn't change, they can still be summoned. He shoots a warning if the dead spirits ever get bodies, total disaster will hit, so he orders the Elysian sealed, right now. A calm voice slices through the chaos, and suddenly it's clear the ancient heritage will be locked up forever in the guild's top dog's hands. And the voice belongs to the one and only rank magician Lord Kane. He stands up to the council and reminds them, loud and clear, that the guild exists to stop anyone from locking down the whole market. He fires a pointed question at Zamer, asking whether locking away the Elysian wouldn't be a massive advantage for someone of his rank. and basically shutting the door on anyone else uncovering new ancient secrets. Furious, Zamer spits the accusation out as nonsense, shouting that royalty can't intimidate him. Kane stays completely unshaken, calmly telling the council, "I'm not leaning on my royal blood," while everyone can feel just how deeply he's in it. He reveals the whole thing. This incident happened during Iris's escort night selection test. Next, he turns to Demeter for answers, and she confirms it. Kane slams the point down and declares, "It's my duty, I'm making sure this gets settled." He claims that Wolfgang County's testimony points straight to the culprit, a wandering magician named Dorothea Zamiels. Snatching her up, he declares that protecting her is their top priority. No questions asked. He unfurls the map and spreads out his proposal like it's about to change everything. They hit the Magic Guild with a bounty for Dorothea, then snapped up the exam applicants and sent them out to hunt her down. He argues that the reward for capturing her should be worth the same as uncovering an ancient artifact and a nobla title. When they press him for why the royal family is willing to give up so much, Kane snaps that Dorothea is a lethal threat and that he already won the king's approval. The council members finally throw in the towel. This whole mess is the guild's fault, and the royal family's offer is downright generous. They've got zero reason to say no. Demeter presses her point hard and reveals how personally Lord Kane is tangled up in this case. With a cocky grin, Kane admits straight up that he's not just interested, he's in. "It'd be a real shame to let an opening like this slip through," he said, because he needed to see what the shattered remnants of that doomed organization were trying to pull off. To settle the standoff, he offers one deal, seal the Elysian for now, only until Dorothy's confirmed to be clear of the royal capital. They push the original exam back, but slap the trainees with a brand new urgent mission because safety stays the top priority. The council members stare in amazement as his brilliant solution snaps the deadlock shut like it was never even there. Not after days of fighting. Zamer begrudgingly swallows the decision, and then the council moves in ready to slam the vote. Right back at his residence, Yuki shoves the door open and heads home. A maid intercepts him on the spot and fires off, "Why did you come back without Martha?" just like Princess Iris ordered. A man draped in a white cloak crumples to the ground, utterly beaten. A woman with long green hair glares down at him, her smile razor cold as she's counting his worth. Not enough magic power, she decides. Then she smirks and thinks, guess I'll need a better test subject next time. Tonight, this follower of the mighty Elysium Temple slips through the dark forest, her goal blazing bright in her mind. Here she stands, beautiful enough to steal your breath, dangerous enough to ruin your life, pushing to bind the whole world to a noble will. A few days earlier, Iris sat there clutching a notice in her hands, sighing hard. Then the exam got postponed. Yuki told everyone he'd just gotten the notice from Odette. The exam gets paused until they finally catch whoever's behind the Elysium priest's summoning incident, or at least until Elysium is proven safe enough to enter. Yuki seethed to himself, grumbling that the Elysium Temple had turned into a total headache. The Magic Guild's on full lockdown, because Dorothea Zamuels is almost definitely tied to the temple, but what she's really chasing. That part is still a complete mystery. He stares at his past and remembers the day he finally felt safe when the group that branded him a monster got wiped out. But now, in this new life, the leftovers of that same temple crawl into his mind and won't let go, haunting him like something undead. Frustration hits him hard. He has to climb up to C-rank magician ASAP. But right when everything matters, the road to Elysian slams shut. Iris breaks it down. She's got her own pressures pushing her towards something big. Yuki admits the issue, and with Elysian cloth in hand, their choices shrink down to almost nothing. He flicks the document on the table and pitches a whole new route. He asked if snatching Dorothea would finally win them a noble title, and Iris shot back, "Yeah, but don't even try." She made it clear this wasn't their kind of work. Only higher-rank magicians should touch that assignment. Yuki fires back, claiming that as a leftover from the Elysium Temple, she might know things nobody else has ever even heard. This hits Iris like a sudden wall, and he stops cold, weighing every word before he commits. Pressing on, he digs deeper, like Dorothea must know something about those villagers who stormed the temple. Or maybe she's hiding secrets about ancient relics and magic nobody's even seen. His stare hits her like a punch, and Yuki's iris-wide eyes go suspicious. "Yuki, are you plotting something?" she asks, and he just flashes a smile, then straight up denies it. She insists trainees are off-limits, no way they're allowed anywhere near a search led by higher-rank magicians. She says the capable team, the quartet, packed with a B-rank magician, is already on the move, and that this has to be settled fast. Then she whips out a drawing of Dorothea and a detailed map of the area, and suddenly it's clear she's been way ahead of everyone the whole time. Yuki clocks it instantly. No matter how much she protests, she's dead serious about this whole pursuit. His suit snaps into place. His face hardens fast, and pure determination surges through him as he decides he'll catch her right in his own hands. If she's truly a remnant from the Elysium Temple, then he's got a mountain of questions he's dying to ask. He leans in and asks Iris straight up, does she know where Dorothea could be? Maybe not, but she does know. The higher-ranked magicians are scouring the villages near the royal capital, hunting answers and running interviews. When they ask Yuki to join them, he doesn't dodge. He lays out exactly what he's planning. He'll officially team up with Iris as her escort knight, riding alongside her while she hunts down monsters as a trainee. A few days later, the whole crew stands together in a giant, open expanse of land. Their job is simple patrol the highways. Iris tells Yuki she'll take on the tougher monsters herself and warns him, "Don't you dare overdo it." He leans into his bat familiar, Dyke, and listens as Dyke warns him about huge rabbits roaming to the west. Next, Yuki fires off 12 bat units supercharged with mistal blood to scout the battlefield ahead. Odette leans in and asks if the higher-ranked magicians are hunting the wild backwoods, like the Rocky Mountains or the creepy Black Forest, while Yuki snaps back that they're focused right now on the villages. So yeah, those hiding spots are still totally unwatched right now, and the Black Forest, pitch black even in daylight, is too damn dangerous to search without serious prep. With this new intel, Yuki can finally toss his own familiars straight to those places, no fear, no hesitation. He leans in close and tells Iris, "Once I spot my opening, I'm slipping away, and I'm putting Odette in your hands." Odette protests, begging to help her lord, but he shuts her down fast, saying it'd be a nightmare if she suddenly vanished. Then he tells her not to worry, because if trouble hits, he'll summon help with summoning magic. Right then, his instincts scream, something's coming. "The monsters are here," he yells. His bat familiars swoop in with the news. Big rabbits are charging in from the west. The fight is over in a blink, swift, ruthless, and decisive until the battlefield is littered with the creatures' lifeless bodies. Yuki laughs, "That was easy," and Iris nods, sure they're strong, but she warns, "Don't get careless." After their first day in a village near the capital, and their second day wiping monsters off the highways, they're finally sprinting back to that same village fresh from another brutal extermination. Suddenly, a familiar bat streaks out of nowhere and swoops in with an urgent report from the network. A message just dropped about the Black Forest. The bat rushes back, yelling that it found a tiny horse-drawn carriage tucked away right beside the forest entrance. On the dusty ground lies a torn, discarded robe, abandoned like a clue nobody wanted to find. The robe is stitched with the crest of a wolf that lays its claim. Yuki breaks the news to his crew. Odette clocks the emblem instantly. She claims it's based in Wolfgang County. Yuki's suspicions don't just linger anymore. They slam into hard proof. He pieces it together. Dorothea has to know someone from Wolfgang County, and that's the only reason she ends up with the robe and the carriage. The Black Forest is only an hour away on horseback, and he's sure she's slipped in there and hiding. Iris clocks his plan on the spot and fires back, asking if he's really going to grab Dorothea all by himself. He dodges the accusation, insisting he's only hunting for information, then says he'll go there after nightfall. Odette begs him to call for her if danger hits, and he reassures them both, swearing he won't swing into a battle he can't take, while dropping a hint that his trump card is already in hand. As night crashes down, Yuki's resolve hardens. He's determined to see, with his own eyes, what the Elysium Temple's followers are really plotting. He rockets into the sky, blazing a path as a roaring swarm of bats dives straight for the dark woods. He barrels into the black forest, where the towering trees swallow the light and shroud everything in eerie darkness, like nature itself is hiding a secret. He snaps an order and releases his bats into the forest, silent, deadly, and swarming from every side. With their ultrasonic navigation humming, his familiars can spot the tiniest movement lurking in the crushing dark. Soon enough, the report returns, and when they look around, collapsed humans are sprawled right beside the carriage. 3 of them showed up, so it's definitely not just Dorothy. Yuki slips in fast to investigate. He stumbles onto the scene exactly like they said, 1 guy and 2 girls, all in robes blazing with magic guild crests, sprawled on the ground unconscious. He sends the fresh orders through his familiar, and you can feel Dorothea's tension as the bats pull back, regroup, and wait for reinforcements before they dive back into the forest. He drapes a cloth over his face and stalks in on the fallen mages. He gently shakes one of the women awake. She stirs, totally confused, while he lies through his teeth claiming he's from the Magic Guild and that he's there to handle a report. With her last ounce of strength, she hurls a warning at him. Dorothea's here and she's deadly. The woman reveals how Dorothea called up the dead priest's spirit and forced it into an ancient relic. Then she collapses and faints at last. Yuki presses 2 fingers to her pulse. She's alive, but her life force is fading fast, like someone drained her dry, and the other 2 look just the same. He orders an immediate evacuation right now. With a surge of strength, he grabs both and hurries them to safety right outside the danger zone. Then he blasts out the order and summons his bat squadron. He powers up 10 familiars, then leaves 2 behind to stand guard over the unconscious mages. He lays it out plain, hit the retreat button. The second you spot an enemy, you can't crush. With everything set, he rockets back into the forest, and his upgraded familiars crowd his sides like a living escort. He quickly spots Dorothea, and she spills the truth. Those higher-rank guild members hunted her down one after another, but every single one got beaten and pinned in place. Next, Yuki just can't stop wondering why didn't she bolt the moment that confrontation ended. He snaps together his custom staff and throws up a blazing anti-magic shell. Suddenly, a blinding burst of light rips through the darkness. A familiar scream blasts out as Yuki gets violently yanked backward, the impact tearing the staff clean out of his hands. He cranes his neck in pure disbelief, staring at a weird gray light hanging in the air. His staff, wrapped in an anti-magic shell, lies useless on the ground, and he can't even process what just ripped reality apart. He grabs it and studies it up close, and the runes, plus the mystal blood that once powered it, are totally gone. He's left staring at a mystery that even his 200 years of hard-earned knowledge can't explain. The anti-magic shell rune powered by Mistel's blood suddenly vanished on its own, and with it, the power got snuffed out. Still, doubt gnawed at him. What if it just ran out? But he shut that idea down fast. The end result felt just as chilling as the way the other magicians' life forces had been ripped away. And honestly, it hit like a vampire's beam straight out of a nightmare. He huddles with his familiar, then snaps at Dyke and the others to stay put while he slips away to investigate. The forest goes dead silent as he charges deeper into the suffocating dark. He tracked down the collapsed magicians after a scream tore through the black forest, and every single one of them swore they'd heard of a woman named Dorothea. He figured the moment the higher-ranked magicians caught wind of this, they'd rush in, but if Dorothea slipped away, it would turn into a total nightmare. In a world where Iris and Martha called the shots, anyone like her was instantly despised and shoved out like a threat nobody could afford to keep. Then right through the trees, an alarm-sharp voice slices the air. "Out, intruder!" Her voice cut through the air, icy, arrogant, and cruel. Then she clocked him as a lowly dog of the Magic Guild, grinning like his looks were the perfect opening to use him. She snapped, "You're going to be my test subject for this ancient relic I inherited." He slams back at her claim and says those ancient treasures were sealed away after the 8 Kings' War, trapped and made completely useless. But she just smiles like she already knows everything. She tells him the traitorous sage screwed up the seal. Those ancient items never got locked away right, and some of them slipped through the cracks. With a dramatic flourish, she whips open her weapon, this massive, terrifying suit of armor that hits like a thunderclap. It instantly spots the gray glow spilling from the arms behind its back, and it's the exact same vampire ray it saw earlier. Through a cracked panel in the armor, he catches sight of someone inside, but there's no way to know if they're still breathing. The woman unveils her creation. The lord of phantom and eerie ancient powerhouse that's been passed down for generations by the remnants of the Elysium Temple. With the Elysium priest's spirit, she claims, her power forges it into an endless weapon. He reacts on the spot and blasts a relentless storm of fireballs. If it blows, it hits. The spell hurdles slam into the automaton. But the second it hits, it just vanishes like it never even existed. The armor is still standing strong, untouched, unbroken, and perfectly unscathed. He stares, stunned, as his attacks slam in, then get swallowed whole, vanishing like they never even existed. It's hopeless, she scoffs against the Lord of Phantom's defenses. Even ancient magic crumbles to nothing. He snaps to the truth. In an instant, the surface is crafted to drink in magic power like it's made for it. Against a defense like that, even the highest-ranked magicians might as well throw in the towel. Her curiosity snaps to full attention. Who in the world are you? He ignores her question and fires one back. Are you Dorothea, the one from the Elysium Temple? The same crew that tore the world apart, made Lyle cry, and forced Alice to reincarnate? His voice turns ice-cold. It's been nearly 200 years since that war, yet you're still out there protecting the Elysium Temple like it's nothing. A flash of protective fury ignites in him. No way in hell he'll ever feel okay with some dangerous weapon roaming near his child. You're just getting in the way, so move along and better yet, vanish. She scoffs at his outburst, brushing him off as just another foolish magician who can't even grasp the greatness of the Elysium Temple. He slams the brakes on her words and exposes the whole scheme. So what you were trying to do before was build a body for the dead priest's spirit, and that's exactly why you had Geyer Wolfgang summon it into him. So you could get him to step into the armor while the priest, possessing him, held the reins. She freezes in total shock. What the hell? Who are you? She snaps. And how do you know about this? I can spot a sick person a mile away, he says, flat as a blade. I've seen it 1,000 times in my past life. That drained, weakened face of someone who's had their life force ripped away. He keeps carving through the logic, and if that armor and magical power are fueled by a person's life force, then it has to end with death. Nobody would ever choose that. So I'm thinking the poor soul inside isn't acting at all. Magic or some other trick is puppeteering them. He waves it off like it's nothing, because keeping someone under his thumb non-stop sounds exhausting as hell. But once a dead priest's spirit is free, the body dying doesn't matter one bit. They can just hunt down another human to take over, turning that ancient etim into a weapon that never runs out. Humiliated to her core, she lets out a savage scream, "Kill him, Lord of Phantom!" And he fires back, "Activate it now!" As the bat army surges into motion. A brutal swarm of shadowy bats dives out of the darkness and floods the clearing. He fires off another spell force of earth. Spikes of rock burst up from the ground, streaking forward like they're trying to stab the night itself. With one contemptuous swing, the Lord of Phantom drives its massive blade into the ground and smashes the earth's spikes like they're nothing but glass. Buying time won't save you, magician boy. She sneers like it's already over. The armor rockets forward, clamps onto him, and smashes him hard into a nearby tree. The forest shudders as the blow echoes through every shadow. Then he drops to the ground with a hard slide, stunned for one breath. "And give it up," she snaps. "This Lord of Phantom is the magician's worst nightmare. It's invincible night. Everything's about to go down." He sizes up the danger with a grim stare. The beam that devours life force is basically his worst nightmare, and that anti-magic coating seals the deal. Before he can even use his own mistal blood to hack the machine, it gets sucked dry. No choice at all. If he wants his blood inside, he has to tear into the surface first. He sucked in a deep breath, staring down the fight like, "This is it," and raised the spell he never imagined he'd need summoning magic. His mind slips to Iris, but he slams that thought away because the image he's summoning right now isn't her. Still, his logic held tight. If Iris can be summoned after he got his Mistel blood, then the plan just might work, and the story goes on. Then the thing drenched in his blood from 200 years ago, the one that called him "my lord," can be summoned too. At the bottom of a pitch-black chasm, where the shadows felt alive, a forgotten ancient weapon sleeps beneath the earth, buried and waiting for the moment it wakes. He rockets forward with raw power and shouts, "Answer my call, my kin come forth, holy sword Linkarl." He rockets out of the tree line on supernatural speed, and the woman doesn't even get a chance to react. "Boosted," she gasps, eyes wide in pure shock. "Too slow," he roars. Then he's there beside the armor in the blink of an eye. With a blinding flash of steel, he slams the holy sword down and hacks the Lord of Phantom's arm clean off at the shoulder. The limb drops with a sickening clatter to the ground. Useless now. Like it always goes, he speaks up with a calm, steady voice. "That ancient thing can't be harmed by magic or swords, but if it's an ancient item of the same grade, it can punch right through." She gasps as the severed arm drops, stumbling over, but how?" Then she blurts, "How did you cut through the Lord of Phantom?" He just shrugs with an easy, cutting answer, and she can't help thinking it probably wore down over time. The armor snaps out its last back arms, but he's already gone, darting through the attacks like it's nothing. He charges forward and slams right back into range. With a lightning-fast combo of precise, devastating hits, he tears the machine apart, snuffing its main power the moment he chops off the back arms, cutting off its chance to fire that vampire ray ever again. He might have gone too far and turned that ancient relic into scrap. But one thing was crystal clear. His real mission was to finish it all. After all, he mutters to himself. His job isn't just to find Dorothea, it's to roam and patrol the highways. And that artifact's condition doesn't matter one bit. Demeter can only freeze in terror as her prized weapon crumbles into ruin. He closes the gap. Linkarl's tip bites at her throat and I blurt out, "I need to ask Dorothea Zomyel something." He swings his sword and points at that traitorous time you mentioned like he's talking about someone he knows better than anyone else. "Dude, tell me everything, every detail, every twist, don't leave anything out." Her face twists with pure rage. "Don't test me." Then she unleashes a scream and slams her fist into the ground. "You think that traitor is Sage? Don't even bring his name up 200 years ago. He was nothing but filth. Because of that alone. Damn it, the traitor Elysium Temple could have wiped out every single king in the 8 Kings War." He refuses to flinch at her rage, and then, "Just tell me what were their names." She bares her teeth and hisses the name out like it's poison. "Lyle Carmen." "Yeah, that's the name they slammed into my head." He drags the sword back just a little, and his face gives nothing away. He shut his eyes tight, and that sinking feeling of resignation washed over him, exactly like he feared. A rush of old memories crashes back of the Triteris sage, the mysterious figure who sealed away those ancient items that Lyle Carmine was tied to. He thinks back and realizes he totally saw this coming. Lyle and Remelia are prodigies, and of course they'd team up to wipe out the Elysium Temple. When they press her on what the traitorous sage actually pulled off, she shakes her head and admits she has no clue about the details. All we truly know is they obliterated those ancient relics so thoroughly that they turned completely useless. Back in the present, that cloaked figure stares down at a lifeless machine. The Lord of Phantom. He stares at the machine still running and snaps, "Why are you still on?" and that mystery claws at his thoughts. Dorothea, the captured mage, snapped, growing furious over his stubborn silence. The moment he steps toward her, her nerves flare. She snaps, demanding to know exactly what he's up to. He thrusts his hand forward, chants an incantation, and lets missile blood flood the air, starting a straight-up magical hack. His very first strike gets slapped back, magic sputtering and dying right on the armor's skin, so he instantly figures it out. Anti-magic is baked into the damn thing. He doesn't hesitate. He slams his aim into the hollowed chunk of that severed arm and unleashes his power again. This time, his magic rips right through the defenses. He can't help but marvel at the machine's brutal anti-hacking wall. Yet his own power shoves past it and crashes straight into the system's core. A jolt of confidence crashes over him, and he's convinced he can finally seize control of the ancient weapon. His magic tears through the first barrier in a heartbeat, smashes a third layer next, then studies what makes the system tick until it zeroes in on the armor's main lock. He barks one command, "Open the armor," and releases the pilot. System obeys. With a brutal clack, the armor's chest plate swings wide open. He surges forward and grabs the unconscious pilot just as she slumps out of her seat. Dorothea jerks back, stunned beyond words, as she finally spots the pilot and realizes he's the Lord of Phantom. He snaps over to the unconscious woman, studying her up close, and decides she's probably a Magic Guild investigator, captured, beaten, and forced to pilot the machine. Then it hits, every puzzle piece snaps into place. The armor's seal is trapped in a pleat, an ugly crack that time carved into it, bit by bit. That partial seal demanded a cruel price, forcing the machine to gulp down an enormous amount of life force from its own pilots just to keep running. He's locked the whole system down, but for safety, he shuts off every internal function for a full 24 hours. Dorothea erupts in pure rage, snarling, "Who are you and why is the Lord, that revered tactical armor of the Elysium Temple, taking orders from you?" He pivots toward her, voice razor calm as he declares, "I am the Lord of Nosferatu." With his face covered and his real identity locked away, he decides to rise from the shadows under his old, infamous name. The name lingers like a punch to the gut, freezing Dorothea mid-breath until shock flips into raw, boiling fury. She spills the real story behind the name Lord Osvaratu. Wasn't a gift, it was a title yanked from a traitorous sage. Right as it hits, this revelation slams into him so hard he can't even brace himself. While he tries to process her words, she keeps pushing, then starts raiding again, telling him the Elysium Temple already bagged 8 of the lords, and they're planning to christen the last one after a true legend. But that traitorous sage snatched the armor and bolted, leaving the creepy machine behind and calling it Lord of Nosferatu. He clicks the pieces together with dawning horror, and the traitorous sage she's talking about has to be Lyle and Remelia. They slapped his name on the armor, shouted it like a ghost calling back to his past. After all, it came straight from his old life. And now he just freezes in stunned silence, spiraling like, what on earth were his former subordinates thinking? Dorothea keeps roaring, insisting that if they weren't there, the Elysium Temple would have crumbled already. He got why they'd snatched the armor, but he couldn't wrap his head around why they'd name it after him. A sudden memory slams through his mind, the promise Lyle and Remelia made years ago when he'd been left grievously wounded by a holy sword. And the two of them swore through tears they'd forge him armor no sword could ever cut. Notes, he lets out a heavy sigh, feeling that reckless devotion crash down on his shoulders. Dorothea demands to know where the real Lord of Nosferatu is. He just smirks and says, "Beat me." He mutters to himself that he's got a pretty solid guess where Lyle and Remelia stashed their treasures. He flips the interrogation back onto her, demanding what she thought she'd get out of the Lord of Phantom, because all she can really walk away with is a usable weapon and the grim truth of a dead priest. She declares the Elysium Temple will stand forever and warns that he's about to finally get it. She claims the world's been stuck in place ever since the 8 Kings War, and that this proves the temple's justice is real. She swaggered and promised that her successors would show up soon and that they'd master the same ancient item craft as the Magic Guild. He slams the door on her mid-speech, sick of her non-stop rhetoric, because 200 years later, she's still trying to reach her goals by treating everyone like monsters. "Yeah, you're acting like total babies," he snaps, rage boiling out of him as frustration finally bursts. "You wiped out people's livelihoods, and sure, the Elysium Temple hired the wrong folks, but you still twist it and pin the fallout on those traitorous sages." He swears with pure conviction they've never betrayed him ever. With everything pushing her to the edge, Dorothy vows through clenched teeth that she's going to kill him. She starts chanting, summoning ancient magic that's about to burn through her own life force to make it real. But he's faster. Bam! A freeze net blasts from his hand and traps her under a shattering wave of ice. He says it with a chill in his voice. He's already tangled with the Elysium Temple, and he's not about to drop his guard now. Dorothea grits through the ice-cold grip, freezing her arms solid, and he calmly tells her his ice magic may not be the strongest, but it hits fast, smashing her chance to even draw her runes. Ice surges over her mouth and locks her in place, pinning her completely so she can't fight back. Right then, his familiar's knee slams into the scene and snaps into bat form. Then he demands, "Why did you abandon your post as Iris's bodyguard?" Neil says Princess Iris and Lady Odette are freaking out, and they're heading this way right now. He cooks up a plan and orders Neil to pass the message. Then, boom! Dorothea gets captured while a bunch of other enemies swarm through and around the forest. Next, he sizes up the cover story and snaps, saying summoning the Holy Sword would be far too obvious and would drag in trouble he doesn't want. They'll swear it was some mysterious stranger who wiped out Dorothea, and that our crew rolled in right after, so he can stand beside Iris without the others ever learning who he really is. He flicks a glance at the dead armor, then decides to just leave it sitting there. He remembers this isn't just one lord, there are 8 of them, and the Elysium Temple planned to unleash their weapons in the 8 Kings' War. The damage it could have caused was terrifyingly huge, yet he figures the war still ended with fewer casualties than it had every right to. A squad of machine-built magic killers immune to negating magic and brute force, but vulnerable only to ancient swords, stares down a terrifying truth: he can't let this slide, and he decides the Magic Guild should deal with it. Under the night sky, he regroups with Iris and Odette, readying himself for what comes next. They tracked down the icebound Dorothea right on schedule, just like the plan promised. He slips out a quiet command to his familiars, then has them hide his holy sword from sight. Then Iris goes wide-eyed, completely thrown off by what she's seeing. They kept spinning their fake tale then, right as they pushed through the black forest, they stumbled on a senior magician sprawled on the ground. They pushed deeper and boom uncovered the giant armor, with Dorothea Samuels already locked up. He keeps his voice down, trying not to get recognized, while a tiny messenger animal is launched to deliver the official report. Odette confirms she's already reached the main investigation team, and now she tells everyone to hold tight and wait for them to show up. She stared at the enormous lord, stunned that a weapon straight out of dusty history almost got unleashed in the 8 Kings' War. Iris shoots him a glance and blurts, "Who in the world could have beaten someone this powerful?" Odette nods along, stunned that someone could wreck such a priceless ancient relic with that much ease. Iris blurts out her worry, but Odette shoots back calm as steel, telling her that whoever kidnapped Dorothea is going to be rewarded with a noble title for the deed. As a royal, Odette desperately wants to find the hero and reward them right away, but with Dorothy's testimony as their only clue, they're in for a rough hunt. Then she whips around to him and promises him a reward for stepping into the chaos, uncovering the magicians, and holding the line to guard the scene. Later, back at the inn, he stews in the truth. This outcome is the best one he could have gotten, because if anyone found out about his unauthorized use of the Holy Sword, the one now shoved beneath his bed, everything would blow up in his face. He studies the armor he just salvaged, staring at it like it holds a secret, then wonders if there are 7 more out there, waiting to be found. When he dissected the severed arm, he uncovered a brutal truth. This ancient weapon could repair itself, and that was exactly what made it terrifying. Then it clicks for him why Lyle and Remelia risked everything to lock them away. Because if the Elysium Temple had ever gotten its hands on these weapons, it would have spelled the end of the world. He stares out at the night sky, and pride surges through him. Impressive. Lyle, Remelia, you're my proud little children. There's only one question left. Where in the world did they stash the armor they stole? In the stillness, Yuki's mind snapped back to what his old companions warned him. One of the lords, a power so dangerous it was capable of wiping the world during the 8 Kings' War, had been snatched and buried away. It was even named after his past self, the Lord of Nosferatu, because only a seal set inside an ancient artifact could trap that nightmare. Now it hit him. This move was probably made for him and Iris, a safety net saved for whatever future reincarnations awaited them. Rage simmering behind his teeth, he shattered the silence and whispered to Iris, pulling crucial intel from their prisoner and swearing he'd spill every last detail to her later. Just as the conversation started to heat up, a loud announcement slammed the moment to a stop. Prince Cain had arrived. Has approached. Right away, he started sorting out the aftermath, snapped his focus onto Lady Demeter, and praised her for treating everyone and keeping the scene intact. This was Cain Lycia, a B-rank magician and Iris's older brother. Demeter, still as humble as ever, pushed back and insisted Princess Iris and the others owned every ounce of the credit for their fearless moves. Cain grinned and nodded at his sister, praising her for her awesome work. Then Cain's gaze snapped to the unfamiliar young man, Yuki Grosseria, who stepped forward and introduced himself as Baron Grosseria's second son. The prince clocked him as Iris's escort knight and poured out his thanks for a job done perfectly. Iris beamed and said, Lord Yuki had been a huge help. Like a real friend, she truly holds in the highest regard. Yuki snapped that while everyone else hogged the credit and tried to grab it all, their tiny crew had moved on solid intel, so in his eyes, this needed to be judged. Prince Cain nodded and promised them a reward judged by them, because only they knew who truly deserved the spotlight. He swallowed the reality of what they'd uncovered because in the end, they'd stumbled on an ancient relic, and the significance of it hit like a thunderclap. "What's your wish?" he demanded, like the answer could change everything. Iris and Lady Odette both stepped back and bowed, pushing the spotlight onto Yuki. They insisted he deserved the reward since he was the one who blazed the trail. Even though Yuki knew he couldn't shoulder all the credit alone, Cain still decided to split the reward evenly between the three of them, then handed the final call straight to Yuki. Staring at Cain, everyone waited. Then Cain fired the question again. "So, what do you want?" Yuki's request hit like a curveball. He demanded access to both the newest maps and the oldest ones still in existence. Confused, Cain demanded answers, and Yuki gave him a solid explanation. Then he admitted he wanted to study the 8 Kings' War for real, poring over the maps to track just how much destruction could have happened, so he could remember how lucky they were that it was all somehow averted. His request got granted. As B-rank magician, Cain in his official role handed trainee Yuki Grossia the keys to the Magic Guild's archives. But that was just a disguise. Yuki's real mission was to track down the exact location of Fira village. By lining up today's maps with the ancient ones, he was sure he could track down that forgotten location to the exact spot. He just couldn't shake the feeling that Lyle and Remelia had ditched something huge back there. His mind sprinted through memories of a talk about the lords his predecessors had planted the hidden lord's name on purpose, something only he'd recognize, like a flashing beacon leading straight to where it was. The Lord of Nosferatu, called the last of the 8, belonged to the Elysium Temple, and it was buried deep inside the castle of Fira village, right where nobody would think to look, the exact spot where his past life once played out. With Dorothea, the mastermind, finally captured, and the Lord's intel locked in, they kicked back because the mission was over. Yuki decided to hand the rest over to Prince Cain and the elite, upper-ranked magicians. With these fresh clues in hand, he clenched his resolve and set out to follow Lyle and Remelia's trail, step by step. Meanwhile, Cain Listia sat down and hammered out his official report. Snagging Dorothea Samuel wasn't just a win, it turned into a shocking jackpot, the legendary Lord of Phantom Armor. Her interrogation cracked open the truth. There were 3 more Lord's Beasts out there. Paladin and Nosferatu, ready to wreak havoc. It also proved the leftovers of the Elysium Temple weren't dead at all. They were still running as an organization. But the strangest part was her testimony about the guy who beat her. She claimed it was someone young and ancient at once, and she couldn't reveal who he really was. He brandished a blade so deadly it could slice through a lord, and the moment the traitorous sages were brought up, he answered with nothing but, "My children." Cain snorted at the report as total nonsense, sure it was a rotten lie meant to scramble everyone's minds. Still, the so-called Lord artifact wasn't a rumor. It was a wild, undeniable fact that couldn't be denied. A few days earlier, the moment he heard the Elysium Temple might be hiding these weapons, Cain kicked off the very first experiment at the Magic Guild, aiming to awaken the captured Lord of Phantom. He took full control and made a rank magician, Zamar Kartaz, stand as his witness. C-rank magician Demir Springle was picked to fly the dangerous mission, and before the test even began, she downed a potion that blasted her magic power sky high. Cain snapped that this was an emergency. If those other lords ended up in the enemy's grip, they'd have 0 time left to waste. He laid out every known detail of the armor for Demeter, how it shrugged off magic attacks, and even unleashed a strange ray that stole both magic and life force, and then told her, "If you feel your power slipping, eject right away." Demeter slid into the cockpit and muttered the ancient machine word. Then the whole ancient engine roared to life. Its crimson eyes flared to life. When the Lord of Phantom finally moved again after ages, the crowd watching exploded into gasps of pure awe. Elder Zamer stayed unconvinced, firing back at the prince that the experiment was way too soon. Cain snapped back at Cooley, saying he'd rather run the experiment himself than let someone else sign off on it recklessly. A trio of magicians hurled a blazing meteor spell at the world, turning the sky into fire. Demeter tightened her grip as instructed, ready to stop the attack with just one arm from the armor. With one relentless sweeping punch, the Lord's fist crashed into the spell, and just like that, everything shattered for good. The observers went silent in shock. Those armored plates had deflected the attack clean, leaving not a scratch behind. Cain snapped over to his pilot, demanding to know if she felt even a shred of the impact. Demeter swore she felt nothing at all, and Zamer stared in awe, watching the magic vanish like a blink, his eyes blazing as he imagined rebuilding that kind of unstoppable defense. Cain barely paid attention to the elder's sudden burst of excitement. The armor kept snapping those spells out of the air, swatting every last one aside like they didn't even stand a chance. Zamar blurted that whoever uncovered Lord Yuki and Iris might just start talking, and Cain shut him down fast. That's exactly why only top-rank magicians are here. But Cain couldn't shake it. Something about Iris's escort knight screamed, "This guy's more than he looks." Zamar brushed Yuki aside, calling her a baron's illegitimate child. No real value, no real loyalty, someone who'd take easy bribes instead of genuine rewards. After 10 minutes, Cain clocked the results, declared the test enough, and slammed the brakes to end the experiment. But Zamer slammed the brakes, demanding they jump straight into Phase 2, right now. The Elder insisted they had to prove the Lord's attack power, then threw down his own golem as the opponent. Cain leaned in and reminded Zamer that he'd just called the experiment premature, and the older man snapped back, "Once the experiment starts, it has to be finished to the bitter end." Storming past the prince, Zamar launched into a summoning chant, feeding the magic crystals as the catalyst. He said they had to cram in as many tests as they could in one shot, because if they dragged it out, the info leak risk would skyrocket. "Stop it!" Elder Zamer Cain snapped, panic flaring as he realized Demeter might not survive a long fight. But Zamer was swallowed by pure ambition. He bragged that if his golem could smash the armor, then the Elysium Temple had nothing left to threaten them. A massive stone golem tore out of the ground, blasting the silence with a thunderous roar as it finally came alive. "Demeter, get out of there," Cain snapped. "The experiment's over." But Zamer's voice slammed through everything, drowning him out. "You're not getting out. Accept the power of my golem, Demeter." Demeter was trapped in the cockpit, wheezing from sheer effort, stuck torn between two clashing orders that wouldn't let it breathe. With clenched teeth, she swallowed her fear and obeyed Zamer's command. At that exact moment, a strange, sweet urge tugged from deep inside the armor's core, and a faint smile curled on her lips. A wild jolt hits the magician trapped inside her armored shell. Her magic is draining fast, fatigue crashes over her, and yet, at the very same time, a power so close to omnipotence surges through her like lightning. Outside, her allies stare in awe and in arrogance too, one of them bragging that with the legendary lord by their side, nobody stands a chance against them. The hulking stone golem rumbles forward, squaring up against the mechanical titan. The ancient weapon, the lord raises, surges to life with a metallic fist that hammers the air. In the blink of an eye, it crashes into the golem and tears it apart, the Udar blasting the earth beneath it into rubble. A brutal cloud of dust erupts outward from the exact point where everything went down. Elder Zamer watches the result with a smug smile, certain his stone golem can't be beaten by that legendary construct. He spins toward young Lord Cain and pushes for one last move, ending the experiment. Cain looks shaken to the core, fighting back tears as he yells, "This isn't over." He swears this kind of power still won't cut it, and he slams the truth into the elder's face. Their real enemy is the Elysium Temple. Zamer freezes for a second, totally hit by the young man's raw, unstoppable intensity. Cain keeps moving, slamming the point into Zamar's head. "You're the one who first pushed the idea to seal that lesion for moments just like this. So tell me, have you really already lost your nerve?" Still trembling, Zamar blurts out an apology, admitting he got swept up by the sheer power, and he finally agrees to shut down the test. Then the Lord's cockpit pops open, and Demeter tumbles out, utterly weak, trembling like she's barely holding on. She gasps, "I've got 0 magic left," and admits the Lord's power isn't made for people. Then drops the truth that she fought a brutal urge to just attack everything in front of her. Face to face with Lord Cain and Lord Zamar, she admits they must have felt completely powerless the moment her terrifying power took over the room. The observers go dead silent, staring at the ancient artifact like it's daring them to figure out what it truly is. Cain grimly realizes it, whatever they've grabbed, it's a troublesome weapon, and trouble's already on the way. He admits the real fear this ancient item isn't just powerful, it's broken and still not right. And the scariest part of all, someone out there can take down this machine with effortless ease. Cain pushes for this Lord of Phantom to become the very first ancient item sealed off officially, with the sages taking charge of every detail, totally cut off from the guild. Zamer nods right away, no arguments at all, until he drops one condition. He demands the job managing and studying the artifact himself and swears he'll never use it for anything else. Cain agrees on the condition that every research result gets shared because their real goal is simple: figure out if they can use their own tech to build a working replica. With the deal sealed, the Lord of Phantom finally shuts down and sinks back into slumber. Its power locked tight until the next Lord comes crashing in. Later, Cain can't shake one hard truth: secrecy isn't optional anymore. The last remnants of the Elysium Temple have to stay buried from public eyes or panic would explode across the world. Now his mind races to the other ancient weapons. Where the heck could they be hiding? He's burning with the need to witness the Lord of Beasts or the Lord of Paladin with his own eyes. For a split second, he even toys with the idea of grabbing one for himself. Days after the Black Forest incident, the crew finally stumbles into the grand library of the Linbel Magic Guild. The librarian grinned and confirmed she'd already set up their reading room, stacked with both the newest and the oldest maps in the whole collection. Their mission is simple but brutal: crack crack the mystery of where Fira village is now. And after 200 years since the Eight Kings' War, the world has been turned upside down. Yuki's mind flashes back to Roderia, the faithful servant who had everything set up, just waiting for his revival to finally happen. She'd left nothing to chance with her preparations, but it still tore at her that she never taught her descendants properly. They spread the maps wide. One was etched over 150 years ago, and the newest was barely a few years old. Odette leans in and asks if Yuki and Iris can find the village just by memory. Both of them snap their gaze away in silence. Yuki admits that in his old life he barely ever left the village, and Iris shoots back with the truth. She's never even stepped outside once. As the village's guardian, he took up residence in an ancient castle, keeping a constant, watchful eye on young Alice. His geographical memory is all messed up, so they have to start with the scraps they can recall from 2 centuries ago. Yuki fights to remember a landmark from 350 years ago, before he's even made it to the village. Then, a memory crashes back an inland sea he'd spotted on his trek north. He still remembers charging through that place, stumbling into a city, and then hauling himself up brutal mountains until he finally set foot in Fira village. As they stitched their broken memories back together, Odette swore the capital of the Elysium Temple sat to the east. Next, side by side, they start snapping the clues into place, one link at a time. Their fingertips skim the time-worn parchment, then stop dead at one exact spot. They stare at the old map and spot a tiny country. Its northeast is packed with mountains, and straight south, a stretch of water matches Yuki's memory of the inland sea. They're probably staring in shock, because they can't believe they found it this easily. Yuki can't believe the Magic Guild's maps and archives. Every detail looks insanely top-notch. By lining the old map up with the new one, they spot the target north of the capital and lock in a brutal 5-day horseback trek, riding right along the edge of the neighboring country's border. He decides to slip out incognito, heart pounding as he wonders, does his old castle still stand? The same place where that other lord once was locked away. A fierce resolve locks into his bones. He's going back to that village, and he'll do it under the name he once wore, Lord of Nosferatu. He's counting the days to run back the same route in this whole new era. 200 years have slammed by. Elysium Temple kicked off a war that tore the world apart. New nations rose from the rubble, and old landmarks vanished for good. Just north of Fira village, a ruthless military state called Gaiul squats in the land right up against their own kingdom's border. So he has no choice. He has to tell Iris she can't come. It's way too dangerous to drag a princess anywhere near a military border, even when things are peaceful. After Iris sinks into crushing despair, she's desperate to see the village with her own eyes. Yuki tells her flat out that a 10-day incognito trip is a total no-go for a princess, and that the distance is so brutal, summoning magic won't even work. He tells her to drop the plan for now, then swears he'll spill every single thing he's seeing. When she demands a promise, he doesn't hesitate. He affirms it. With tears streaming down her face, she pleads, "You promised me in your past life, call me Alice and don't let me cry." And his death crushed that promise, so all he can do now is apologize. Yeah, he wraps her in comfort and tells her he can't just vanish yet. An exam is coming up, and he's stuck there until it's over. Because the Dorothea incident blew everything up, the exam's finally back on, and now all 3 of them have to step in together. And yeah, he's got one more job: march into the Elysian dungeon and return the holy sword that was summoned to him. Once the exam's done, he's going to burn his vacation time grabbing Dorothea and then rush off to Fira village. But the conversation snaps straight to Odette's reward. After taking down Alec Keels, she's earned the right to dive straight to the 3rd layer of Elysian, and that push could land her a promotion all the way up to C-rank magician. Then she turns to Yuki and thanks him with a shaky grin, admitting she never would have made it without his help. Hope steps in, Iris praises her friend's skills, and Odette flashes a confident smile as she agrees. Iris swears Odette would use something ancient like the Lord to help people, and Yuki quietly agrees. Without a word, Iris hatches a plan, Help Odette climb to the top ranks of the Magic Guild so she can crack open crucial secrets and move around with way more freedom. Odette stands right beside them and fires back, ripping into their wildly audacious plan. Yuki leans in with total seriousness, praising her justice, smarts, and trustworthiness, and then admits straight up that she's one of the best people he's ever met, and the only person he trusts with the secret of Iris's condition. They finished their research, snapped the maps back into place, and sprinted out of the library. As they weave through the city streets, Odette grabs him to a stop. She tells him she's thrilled he's turned out to be more than some legendary lord or guardian god, just her dear friend Yuki. She vows that even if he and Iris disappear from the world, they'll still be her closest friends till the very end. She grabs his attention and begs him never, ever forget that. He's visibly shaken, like her words punched straight through him. He whips his head away, pretending the blazing sunset did it, while his real expression stays locked out of view. But deep down, he makes a vow he doesn't know how long this life will last. But one thing is certain, he'll never forget. Even after his presence finally disappears, he'll still keep telling Everest's story. Odette slay over and over again. He finally rolls back to his place, and his maids rush in to greet him. They rush in and tell him there's a letter waiting, stamped from the Magic Guild. It's the info you need for the pumming exam. Trainees get thrown into pairs and must blaze through a set route inside the first layer of Elysian, then the quickest team gets the big honor. Sure enough, he gets stuck with Iris while Odette ends up babysitting the Count's daughter, and it's someone he's never even met. A sickening dread creeps over him, like something terrible is about to strike. He's got a horrible feeling about Elysian, the massive dungeon everyone calls the final resting place of the dead priests from Elysium Temple. While the maids crank up dinner, they mention the mistal blood Heniris needs. Then his mind snaps straight to the preparations. He'll have to haul his bats along, which means he'll need a massive supply of blood ready to go. With a steady hand, he sets the letter down and vows to start preparing for the trials that are coming. A memory crashes into him from before he ever remembered his past life. One brutal day where he pushed Martha to the edge. As a kid, he stubbornly trailed her while she ran errands until a wild dog suddenly lunged at them out of nowhere. Even with injuries piling up, he still shoved that creature back, walking away with nothing worse than a few minor scratches. But in his reckless moment, he had pushed her to rage and tears, breaking her for the first time. And the hard, serious stare she gave him hit like a punch. Even as a kid, he swore he'd never make her look at him like that again. Then right back in the present. Yuki sits across from her and drops a chilling what if. Tell me, what would you do if I confessed that I'm an immortal magician from a past life, and that every memory and skill I had back then got packed into my current life too? Martha locks eyes with him, her face impossible to read, as she demands, "Clarify what you mean." She snaps to it instantly, then blurts out that he's the reincarnation of an immortal magician. Yuki immediately apologizes for catching her off guard, but she waves it off, saying she's already used to stuff like this. Then he spills the truth about what his nature will do once he's fully grown. Aging should stop altogether. And that chaos is exactly why he decides to vanish from human society for good. At last, Martha lets it sink in and stays eerily calm, her mind racing as she wonders what her life will become when the immortal master, Yuki, disappears from the world. She leans in and tells him she doesn't think he's lying, and as she pours honey onto his plate, she reframes everything he just confessed, like it's a test meant to prove how loyal she really is. She's basically asking if she'd torch her whole life in a heartbeat just to chase after him. Yuki's heart clenches. He knows he'd never ask her to do something like that, especially when he thinks about what her mother went through. Right then, Martha thrusts a letter into the scene it S from her mom, and the news is huge. Her condition has improved so wildly that she'll be back at the mansion and working again next month. Yuki slams his palms on the table, breathing out in pure relief as he blurts out his thanks. Martha shows up totally flustered, like she's barely holding it together. It's exactly his sweet, kind reaction, she admits, that's why she's still so shaken up. With the room tight as a drum, Yuki breaks the silence and demands Rimi explain everything while they sit there waiting for the tea she's pouring. He motions her over and tells her to sit, but then he admits the real plan was pure vanishing, right after he beat Sir Kachal because his true identity got exposed to Cackle's brother, Zero's. And get this, the girl who stayed by his side in this reincarnation is immortal too, so they're plotting to disappear together for their safety. And luckily, Zero's bought it and kept his secret. Martha finishes the letter, and it all clicks. Then, Yuki jumps in, saying her mother can go back to work for real, thanks to the Zeros, too. Zeros set it all up so Martha could finally serve him, with nothing, no fears, no obstacles stopping her. With her mind finally clear, Martha leans in and fires one blunt question: how many years are left? She's got to figure out how long it'll take before he finally stops aging. Because once that hits, he'll have to abandon society for good. He figures his looks will finally settle down by his mid-20s, and she just shrugs like, "Don't worry, I'll have everything handled by then." Then he crunches the numbers and realizes they've only got about 10 years left. When he says he has to handle Tess's affairs, he flat out refuses to hear her complaint about being left behind. And just like that, she drills him with a fierce, unforgiving look, same stare as before. That exact look from their childhood came back etched with ironclad resolve. Yuki Saiz lay defeated, knowing she'd never hear a thing he said. He'd only wanted her to live happy, even plotting to sell an ancient artifact to keep her set for life. Just then, Rimi bursts in with a bright smile and cheerfully declares, "The tea's ready." She beams a bright, unstoppable smile as she slides the tray right into view. Yuki beams at her own progress, then lovingly pats her head like, "Look at you go." Remai feels the tension and snaps, asking if they fought. Both of them deny it, but then Remai juts her chest out and declares it's settled. Martha will follow Master Yuki. Yuki can only gape, totally fed up with how over-the-top her dramatic pose is. Martha vows that her loyalty in this life will be absolute, so fierce it'll even outshine the people who once served him in the past. Then she leans in and tells Rimi, "Being my maid isn't a phase, it's a lifelong vow, and now it's too late for either of us to walk away." Yuki lets out a tired, defeated sigh, like fate just slammed the door, and there's nothing he can do. He helped him. Then he snapped into action, crafting a brand new plan on the spot. Make Martha his kin the same way Remy did, by passing her his Mistel blood, freezing her aging for about 50 years, and buying him just enough time to hunt down an artifact that could finally grant true immortality. Hearing that, Martha was instantly overwhelmed with emotion. She crushes Remy in a tight hug, sobs ripping out of her as relief finally floods in. Her attitude snaps back into full-on professional maid mode. She declares her first duty is getting him ready for his upcoming exam, and that starts with scrubbing his hair clean. Yuki fires off protests every week, swearing that immortal magicians somehow fall to soap bubbles in their eyes, right as Rimi announces the bathwater is already boiling. Elsewhere, a young woman named Odette stares at a letter, her dread swelling with every word. It's a message from her father, and when she reads what's inside, it shatters her all the way to the core. He tells her the rules for joining the Magic Guild hit C rank within a year, or they'll drag her into an arranged marriage. But everything changed in an instant. They're saying this rival family already married off their daughter, and her own family can't stomach the disgrace of being left behind. They just slashed the deadline in half. Now she's got 6 months, and that's it. If she messes up, they'll lock her into marriage the very next moment. Odette collapses into her chair, utterly drained. She told him she wished her grandmother, the guild's magician, was still alive, because she'd give her the guidance she needs. Pressuring it like that feels insane, like she'll turn into a C-rank magician purely on her own strength in just half a year. And that thought barely feels real. A sudden thought snaps through Yuki's mind. With his help, this would be a piece of cake she's convinced he'd throw her, his strength, the moment she asked. But she shuts that idea down on the spot. Yuki's desperately hiding his real power. and she won't push him into anything that would shine a spotlight on him. She snaps back to the here and now because the Magic Guild exam is tomorrow. She scans the notice for her pairing, and her face lights up as she realizes she's matched with Count Teresa's daughter, Iris, only to find Iris is paired with Yuki. Even though they don't know each other, she's sure they have to team up because passing that exam depends on it. The exam day finally slams onto the calendar. The trainees crowd together in Elysian's first layer, a huge underground cavern that feels like it's holding its breath. Yuki scans the gathered candidates. This huge crowd is still packed, even though a few major players are missing after the dead priest incident. These are the magicians who owned his era. Right next to Odette, her partner stands beside her. 2 C-rank instructors stride up front and lay out the rules. Each duo kicks off on a fresh map, chasing their own one-of-a-kind route to the destination while the instructors are already there, waiting. The split paths are built to slam one brutal truth into their heads. Elysian is vast, and it's terrifying. Every trainee gets an armband, and if things go sideways, they can slam it to call for help, but the second they do, their evaluation tanks. In 10 minutes, the crystals on their armbands will light up, blasting a clear signal that the exam is about to begin. With one last warning, the instructor points out a massive crack in the first layer. Mess up, and any shortcut you try could drop you straight into the third layer and kill you. While they wait, Iris can't stop trembling, and she blurts out to Yuki almost like she's calling out, "Your Highness." She tells him that ever since she got her memories back as Alice, her old self has been raging back to life stronger every single day. When they're finally alone, she demands he call her Alice, and he immediately agrees. Other trainees stared hard, instantly spotting Princess Iris and her escort knight Yuki, and you could feel their confidence soaring after he crushed Alec Keel. Right nearby, Odette collides with her partner, the race that's stepping up as the team's navigator. Right then, the crystals on their armbands suddenly flare to life with a blazing glow. The signal hits. As the shouts erupt, the exam kicks off, and the trainees storm into the cavern. Yuki and Iris glide along with unhurried royal elegance. All of them stay frantic and loud, but these two, their calm composure hits like a cold shock. Yuki throws 2 bat familiars out front to scout the area first. As soon as he's sure they're alone, he drops the mask and spills the real reason they're here. They're not chasing the finish line first. He summons a flawless Bledea replica of the holy sword Linkarl, the exact blade that once pierced him to the bone. He tells him straight up if he hands over the real ancient item, he'll get his reward, but he can't risk it, because it's bound to his and Alice's reincarnation and to the battered legacy of Lyle. To keep the Elysium Temple from sniffing out their secret, they've got to stash the real sword away and swap it with this fake replica. Replica pumps his Mistel blood into the replica, turning it into his temporary kin, then, boom, he can summon it anytime he wants. They finally reach the stone altar where the holy sword is sealed, and he summons a replica in one breath, gearing up to yank off the switch. He yanks out the real blade and clicks the replica into place dead on. A flawless fit. He taps into the exact same ancient sealing magic Sir Cachael used, then supercharges it with his own blood, locking the replica in place. Once the job's done, Alice lets out a breath of relief. Now only he can draw the sword. But the thought won't leave. What if someone else yanks it free first and then stumbles on the whole deception? They go for the cleanest, nastiest answer point, the finger at the Elysium Temple. Right when they're back on track for the exam, the road ahead throws a brand new problem in their way. Right in front of them, a massive chasm splits the dead end one wrong step, and they're done. So they're forced into a brutal, winding detour to reach the third layer. To save time, Iris pushes them to fly straight over the gap, clinging to her Mulord like it's life or death as he winds up to launch into the leap. He launches forward, and with a brutal drop, he drags them straight into the pitch-black abyss. As they blast through the cavern skies, he marvels at every second they've stolen back, and his thoughts snap straight to Odette. He's sure she'll be okay, but he can't stop wondering how she's holding up right now. He calls in his bat familiars, Dyke and Nell, to get answers, and they come back saying they're monsters, and not a single other trainee has made it this far, which means Odette is stuck too. After their strength surges back thanks to his mystical blood, he snaps out a fresh command. Meanwhile, Odette gets trapped in a truly precarious spot. Chasing that map, she and her partner have run straight into an absolutely chilling swarm of monsters. Even after she wipes them out, she realizes the real fight is way too brutal for some average trainee exam. She snaps to attention this is that deadly corridor by the second layer, the one that lures in monster swarms the moment someone unleashes powerful magic. Realizing they've taken the wrong turn, she grabs Therese's attention and demands they recheck the map. But the race corners her and demands she back off from the exam. She tells them to quit right now, give up, and scream for help. Odette swears there's still time left, but Therese begs her to give up and let go. Odette's mind snaps with a dark suspicion. She realizes the Magic Guild isn't truly neutral, and a powerful duchy could bend it to its will, even slipping in a fake map. The truth hits her like a thunderclap. Someone guided her here on purpose, straight into a deadly hall. As her father's words echo in her mind, she recalls the noble family politics and how he demanded she never let other households ridicule her. The pressure he brought down was crushing. With a shaky, breathless voice, she tears up and blurts the truth. She wasn't acting on her own at all. The high and mighty aristocracy told her to bait her way straight into this trap for her debt. Odette freezes in sheer terror, realizing with a sick jolt that her own partner changed the map right on her father's orders. Her father would go to any extreme to shove her into a political marriage. Then, he even yanked her deadline shorter, just to push her to prove she's a C-rank magician. Their ace pleads with her to quit because her gut screams the duchy won't ever let up until they crush their goal. As soon as Odette gives in, she whips around to go, telling him she's heading right back to the starting point. Reese screams in sheer panic, begging her just once to finally give up. Later, Odette locks onto the one person who's already conquered countless impossible situations. The thought of him laughing at her because she gave up shatters her resolve. Right then, a tiny bat flutters in and gently nudges her forward. She instantly spots the rune etched on its wing, recognizable as Yuki's. It's Nell, and she steps up to the creature, begging it for guidance. As despair claws at them, Odette turns to her friends and speaks her voice steady about how Yuki once lived as a guardian deity, sacrificing everything for his people. Seeing how ironclad his resolve is, she declares with total certainty that she could never ever bring herself to say the words, "I give up." She doubles down on the truth that magic is made to spark happiness, and she's going to squeeze every bit of power from her gift, refusing to let some political marriage turn her into a pawn. Her declaration snaps to silence when Reese suddenly lunges in and attacks. She slams a flash bomb to life, pure magic blazing from a powerful artifact. A blinding burst of light detonates, and the blast roars through the entire hall like thunder. That roar becomes a glowing beacon, screaming for every monster nearby to come running. And just like that, Thierry's voice turns cold as he growls, "The monsters are coming." She drops to the ground, breathless, then blurts out an apology, admitting even this was ordered in her instructions. Out of the pitch black beyond that passage, a whole horde of monsters surges into the open. Skeletons, deer-wolves, and reptilian beasts barrel ahead, yanked toward the blast like it's calling their names. Even as Therese pleads for her to call for help, Odette steadies her breath, sizing up every last drop of magic and stamina she has left. With fierce determination, she thrusts up a defensive barrier and screams, "I won't give up!" Just as the monsters close in, Nell rockets into action, swooping in before they can even touch her. That little familiar surges with massive power and hurls the burning meteor spell into the world. A roaring wave of flame obliterates the whole horde in one brutal, earth-shaking explosion. Odette can't believe her eyes as the wild magic blasts through and turns every last monster into ash. She spots it instantly, the exact same mid-rank spell Keel once used, then freezes, shocked that someone she knows can throw around power like that. Right then, Yuki himself shows up, scoops Princess Iris in his arms, and carries her across the chasm. He calmly nods and confirms exactly what they witnessed. Princess Iris gets hit with the briefing about the conspiracy and is instantly appalled. She can't believe this could happen during a guild exam, so she orders a formal investigation under her own name. She leans in and asks Odette if she's ready for her father's name to get dragged into this. Odette Bose clenched her courage and accepted whatever fate threw at her. With the danger finally gone, the adrenaline crashes out of Odette's body. Then her legs give in and collapse. She lets out a laugh at how pathetic she feels, then admits the truth. She was terrified enough to have cracked and cried if Yuki hadn't shown up. She beams at him and pours out her heartfelt gratitude, like it's the last light she can give. Yuki tells him it all started with the princess's selfish craving for spoiling, so he flew out with his bats to scout the area. Odette just lost it. Namek's absurdly simple way had her bursting into real, uncontrollable laughter. She looks at the way people like that exist and realizes how pointless her father's obsession with status and appearances really was. Without thinking, she blurts out to Yuki, asking if she could someday earn a spot among his villagers too. Once she realizes her real feelings have slipped out of her grasp, she finally admits it. Being the Duke's daughter doesn't feel worth a thing anymore, while Yuki wrestles with the mounting pile of candidates that just won't stop growing. Odette digs deep and finds a brand new fire in her heart. So she decides to lean on her title and her ties to this world, using them to protect Yuki and keep his peaceful life intact in this reincarnation. For the first time ever, her future finally lights up like a clear, open road. A panicked butler bursts into the room to find Duke Slay and drops a piece of terrifying news. He drops a summoning letter straight from the Magic Guild, claiming someone's been messing with their exam and they want answers. The Duke's face drains of color as he reads the summons: Princess Iris, Prince Kane, and General Burns. He stumbles back, eyes wide in disbelief, and the scroll shakes like it's alive in his hands. In that instant, his whole world crumbles: his reputation, his authority, and every political scheme he built with care smashing to pieces all at once. Elsewhere, Odette and the others dissected the fallout because the Magic Guild was absolutely livid that a duke would twist his power to endanger a trainee. And the sick part was, he'd done it to his own daughter. Because Therese was treated like just another victim in the whole mess, they only hit her with a light sentence, just a few weeks locked up. The duke stayed away from the summons, claiming his health had crumbled. He sent a letter in his place, sealed with a sworn oath, one promise that he'd never, ever step back into his daughter Odette's life again. He'd honor her freedom fully until the moment she decided to walk out of the Magic Guild on her own. Princess Iris takes a slow sip of tea and notes that Duke Slay hasn't shown up in public since the incident. Nothing less than a perfectly deserved sting for a duchy that dared to move against the royal family. Scribbled in the margins that while the Duke crashed in disgrace, Yuki's reputation shot up like a rocket. Odette's not just surviving, she's earning respect fast, racking up admirers among the other magicians thanks to the guts it took to stand up to her father. With everything finally settled, Yuki lets out a huge wave of relief and actually smiles. Then Odette steps in and promises she'll join him on the road exactly how they planned it. Before, he'd pressed her for her plans and then practically begged her to join him on a trip to a village right near the kingdom's border. Even though Princess Iris's plan made her worry about a scandal, she pushed her to go anyway. Odette snatched the offer with a grateful gasp. Now that her father's grip is gone, she admits she's found her peace, because kind people stood by her and kept her going. Meanwhile, in a different estate, the young man Geyer broods in his room, sinking into a heavy, sour silence. His butler tells him a friend is here to see him, but Geyer slams the brakes on it. He wants to be left alone. The door explodes inward, and there stands Lord Gilvan, stunned, speechless, when he lays eyes on Gaia in that condition. Gilvan leaned in and swore to his friend, "Relax, this isn't some official visit." But then he flings a book at Gaia and tells her he's got all the free time in the world now that both of them just got kicked out of the Magic Guild. Jilvan corners Geyer and rips into him for shutting everyone out, even after he's been cleared physically and mentally. Geyer admits that ever since that incident, he's been too scared to even cast a single spell because deep down, he's terrified another conspiracy will come for him. Jilvan says he talked to instructor Demeter, and she warned him that if Yuki hadn't crushed the dead priest spirit, Gaia would have been trapped as its vessel for good. Geyer lays it all out, the suffocating weight of his strict family, who treat even a tiny act of respect towards someone beneath them as a deep, unforgivable dishonor. Jilvan, replaying every rumor about the Slay Duchy, can't shake the feeling that something about the whole mess is seriously off. Geyer shoots an apology out fast because the second he truly gets what danger Jilvan was trapped in, he can't ignore it anymore. But Jilvan steps up and vows he won't leave Geyer's side. He's always respected the man's magic, and that won't change. He leans in and tells Geyer to keep grinding, swearing that his magic will matter someday, even if the guild is ready to write him off. Geyer gets choked up because his friend's loyalty hits him in the heart. Jilvan shifts gears and blurts out, asking if Geyer's heard the latest. There's an artifact out there called the Lord. Geyer keeps dodging any outside info, but Jilvan cuts in explaining what his brother, a C-rank magician, told him. A jaw-dropping ancient relic just surfaced a massive suit of armor, seemingly untouched by ancient magic, and it can be entered and piloted by whoever dares to climb in. But that thing looms so massive and intimidating, it feels like the whole world just got smaller. In a sealed warehouse, Prince Cain shows up again right before Demeter. She snaps at him for always popping over to the storage facility just to get his hands on those first-class ancient treasures. Cain can't stop staring at the legendary lord, begs, "Let me in," and brushes aside Demeter's warning about his political duties. He argues that the lord isn't some ancient magic relic, and it isn't just a handy little tool you throw in your pocket. Instead, he insists it's an unicia device, one that turns a human into something way beyond human. Demeter calls out the gaping hole in his theory because the Lord is here only if someone already managed to beat it. Cain guesses it didn't lose because it was weak, it got wiped because it wasn't finished, or because its pilot just didn't match up. He's convinced a perfect, fully integrated Lord can exist, and now he's out to prove it by tracking one down for himself. Demeter tells him they've already started cracking the code to build a replica, and Cain's focus is locked on the real thing, the original. Demeter can't help but wonder, can anyone actually survive and wield the original's power? Cain can't help but wonder if someone like that really exists. Then, trying to control them would be an absolute nightmare. Friend or foe, he doesn't care, because all he wants is to talk to them about magic. As a prince, his road as a magician gets slammed shut by the rules around him. So if he wants to stand face to face with the world's greatest magician, he'll burn through everything he's got. He's desperate to find the one person who can fully control the Lord, because he needs to know how a mind like that sees the world. The very next day, Yuki gets ready to break off on his own. No waiting, no hesitation, just his journey beginning. Odette stayed right beside him, and together they took off. Their destination is the Taurius Araldum, the borderlands where Fira village used to stand. But Yuki just knows this is the spot where he'll finally uncover the Lord of Nosferatu. It's a brutal trek, 3 straight days by carriage, then 1 day by boat, and after that, you're on foot for the final day. As they head out, Yuki suddenly remembers this same route from 350 years ago and laughs at himself, because he avoided the boat back then, like water could have cursed him. When the debt twist hits, Yuki pushes the idea, let's jump off early. He somehow turns the whole trip into warp speed. On the carriage, a fellow traveler leans in and warns them outside the capital. Monsters lurk that you can't even imagine. Yuki's eyes sparkle like she can't wait to see what's coming. Then the traveler leans in and tells you the rumor he just heard from locals. It tells the tale of a monster in armored skin, roaming the wilderness every single night, over and over again. A terrifying, looming silhouette rips through Yuki's mind in a flash. Next, they roll into a town, crash for some rest, and vow to split before the first light of dawn. In the pitch-black quiet of the early morning, they gear up to slip out unseen. Yuki grabs a weirdo and tells his debt to climb onto his back. He clamps onto her tight, unleashes his power, and readies himself to break out. Suddenly, they explode forward at insane speed so fast Odette can barely keep up, left staring in shock and gasping for air. Yuki triggers his fly skill, then blasts off a rooftop with a kick, soaring them straight into the sky. They blast through the sky, towering above quiet towns and endless countryside, like nothing can touch them. Odette isn't scared at all. She's buzzing with awe, like everything around her just opened up new possibilities. Out here, the wild flight feels unreal, like I'm living the dream. Yuki points out that at this pace, they'll be there in under 3 days. He shouts to his familiars, and they zip alongside him, matching his pace in the air. As the first light of day spills over the horizon, Odette leans forward and stares down at the world spread beneath her. Soaring above the clouds, untethered from the cage that ruled her life, she crashes into a wave of pure freedom. She honestly thinks this is the wildest trip she's ever had. Seagulls shriek overhead as the travelers stride toward a loud, buzzing port town. This is Gazanon, an ultra-important key city tucked into the inland sea's lifeline. It's the launching pad where every ship tears off into the endless ocean. A cool sea breeze hits Yuki, and you can practically see the weight lift off his shoulders. He's finally spared from flying the whole way. The whole town's buzzing and energetic stopover, where travelers, adventurers, and merchants all pour north like they've got somewhere wild to be. North Yuki stares at the years slipping by because 350 years ago, this thriving port was just a sleepy little country town. He spots a familiar food stall tucked in the chaos, though the town has changed a lot. Its signature fried squid is still right there. Odette slips in beside him, and they grab 2 skewers side by side. As Yuki bites in, his face shifts. This flavor hits different now, and the reason is simple. Better supply lines mean the spice mix has leveled up with a whole wider variety. He can't help but wonder, after the total wreckage of the 8 King Wars, humanity somehow pushed culture forward in a huge way. If they dug up those ancient relics and built flying ships, he would have blitzed to Fira village way sooner. A sudden rustle from his bag snaps him back to reality. His other companions are here, and he blurts out an apology for forgetting Dyke and Cliff, his 2 bat familiars. He hands each of them a chunk of squid, grinning because their sharper brains let them chew without making a mess. Heck, Dyke can even count now. Right now, their only mission is to snatch one of the morning ferries before it slips away. But as they get closer to the docks, something terrifying greets them. The ferry reception office is actually open, but the harbor's dead quiet. No ships are moving anywhere, and none are leaving. The receptionist stares at them with a guilty smile and says, "I'm sorry, every ferry route has been shut down for a while." They just freeze because that news hits like a knockout. Yuki remembers the idle sailors he saw on his way into town, men who looked like they'd suddenly been stripped of their whole purpose. The receptionist breaks it down. A monster has crawled onto the mainland, and its very presence has whipped the usually calm inland sea monsters into a frenzy, so crossing is way too dangerous now. So the mayor slammed the brakes on everything. No ships are allowed to sail until this whole mess gets settled. She fretted over her business, then admitted that going around the sea by land would force them into a brutal 20-day detour. Odette realizes that with the big ships taking over, the caravan trail is the only land road left. The receptionist takes one look at their outfit and blurts, "Wait, are you magicians?" She urges them to head straight to the local adventurer guild to dig up the answers. Then she leans in and tells them they'll finally get the full story, every last detail of what really happened. Cornered with almost no choices left, the 2 flop onto a bench and start trading thoughts about their nightmare of a situation. The land trek drags on for 20 days, and nobody knows when those ferries will roar back to life. Waiting isn't on the table, so they slam down a decision right then and there. They've got to rush to the Adventurers Guild, grab every scrap of intel they can, and then handle the whole problem on their own. Odette lays out the logistics of his plan, mind racing as he wonders how they can possibly soar over the inland sea with zero footing. Yuki bursts in with a reckless idea using a board and a string to build a jump platform. He insists this technique worked 350 years ago, then conveniently brushes off the fact that it failed 3 times before. Odette shuts him down on the spot, immediate, respectful, and crystal clear. Idea she snaps at him for his non-stop, wildly outlandish plans. This time, she digs in her heels and demands they move right now using nothing but common sense. Yuki gives in on gathering intel, but she can't stop asking how they're supposed to actually fix things after all that. Besides, they're Magic Guild members, not Adventurer Guild, so they don't answer to that crowd. Odette lays it out for everyone. 2 organizations aren't rivals or strangers anymore. They've forged a partnership. The Magic Guild opens its doors to quests and even taps into the Adventurer Guild's inside intel. And if a top-tier magician judges a finished request as top-notch, it gets a glowing thumbs up. Stack up 3 of those wins, and a magician can snag a recommendation to climb to a higher rank. Now that it all clicked, they bolted straight to the Adventurer Guild. They burst into the Gazanon town branch. Yuki realizes his home village never had anything like that because it kept itself safe with patrols of its own. They shove the massive wooden doors open and squeeze up side by side. The moment they step inside, the whole tavern-like hall goes deathly quiet. Every adventurer whips around and stares them down. Odette's baffled because magicians aren't exactly a rare sight around here. Yuki strides up to the front desk and demands to know what kind of land monster is wrecking every bit of sea travel. Right away, the receptionist freezes, shocked by the question he throws at her. Then she glares at them, suspicious as anything. "So you're not B-rank magicians or higher, are you?" she presses. She warns them in no uncertain terms, if you're just a low-ranked magician, don't even think about tangling with this monster below the sea. A monstrous presence surfaced out on the far side of the grasslands. And that's the reason the main highway stays wide open. That's why Yuki's familiars picked up 0 monster signals. Then, the woman finally nods and offers to tell them what she knows, but she makes it crystal clear. "Don't you dare try to subjugate anything." Odette leans in and whispers that this partnership between the guilds feels downright fake. The receptionist shuts it down fast. This isn't about jurisdiction at all. Magicians are just the wrong tools for this specific enemy. Yuki whips her gaze around the room, and every adventurer staring back looks wrecked, battered, and bleeding from the fight. The adventurer, arm trapped in a sling, nods to confirm it. Yep, the monster is the reason they're covered in wounds. He finally spills the grim truth. Magic can't touch it, not even a little. That news hits Yuki and Odette like a sucker punch. And yeah, this isn't some run-of-the-mill monster, the receptionist blurts out. They call it the arm dogger, and trust me, once you hear it, you'll never forget it. She tells everyone how it just showed up near a village slashing through livestock, seizing the land, and when they demanded its surrender, the mission crumbled. A battered adventurer lays out their plan, firing long-range magic to whittle it down first, then closing in for the brutal hand-to-hand fight. But their spells fizzled out like wet fireworks. The party's mage snaps her fingers and admits it. Her magic just vanished the second it touched the ogre's shield. The armored creature charging in with that magic-negating shield shoved them back and slipped away into the chaos. Things blew up fast, so they hurried a messenger straight to the Magic Guild and the Royal Army, begging for backup. The receptionist tells them, straight to their faces, that they've got no choice but to sit tight and wait for the official subjugation team to finally show up. The whole guild feels crushed, like every heartbeat is bracing for another loss. Odette leans in and hisses that this is way more serious than she ever expected. Yuki is lost in thought, and you can bet he's fought ogres before. An ogre charging in with a shield and armor that crushes magic was way more terrifying than any brute who only had raw strength. He finally figures it out. The real key is in the power of the equipment, and he storms back to the receptionist, demanding the address of the village that got attacked. An adventurer lunges in and screams at him, blasting the warning that jumping in would get him killed. Yuki stays totally calm and tells them straight up, "I'm not here to fight. I just want to look over what's happening." The adventurer finally gives in and tells him the village is right there, but the road's jammed. Soldiers are blocking the route. Once Odette steps outside, she instantly clocks his real plan to slip past the blockade and go digging into the village. She snaps in, reminding him that without a real quest on the books, the Magic Guild won't count a single one of his moves. He admits it if he's got the power. He feels a hard duty to stop that monster. Then he drops a cryptic clarification. He's not trying to subjugate the armed ogre at all. Later, behind closed doors in their room, Odette corners him and demands his real objective. Yuki fires back with the adventurer mage's testimony. Her magic simply disappeared the moment it touched the shield. He compares it to the Lord of Phantom's armor, an enchanted suit that crushed magic just like this. Then it hits Odette. This realization finally lands and she can't look away. But the Elysium Temple has to be tied up with the armed ogre. Yuki confirms his gut feeling. He's sure that shield is a replica of a terrifying ancient relic. And he's going after one thing first, the secrets behind it. He leans in and promises her he's got no intention of doing anything reckless. He tells Odette to rest while he slips into the village alone, but she refuses to let him go without her. She declares with steel in her voice that she'll stand by him no matter what surprises the future throws at them. Yuki breaks into a smile, and you can tell her earnest dedication runs deep. With everyone already evacuated, he drops his plan and slips into position. Now they can sniff out the truth without a single villager laying eyes on them. They'll slip into the deserted village under the cover of night, but first they'll crash, rest up, and get ready for what's coming. Odette nods like she finally gets it. As night crashes down, they roll up to a ruined village, and the silence is terrifying, dead and desolate, with clear signs that something brutal tore through it. In the thick darkness, two glowing eyes suddenly flare to life. Right here in the heart of these ruins, a monstrous beast stands guard like it owns the whole place. Under a sky packed with stars, a streak of light rockets downward into the calm, quiet world below. It drops on a desolate village like a curse, smothering everything in eerie, bone-chilling silence. Yuki and Odette crash into the settlement, this very place that everyone swears got smashed by an armed ogre. He scans every inch around the perimeter and spots a massive wall built to keep the monsters out. Then he sees it. The main gate is completely wrecked, and that's exactly where the beast came smashing in. Odette studies the damage up close. Only the animal sheds are wrecked, so it's clear that hungry ogre was tearing through them to get food. With everyone already gone, she turns to the empty village and demands, "So how are we supposed to get any answers now?" Just then, Yuki's bat familiars swooped back, gripping a tiny, trembling dog, and shouted that they'd finally tracked down an information provider. Odette can barely breathe. She's staring in pure shock because their key witness just happens to be a dog. Yuki had already seen this coming. Every village that raises livestock usually has a dog lurking somewhere. It looks like a puppy got left behind in the evacuation chaos, but then it snaps back with surprising ferocity. He leans in to watch that trembling leg, wondering if this tiny creature has the nerve to face down an armed ogre. A flashback detonates in the puppy's head. An armored ogre drops onto the village, and the terrified humans scatter, running for their lives. Even though it was tiny, the little dog barreled ahead, yipping in defiance at the giant behemoth. He swatted it away like it was nothing at all. With pure, cutting contempt, bruised and wrecked, it still snapped and barked, stubbornly refusing to back down. Right now, the puppy lets out a low, wary growl at Yuki. He lays out a way to strike back and unleash vengeance on the ogre. If his dog licks the missile blood, it'll snap into familiarity, gaining power, but only by giving up the secrets it holds. Then the choice slams into the spotlight. Without even a second thought, the puppy snaps up the pact like it's destiny. A burst of cheering explodes from the freshly formed familiar as it tackles its master with unstoppable new energy. When they ask what it's called, the little puppy just tilts its head and admits it has no name. Yuki chooses the name Garm, after a devil dog from ancient mythology. The dog bursts into loud barks, absolutely thrilled with its brand new name. Yuki pours purification magic into Garm's wounds, then leans in and asks if he still remembers the ogre's scent. Garm nods and swears he does. Yuki demands to know where the ogre ran and grabs every last clue Garm will spill. Garm immediately shoots his hand toward the path, telling me that after the attack, the ogre hauled itself up the nearby rocky mountain. Odette blurts out that Garm's speed is unreal, like his rage is the fuel driving every single move. They follow the trail like it's a lifeline, blasting through the sky straight for the inland sea. Garm abruptly halts as he locks onto the scent, and Yuki wastes no time. She's ready to track down the enemy and shout its exact location to the soldiers. Then he drops a brand new mission: grab the monster's shield first, because he swears it's the deadliest barrier against magic. He can't stop thinking about that brutal paradox. What happens when the mightiest spear finally collides with the toughest shield? That scent pulls him straight toward the sea, but Yuki shuts down the plan. He refuses to swing his holy sword, because one crack would be a disaster. His familiar instinct kicked in fast, aiming straight for the sea. They lean over the edge and stare down at the coastline, like it's daring them to move. Down below, a ship's tied up right where no port is even supposed to exist, and right beside it, the armed ogre looms in full view, so huge up close it feels impossible to breathe. Odette can't wrap her head around why the ship is even here. Yuki remembers the ferry receptionist warning about non-stop monster attacks over the inland sea, and it hits him. The ship had to reroute to survive. Odette Kistian watched Yuki yank their flight path around and dive straight toward the chaos. He justifies stepping in, insisting it isn't some official guild request at all, just a case of fate that shows up no matter how you walk. On the ground, a swarm of guards is fighting tooth and nail against an ogre to keep their party safe. They're shaking in their boots because they've never seen an ogre in armor before, and it looks like it came straight out of a nightmare. The beast erupts in a brutal, earth-shaking roar. It swings that massive club like it's nothing, smacking the soldiers out of its way with effortless power. With a brutal clash, his sword shatters into pieces the moment it hits. When terror crashes down on the survivors, Odette snaps at Yuki with a worried question: what's his spear and shield theory? Yuki doesn't hesitate. He already has the answer. With a confident grin, he declares, "The winner is quantity." He finally unveils his new weapon, no giant staff this time, but a whole set of smaller, high-tech blades forged by Road Area for the road ahead. They're feather-light, built like tanks, and they laugh in the face of heat. He remembers her fierce refusal she wouldn't take a single penny from them, no matter what. His plan is brutally simple. Take on the one strongest shield and crack it head-on. He's going to launch a storm of regular spears one after another, and it's going to be brutal. When the trapped guards start losing hope, Yuki drops down onto the battlefield. He drops right between them then, the monster's there, right in his face. Then, with a sharp gesture, he snaps out his first spell, Ifrit Blow. A storm of swirling magic slams into the ogre's shield, and it harmlessly fades away. The ogre smirks, locking in its defenses like nothing can break through. Yuki instantly spots the anti-magic properties, and they match the ones the Lord of Phantom Armor used to unleash. He whips around to the stunned survivors and yells at them to get out now, run for your lives. Odette snaps into action, introduces herself as a guild magician and the eldest daughter of the Slay Duchy, then boldly promises her friend will face the monster while they sprint for the ship. A young noblewoman named Natasha Todias finally lets out a breath of relief. Natasha Duduzyuki snaps to attention. Odette is from the Slay Duchy, the one that rules Terry right near her, so she knows she can't go anywhere without linking up with the Magic Guild too. She smirks and declares their guards' magic won't work, but before she can finish, a debt gets in her way, and she yanks everyone to escape first and argue later. While Odette steers the evacuation with razor-sharp precision, Yuki snaps his focus back onto his opponent. The ogre just stands there, unshaken. Every single magic blast it has faced gets swallowed by its shield, and none of it lands. Yuki steps up and confirms it. Ancient magic doesn't stand a chance against it. even head-on. A violent, sudden explosion blasts the ogre from behind, slamming it into a staggering stumble. His wands hover in the air like weapons with bad intentions, crackling with raw, menacing power. They start hammering the creature from every side, raining blows from all angles at once. He snaps a command to his familiar, Ephraim, ordering him to strike. The bat slams out yet another Ifrit blow, cracking the ogre's club in a brutal shatter. The relentless assault keeps pounding in sync, and fresh cracks start spidering across the monster's armor. Yuki nails. His theory turns out the armor has no anti-magic at all, while the shield stays perfectly unscathed. Rage blazing, the ogre finally realizes Yuki is the magic source, and it barrels straight at him. All right then, Yuki speaks with a calm edge and says, "For the finale, you're going to join my magic experiment." He explains the new idea he just cooked up by etching different magic runes into each hand. He can fuse their effects together and crank the power up to double. So he clamps Ifrit blow onto his right hand and slams Force of Earth into his left. Simultaneous activation. The earth rips apart under his feet, shaking like it's about to explode. Yuki feels the earth's raw power shake up from underneath as the ground splits open and scorches around him. A cataclysm of fire and stone explodes right beneath the charging ogre. The creature gets swallowed by the composite magic, and it shrieks while the uncontrolled power tears its body apart. It thrashes wildly, then finally crumples to the ground. Jagged spikes of earth erupted straight up from the ground where it had landed. Huddled behind the ship's safety, the survivors stare in stunned silence, because they just watched one blazing magician drop a single, unstoppable ogre. Natasha is left speechless, while Yuki can't stop marveling at the insane potential of fusing ancient magics. With a mighty heave, the young man hauls the colossal shield up off the scorched earth, and the moment it clears the ground, it's unmistakable. This is the rumored ancient artifact. He decides to swing by the Adventurer Guild and ask them to contact the Magic Guild and set up the collection. Though a nasty doubt nags him that it might just be a cheap replica. Right then, a tiny object skids to a halt right by his toes. Still curious, he drops to his knees and leans in to inspect that eerie dark sphere. In the dim light, he leans in and spots a red crystal shimmering there. Then his mind races, demanding to know where it came from. He snaps to the truth in seconds, then spots it. The thing dropped from the defeated, armed ogre's chest. And there's no doubt now it's the creature's heart. His companion tells him to save the curious object for later, then crack it open with his one-of-a-kind hacking skills. Somewhere else, the princess slumps alone in the pitch-black quiet, sulking like the world's gone silent. Back on the battlefield, Yuki gets surrounded by Odette and a young woman as they rush up and thank him for getting the villagers off safely and onto their ship. Odette turns to her companion and proudly introduces her as Lady Natasha Torres, the Earl's eldest daughter, ruling from across the waters on the other side. Lady Natasha drops into a deep bow, her gratitude spilling out as she thanks them for saving her. Instead of letting her thank him, Yuki shuts it down and demands a favor. Take him to Gazanon so he can haul back that heavy shield. Natasha jumps at the idea because they were already gearing up to sail, while Yuki smirks and says, "Call it an urgent subjugation request and the guild can't argue, and it'll make things way easier for the Magic Guild too." Natasha called out his cleverness like it was the sharpest thing in the room. When they ask where he's headed, Yuki doesn't dodge. He says he's going straight to the royal capital by air, flying in for his father, then crossing the inland sea and pushing north. On Earth, Natasha slips him a gorgeous necklace, treating it like her way of saying, "Thank you for everything." Even when Odette swears no gift could ever be enough, Yuki takes it anyway, graceful as ever, like it's the best surprise in the world. Right when the conversation is heating up, Garm the dog bursts in tail wagging like he's cracked the case and finally brought back what Yuki sent him hunting for. Apologizing to Lady Natasha, Yuki blurted that he and Etadette had to investigate something right away, then promised he'd be back by dawn and ordered her to ready the ship for departure. They chase Garm into a dead, jagged wasteland near the mountain's peak. The dog locks in and growls. This place reeks of that armed ogre's nest so fiercely it's impossible to miss. Odette scans the area and all she finds is a dead, rocky wasteland with nothing living in sight. Garm freaks out and starts clawing at a sheer rock wall, insisting the stink has to be coming from inside. Yuki suddenly gets it. There's a hidden door, sealed under magic. He spots the technique he used to swear by built from the stuff around it, then watches it snap into place like magic, just like the one he mastered in a past life. With confidence blazing in his chest, Yuki fires up his hack and tries to slip right past security. He tests the door and snaps. It's magically locked. His analysis snaps into place, pinpointing the two spells running the show: adhesion magic and moving magic. He wrecks the adhesion spell's grip, feeds power into the moving spell, and slips right past the lock. He figures the door only unlocks for the approved, like the Auguru, so only they can pour their own magic straight into it. Odette, can you help me? With that stone crushing everything it touches, he braces himself and gets ready to force the passage open. Odette surges with magic, and side by side, they heave with everything they've got against the wall. With a bone-shaking groan, the massive stone door grinds open, and a dark cavern swallows the light. Odette summons a blazing orb of light flooding that huge, forgotten chamber as Garm lets out a savage growl. The ogre's stench hangs heavy in the air. Everything's torn apart. This has to be the monster's lair. Yuki stumbles on a rotten desk, and underneath it, she digs up the torn, tattered remains of a book cover. Right nearby, he stumbles on scattered parchment scraps full of scripture from the Elysium Temple. Odette's jaw drops. This isn't just a place. It's a hidden temple hideout, and the inscriptions hammer it home: the 8 king wars have finally ended, and the world is waiting for a comeback, dating this site back more than 200 years. Yuki leans in and grills Garm. Can you smell any other humans? The dog snaps, confirming 2 other people had slipped into this cave right alongside the armed ogre. Odette instantly pins it on Dorothea Zamil's. The dark mission is screaming through her. She's convinced that once Dorothy gets snatched, either her partner throws the ogre free, or that beast snaps into full berserk mode because it's lost its master. They hand the entire investigation over to the Magic Guild, then promise they'll roll back into town and report everything they found. Right now, their only mission is to sweep this secret hideout inside the kingdom's borders clean. The moment the ogre was crushed, Yuki stepped in and handed Garm his freedom, telling him he could finally go back to the villagers. But this loyal dog won't back down. He snarls that he has to repay the favor and make sure his savior gets paid back. Yuki grins and gladly accepts him as her official familiar. Later, out of nowhere, Garm drops to a sniffing frenzy around his new master, picking up the still fresh stench of the armed ogre lingering in the air. This flips Yuki's thoughts back to that weird crystal he managed to snag along with Ogre's heart. Right when he pulls it free, Odette jerks back, hit hard by the thing's ominous aura. Yuki taps into his hacking skills and digs in, breaking it down piece by piece. He cracks it open and boom, there's insane, high-grade magical power inside, but it also reeks of a weird, dangerous curse. He realizes it's Berserker's spell, an exchange deal that supercharges a creature with insane power and brutal vitality, but smashes its mind into a mindless rage. Odette snaps to the truth. This is the thing fueling the ogre's terrifying, unnatural strength. While Odette can only see danger, Yuki's eyes light up with pure fascination for the material. He slams his decision down. This thing can't be allowed to exist, so he refuses to hand it over and goes straight for purification. He starts theorizing that his Mistel blood capable of curing disease might also wipe out berserk magic by neutralizing it. He gathers his power and pours it into the crystal, then it erupts in a brilliant, spotless glow. All that dangerous magic finally vanished, and what's left is a super-concentrated, rock-solid, safe magic crystal. When they realize that altered item can't be submitted anymore, they're suddenly stuck with a rare power-up crystal. Crystal flashes and Garm immediately erupts with excited barks, snapping at the chance to claim the crystal as his own. Yuki weighs it in his head. Garm's his familiar now. They share his mistal blood, so his body should be able to take the purified energy. He holds the crystal out to the dog and orders him to take it in slow, letting it sink in piece by piece. As Garm licks the sphere, it bursts apart and melts into pure light, blasting him full on and swallowing him in radiance. The whole mission pays off, everything works, and it lands perfectly. When the light finally fades, Garm has transformed into a mighty high Morse dog, his level and stats skyrocketed in an instant. Yuki throws a burst of joy as his familiar evolves while the debt he's dealing with is wiped out, utterly drained after one night packed with extraordinary chaos. Yuki lays out his logic: if he builds a stronger Garm, it can stand as her guardian and protect her from whatever comes next. He reminds her that she's the one who named the dog, and that single choice forged a real bond between them. Moved to the core, Odette gently strokes the newly empowered Garm as it hums with power. Once the investigation's done, they're ready to bolt until Odette crunches down on something hard beneath her step. At last, the bronze coin is stamped into existence, yet the design on it is totally unfamiliar to her. Yuki realizes this coin doesn't come from the kingdom at all. It's way too finely made to be some cheap territorial money, so she traces it back 200 years to the hideout's original occupants. Odette decides to pocket it as a possible clue. Right before they leave, Yuki unleashes magic to twist the hideout's entrance mechanism so even the original owner can't step back in. As the sun starts to creep up, painting the horizon in gold, they sprint back toward the ship. Yuki stares at the night's findings, and his thoughts snap straight to that purified magic crystal. A bold idea sparks inside him. What if he could fuse the raw power of a high magic crystal with his own mistal blood and crack the secret to making other humans immortal? Odette's voice snaps him out of his reverie like a starter pistol. For now, he shoves the thought aside. His only mission is getting to Fira village. Inside the Adventurers Guild, disbelief hits first, then the whole place erupts in shock. The nearly unbeatable armed ogre is down, and it wasn't legendary veterans who did it. It was 2 trainees. Right in the middle of the chaos, Yuki and Odette square up in front of the guild, while everyone crowds around that huge, shining shield they hauled back from the monster. They demand to know straight up how that impossible feat was pulled off. Yuki's reply is almost too simple. He just aimed for the gap where the shield wasn't blocking. The crowd erupts in groans, like they all instantly know the real answer has to be way more complicated than that. Odette steps in, fires off the explanation Yuki used his familiars to scramble the opponent and slip around them. A move so clever, it feels straight out of the old magic researchers' legends. Yuki confirms her account and tells him, straight up, that his real power isn't brute force. It's all in strategies like this. He tells the story of how they accidentally ran into Lady Natasha straight up by pure luck because they'd gotten hopelessly lost while wandering through the mountains. One crewman, now finally tended to and bandaged up, confirms everything and erupts with gratitude because their rescue came just in time to stop any deaths. With the truth finally confirmed, the heavy tension in the room melted away. The relief hit everyone at once that Lady Natasha was safe. The adventurers pile around the giant shield, staring like it's a legend come to life, still spotless, untouched, and proving it can wipe out magic like it's nothing. Then it hits them at his brilliance, and that unbreakable durability can only point to one thing, an ultra-rare ancient relic. And then one guy can't help it. His voice shakes with pure awe as he vows he'll brag about touching that relic for the rest of his life. Yuki stays cool and confirms her suspicions are right, and that ancient item is real. He admits he cracked it on the ride back, and just like every other artifact he's ever faced, its inner magic can't be rewritten no matter how deep his Mistel blood runs. Odette wonders aloud if it once belonged to some legendary knight from the past. But Yuki shuts it down with a sharp correction. The shield isn't some random gear. It's equipment that was strapped to the arm of the Lord of Phantom from the very start. It sat sealed and barely worked, then Dorothea snatched it up later to power another experiment. Odette stares in disbelief, because the way he knows everything blows her mind, and the moment she realizes it, her exhaustion vanishes. The guildmaster lets out a sharp throat clear, and the roaring crowd snaps to attention like a pulled string. He shuts the whole room down with his presence and announces the guild's official plan like it's a countdown to war. First, they'll rush to the Magic Guild and yank their request for reinforcements back. Then the Adventurers Guild will lock that precious shield away safely until it's time to retrieve it. At last, the guildmaster steps up and promises he'll personally file a petition to get Yuki and Odette's unbelievable feat officially evaluated. Then, boom, the announcement hits, and the room erupts into a thunderous applause that totally catches the two young adventurers off guard. The members swarm around them, pouring out thanks like it's overflowing from their hearts, because saving Lady Natasha didn't just save a noble, it also slammed the Adventurer Guild's credibility back into place. Crushed by how thankful everyone is, the two of them get swept into a surprise celebration party to toast their victory. Later, right when she's about to leave, Lady Natasha leans in and pours out her gratitude one more time, promising she'll never forget them. She offers them a place to stay at the Toreos Earldom if they ever come through, then admits she's genuinely praying to see them again. To thank them, she hands over a pandal and orders them to show it to her little sister, Ophelia, because she'll help them without a doubt. Yuki nods and admits with a little hesitation that travel isn't exactly their comfort zone. With a tight, no-nonsense handshake, their new alliance is sealed for real. Natasha leans out, waves hard, and watches her ship roar away from the docks. Yuki, Odette, and Garm wave, until the vessel disappears beyond the horizon. As a reward, the guildmaster booked them a room for the night in the most luxurious spot in the whole town. They're led into this lavish suite, and the second they see that one massive canopy bed, their excitement flips into pure shock. Odette's face instantly flares with embarrassment as she remembers that they had to shove in a partition just to split up their last room. Yuki, completely wiped out, can barely get the words out. This whole situation is just too absurd. No warning at all, he yanks off his outer coat and lets it drop. Before Odette can even react, he blurts out an apology for being drained, then drops onto the bed and passes out on the spot. At last, she slips to the bedside, eyes locked on him, her face twisting with every emotion at once. While Yuki sleeps, he's already deep in a dream running tests in his head on just how far this brand new mortal body can really push him. Odette lets out a tiny sigh. Then a sweet smile flickers in as she quietly thanks him. He mumbles through his sleep, murmuring that he's glad he's with her, and then sinks deeper and deeper until he's fully out cold. She freezes in place, saying nothing, holding the moment in silence way too long. A soft blush creeps across her cheeks as she mutters under her breath that he's nothing but a troublesome guy. That night, she sneaks in and spots Yuki passed out cold, still fast asleep. With a cautious sigh, she lowers herself to the bed, realizing she's never ever let a boy her age into her room before. He doesn't feel nervous at all. Lying right beside him, a wave of pure relief crashes over her like it finally found its way home. She looks at herself and realizes since she met him she's changed so much, and now she feels free, light, and totally at ease. Like he could hear her thoughts, Yuki murmurs, "Me too." Odette can't stop wishing she'd been born with his people instead. That shocking memory of his engagement to Iris slams into him so hard it shatters his thoughts. Yuki's groggy mumbling about a stomachache shatters the tension, and her sigh lands like the final crack in the moment. She clamps down on those weird thoughts and finally decides to get some real sleep. She'll just shut her eyes to that strange feeling growing wild in her chest. The next morning, Yuki jolts awake feeling totally recharged. He swivels toward her dead on, and there it is, those dark, sunken circles under her eyes telling him she hasn't slept a wink. A gentle knock against the window signals the moment his familiars finally show up. Garm and the bats skidded back in, swearing that during their night patrols, nothing weird or out of the ordinary ever happened. Yuki praises them for their sharp reconnaissance. While Garm prowled the city and the others held the perimeter, they swept the area clean, no more threats in sight. Once their duties wrap up, Yuki decides they've got to deliver that letter to Iris before they even set foot on the ship. Odette spots two identical packages he's already lined up, and he admits he's sending them through different services, so at least one makes it through. Maybe she's spot on. Like it doesn't matter who arrives, Iris is still grabbing one for her collection. Once the letters were sent off, their town business was officially over. They hustle all the way to the port, where the Torius family's ship is waiting like it's about to change everything. The vessel slices through the still sea, charging straight for the far-off shore. On deck, Yuki and Garm lean in as the waves crash and roar below. The ocean stays calm. No waves, no chaos, like the sea monsters are nowhere to be seen. Odette's right there, curled up and dead asleep at last because all that restlessness from the night before finally caught up to her. Yuki snaps at Garm to let her sleep just for now. He stares ahead at their destination, the Torius family's territory where the ancient Elysium temple once stood. The ship's captain strides up, thanks blazing in his eyes, and offers Yuki an apple as a heartfelt token. He remembers how powerless he felt in the ogre attack, and then insists Yuki was the one who saved him, his true benefactor. Later, if anything ever happened to Lady Natasha, he'd never be able to face her lord again. Seizing the moment, Yuki leans in and interrogates the captain, demanding to know everything he's heard about the ancient Girast kingdom. The captain already knows the gritty truth. Historia Small Kingdom got wiped out during the Eight Kings War. He looks it straight in the eye and confirms it. Everything's gone, even the royal palace. Yuki stares into the wreckage of that war so brutal it didn't just kill people, it wiped borders and even names off the maps. Just imagining what would have happened if Lyle's ancient sealed relic ever broke loose sends a cold shiver down your spine. But then the captain drops a jawbreaker. One thing from 200 years ago still lives on a song. He leans in and tells you it's a festival song, one that people around here sing over and over, like a hometown anthem. Yuki can't help but feel this weird, breathtaking awe, how even after kingdoms crumble and weapons rot into dust, one simple song somehow still survives. The captain pulls him aside and hypes the upcoming festival, inviting him to come along. He adds that if Yuki gets lucky, he just might spot Lady Ophelia Dasha's sister out there singing. Known as the Diva of Toreus, she sometimes steps out to the pier and sings to greet the ships as they pull in. Yuki's mind races back to that pendant Natasha once pressed into his hands. He can't help but wonder, can he actually ask that diva about what's left of Fira village? The captain jabs a finger forward and shouts that the shore is right around the corner. As soon as the port comes into view, a wave of nostalgia crashes over Yuki like a memory he can't shake. He still remembers this place from 850 years back, when he hauled his fear into a village and hid from the world of humans. The captain shuts him up. "Listen close," he says, and the words hit hard. On the salty sea breeze, her voice floats in warm, beautiful, and impossible to ignore, as the diva sings a melody that feels like an open door. A ghostly melody rides the ocean's breath, sliding over the waves like a chilling whisper. From the dock, a young woman's crystal-clear voice lifts into the air, singing something that's sweetly childish and utterly beautiful. It's a reverent song about a real lord who spreads the black wings alongside a gentle guardian deity whose touch can heal the sick and send frauds running like false saints. As the ship drew nearer, the captain leaned in and told them that hearing the song was a rare honor, normally something only people truly close to Lady Ophelia ever got to experience. Yuki flashes a grateful smile, but a sharp worry creeps across his face. He doesn't recognize this song as a hymn to any king or deity he's ever known. As the lyrics keep going, promising everyone will finally welcome their dearest great lord back, a terrifying thought hits him like a wave. Right next to him, Odette stretches and yawns, casually saying she can hear Yuki's theme song. In a blink, Yuki slaps her hand over her mouth, shutting herself up before another word can escape. The ship's captain, all curiosity and edge, presses for what the figure in the song even means, only to land on a shaky guess. It's an ancient tune, and the truth behind its roots is something only Lady Ophelia herself knows. Before Yuki can even open her mouth, the captain blurts out with eager excitement to the young diva standing on the shore. So once they get off, Yuki snaps at Odette for that almost fatal slip. He tells them this song has to stay secret. No one here is allowed to know it exists. The captain throws them straight into Lady Ophelia's world, introducing her magicians and the people who funded her older sister, Natasha. The second Natasha's name hits the air, Ophelia's eyes snap wide open. But when she locks eyes with Yuki, it hits her. This isn't just some stranger. It's exactly the black hair and black eyes the lyrics promised. For a split second, she's convinced he's the real lord from the song. Yuki shuts the idea down fast, declaring they've got the wrong person. Later, the moment they arrive at the Grand Torres Araldoma state, they're greeted like legends-honored guests with their names on everyone's lips. Earl Torias pours out heartfelt gratitude for saving his daughter, Natasha. Ophelia pulled them aside and invited them to dinner because she was dying to know about that song, and Yuki finally got the perfect opening to investigate. He starts to suspect she's tied to his old place, Fira Village, and that the song isn't just music, it's a secret message meant only for him. He's got full confidence in his own power to unravel anything like that. The Earl lays out a lavish seafood feast, seaborne treasure from his coastal earldom, served as the pride of the region. Ophelia spots a lineup of wild, exotic dishes meant to settle a debt, but the guy who stumbled in from the inland is absolutely swamped, overwhelmed by it all. While Odette wrestles with her fish, Ophelia snatches control and debones it with expert ease, doing it purely out of kindness, and that simple act leaves her guest genuinely impressed. Then she offers to help Yuki, but he's already halfway through his meal, having stripped the fish down to the bone with smooth, practiced ease. He tells everyone he knows it because he used to chow down on river fish back home. But deep down, panic is clawing at his chest. He's forgotten his cover story. This exact fish is a delicacy in Fira Village, one he used to catch and cook for the kids himself. Ophelia keeps her eyes locked on him, and the way he moves shows she can tell he's the real deal. The Earl demands why they're here, and Yuki fires back with the story he rehearsed, telling him they're Magic Guild trainees on a mission to learn from the ancient battlefields of the Eight Kings' War, with the fallen Elysium Temple as a terrifying warning they refuse to ignore. The Earl, stunned by their scholarly passion, decides to hand them a filly as their guide. Yuki demands a trip to the northern mountains, pointing to records of a tiny village that once lived there. He pretends to be curious about how the people trapped under the temple's brutal rule are living. The Earl's face darkens, and with a heavy voice he drops the truth. The village is gone, wiped out by landslides that crashed before and after the war, smashing the only road that led there. The villagers slipped out unharmed, but the ruins are locked behind the sky now, unreachable by foot unless you can fly. As the Earl blurts out that he can't help, Yuki just smiles and thanks him because he's already snagged the one crucial piece of info he came for. Now he finally knows exactly where he's headed and how far he's gotta go. Then the Earl slips into memories. His late wife loved a song from that same village, sung by a wandering bard who carried a harp, playing to calm the hearts still bruised by war. Yuki gets hit with the thought that his people walked away from a culture so stubborn and resilient it still managed to live on for 200 years. After that conversation, Ophelia leans in and asks if she could sing for them. She's got one secret dream, sing the special song her mom taught her, saved only for the most important guests. Yuki studies her up close, locks onto that pale pink hair that screams, Rosalba, the greatest singer from Fira Village, and now he's wondering if they're connected. He nods along because he can't risk missing even one message that could change everything. Ophelia opens her mouth to sing, and those lyrics slam into Yuki and Odette at the same time. Both choke in perfect unison. This song is a straight-up love letter to her true lord, and Yuki's mortified because that deeply personal tune, seemingly penned by his friends Rosalba and Alice, has somehow survived for centuries. They say it's been handed down through Ophelia's mom's side, proving she's descended from someone tied to Fira Village. As the final note fades, it clicks. This isn't just a song. It's a beacon, a message thrown through time to tell him his old home is right up ahead. But Ophelia isn't done. She blasts out a second song, then a third, and keeps going until she's delivered 5 straight performances. Right after the applause dies down, Ophelia spills her mother's orders. She's got to sing those songs for the one she swears is the true Lord. Then, watch his face when the truth lands. Her mom said the Lord in that song looked sweet and gentle, but also shy, and deep down, he'd never stop himself from betraying his own feelings. He planned it like a trap, then waited to see what would happen. With a sly wink, Ophelia slips in close and vows she's teaming up with Sir Yuki, the same man who saved her sister. It's a clean, no-messing declaration that hits like a punch. Yuki dips his head in thanks, and a soft smile tugs at his lips. Her test proved who he really was, and by doing that, it proved who she is too. Accepting that invitation was the best move he could have made. With a fresh ally by his side and a straight path ahead, he surged one step closer to cracking the secrets behind Fear of Village. The talk pivots to politics, and the Earl finally cracks unease gnawing at him as he stares straight at the border. But he sent his daughter, Natasha, straight to the royal capital to team up with the Magic Guild for answers. Cornered, he finally cracks. There have been creepy military moves from the neighboring Gale Empire lately. The news hits like a bomb. This empire has been running brutal military drills right up near their shared border. The Earl thinks that brutal surge is exactly why monsters have been popping up more lately, so he wastes no time and asks the capital for reinforcements. Yuki leans in with bated breath, realizing another threat is creeping in right on top of the Elysium Temple's lingering fallout. Even as the Earl tries to calm their nerves, insisting a direct fight is probably a no-go, Yuki decides to drop a crucial piece of intel. He slams out a drawing of a strange, mysterious emblem. He tells them it was taken from a coin tucked inside the nest of an armed ogre back during the rescue of Lady Natasha earlier. Because the kingdom had no clue about the design, he felt it had to come straight from the Empire. The Earl studies the drawing, then declares no doubt at all that he knows the Gale Empire's money, but he's never seen this mark in his life. And the whole mystery just gets darker and darker. Feeling the tension in the air and the exhaustion creeping in from their journey, Ophelia urged Yuki and Odette to stay the night at the manor. Yuki's father nods at once, and Yuki gladly snaps up his generous offer. Later that night, when the whole estate goes quiet, Yuki sinks into his guest room and sits there alone. Before his thoughts can take over, a gentle knock rattles the door and yanks him right back. Ophelia steps in with a sharp, formal bow, eyes locked and expression deadly serious because she can't live with lies anymore. She's here to find out if he really is the Lord from her family's ancient songs. She leans in and tells you the truth. This ancient song, handed down through her family for generations, spells out exactly what this legendary figure looks like. Later, she recites verses that praise black hair soaked in darkness, soft black eyes that soothe the soul, and a gentle guardian deity who can literally dance through the air, no wings needed. With Yuki's raw reaction to that song still ringing in her ears, she didn't just think she was 100 convinced. Next, she stares at him like he's her last miracle hope blazing in her eyes as she asks, trembling, if he's really the Lord from that legend. Yuki confirms her suspicions without spilling his reincarnated name, and then drops the one name she'd immediately recognize. Then Ophelia straight up hands the family the name of her lord, no hesitation. He finally rips off the disguise. Dean Nosferatu, the immortal magician, steps forward as the guardian of Fira village. Ophelia exhales the word deity, and for the first time, her faith gets slammed into reality. Yuki tells Ophelia straight up, "I got reincarnated," and she just nods, no doubts at all, her faith locked in tight. He gestures for her to sit, and Boom confirms she's truly a descendant of his village. Then she drops the truth. Her mother swore the Lord would come back one day. Still, she'd never once heard the name Fear of Village, because it was nowhere in the songs. Yuki realizes it wasn't an accident at all. His old foes, the traitorous sages of the Elysium Temple, didn't just lock him up, they tried to wipe his whole past clean, even deleting the very existence of his hometown. Ophelia's family, along with the village's storytellers, kept his memory alive in songs, braiding his tale into legends so powerful they couldn't be wiped clean. Those memories flicker in his mind, and a soft smile breaks across his face. So he turns to her and thanks her with his whole heart. After that, he figures out the landslides blocking the road weren't an accident at all. Villagers had staged it on purpose, sealing off the path to keep the village safe from the temple's wrath once they'd fled. Ophelia tells him straight that they're heading for the village ruins, and then she warns him, not about the songs, but from what locals know, the mountains are crawling with massive, hard-scaled snake monsters. She spills the truth. This was just another jab from the Elysium Temple. When they couldn't track down the missing villagers, they let loose monsters into the mountains, and those beasts have multiplied ever since. Yuki's blood boils with hypocrisy. This temple calls him a monster tamer, but it's the temple's own cruelty that's wrecking the land. And now the Empire's threat on top of it has left the territory dangerously short-staffed. With grim fire in his eyes, he vows to take the mountain on alone. He slips over to the window and snaps his familiars into existence. He shows off the bat dike, the smaller bat cliff, and the dog arm then blows everyone away by proving those wild old legends are real. He can actually talk to animals. Ophelia can barely contain her joy. She's absolutely thrilled. He tells Garmin Cliff to stay right beside her, acting as the link between them, while he storms off toward the ruins. He thinks the people behind the armed ogre attack are slipping into the Empire, and they're using the monster as a smokescreen to make everyone look the other way. He can't drop his guard until Natasha's plea for help gets answered. When Ophelia demands to know why he'd go this far, he straight up tells her this is how he thanks her for the history she opened up. He finally spills his master plan. One day, he'll vanish from the human world for good, live out his endless life in calm, and spend his days digging into research. To pull that off, he needs a safe haven for the village's descendants because they're the only ones who'll welcome the weird, amazing things he's dreaming up and accept them without a single doubt. If his people disappeared, his immortality would mean nothing like a crown with no kingdom left. And at the end, he finally admits the truth. This whole thing was driven by nothing but his own selfishness. Ophelia's stunned at first, but then a soft smile blooms across her face. At last, she gets it why her family held him in such high honor, that selfishness is just a mask, hiding the fact that he's always been fiercely, unshakably devoted to his people. She drops to her knees and makes a solemn vow, pledging her loyalty to him with everything she's got. Right before he heads out, Yuki grabs him and asks, "Is there a song about an old castle near our village?" Ophelia jumps at the idea. He could even find out, then confirms it. Yeah, the truth is there. In the chief's study, she chants a spell about a wise souvenir, and with that final clue, the chief finally locks onto the location of his old home. Right before he heads out, Ophelia squeezes out a nervous request. Then she leans in and dares him to pat her head. It's a sacred old village tradition. She's receiving a guardian god's blessing at her coming-of-age ceremony, just like the dream her family has handed down for generations. With a careful, gentle nod, he goes along and a distant memory from long ago hits him like a flash of lightning. He asked whether the villagers were furious about his fate, but she shot back a calm reassurance. Then he learned the final verse wasn't a lullament at all. It was a plea, "May your life last forever." A warm, bittersweet smile cuts across his face. The next morning, after she lays out everything that happened the night before, Ut grabs his hand and announces she's coming with him because she refuses to let him take on that deadly mountain by himself. She won't stop there. She insists she's the one who really knows him, not as Yuki, but as the Lord of the Fira. When he sees her resolve, he nods and throws the agreement down, then they launch out together. Meanwhile, at the Torius Mountain Fort, the guards stayed sharp on watch, eyes peeled into the dark. They spit curses at the Elysium Temple for turning that mountain into a monster den, especially with the grand dark boa crawling around. They trade tales about that old village legend, one nobody can prove that somehow dragged down the temple's wrath. A guard cracks up over a totally ridiculous pre-dawn report. Someone swears a black figure flew straight toward the mountain, and both of them just dismiss it with laughs, because no way that can be real. Their laughter gets ripped away by a gut-deep rumble rolling out of the forest. Then something massive barrels through the trees straight at them. Right before anyone can react, a massive dark boa heaves itself over the fortress wall in a violent crash, slamming down in the courtyard below with a sickening thud. The guard froze under a relentless stare, and terror slammed into him like a punch. It was one of the 5 serpents that ruled that mountain, so monstrous that even a crew of elite adventurers couldn't bring it down, and now it's dead. The moment that eerie rustling crawls out from the mountain and into the air, they're left staring in disbelief because whatever's stirring in the forbidden woods just showed up. At the mansion, a servant broke the news to Ophelia Lord Yuki, and the others had left way early that morning, and they might not come back until the day was nearly over. The man confirms when they're gone he'll take charge of her, while the little dog-like thing bares its teeth and vows to protect her too. He pitches a trip to the northern town because his delivery is scheduled there, and he's convinced that Ophelius's singing will light up the soldiers and townsfolk packed along that anxious border. Deep in the thick forest, a sudden jolt tears through the silence, and every bird explodes into the sky in a frantic burst. Then the truth snaps into focus out from the trees. A monstrous giant snake slithers into the open like it owns the forest. Deep in the woods, Yu lands with surgical precision, just finishing off another beast, third one down, then snaps his focus to the remaining threats. He yells for Odette, and up in the branches she calls back that she's totally fine. She blasts a deadly earth spell, an earth god power, turning the ground into a dancing force as it smashes into a whole pack of smaller creatures. Rock shards explode out of the ground, smashing the smaller threats in one clean, crushing strike. Still, the 2 biggest serpents linger in the shadows, their ice-cold eyes locked onto their prey. One of them snaps back and unleashes a deafening hiss that screams through the trees. Yuki lunges in a heartbeat, snatches Odette, and yanks her out of danger the exact moment the beast rockets forward to attack. They touch down a short distance away and immediately rip in big breaths, like they just barely made it. Odette says this forest has gone berserk and overgrown like crazy for the past 200 years, and if they'd stayed on the ground, it would have already gobbled them up. Refusing to let the mountain his village once stood on stay in ruins, Yuki clenches a magical device and raises it high. He hurls it like a bullet straight at one of the snakes. "Activate!" he barks. Then the device erupts inside the creature's mouth, detonating with brutal, crushing violence. The spell erupts like a burning meteor. Crimson Lotus Star bullet smashing into the snake so its head caves in and thick smoke explodes into the air. A thunderous explosion erupts, shaking the forest floor like it's about to split in 2. Yuki watches it happen, make the monster swallow the magic staff before it detonates, and it works like a charm. As he waits for his familiar to come back, the final and biggest snake slithers into view, wrapping the thick tree trunk in a deadly coil and revealing the pack's leader. The creature slithers like it owns the steep wooded mountainside, gliding effortlessly as if gravity can't touch it. The summit is still a long, grueling way off, and Yuki can't stop thinking about Ophelia's promise. There's an easy path out there, but only the true Lord will ever find it. No, right then, that familiar voice cuts through the air and shouts, "Master!" A brutal swarm of bats explodes from the treetops, blanketing the sky in a sudden, terrifying rush. Odette Gas spots the chaos and thinks it's a natural disaster, but Yuki snaps in fast and reassures her, "We're on the same side." The bats explode into a roaring swarm around him, and every one of them bows like he's their master. Later, Yuki leans in and reveals the crazy truth. 200 years ago, he built a plan to rip his soul and shove it into one of his own familiars. For years, he'd picked a loyal, honorable bat named Kataros. Before the soul transfer, he hands Kataros his magic-infused blood that was supposed to be passed down through generations, and then he demands, "So tell me, is Kataros one of them?" One of the bats whispers to him that Kataros has been dead for ages, about 150 years gone. Odette finally realizes that even Yuki's blood can't buy immortality. Then, Yuki roars for everyone who still thinks of him as their master to gather at once. 12 bats surge forward as he tells Odette, "I'm going to need your support." He tells her to stall the last snake while he rebuilds his pact with the familiars, and she jumps in without hesitation. Odette thrusts out a surge of energy and slams down a barrier, blocking the giant serpent's brutal charge. "Stay back, don't you dare come any closer," she screams. Her magic couldn't punch through the creature's thick scales, but it still latched onto the fight, keeping the beast safely at arm's length. As she keeps watch and gives him cover, Yukikui launches into the ritual, reshaping his connection with each of the 12 bats one by one. With the packs reformed at his back, he looks at a stunned Odette and declares he's ready to scale straight to the summit. He points at the sky, and the new familiars have carved out a clear path up the mountain along its bat-recommended route. Only the bats that have clung to this steep, deadly mountainside for generations know the way. Every step is treacherous, and the truth is, no one else dares to. It's the road he knows by heart now, because he can finally talk to them. With nerves of steel and full command of the route, he slips away from yet another strike from that giant snake like it's nothing. He shouts for his familiars to slam into the enemy, and Odette surges in, beefing up their assault like the earth god's dance is fueling every strike. The snake gets pummeled by earth magic, crashing down in full force while a swarm closes in from every side. It screams in pain, trapped and helpless, fighting back with nothing but suffering. Yuki snatches the opening and rockets past the stuck creature. He charges straight at it, setting up one last brutal strike that could end everything. With both hands blazing, he hurls the double-charged meteor, Crimson Lotus Star bullet, burning hot from the start. He hurls the spell, and the snake's head gets swallowed by a world-shaking explosion. Odette threw her hands over her eyes, trying to block out the brutal horror in front of her. With the last threat wiped out, Yuki finally declares, "Now we can move on for real." Odette finally gets why he was so sure the village ruins wouldn't fall, because he didn't think these monsters were wrecking the place at all. He believed they were guarding it. He admits he wasn't fully sure about anything, but he trusted his old familiars with his whole heart, so loyal they'd never let any other monster sully the land he held dear. After the villagers vanished, Abad tells them the mountain got overrun, but even so, they kept standing guard over the village, loyal to their master's kin. It's a sacred duty, handed down through generations. Every single firm swears it together, in one booming voice. Finally, Odette sprints in. She and her crew have arrived. Right in front of them stretches a massive, lifeless clearing, the exact spot where Fira village once stood. Right then, in Milgaria's royal capital, inside the palace reception room, an important meeting is underway. Lady Natasha Torius steps up to Prince Kane and the A-rank mage, Master Zamil, and tells them straight she's here for her family, begging for their help. With a trembling humility, she begs for their help in a deadly fight that's about to swallow her territory. Prince Kane scans her report, and the moment he reads it, his expression turns deadly serious. He confirms armed ogres are lurking near the border, too dangerous for any one lord to face on his own. Got it. He fully understands why this matters, and he agrees to urge his father, the king, to send troops in support. Kane clocks a nasty detail right away. The report says the enemy soldiers are weirdly massive. He can't shake the feeling that something's off, thinking about how the Empire's food situation is famously awful. Or maybe it's just a slip by guards keeping watch from afar, but he won't hear it. He's dead set on being ready for anything. Master Zamil keeps reading and then... Boom! He blurts out that the armed ogre's shield erases magic on contact. He demands that the magic guilds step in right now and start investigating. Zamil chugs a potion in one gulp just to stay awake, then blurts out that he and his disciples have been grinding non-stop to crack ancient relics. Natasha Cheed's embarrassment isn't his problem. He brushes her off without dignity, teeth clenched as he fixates on stealing back the wisdom he lost. Natasha can't help but wonder, could that shield really be as legendary as they say? She still remembers Lord Yuki Grossaria, the one who saved her barely even glancing at the shield or the monster. Later, his very presence hits her like a spark. Everything her mother whispered in that lullaby is suddenly real. A mighty lord, a force meant to come back. She turns it over in her mind, replaying that question she asked, what would the true lord do once he finally became the strongest, and her mom's answer hits her again. He'd just keep coasting through life, carefree as ever. Back in the palace, Natasha suddenly sways and nearly faints, blaming it all on pure exhaustion. The prince leans in, tells her he's worried about how fast she came, then fires off the key questions to verify her story, because she says she was rescued from a vicious armed ogre by someone connected to the magic guild. He can't believe the headline this same Yuki Grocery just wiped out a C-rank mage, and now it's been tagged with even more monsters. Zamil scoffs and fires back that D rank is way too low for a mage like that. He's convinced Yuki already qualifies for a quasi-C rank. An explosive argument snaps between the prince and the mage. Both of them are demanding Yuki and fighting over who gets to claim her for their faction. Kane calls out Zamil, claiming he's using a promotion as bait to lure Yuki into his research. The prince blurts out a rapid apology, trying to undo that explosive outburst the second it slips out. Kane vows they'll smash through the Torius Domain's request fast, and the Mage Guild will even send an investigation team right on its tail. Zamil nods along. This is the moment where he lands a priceless research specimen, all thanks to that deal. The men decide to pick up their strategy later, and they order Natasha to go rest in the guest quarters. As she slips away, Zamil keeps pushing, still trying to talk her into the shield. Alone in the grand hallway, Natasha finally exhales like the weight of the world just lifted. Her mission is done. The royal family swore reinforcements would come, and she delivered the crucial intel about the armed ogres. She smacks her hands together, and pure gratitude surges through her like a wave. If he hadn't stepped in, she would have been killed, and that threat would have swept through everything, unchecked. But she's drowning in gratitude, an enormous debt to him that she knows she can never, ever repay. She leans into the silence and whispers, "Thank you so very much." Then, Lord Yuki Grosseria. Suddenly, she stops dead in her tracks. She thought she caught someone whispering her guardian knight's name. She whips around and her eyes flare wide with shock. She's coming. This radiant blonde-haired girl strides right toward her. Natasha spots her the second she appears. "I've been holding my breath. Princess Iris Rustia, where have you been?" Inside the royal court, Prince Iris Ristia storms in Lady Natasha Torreas right behind him. Without wasting a single second, the princess blurts out her real goal. She wants to hear every detail about her guardian knight and all about Odette. She confirms that her older brother, second Prince Kane, and the A-rank mage, Master Zamel, are already inside. Then she pushes the door open to deliver an urgent report. They storm into the room, and Iris wastes zero time. She straight up declares, "There's a real chance the Gale Empire's agent slipped into our kingdom." Just as she's about to explain everything, a maid slides in one single, gorgeous, ornate coin. Iris tells you this coin was pulled from the armed ogre's lair by her guardian knight, Yuki, with Lady Odette right there watching. When Prince Kane starts grilling it about the Empire, Iris drops the truth and reveals exactly what it really is. Imperial nobles hand over a special coin whenever they issue a formal commission. Most people never know that, but the Magic Guild quietly dug it up and confirmed the truth. Natasha watches the princess like she's seeing a force of nature so regal, so commanding, and in that instant, she finally gets it. Yuki's loyalty to her runs deeper than anyone could imagine. Iris keeps moving forward, firing off the brutal truth of what this discovery really means. That coin's showing up for a reason, and it screams a terrifying alliance is forming. The Gale Empire might be teaming up with what's left of the Elysium Temple. She admits she can't be sure, but a note from her knight's companion hinted that the armed ogres got loosed to block their pursuers. Then everyone escaped north. And the implication hangs heavy in the air. Then Lady Natasha's blood runs cold as she finally grasps the nightmare those armed ogres' master might be marching straight for the Taurus domain. Iris demands the Magic Guild send an investigation unit right now. Prince Cain fires back, admitting it's urgent, but then he demands with alarm in his voice, who in their right mind could handle a mission this deadly? With steel in her spine, Princess Iris vows she'll go herself. Since she brought the report, it's on her to hunt down the truth herself and see it with her own eyes. She snaps the truth she's already packed everything she needs, ready to bolt the moment she gives the word. Tears spill as Lady Natasha locks eyes with the princess's fierce devotion to her domain, then drops to her knees and pleads for the chance to guide her. The prince caught that fierce, burning determination blazing in his sister's eyes, and with a firm nod, he granted her the official permission to ride straight for the Taurus domain, because he knew she was driven to protect the kingdom. He steps in, crushes the male concourse, and flat out declares that the Magic Guild has zero objections. Over the moon, Iris agrees on the spot, but her brother snaps her back, warning her to hold her moves until she's safely reunited with her knight. She makes her promise with fire in her voice. Her top priority is getting back to Yuki Grosseria, and after this, she'll never, ever leave his side again. The moment the royal decree hits, her mission ignites. Meanwhile, Yuki and Odette reach the weathered, wrecked gate of a ghostly, abandoned village. In front of them stretches Fira village, silent, abandoned, and haunting in the most eerie way. The silence feels like a trap. No one's here. Not a single soul. Yuki slips through the abandoned houses, grim decay clawing at the walls outside. Yet when she steps inside, everything's painfully neat and perfectly ordered. Then relief crashes over him. He realizes every villager got out safe, and they grabbed only what they could before vanishing from sight. He'd been terrified the Elysium Temple would wreck everything back home. But there's not a single sign of fire, not a hint of violence. Odette spots the tension in him right away, and you can tell she's relieved because he finally gets to breathe easy. Odette asks, and Yuki lights up, showing her every corner of the village he built. He leads her through terraced fields fed by crystal spring water, past the massive public bathhouse, and to the message board where villagers once traded news and secrets. He points out the herb garden and the laboratory, where potions are brewed for trade. Then the spotless smithy running for generations on the hands of skilled craftsmen. Odette is left speechless by how advanced and how perfectly working the village is, and she admits her own domain can't even come close. Yuki lays it out. This is what 150 years of the villagers teaming up can build. They hunted monsters, trained with basic magic, and forged their home together. When Odette asks if he'll take over as guardian of her domain, he shuts that idea down instantly. No hesitation, no questions. He swears he only helped carry out what the villagers wanted because in his eyes, it was them who truly built everything. They press on, ditching the village in their dust as they march straight toward a looming castle perched on a nearby hill. Still, the whole structure lies in pieces obliterated by ruthless magic, the kind only the Elysium Temple could unleash. They push into the rubble-choked hall that used to be his study back when the villagers still swore it was his throne room. He stares at the spot where he died 2 centuries ago, now stripped clean of every shred of his old life. As they stride through those dark, soundless halls, he suddenly feels like he's been yanked back in time. He suddenly bursts into laughter, jolting Odette, then grins and tells her he's just thrilled she's staying by his side. He slams to a stop in front of a solid wall and declares loud and proud that he's found the hidden door. This hidden room, known only to him and the village chiefs, held the health records of every villager, sealed tight to preserve their memories for generations to come. Yuki slaps her hand onto the cold stone and spits out the ancient password, the pact di Nosferatu made with the oldest villager. With a bone-grinding screech, the wall slides aside, and a secret chamber bursts into view. The moment they step in, their eyes lock onto a towering suit of jet-black armor, sitting in the middle of the room like it's waiting for a challenger. Yuki nods and confirms it. This is the relic they came hunting for. So yeah, this is Lyle Carmaine. Before them looms the black armor. silent, towering, and like a whole forgotten past frozen in metal. A legendary machine, forged for one lone person, is tied to a debt, and when the truth hits, it feels like a gut-punch revelation. Elsewhere in the hidden chamber, Yuki watched the villagers' records being preserved with ruthless care, and he immediately recognized the touch of his son, Lyle. A faint, appreciative smile flickers across his face. He whips his focus back to that massive figure and instantly realizes there's no way any normal shelving could have ever held something that enormous. His eyes snap to something on the ground just as the machine rolls in. Odette, at his request, flicks the light onto the floor and bam, letters etched into the stone light up beneath it. Yuki snaps to attention the second she sees it. There's no mistaking it, that's Lyle's handwriting. He reads the message out loud and his voice shakes with raw emotion because it's a gift from his son. A note meant for the father who's survived so much trauma. It's a promise, his last desperate wish, because he can't bear the thought of ever dying again. Then, Yuki drops to his knees before the construct, and it finally hits him. He just witnessed the true scale of his son's final act. That was his legacy, the royal knight, Lord of Nosferatu. The crushing weight of his son's efforts lands on his shoulders every step of that temple infiltration, every betrayal, every ancient relic sealed away, one huge, impossible mission done for him alone. Like Lyle had been grinding non-stop, pulling every strings from the shadows. Yuki finally realized just how big Lyle's backup really was. His entire village rallied like a force of nature, carrying out the plan even their own guardian was supposed to forget. Iris leans in and whispers that everyone's absolutely incredible, right after she warned them not to go anywhere near that kind of dangerous stunt. Once the truth hits, the real question explodes. What do they do with this terrifyingly powerful machine? Yuki doesn't hesitate. He decides he'll climb in and try to pilot it. If this gets too hard, he'll drop it for later research, but if it can move, he'll slip it to the royal capital in secret. Odette swears to keep it secret and begs to join the research. She's betting that if the Royal Knight's tech can reach the world, it'll finally bring real peace and comfort to her people. Yuki nods, ready to jump in, but before he even starts, their work gets brutally smashed to pieces. Right on cue, an emergency summons hits in the form of Cliff the Bat Familiar, who blasts straight in, flying non-stop from Ophelia's location. The news is terrifying, like everything's falling apart in real time. Later on, monsters crash into Torius territory, wearing the exact same bizarre armor as the ogre they battled back then. With the frantic familiar finally settled, Yuki leans in and hears every detail of the full report. As they hauled supplies with Lady Ophelia, their convoy got smashed by armored monsters in an instant. But right in the middle of them, a brand new nightmare showed up, a beast-like humanoid in blazing red armor, and its sheer presence sent every other monster into a savage frenzy. Yuki's thoughts spiral at lightning speed. If this new monster is just another royal knight with the same mana-draining tricks as the Spirit King Knight, then this situation is way worse than he ever dared to picture. He barrels the info straight to Odette. Her resolve locks in, turning her face stone-cold determined. She snaps that she's heading to the territory right now, citing her noble duty as a high-ranking investigator ready to step in and help. Seeing her grit, Yuki snapped with confidence. In 15 minutes, the Royal Knight will be up and running and we're flying. Odette's jaw drops as that shocking claim lands. Yuki lays out his reasoning. The machine has wings, and as a legendary relic, its flight should obliterate his own magic. Plus, it's so massive it must have been brought in from the ceiling, meaning it was built to soar. The first challenge hits you right at the gate, finding a way inside that sleek, seamless armor. With no other choice left, he yanks his blade free. He snaps on his infiltration skill and slips into the shadows. Like the Spirit King Knight, the surface keeps bouncing him off, but he doesn't give up. He zeroes in on the weaker armor at the joints. It works one by one. He smashes through the inner barriers. With a grim little smile, he realizes Lyle sealed the machine up tight, leaving only someone with his exact ability able to pilot it. The cockpit hatch snaps open. While Odette watches, Yuki bursts into the machine. The hatch slams shut behind him, and it dumps him straight into the pilot's seat. A crystalline display snaps to life with an activation sequence, and it screams the truth. His mana is the power behind the whole operation. He gets it, feels like he's controlling a massive, world-shaking magical staff. He pours mana like blood through the system, then declares the Royal Knight his new familiar. No doubt, no mercy. The machine's eye snaps awake, bursting into a fierce, glowing flare. Activation worked. Yuki's mind snaps into the machine and fuses with it until it feels like the metal is just an extension of his own body. That giant armor groans to life, then lumbers forward as its limbs snap into motion at his command. He takes one step and the legs move with a shockingly nimble snap. He can feel those wings on its back, and he's so sure he'll make them take flight. A broken voice rattles inside his head, like the machine has a soul whispering about 8 royal knights and a sacred sword. And he pushes the mystery to the side for later. Right now, the mission comes first. First, he has to burst in and rescue Ophelia, then put that machine through its paces, because this is the first step toward the calm, peaceful retirement he's been craving. Outside, you'd swear it's impossible he seized control so fast it feels like magic, and the Royal Knight moves like a living thing. The machine thrusts out a huge hand, offering her a lift into the ride of a lifetime. As they lift her, Yuki goes wide-eyed through the armor. He can feel the cloak's rough texture, her warm body heat, and that frantic thump of her heartbeat, all while she's mortified and furious. He can't believe his eyes. Those ancient people built technology so wild it leaves him stunned. With Odette locked in its grip, the Royal Knight's wings burst wide open. "Girl, let's fly," he declares, like the sky is about to break open. With a thunderous surge, the machine rockets through the ceiling, smashing stone beneath it as it blasts up into the sky. The Lord of Nosferatu rockets through the skies, blazing toward Torius territory to dive straight into the fight. From the shadows, the next crew stays unseen, watching from a distance and sharpening their plan for when they strike. The city's calm gets ripped to shreds by a brutal, guttural roar as a hulking, armored ogre barrels through the streets, crushing buildings flat like they're nothing. On watch, the soldiers can only freeze as the beast goes on a rampage, its savage roars ripping through the terrified town. They realize these beasts are the rumored armored ogres until they spot the catch. Unlike the Talus, these monsters fight bare-handed with no shields. Their commander scowls at the 6 beasts, realizing they showed up on the exact day the Count is visiting, and it feels way too perfectly timed. That timing feels totally deliberate, like a calculated strike meant to smash their investigation plans right near the border. The commander clenched his fist, furious as he realized those slow, dull-witted ogres would have been easy until that red armored monster smashed the main gates wide open. His men still remember it like a nightmare, moves so unnervingly fast it barely made sense, shaped more like a wild beast than a soldier. And that roar hitting like a natural disaster. A sickening realization hits the commander. Then the beast's thunderous roar snaps the ogres into a berserk frenzy because it had been lurking in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to unleash its strike. That piercing sound rips through the air again, like it's hunting something. Rage takes the ogres over, fueling their attacks as the cries push them even harder. Roars crash through the city. While the ground shakes, these monsters lose control completely. With the enemy charging straight at them, the commander roars orders so every unit scrambles and prepares to fight. He finally spills their contingency plan, the exact strategy they cooked up for this exact moment. The instant the gate got smashed open, barricades sprang up all over town to slam the brakes on a rampaging ogre charging straight in. The strategy pays off fast when the charging beast slams into a wall of crates and barrels. It gets yanked to a dead stop. The monster crashes onto the ground, spinning in confusion and losing its bearings. Seizing the moment, the commander barks his orders. Everyone strike now, hit the weak spots in their armor, keep your distance, and crush any chance they get to regroup. The spearmen lunge toward the fallen creature, pressing and prodding for any crack in its armor. When the ogre starts thrashing like a beast gone mad, the infantry scrambles back fast, clearing the way for the archers to fire, only for their volley of arrows to come up short. The shafts slam home, tearing into the beast's unarmored flesh like they were made to hit. From the sides, the hooded mages surged in and slammed into the coordinated assault. They unleash stone bullet spells and fire bullets, smashing right through the monster's defenses. The commander stares on with grim satisfaction. Yuki's prediction is spot on. Every attack hitting from all sides crushes the mighty ogre down to its knees, and then he roars, "Charge!" The creature screams one last time in pure agony, then crumples to the ground. Finally, the sound cuts out. The soldiers stare in stunned disbelief, then collapse into relief because they actually pulled it off. They crushed one of those dreaded armored ogres. With confidence blazing again, the commander snaps that those rumored monsters aren't going to scare anyone, and he orders his men to fall back, regroup, and hit the final 5 with the exact same tactic. A soldier bursts in to report the evacuation worked. Every last townsfolk is safe and sound, hiding out in the southern assembly hall. Right then, the commander locks onto a familiar face, and his face hardens with pure shock. "Ophelia, why are you here? You weren't supposed to evacuate with everyone else." She stays completely calm and says she used her song to steady the panicked citizens. She says it's her bloodline's duty to steady the people when crisis strikes, and she feels powerless to resist going to the front lines and watching the battle herself. And once he sees how huge the Count is, he realizes there's no going back, so he grabs the moment and orders her to stay right beside him, never to let go. The battle keeps roaring as the soldiers' deadly tactics pin the last ogres down and crush their momentum. Right now, the enemy's getting shoved back and kept right at the edge. But the Count can't breathe easy. He knows that the real danger, that red armored monster, is still out there, hiding in the dark. Suddenly, dread crashes over him. Then he senses a presence nearby as the monster's frenzy spikes higher. They've doubled down and the violence just keeps escalating. The mage's spells, once deadly, now smack harmlessly off the enraged ogres like they're nothing. They barrel straight past the defenses, smashing the barricades until they splinter into nothing. Behind them, their master's shadow crawls into view, and it crushes the soldiers' morale like an iron weight. As the line's about to shatter, the Count erupts in a roar, ordering his men back to the next barricade, screaming not to waste their lives for nothing. He yanks his sword free, trying to whip them into action. Hold that line, because even monsters can only take so much. From the rooftops above, the red armored beast dives off a higher perch and lands too fast to believe with sharp, perfect grace right in front of the Count. But it cuts the silence with a cold, metallic voice, demanding everyone learns the truth: their real king is back. It finally spills its real purpose, claiming the Count's family are thieves who ripped this land away from the Jurassic Kingdom, sworn to the Elysium Temple. Ophelia strides forward, her voice slicing through the air with pure defiance. That's not true. Yeah, she lays out the real story after the Elysium Temple deserted this land, and the 8 kings tore everything apart. It was her ancestors who stayed behind, fought to protect the people, and earned the land the rightful way from a grateful kingdom. The armored king sneers at her ignorance, insisting the temple wasn't treated fairly. It was persecuted and thrown into exile. World, Ophelia's stomach drops as the creature's words click with an old tragedy, and a horrifying truth crawls into her mind. You're from the Elysium Temple. The creature snarls that it's here to rewrite the past and fix history the hard way. Once the Beast Lord taps into his Rider King power, he'll rip this land and all of Elysian out of the Magic Guild's grip and reclaim it for good. The Count spots Rider King in those rumors of ancient, powerful armors, and the moment he says it, the creature sneers at his ignorance and charges straight at him. It flashes like lightning, smashing through the soldiers' shields like they're nothing but glass. With one smooth strike, it drops every guard in its path, and the Count is left kneeling in the wreckage, too stunned to even follow where it went. The Count spits out, all defiant, that help will be here soon, but the Rider King just sneers back, saying it'll be hostages all the way down. Gaze lands on Ophelia. right as everything clicks into place. It sets out to snatch her, bragging that this temple can bend people's minds just as easily as it controls monsters. As it rockets toward the helpless girl, the Count howls her name like pure terror. A brand new voice slices through the chaos, cold, final, and loud. "Don't you even think about touching my people." A black blur swallows the scene as a winged figure dives in, slams into the Rider King's attack, and blasts it backward with a crushing strike. The Rider King is left frozen in shock, staring at what just hit it like it can't possibly be real. It can barely recover before the dark warrior crashes in again, slamming it into the stone street with such brutal force the ground itself shatters. A black winged shadow touches down without a sound. Wow, keep your voice down. It snaps orders at the trembling thing, and it means business. Don't let her hear you. The Count and his daughter lock eyes, stunned to the bone, as they wonder, are they staring at a jet-black dragon right in front of them? And in that instant, Ophelia finally realizes this thing didn't just save them, it spared their lives. With the Rider King pinned and stripped of power, he growls, questioning where this insane strength is even coming from. The dark figure crushes the noise instantly, spitting contempt for the fallen Jiras kingdom and the pathetic Elysium temple. Then it snarls in a low, dangerous voice, "Don't you dare threaten my people! Who in the world is that unit, and why is the Rider King demanding it right now?" The figure surges up to full height, and dark majesty practically radiates from it, Lord of Nosferatu. It adds that the name is just a placeholder, so forget it. It's not even worth remembering. In 10 years, this power will probably fade from the human world because that's just how this whole thing works, the very force that stepped in to save them. Amid a battered town square, two colossal armored monsters squared off, staring each other down. The Crimson Lord of Beasts pilot is finally revealed, gasping for air like he's hanging on by a thread, utterly pushed to his breaking point. From a safe distance, the real controller of the black armor watches his own unit like a hawk, realizing up close and personal combat is not its game, and he knows if he cranks the power too high, even a mighty lord will snap under the pressure. Suddenly, the Lord of Beasts explodes forward in a blur of blinding speed, and the controller clocks it instantly that this law is the beast's own signature, and the ferocious speed he's chasing is exactly what it was made to serve. A cold, terrifying thought slams into my head. Yeah, I want it. The beastly armor's pilot bellows at the top of his lungs, demanding to know who or what his opponent really is. "Are you some kind of lord too? Because I've never heard of any unit like you." Then he storms forward, proclaiming himself the rightful heir of the Girast kingdom, rage blazing in every word. He says this land was ripped from his people by the Rustia kingdom, and that the tourist domain is nothing but a gang of thieves. Why not rip it back for good? He explodes in a scream. His cause is chained to the ancient Jurassic king, one of the 8 monarchs who teamed up with the Elysium temple and lit the fuse on the Great War. So he lays it all out. The Girast royal family ditched their own people and bolted after they got crushed, yet their descendants slipped into the shadows and lived on. "Silence," he roars, and you can feel it. This is where the grand design starts. From a towering balcony, the black armor's controller spits back with icy contempt. After you've carved the continent into chaos, you still have the nerve to brag, "Fine, we'll take back the past." They screech that he made it by leaning on the Barian's help, but his opponent won't budge for a second because you can't claw the past back. He keeps going, laying out his own journey like it's written in fire. Then he turns to Iris and me, and we both know it. There's no slipping back. Right now, they've got no choice but to stick close to the villagers' descendants, the same people who've been waiting for so damn long. He slams the man's plan as nothing but the same doomed methods that already got the Elysium temple destroyed. Rage surges through the Lord of Beasts as he unleashes a deafening howl. The blast of sound slams into the nearby ogre mercenaries and whips them into a full-blown berserk rage. A companion shoots a warning at the controller because that howl rips the monsters loose and drives them straight into violent rage. Giraffes cackle maniacally in the wind, convinced those rampaging ogres will crush the whole town, no survivors left behind. He throws down one last challenge, try to stop me if you dare. The controller's answer is razor-sharp and final, I'll do it. The black armor's arm snaps open with a sharp mechanical click. A single projectile shoots skyward, blasting a bright signal flare straight into the clouds. Up on a far-off rooftop, Odette spots it and shudders. She screams, "That's the signal," as a swarm of bats erupts, crawling around the armored lord. She shoots her hand up and barks one command, and the creatures instantly obey. A few hours earlier, Odette was wiped out. She just couldn't keep up with the lord's crazy speed. Her master swallowed his pride and apologized for his reckless behavior. He pressed his own blood into her hands and swore it would fuel her body for the trek and let her talk to the bat squadron he was launching ahead. But that desperate gamble pays off. They burst in just before it's too late. Right in the middle of it all, the Lord of Beast freezes when a brutal wave of bats erupts onto the battlefield, swarming him so hard it feels unstoppable. Odette snaps the final order and every knee attack crashes in at once. Magical runes ignite around every bat as they line up for one brutal, combined attack frit blow. The sky erupts in a roaring blast flame and scorching wind slam into the charging ogres, turning them to ash. The Black Lord's controller breaks down the plan because those ogre clubs won't do a thing to the flying swarm. And even the enemy lord's magic resistance crumbles once you hit its exposed weak points. Now, he's gearing up to strike with his own move. All right, let's see this experiment, he thinks. Then he flips the switch and powers up. A spell detonates as a burning meteor tears through the sky. A fiery projectile rockets in and slams its target, and he smirks to himself. Ancient magic is clearly made for him, way better than getting stuck brawling in armor. The Lord of Beast gets swallowed by the blast, its pilot is ripped down, burned out, and gone. And you, what are you? He gasps. The victor won't give a name. He just drops his plan. He's going to tear this unit apart and dig into how it works. He's still reeling, unable to wrap his mind around what he just witnessed, because if that power is real, someone could carve out a massive kingdom, an empire, almost overnight. The controller peels apart his word choices, and the fact he never mentions the nearby Gale Empire screams that he's chasing a different mission. Up on the rooftop, Iris read everything in a heartbeat, so he wasn't just dreaming. He'd already chosen his path, serve the Gale Empire as their king. The Odeteth Jiras survivors finally realize the shocking truth they've teamed up with the Empire and the Elysium Temple's sympathetic supporters. With the battle finally done, the victor slams down the verdict. His defeat is sealed, then orders the man to rip off his armor and spill every plan and ally he's got. The scorched pilot drops to his knees in the dirt, fully defeated. That controller's limits just crushed his dream of keeping his lord hidden while he tinkered with it, because now that escape hatch is completely gone. So the man has no choice. He throws up his hands and surrenders. The town's soldiers explode into roaring cheers, thrilled to death that they've been spared both from the ogres and the enemy lord. They close in to grab the prisoner, and their leaders visibly breathe out because the citizens are safe. That moment sparks the controller's memory bam. He's yanked into a flashback to when village kids took down a terrifying dark bear back in his old life. He still remembers the gut-churning second he realized that bear was just pretending to be dead. And the second that memory snaps back, the captured man snarls like a cornered beast gearing up for one last blow and vows he'll spend his life dragging as many of them down with him. Hold up! The controller barks into his lord's ear. He's about to unleash ancient magic, but it's already too late. He slams the spell to life and declares that the Elysium Temple's people don't fear death. He reacts on the spot, and his controller fist clenches tight. He knows his Lord of Nosferatu is nothing but a giant extension of his own will, his own staff, stretched out. Even when he's torn away from the unit, Mistel blood in his veins lets him steer it like it's his own arm. The Lord rips his armored hand free, hurls it through the air, and smashes into the prisoner's hand, wrenching his grip on the spell and cutting the magic connection clean. The magic sputters and dies as the man shrieks in unbearable agony. Then the soldiers finally drag him down and pin him. That was insanely close. Those controller's companions caught it at the last second. He's hit with the lesson again, and this time it lands harder because a wounded enemy doesn't just fight, they turn into pure danger. The prisoner gets yanked into chains and dragged off for questioning because they need the location of the Elysium Temple's hideouts and the truth about its links to the Gale Empire. The captured Lord of Beasts is being shipped straight to the capital, an absolute gold mine. The kingdom can't afford to lose, but Odette immediately cracks the real problem. What do they do about their own Black Lord now that he's finally revealed himself to the whole world? She pitches a cover story, say they were rescued by some mysterious, unnamed lord. It's a flimsy lie, but it might be the only shot they've got. With everything locked in, the group readies their moves, then splits up to tackle their own paths. The controller gazes over the town through his lord's eyes, already bracing for the end because in 10 years, at most, it'll be erased from the human world. Odette flashes a calm, reassuring smile, and she's telling him straight up, even if that lord vanishes in 10 years, nobody will ever forget what happens today. Her words ring true down in the streets. The townspeople explode into thunderous applause, calling that mysterious black armor the armor of justice, and cheering her savior on. Odette pushes her master to bolt right now, and she'll handle the cover story herself. Right then, young Princess Ophelia opens her mouth and starts singing an ancient Sangha legend about the guardian deity who once lived here, a lord who rose up to save all of mankind. The crowd hangs on every word, eyes wide, convinced the legendary guardian is back from the dead. The princess's song seals the legend for good, and the savior finally carves his name into history. The controller gives a tiny, barely there smile. Once his work was finished, the Black Lord launched into the sky, and his legion of bats swarmed around him like a living storm. It gets sucked into a dizzying whirl of wind, and just like that, the cheering crowds are left behind. Princess Ophelia tilts her face to the empty sky and whispers her last bit of gratitude. "Thank you, true Lord, guardian in black armor." Before the stunned citizens of Torius, a lone figure drops out of the sky like a living storm. Right in the middle of the crowd, a nobleman spots her instantly and whispers, trembling with wonder, "Lady Odette Slay." Odette steps up to the crowd and starts spilling the truth, citizens of Torius. This battle has been brutal and downright strange, and even she admits she doesn't have every detail figured out yet, but she'll tell you everything she knows. No, her mind snaps back to the seconds right before the crisis gets shut down. They discover the town's in danger, grind their teeth in fury, and realize they're not going to reach it in time. Then, boom! A mysterious black armor materializes in front of their eyes. The soldiers just gaped there, totally stunned like their brains couldn't even process what they were seeing. Elsewhere, Yuki snaps and collapses, completely drained to the bone. "Ugh, I'm done," he groans, realizing with a sick jolt that jumping into direct melee for the first time, using a weapon he barely knows, was the dumbest move ever. As his familiar hypes him up, he can't stop replaying the battle in his head because even the red armor, the terrifying Lord of Beasts, got crushed in the blink of an eye. He admits the only reason he won was because he dove in from above and struck first. He studies these ancient weapons like they're about to speak, and right alongside him, the Lord of Beasts and the Lord of Phantoms shuffle forward with that rigid, armored stiffness like they're stuck inside heavy plate armor, unable to move quite like normal men. But this new Black Lord, he's not like the rest, he's something else entirely. In the chaos of battle, it glided with silky control like it was part of him. And as he carried Odette, he could feel her warmth pressed close, even catching the smallest shift of her movements. He sprawls on the ground, staring up at the towering black frame like it's judging him. He can't help it. What kind of lord is this? The whole thing feels way too mysterious, and it's driving him crazy. His bat familiar practically begs for a name, Lord of Nosferatu, but Yuki shuts it down, because that link to his past life hits way too close to home. The armor throws up a bunch of puzzles. The whole aviation message showed up out of nowhere, and the biggest shock. It's unbelievably easy to control. He fires off the same familiar questions. Why is this happening? But Yuki cuts in hard. None of it makes sense. He shouldn't be able to steer it like it's his own limbs just by flooding his mistile blood through it. It felt like that armor was forged for someone exactly like him. Then it hits him while he's piloting the Lord. The craziest mystery of all unfolds. He can actually see the names of other lords. He shoots down his familiar's simple answer, saying only this Lord can do it. Maybe because this one was the final creation. It's a weapon wrapped in mystery questions, eating at everyone who dares to look. A sly smirk curls on his lips. Yeah, this could be a real research goldmine. He cracks his shoulders, tells himself he'll dig into it at his pace, and shelves the mystery of Lyle and the others for later. Now that the Lord is tied to him like a loyal familiar, he can call it from any place on earth. So when he rides back to the capital, he decides to corner Iris and demand a proper summoning hold, then seals it up tight with multiple layers of his mistel blood to keep it safe. He tears across the chamber floor, hunting for answers. He kept checking, begging for one more message from Lyle, but there was nothing, just silence. Only the first words carved into the stone remained before the Lord finally arrived. He clocks it instantly. Lyle had to be the one who piloted this armor too, because there's no way it could have been hauled this far without him. If that's true, then Lyle had to have caught the exact same activation message. That's the clue. The Lord was forged as a nameless trump card. He can't stop wondering what went through Lyle and Remelia's heads when they finally stumbled onto this insane power. Would they just leave it alone, or would they tear into it, hunting for a countermeasure to the Elysium Temple? He's sure they would have picked the second option, no doubt about it. He leans in to his familiar and tells them he's already plotting for his descendants. By zeroing in on the Lord unit, he might finally dig up real clues about what happened to Lyle, Remelia, and the rest of them. He steels his resolve and recommits to his sacred duty protecting this village as its guardian. With his past life memories blazing in his mind, he knows he has to lock this place down, no second chances. First, he has to rush back to the village and make sure the descendants are alive and safe. He crashes into the silent ruins of Fira village, and the whole place feels frozen in time. A sudden burst of wing beats snaps his focus, startling him out of his thoughts. A swarm of bats swarms in and greets him like family, chirping thanks for the help he gave earlier, and then he orders them to keep guarding the village and the castle through the night. They roar in one voice, locking in their duty like a vow. He watches them and grins. His power has made them stronger, their lives feel lighter now, and this land is finally their true home. So he leaves them in charge to keep the village safe and sets it up so they can reach him through that filly notorious if things go sideways. He's aiming to reach Countstown by dawn and stake out a spot, waiting for the others to show up. His eyes snap to something that stops him dead in his tracks. Lyle's house sits there right now, cracked, broken, and falling apart. He scans the place, drinking in every detail. His gaze snaps into something razor-sharp. He's stumbled onto something priceless, and you can bet he's snatching it up to carry with him. Bidding the bats goodbye with a bite, he storms out of Fira village, ready to disappear into the unknown. Armed with that knowledge, he sprints across the world like there's no time to lose. Soon, they burst into the bustling castle town of the Torius domain. Chaos erupts down the streets as everyone barrels toward the main road, desperate to catch a glimpse of Count Torius and his entourage. People are whispering that a miracle just happened. Yuki slips into the crowd without anyone clocking a thing. A massive carriage rolls forward as confetti rains down and the crowd erupts in cheers. The crowd whips its attention to a second cart, buzzing with speculation that it's hauling away the defeated Lord of Beasts, the proof that the Count really crushed him. Yuki instantly spots the hooded rider who just came for the Lord. He watches the Count and Odette beam at the adoring crowd, keeping their noble poise locked in tight even after everything they've been through. Still, he clocks a quiet strain pulling at the debtor's expression, and his instincts scream, "What did this happen?" He catches an elderly woman spilling the whole story to her neighbor, how a giant monster smashed into the northern town like a nightmare coming to life. It all snapped into focus as the Northern Empire's cold, calculated scheme, one that kicked off the moment the Count went to inspect his own soldiers. The crowd murmurs in total agreement, because the rumors have already blown past every border and landed everywhere. She keeps leaning into the drama, spinning tales of a legendary lord in red armor, roaring so hard it commands beasts like puppets. Then she shouts, and a winged, black-armored specter drops from the sky like a wyvern, wiping out the Red Lord in the blink of an eye. Right now, Yuki can't believe how fast everything is spiraling out of control. The woman drops another bombshell. Odette, the Duke's daughter, helped the black armor by unleashing a whole swarm of bats. And that's her reason, she says, for riding with the Count pure noblesse oblige on full display. Yuki can't shake the unease this woman somehow has access to everything, and it's freaking him out. She bursts into laughter and claims through the glow of her years that it's the most thrilling story she's ever heard. Life is good. Everyone around them cheers for it, and that excitement proves just how peaceful their everyday world really is. Yuki can't stop thinking about Iris's insanely impressive royal bloodline. He clung to that hope, praying this stretch of peace would last, because only then could he finally breathe easy. But the woman isn't done. She leans in close and drops a secret like she knows exactly what you're about to miss. They say she slips it into the air she's the Bat's master, the one who fought by the Duke's daughter's side, was the Baron's house magician, pulling off tricks that made everyone stare. Yuki freezes. The woman keeps going, insisting the magician dumped every last ounce of his power into bats so he'd be left completely frozen, unable to move. Thanks to his sacrifice, the bats tore into powerful magic like it was theirs to unleash. She insists the Count himself, the man spilled the whole story first. In the crowd, a young boy suddenly shouts that the magician didn't just impress him, he saved his sister, the soldier. The boy's mother blurts out, full of hope, "Where is that amazing hero? Sure he's out there watching over them." The crowd erupts in heartfelt gratitude for that noble, anonymous magician. Yuki realizes, horror sinking in, that his last chance to slip away is already gone. He slips into the corner and stays quiet, waiting for the chaos to cool down. Then bam, someone's hand clamps onto his shoulder, and a city guard leans in, staring down like, "Hey, are you Sir Yuki Glossaria?" The guard squints at him, cross-checking every detail against the description. Black hair, black eyes, and those matching clothes just scream, not a typical teen. He looks exactly like the guy the Count was talking about. The guard blasts his voice, and the whole crowd snaps to attention. "All right, I'll ask again. Are you Sir Yuki Glossaria, the magician in training for the Baron's household, from the Magic Guild?" Everyone snaps their gaze to him. Yuki, cornered and trembling, finally hesitates, then quietly confirms it's really him. With a heavy sigh, he resigns himself and then snaps, "So what do you want?" The crowd leans in, eyes locked on the guards as they stand rigid at attention. Yuki clings to the hope that the rumors will die out on their own, because the tale that he was wiped out, stranded, and couldn't even move becomes the perfect alibi proof that he wasn't the one controlling the Black Lord. Then he straightens up and formally questions the guard about his business. The guard dips into a respectful bow, and Count Torius wastes no time. He's begging you to come back to the mansion so he can thank you himself, along with Lady Odette. Yuki stares at the thought for a beat and then commits. He's already mapping out a trip to Ophelia's mansion. He nods along and goes along with it. No fight, no fuss. The guard leans in and tells him Lady Odette Slay has sent a message. The message is brief, heavy with regret. "I am sorry I couldn't fully hide what happened." Yuki read the news, then let out a quiet, heavy sigh. Realizing there was no fighting it, he swallows his frustration and agrees to ride along with the guard. A carriage tears down the countryside road, vanishing farther and farther into the distance. Inside, a desperate princess begs the driver to speed up, then he snaps back that it's impossible. Her attendant interrupts with a blunt reminder, reaching Princess Iris won't be quick. Even with a carriage, it'll take several days. Marriage, but her heart won't stay quiet. Those crushing feelings burst out anyway. Heart, please wait for me. My lord. She cries into the horizon, her maiden heart slamming with panic, pounding way faster than the carriage rolling beneath her. Inside a towering grand estate, a young man leans in close to the oven, eyes locked on the heat as pure focus tightens across his face. He yanks out a baking sheet, grins wide like a proud showman, and stares at his masterpiece. "All right," he says, beaming. "They came out beautifully. That rare slice of peace doesn't come easy. It hits only after a brutal stretch of chaos, and just a few hours earlier, inside the Torius family reception room, a tense debriefing was blasting in full force. Yuki, the young man, sat across from the lord and laid out the details of the terrifying attack while the nobleman admitted he was shaken, but breathed easier knowing Yuki had warned Lady Ophelia in advance. Then their talk snapped straight to the enemy, the one wearing that jet-black armor. The Philippid arrest, and the nobleman revealed he'd finally tracked down where they were based but said they'd need to dig deeper with the Magic Guild to confirm everything. And Yuki backed him up. He'd already found the location of their hideout. Then the nobleman stepped up, bowed formally, and demanded Yuki's help, ordering him to tag along with the soldiers on their investigation the very next day. And Yuki didn't hesitate, because he'd been hoping for exactly this. Rumors exploded that the hideout could hide clues to a descendant of the fallen Jurassic Kingdom because a faction struck there ages ago with the Elysium Temple, and the nobleman couldn't help wondering out loud if this was the spark for a comeback of the catastrophic Eight Kings War. Yuki waved the theory off with total calm because if this was a real war revival, whoever wore that armor would have stepped forward as a royal representative, and they never did. The nobleman finally caved, guessing the armor had some other use, and deep down, Yuki already knew the real truth. The secret was locked inside him. He was the one wearing it. They decided to keep the armor for research because smashing a priceless artifact for nothing was just pure madness. First, choking on gratitude, the nobleman who'd been saved begged Yuki to name any reward he wanted, anything at all, because he and his daughter were alive. Yuki weighed his options fast, knowing the ruins of Fira village might put a spotlight on him. And even though he had no clue what to ask for, that generous offer was so tempting he couldn't really say no. Then bam, an idea hit him like lightning. He looked at them and dropped one simple, totally unexpected request. The cookie ingredients and a green light to use the kitchen. Back in the present, Yuki rockets back to the main hall right as a maid and young Lady Ophelia rush up, smiling as she warmly declares him her true lord. Ophelia steps forward and thanks him from the bottom of her heart for rescuing her and her father, while Garm, her loyal dog, stays right by her side. She also thanks Cliff the Bat, the one who raced in with the crucial message. Yuki just flashes a small, calm smile to let them know he's got it. He leans in and swears that Garm, now stronger, after crushing an armored ogre and swallowing its crystal, will finally be her unstoppable, perfect bodyguard. And to seal it all, she makes it crystal clear. Cliff stays right there with her to pass the messages along. Plus, she's already ordered her to run the Bat Army in Fira village. Ophelia's eyes blaze the moment she talks about Fira, the homeland her family has celebrated in song for generations. Inspired by everything he's been pulling off lately, she can't wait. She begs him to let her write a brand new song for him. A tired but game. Yuki finally nods on one condition: she's cutting out every single scrap of his personal info from the lyrics. Ophelia nods along, but that long, careful pause screams she's about to bend the rules and make it her own. Switching gears, Yuki slides freshly baked cookies into Ophelia's hands, along with a sweet offer for her sister Odette. Odette snatched it up, shocked by how warm it felt, and even more thrown off by how strange it looked. Yeah, both girls light up the second they taste it, calling it sweet and dangerously delicious. And for Ophelia, that flavor hits like a wave from a long-lost memory. Then Yuki finally spills the truth. Those cookies were the ones he used to bake back when he was famous as Dean Nosferatu. He tells them straight up the recipe is all his, and only the rare ingredients from right near his old village could make it. He can't stop remembering how he used to cook them as snacks for the kids of Fira, because those little tornadoes never slowed down, so the supplies had to be replenished non-stop. That one-of-a-kind flavor is brewed from honey, pulled from benerola flowers, flowers that only grow in the village ruins. Ophelia is practically vibrating with joy. She realizes she's finally tasting a legendary snack from her ancestral home. Back home, Yuki can't help wishing Iris was there so he could share it with her, telling the girls straight up to keep the recipe secret. The moment her name hits the air, Odette drops shocking news. She just got word that Iris is on the way, and she's not coming alone. Someone from the Magic Guild is with her. Yuki goes wide-eyed, completely blindsided by the sudden twist. He can't believe it. How is this happening when the capital's aid was just sent for? Ophelia tells him the Empire's shady involvement is the reason Lady Iris, one of the Magic Guild's biggest players, is rushing to get here faster than anyone expected. Iris is set to show up in just 2 days, so we're out of time to hunt those special flowers for more cookies. As Yuki tries to storm out, Odette grabs him and fires off a scolding, calling out his suffocating, overprotective instincts. Then it hits him. His duty. The raid on the Lord of Beasts' hideout is set for tomorrow. Before Iris even steps in, he storms to the hideout himself, desperate to dig up clues about his missing men Lyle and Remelia, because if the enemy's in it with the Elysium Temple, he needs answers fast. Odette leans in and tells him not to worry, because Iris, the princess, probably isn't even bothered by a missing snack. The very next day, the investigation kicks off. Then a soldier orders Yuki and Odette to wait by the carriage, which, even though Yuki had planned to stroll, he gets hit with a blunt no, and they make it crystal clear he can't. The soldier snaps that letting the territory's benefactors march on foot is totally outrageous. Yuki throws in the towel, then orders his familiars Garmin Dyke to climb aboard, the dog to ride inside the carriage, and the bat to perch on the roof. As they leave, Ophelia stares after them with worry in her eyes, racing through the enemy they're hunting. "Philippe Ajurast," she whispers. Their target was a secret hideout, tucked deep in the forest of the northwest, 2 brutal days of marching on foot to reach it. The soldiers are buzzing with hope, praying this mission finally coughs up hard intel on the elusive Elysium Temple. Odette studies the map and realizes their path will drag them right past an ancient battlefield. She snaps to it. This is the ancient battlefield of Veril, where the 8 Kings' War erupted into a brutal showdown between 3 royal families. A soldier steps in and proves just how deadly this land is. Monsters are everywhere, so he insists they cross before nightfall hits. From the carriage window, everything looks calm and beautiful, so calm it mocks the legend that thousands perished here. A curse of ancient magic so brutal it turned the land into a place nobody could live. Even after the Rustia royal family rebuilt the continent, this battlefield still haunts the land because right under the soil lies a cursed spot no one dares to call home. Yuki's mind flashes back to the region's past decades ago. The mighty Gaul Empire surged up from the north. Before he was D. Nosferatu, the northern lands were crawling with foreign tribes, fresh off the road and hungry for trouble. People branded them barbarians stripped of culture, and with not a trace of magic in sight. He meant to roam their lands, but fate slammed the door. He stumbled on Fira village and decided, right there, to settle in. 200 years later, those same people have forged a ruthless, powerful empire, and he suspects the remnants of the Elysium Temple escaped north, helped them climb to power, and somehow tied all of it to the recent chaos. The party slams on the brakes for a quick lunch break. Yuki's heart sinks as she realizes their rushed pace will rob them of the chance to properly scour the battlefield. An idea sparks in his head, and he snaps his fingers to summon his familiars right away. He hands them a drop of his own mystal blood to supercharge their power, then orders them to scout the battlefield ahead while he stays right there with the carriage. With an ecstatic nod, the 2 familiars shoot off like streaks of lightning. A soldier spots the dog bolting away, but Yuki shrugs it off like it's nothing, just a casual stroll. Odette shoots one sharp guess at his battlefield curiosity, and she hits the nail on the head. Yuki finally admits it while the war raged through the centuries he was gone. He's desperate to understand what the Elysium Temple and the kings built, like he's trying to catch up with a world that moved on without him. He considers hitting the Magic Guild library to dig into history books, dressing up his wild curiosity as some harmless, age-appropriate little whim. Odette even tells Yuki the guild runs tours to places like that, and Yuki can't help but find the whole thing downright morbid. Soon, a soldier shouts that they're closing in. Veryl's ancient battlefield is right ahead. Yuki stared out the window, and a grim shadow crawled across his face. A massive, empty wasteland sprawls out in front of them, dead, silent, and brutal. It's a lifeless wasteland with not a single blade of grass or tree in sight. Odette jabs a finger at the shadowy shapes sprawled across the ground. Rusted swords and bows from fallen soldiers, abandoned and untouched for centuries. The driver's nerves spike as the brutal terrain drags them down, crushing their plans and slowing them way more than they expected. He's terrified the sun's going to drop before they can reach the next village and find safety. When night falls, the monsters hunt. After sunset, dark wolf packs and ghostly hounds creep out of the shadows and take the night over. The lead soldier rips his sword free and swears on his life that not a hair will be harmed while the Lord's guests are under his watch. He demands Yuki and Odette stay put inside the carriage, swearing he'll shield them no matter what it costs him, even if it's his own life. Suddenly, a gigantic shadowy beast explodes onto the scene, and a soldier screams, "Alarm!" The guard stood stiff, battle-ready. Then his eyes widened as the enemy turned out to be Garm, fresh back from his mission. Garmendike tore open the report with their findings. Then the battlefield hit like a punch-bare soil, cold and empty, with every living creature nowhere to be found. But when the ads showed up, the mana felt totally different. Both familiars hiss that the air and mana sting like prickly, dry needles, nothing like their master's gentle, warm energy. Odette confirms it outright. The battlefield's endless desolation still has everyone stumped, and the real reason just won't come to light. Right then, the carriage slams to a stop, and a scout streaks up to deliver urgent news. Up ahead, they stumbled on horrors, dark wolves and hounds shredded to ribbons by massive claws, or smashed flat like they'd been hurled from some deadly height. Every last one of the pack is wiped out completely. Inside the carriage, Garm flashes a smug grin like he owns the road, and Yuki gets it instantly. His familiars had scouted the route and cleared the way. He grins, finally breathing easy, because their party will march through the ancient battlefield and roll into the next village without a single hitch. The party finally reaches their destination, the so-called hideout of Philippe Giraste, the pilot of the Lord of Beasts. They stare at the crumbling building, swallowed by the forest like a forgotten nightmare. Old historical records say this place used to be a royal Giraste villa. Massive, glorious, but now it's just a crumbling husk, rotting away like time forgot it. The soldiers huffed with doubt, then got shut up fast because they'd already pinned the location down with Taragatia magic on a captured enemy. The captive caved fast the moment you flashed him a map from his own stash. Then he blurted out the truth. This was the hideout. His confession came way too easy, and that's what freaks me out. Either he thought they'd find nothing, or he was stalling hard, waiting for his chance to reach the Empire and seize the town hostage. This scene throws up major questions because that building is totally wrecked, and there's no way you'd hide something as huge as the Lord of Beasts in a place like that. Yuki gets a sudden thought, then he confirms it that prisoner was forced to sign those documents right after the interrogation. He snaps his new orders to his trusty Garm and demands it track down where those prisoners were shipped off to, because that answer still haunts the paperwork. His companions start whispering that he's hunting for a secret hidden room. But Yuki's theory isn't some room. It's a hidden passage, tucked away like a secret door. He lays out his reasoning, and you learn this place used to be a Giraste royal villa, one that somehow survived the brutal Eight Kings War. If Felipe's a descendant, then his ancestors somehow broke free from the chaos that wiped out their home. With a place this important, you can bet there's a secret emergency exit handed down through generations like a protected lifeline. Yuki narrows it down. If there's an exit, it'll probably pop out near the stream cutting through the valley below the hill. He orders the soldiers to fan out and scour the area near the stream. Almost instantly, Garm shouts from the ruins he's already found the entrance. Right there in what looks like the kitchen, there's this patch of floor cleaner than all the rest of the wreckage, and yeah, that has to be it. To work in peace, Yuki tells Odette to cause a distraction. She blazes the order for a magical inspection, then snaps at the soldiers to back up because this one is for their safety. While everyone's distracted, Yuki slaps his palm to the floor and fires up his one-of-a-kind hacking skill. He slips into the lock's magical structure and studies every hidden gear and secret mechanism from the inside. They pinpoint the binding magic hooked to one person's mana, smash the power source, and rip the lock clean open. Still, something in him screams, this isn't the only trap waiting to snap shut. He tosses Odette a wild, what if she's fleeing through a secret magic passage with hunters barreling down on her? What trap is she setting right then? She answers fast, crystal clear, then calls a tough restraining familiar, like a magically conjured slime, to pin the enemy down and hold them off. Testing her theory, Yuki dripped water mixed with his own blood onto the floor, turning it into a live detection medium. Odette's prediction hit dead on, then a gigantic slime burst up out of a secret floor compartment, exploding into the battlefield and sending the soldiers reeling in pure shock. They lock their spears in position, aiming straight for the creature's core. Yuki clocks it instantly. This isn't some harmless slime at all. It's a magically altered monster, the kind noble houses use as a nasty little trap to slow intruders down. It crawls forward like it's harmless, but if you blast it with destructive magic, the whole hidden passage could collapse, so you've got to go in the hard way, face first. The catch is that its core slips through its body like liquid, so every shot misses and it's a nightmare to hit. Once again, Yuki taps his wild, unique ability. He launches a hack, freezes the slime, and stops it cold. Because the slime drank in the blood he left on the floor, his magic now grabs directly onto it, crushing its old functions in the process. Its motion stops on a dime, and right then the soldiers all lunge forward together, striking as one. The moment the order drops, they unleash the beast and send it packing. Yuki prays Odette, with her insane foresight, though she shrugs it off like it's nothing. He corners her and demands more predictions, then pushes harder, asking what traps could be lurking just ahead, waiting to strike. Odette thinks through why they'd slow the enemy down, then calls out the dangers like a plan poison arrows, rocks crashing from above, and oil jars rigged to ignite. These compact, space-saving traps would be perfect for a tight, narrow passage. Odette's knowledge becomes their compass, and together they gear up to crash into what's next. Confident to the bone, the soldiers put their faith in their leaders without hesitation. Odette steps in, taking the lead and lighting the way through the ancient royal passage. Like she promised, they stumble into those deadly zones and somehow dodge poison arrow traps, crashing rocks, and slick pools of flammable oil without getting hit. After dodging every trap, they finally burst into the real hideout. It's not really a hideout, it's a full-on lab, packed with bizarre machines and scattered notes everywhere. Yuki spots another way out, a passage that drops straight toward the stream below, and it seals his theory like a final punch. Left behind in the ruins was a gigantic suit of armor, most likely carved for a hulking, armed ogre. Proof that the Gerast family hid here after the war, then vanished, racing north. North tears into Odette, screaming at how their cowardice made them bail on their own people after they kicked off a war they never stood a chance of winning. Right then, a soldier snaps their focus, pointing them at a parchment he's just dug up. Right next to Philippa Gerast's name, a whole bunch of other names are stamped there too. As Yuki reads, his eyes blow wide with pure shock. It's a roll call of the ancient lords, sorted by rank, and 5 of the 8 have already been snapped up by some mysterious faction. including heavyweight killers like the Lord of Paladins and the Lord of Berserkers. A chilling note gets tacked on soon. That ancient seal will loosen with time, so don't you go doing anything reckless until it's finally broken. Then the implications hit like a cold wave, terrifying, right down to the bone. While Yuki's side controls 3 of the lords, this document makes one chilling truth crystal clear. 2 of the most terrifying ones are already in enemy hands. He remembers the warning the strongest ancient relic is only half sealed, and if that crack is spreading, a fully restored lord is about to break free. The Magic Guild only managed to snag some basic test models, and they're absolutely not ready for a threat this brutal. The lords of phantoms and beasts they battled, those were just prototypes up above them. The real monsters are on a whole other level. This is way beyond concerning, it is straight up infuriating. That partial seal lifting means those ancient relics are about to fully wake up, not just the lords. And if Elysium's remnants dragged these artifacts into the Empire, the power balance is about to collapse catastrophically. This a monster headache slammed into my skull. Yuki steels himself to act. He'll pass this intel to the Magic Guild through Iris, but he's not going to wait around. He'll move on his own initiative. He's heading straight into the great dungeon of Elysian solo. To take down the Empire, he has to hunt down brand new ancient relics, or magic, and maybe even unlock the secret sealing methods the hero Lyle discovered. While he sharpens his plan, Odette stumbles onto a discovery so terrifying it turns the whole mission upside down. She clutches a razor-sharp plan, stamped in the very start with both Felipe Girast and Dorothea Zamuelta, the man who once ruled as the Lord of Phantoms, proving they were allies from the get-go. They were going for the biggest score of all, slipping into the royal capital without getting caught. Felipe was about to ride the Lord of Beasts straight into the city, unleashing chaos and tearing everything apart. At the same time, Dorothea unleashes the Lord of Phantoms alongside her necromancy, seizing control of the entire populace. If those 2 forces had struck together, the kingdom would have crumbled on the spot. Odette's heart pounds at the nightmare of this plan. At least she has one comfort: Yuki, totally unaware, already smashed it. She stares at him again, this time with fresh awe, because the full weight of the disaster he just stopped hits her all at once. Her admiration burns bright, but frustration keeps clawing at her for everything she can't do. The investigation lays bare Dorothea Zamueth and Felpa Gerast's shattered dreams. They'd mapped out lands to spark chaos in the capital, while their backers from the Elysium Temple seized Elysium itself. Their plan crashed in spectacular failure. Yet somehow, when it mattered most, they couldn't find a single shred of proof tying their moves to the Empire. Everyone thought they'd finally dig up signed papers written by the Emperor or nobles proving the temple's remnants were backed by powerful allies. But when the search was done, there wasn't a single shred of evidence. All that was left were notes packed with communication methods for the temple. And even with no direct imperial connection, there's still a goldmine of useful intel. Acting on pure instinct, the Torius investigation team's soldiers get a hard order, seize every suspicious material, and drag it in for a deeper, no-mistakes inspection. Once they've nailed down every piece of evidence, their work at the site wraps up for good. Right before the team sets off, the young magician asks for a quiet moment alone, like he needs to breathe before the storm. He blurts out that he wants to hunt down Veryl's ancient battlefield before the sun goes down, swearing he'll head back to the inn once night falls. He leans in and tells you about his huge love for history, especially this very site, where a brutal battle was fought 200 years ago. That same afternoon, he rockets through the clouds like the sky can't hold him. With a flight spell supercharged by a double boost, he and his familiar Garm streak across the sky straight for their destination. Odette tags along and blurts out that bringing Garm was genius, his senses are crazy good, and everyone should be thankful. They crash onto a lifeless, scorched wasteland. This is Veryl's ancient battlefield, a roaring stretch of barren dirt where not a single blade of grass, not a single tree ever dares to grow. He stares back at everything he's lived, and it clicks. This is the wreckage left by the 8 Kings' War, A brutal battle fueled by terrifying magic that erupted right after his last life finally ended. Finally, he stares at that alternate past, replaying it in his head, wondering if he'd survived Nosferatu would have still been yanked into the war. He pictures the brutal ancient magic that ravaged this land, such raw, unstoppable power that it would have lit his rage on fire. In that moment, he can't shake the thought that he'll be forced to deal with the severely wounded, like the brutal aftermath is worse than the fight itself. But he shoves that thought aside because that past is impossible to prove anymore. A sudden worry slams into his head, the fate of the people from the nearby Fira village. Sensing his master's nerves, Garm frowns in worry, but then, boom, he's quickly reassured. When someone asks Garm about monsters, he snaps back that regular creature smells are nearly gone, and that means there aren't any monsters around. At least, not nearby. With the path finally clear, the magician stops hesitating and dives straight into his own investigation. Right as Garm starts pacing the perimeter, the magician springs into action, hands up, spell ready to ignite. He scrawls a deadly-looking sigil across his palm, then snaps his magic to life. He shouts, "Force of Earth," and smashes the ground with a thunderous blast. Next, he studies the aftermath and realizes the blast hit way weaker than he expected. This ground is rock hard. His magic doesn't bite as hard, and the effects of his mistail blood fade off faster than they ever do. Crouched on the lifeless ground, it hits him like a shock. Everything finally clicks. The mana hanging in the air here is way weaker than in any other place. In this world, mana just lives in the soil, the air, and the water, and magicians siphon it to slam their spells into existence. Back in his past life, his mistel blood packed with mana let him swallow that power so effortlessly that it granted him true immortality. Now it all clicks. Garm wasn't exaggerating. This land is prickly and bone-dry, and the mana is so thin and stubborn to absorb that nothing can grow. So farming is dead on arrival. And that's when he realizes it. The Eight Kings War leaves behind a brutal legacy that haunts every battlefield. So, as a magician, this urge burns in him to finally uncover the mysteries he couldn't crack in his old life. He's on a mission to rip open the secrets of the ancient magic, chase the riddles hidden in these old relics, and find the lost city of Elysian. He vows to dig into this case with full force, telling Garm no way is he signing off and dying anytime soon. Right then, Garm snaps his warning, there's something closing in fast. It's a carriage rolling through the streets with a squad of soldiers around it, faces tight, eyes sharp, and everyone sprinting like trouble is right around the corner. They're not coming from the village at all, they're streaming in from the direction of Torius Castle. Garm lunges to intercept them, but his master yanks him back before he can move. If they attack, it's over because they won't attack at all. They'll turn right around and greet these unexpected visitors with open arms. A magnificent carriage roars across the wasteland, smashing through the dust at breakneck speed. It gleams ornate and beautiful, yet it feels wildly out of place in that dead, empty landscape. He can't help but think royalty and nobles look grand, but the prestige comes with a whole pile of trouble. The closer it gets, the louder the screams of an argument get, roaring from inside. He's pretty sure they're arguing about the right way to greet him, because the battlefield dust still clings to him like a warning sign. A girl's voice rings out, calling for her lord. Her presence so powerful it's unmistakable, even from inside the carriage. With his spirit crushed, he throws in the towel and then decides to step in and approach. He and Garm stride toward the stalled carriage, while the guards stare in stunned disbelief. He drops to one knee in front of the carriage door, and every soldier behind him mirrors the move, right on cue. The door rips wide open. Princess Iris strides out, her eyes blazing as they tear across the empty, lifeless plains. Her eyes drop to the kneeling figures before her. She clocks him instantly, and a shocked scream rips out of her. From far away, Princess Iris Ristia, he bows low and speaks with certainty. "I'm your guardian knight, Sir Yuki Glossaria." The princess can't hold it in. Her calm shatters into unstoppable, radiant joy. She tells him she bolted out the second she heard that he and Lady Odette had already sent word to Torias. So her brother, Prince Cain, ordered it, and now she's here, ready to join him. She points at the carriage, motioning him in with a quick smile like, "Come on, we need to talk about our next moves." He grips her offered hand like it's the start of something impossible. Inside, they lock eyes and agree to meet up with Lady Odette at the nearby village. A woman steps forward and introduces herself as El Mirolotus, an aided Prince's Cain meant to support the princess, and she says, with full confidence, that her service is leagues above some young girl's efforts. Pearl and Princess Iris just calmly clock it. Elmira is totally devoted to her brother. She explains that with armed ogres growing more dangerous and the Empire up to unsettling schemes, the royal family sent soldiers and 2 magic guild aides to deal with it. The other aide stays with Count Toreas and Lady Natasha. She'll meet her later, while Elmira reports straight to Prince Cain. That's why Elmira burst into action after she found out they were sniffing around the Lord of Beasts' hideout. Princess Iris beams and declares, "The royal family ordered me to team up with my guardian knight, and I'm never, ever leaving his side." Elmira's solemn nod lands like a hammer. This isn't a request at all, it's an order straight from Prince Cain himself, and it leaves him stunned. Changing gears, Elmira leans in and demands to know why he's all alone out here. He lays out why his magician can't stop wondering about how the battlefield keeps turning so grim, and then Elmer drops the real bombshell. Prince Cain has been studying the ground too. The prince didn't just wonder, he formed a crack team to dig into Viral's strange magical mysteries. Yuki can't help but say, for someone so young, Prince Cain is an insanely remarkable B-rank magician and a sage to boot. Elmira practically bursts with pride as the prince gets praised, gushing that he's one of the Magic Guild's top researchers. She passes along her team's shocking theory, ancient magic so powerful it scorched the land until nothing could ever grow again, so it's still barren to this day. While everyone digs into magical theory, Yuki pushes a chilling idea. If magic like that was ever used, it would burn through insane mana, drain the land's lifeblood, and leave it unable to bounce back. His insight hits like a lightning bolt. He lays out mana depletion with pinpoint clarity, a mind-bending theory. Prince Cain's team had only just started to piece together. Elmira shoots back that she's never even heard of anything like this before. He spots his slip, panics, and immediately downplays everything, shrinking his so-called insight into nothing but a rookie magician's wild hunch. Elmira lights up and tells Prince Cain that his creativity would be a huge win for the research team because the link between monodensity and the Baroness. That's a jaw-dropping new theory. He politely shuts it down, insisting his only job is to protect Princess Iris, and he's got zero plans to serve anyone else. His bold declaration sends a blazing blush surging across the princess's cheeks. Deep down, he knows the safest move is to shut them down, because his old life taught him one brutal lesson. Underestimate humans, and especially the top-ranked mages in the Magic Guild, and you might end up having your real identity dragged into the light. He whips around to the princess and tells her to calm down before Elmira's curiosity burns hotter with every blush. Meanwhile, at Count Torias's estate, the count greets his daughter Natasha with open arms. He lets out a breath of pure relief now that she's back safe from her mission. He blurts out how stunned he is to find out she's marching straight into danger with Princess Iris. Natasha insisted that Sir Yuki and Lady Odette were the only reason they were safe, and she said she can't possibly thank them enough. The Count swivels toward the Magic Guild envoys, and he wastes no time thanking them for their lightning-fast reply and for the crucial info they dropped. One of the mages shot back in a low, icy voice, bluntly saying they wouldn't be on this brutal northern frontier unless Sir Zamel's command dragged them here. Then he slams down a demand, "Let us see the Lord of Beasts before you haul it off to the capital." Inside the castle armory, a Magic Guild member freezes in awe, staring at the captured Lord of Phantoms. That towering automaton gets stored right beside a whole squad of soldiers, like the world's daring you to underestimate its sheer power. Her colleague, Marvel, stared at that daunting sight and started dreaming of the wild tech leaps the Magic Guild could pull off by dissecting how it was built. Action. As one faction pushes to get the Lord rushed to the capital, shouting their praise for Sir Yuki and Lady Odette's incredible deeds. The Zamil faction steps in, declares they're taking it for themselves, and makes it clear there will be zero objections. So a conflict of interest starts simmering inside the Magic Guild, and it won't be long before everything blows up. After hours on the road, Yuki and the others pored over the political fallout should the Empire step in. They'd start with a formal protest, and the royal family would almost certainly slam defenses down along the border near Torius territory. Yuki fires off his own plan, then tells his crew to stake out Felipe Jarast's hideout while he takes the next step. Odette nods in total agreement, instantly clocking the big brain play, grab the allies, squeeze out the truth, and use them as witnesses, and then she decides to do the job herself. Princess Iris makes it crystal clear the royal family's first mission is to read the Empire's true intentions because nobody wants a repeat of the brutal Eight Kings War. And if the remnants of the Elysium Temple are the ones behind this, then capturing them will finally settle it. Yuki heaps praise on her razor-sharp judgment, and Almira quickly adds, "I'm speaking formally because I know exactly where I stand." Princess Iris thinks it through in a flash this empire is a real danger, so they've got to move fast, grab the proof, and snatch the culprits before the nightmare from her past life repeats itself. Elmer fires up with confidence, saying they don't have to fear the Empire anymore, now that they've got not one, but two lords on their side. With the Lord of Phantoms and the Lord of Beasts and that mysterious Black Lord on their side, she's convinced they can finally stand up to the Empire as long as every last ally is fully put to use. Meanwhile, Yuki Fane's total lack of clue about who the Black Lord really is didn't go unnoticed by Princess Iris. Elmira can't stop thinking it. This mysterious thing might be the perfect lord Prince Cain has been chasing. When they press her, she nods with ironclad certainty. Prince Cain wants this, no doubt about it. Then she declares she'll stay in Torius territory to dig up more clues, and she asks Yuki for his insight too. She flat out admits the prince intends to lock away that terrifying power just for himself. The idea of using that weapon for personal reasons leaves Yuki utterly baffled for a moment. Next, they lay it out plain. Those ancient, godlike lords can only be claimed in person by someone with Prince Cain's noble blood and freak-level magical talent. Elmira drops a bold declaration. She wants to land Prince Cain an exclusive lord, and she'll push all the way through Elysian's deepest corners to hunt down the strongest one. Yuki and Iris lock eyes, no words needed, and silently vow to keep this secret between them for now. Before they even realize it, they roll up to a calm, rustic village that feels like it's holding its breath. The moment they arrived, the local soldiers stared in disbelief. Yuki was there, but so was Princess Iris, and before anyone could react, they crashed to their knees in total reverence. The princess straightens the room in seconds, telling them she's there on Sir Yuki's orders, so she'll stay by his side and won't step in or disrupt a single thing they're supposed to do. She demands privacy so she can talk with Yuki and Odette, then orders a proper meeting with the enemy base later, and a soldier snaps back that their rooms are already waiting. They accept the offer, and the whole party gets ushered straight to their accommodations. They step into the plain wooden lodging waiting just for them. The moment they're inside, Princess Iris exhales like she's been holding her breath the whole time. Her stiff, formal mask crumbles as she barrels straight toward Yuki, panic for his safety written all over her face. She admits that hearing he battled a horde of ogres and the Lord of Beasts knocked the air right out of her and left her drowning in pure anxiety. Her worry instantly flips into pure curiosity about the Black Lord her father warned her about. Then Yuki reassures her, "Don't worry, I'll explain everything." In their room, Yuki lays it all out, how Ophelia helped him snatch the jet Black Lord from the ruins of Fira village, and then he tore through and crushed the Lord of Beasts. Iris is shook to her core when she learns that her ancestor's bloodline, Rosalva, ended up tied to the powerful Torius Count family. Odette grimly realizes these wins can't be announced out loud because if word got out, the Glossaria family would have shot up the nobility ladder by several ranks. Yuki nods, because he knows if his Black Lord identity gets exposed, the fallout is too deadly to ignore, especially since he's the only one who can use it, and the Magic Guild would absolutely come clawing for it the second they saw what was inside. He stares into it and realizes this isn't just a thing, it's Lyle's true legacy, a priceless keepsake from his own childhood that he'll never, ever hand to anyone. So he wastes no time and begs Princess Iris to set up a secret hangar for the Lord, and the second she hears it, she agrees without hesitation. Yuki's blown away by how fast she shows up, so he thanks her and she cuts right in, saying his problems are hers too. She swears it's her duty to back him up, leaning on her royal title as a princess and her clout with the Magic Guild. Iris blurts out that she wants to fight with him like Odette does, but Odette shuts her down fast, telling her to stay out of the battle and let her handle it. Odette admits it's already a battle just to keep up with Yuki, and Iris steps in with a calm, confident smile, saying she trusts Odette to support him, and the two lock eyes and share a real moment of mutual respect. To show her gratitude, Iris swears that if she ever leaves the human world with Yuki, she'll make sure Odette gets her assets, then Odette politely refuses. Yuki jumps in with his own plan to pay her back, and he vows to track down the next lord, then see if he can make that one belong to her, and only her. Elmira overhears their chat and bursts out that he never stops blowing her mind. Elmira lays it all out. She was told to come solo, but Masters ML, an A-rank magician, forced her to bring his subordinate too, and that move exposes the brutal faction war simmering beneath everything. Prince Cain couldn't stand it, so the opposing Cain faction's Elmira got thrown onto the mission too. Yuki stared at how massive things had gotten, grumbling that the Magic Guild's non-stop power fights were nothing but pure trouble. Iris breaks it down. 2 power blocks are pulling the strings, the Cain faction backing the second prince, and the Zemel faction marching under Elder Zemel, and their fight isn't about swords drawn in the street, it's a brutal clash over how magic should be done in the first place. When someone presses Iris about who she really serves, she flashes a proud smile and says, "Sure, I'm officially with the Cain faction, but my heart belongs to the Yuki faction." Odette blurts out that she wants in too, and Yuki nods just as long as they keep it totally hush-hush. Yuki can't stop herself. She's still burning with questions. If the Cain faction is hunting a lord for the prince's private use, then what is the Zemel faction really after? Right then, his companion's instincts snapped. They sensed someone closing in. A heartbeat later, a knock slams against the door, and Elmira Lotus demands permission to step inside. She bursts in with a rushed apology for cutting in, clutching a terrifyingly urgent report delivered by a messenger sent straight from the Torius family. Bruno, one of the Zemel faction magicians the Torius castle crew left behind, has just sent terrifying news. He's claiming ownership of the Lord of Beasts. The whole group freezes, staring in shock at this outrageously bold move. Elmer breaks it down according to Magic Guild rules. The ancient item doesn't just belong to whoever finds it, it belongs to whoever wins it and claims it. But if you're using that logic, then the Lord of Beasts fully belongs to the ones who defeated it. With the Black Lord's true identity still a mystery, the title should rightfully land in Yuki and Odette's hands. But the Zemel faction has the nerve to snatch it like it's already theirs. Desperate, Elmira drops to her knees before Princess Iris, pleading for her to step in and make the Zemel faction finally see how their greedy actions are wrong. Meanwhile, inside the Torius Castle armory, things go from bad to straight-up explosive fast. A brutal standoff is unfolding right now between the castle guards and the Magic Guild members. Toria's family steward throws himself in front of them, begging, "Stop, because even the Magic Guild has no business poking around our armory without permission." He reminds them that Yuki and Odette already crushed the Lord and tells them to hold tight and wait for their return. The Zemel faction's magician shuts down his plea, saying their moves are divine judgment powered by advanced magic knowledge, and to take down the Empire, she insists the Zemel faction has to be boosted first because they're the key to gathering the power they need. The steward practically pleads with them, begging them not to drag the guild's internal fights into his turf. She screams that it's an emergency, no time to spare, then pushes her soldiers to clear the path and calls the steward out to his face. She drops the truth. Her real play is to hand the Lord of Beasts to Sir Zamel, because he wants to churn out replicas using its design, and she's sure that could give them the power to wipe out and conquer the Empire. The steward's daughter stares in helpless despair, convinced it's all her fault for begging them for help in the first place. Right when the tension peaks, a calm voice slices through it. Ophelia has appeared, coming straight at her sister to calm her down. Her sister clocks the shift in her, and Ophelia leans in, saying she's finally figured out the legends they chant, so now they've got nothing to fear. Later on, she swears she'll sing the song of the one who just spun a whole new legend. But first, she snarls that she'll make every thief who dares take from him pay no exceptions. She stays calm, but when she checks, she realizes the fast horse she sent should have arrived already, and right there. She turns to her small companion and declares it's time to move. She swallows her rage in silence, then vows no one gets to lay a hand on the Lord of Beasts she's won. She snaps at her sister to tell their father the whole plan. She and Cliff will bait the guards just long enough for them to catch the thieves and lock them down. Even with shock still in his eyes, her father chooses to trust her when Ophelia steps up. The Zamel magician lunges toward the young girl, barking demands for her name and who she really is. Without answering, Ophelia bursts into song, her voice painting a king who gives his treasures to the people, a beloved guardian walking among them, carrying the weight of everything they've trusted to her. The magician, utterly baffled and seething, snaps, "Hey, what are you singing?" Ophelia's song surges into a fierce command, warning the thieves who dare to rob their guardian that the treasure isn't theirs to grab, and that they need to back off right now. Rage flares in the magician as he strikes back, tossing Ophelia aside like she's just a kid with no clue about the real depth of magic. She blasts a surge of magic straight at the young songstress, like lightning with a melody. But the attack fizzles out with zero impact, leaving Ophelia completely unscathed and her father staring in total shock. Right then, Cliff dives in and slams the magician hard, sending him down as the magician's attack snaps and the terrible magic choking the Taria's family men breaks at once, while she screams in pain and the steward crumples to the ground. With the opening locked in, the steward snaps an order and has the Magic Guild's thieves seized. Old Ophelia looms over the fallen magician, her voice razor cold as she declares, "The real insolence is you don't ever underestimate the people of the true Lord." A woman begs for help, swearing the greedy Zamel factions can't just claim ownership of the Lord of Beasts, she wants their dirty lies exposed and their wrongdoing called out. The young princess stays rock solid, telling them that with her lord and his familiar, they'll reach Toria's castle way faster than any horse could ever carry them. Her eyes lock onto the far-off mountains, clinging to one sharp hope that this whole mess gets settled fast. At the castle, a Zemel faction member gets trapped by guards, and they bark orders for her to hand over her resistance. Blood smeared across her nose as she wiped it away, demanding answers because when a mage stares down an ancient artifact packed with that kind of power, there's no way in hell they can control themselves. Her gaze locks onto the open boarding hatch of the Lord of Beasts. If she snatches the moment, she'll hit the controls, activate it, and break free. A voice booms down from above, ordering her to freeze. She looks up and spots a strange young man standing with the princess. Someone she knows for sure doesn't belong to either the Zemel or the Cain faction. She's left speechless as they suddenly show up. Her mind can't even grasp how they got to the castle this fast. Their trek was a risky gamble. Sure, flying would have been the quickest route, but that inhuman movement would have screamed for attention. Instead, the young lord snatched a horse as his temporary familiar and leaned in to whisper what he planned to do. He scribbled it at lightning speed, forcing that animal to hit its absolute breaking point. The moment they vanished beyond the royal soldier's sight, he shoved the horse to his companions and fired off levitation magic so Iris could soar with him straight to the castle. Back in the present, the guards snap into action orders come down to grab him. Suddenly, a song swelled through the party. Someone who looked like a messenger of the Great One blasted it from the start, and the crowd cleared a path for them. The captured mage snarls with raw frustration, hissing at the girl to stop her impromptu performance because he knows they can't afford to make the royal family hate them. She steels herself for a wild, last-ditch gamble. She'll unleash the Lord of Beasts to break free, even if it turns her into a hunted fugitive. But as she reaches for the hatch, a dog's head bursts out from the darkness inside. The mage freezes on the spot, completely stunned and totally lost for words. A dog inside a weapon, this ancient and powerful. What kind of madness is going on here? Before she even has time to register how insane this is, the animal rockets forward and slams her with a brutal, thunderous hit. She gets slammed to the ground and goes completely out cold. Yuki, still young, still standing there with Princess Iris riding as his familiar garm looms over the defeated mage, and Iris's kidnapper realizes too late that she got careless, staring at the boy and that singing girl while Yuki's familiar slipped in and ambushed her. She sputters from the ground, totally outraged, shouting as she shoves a dog into that ancient, venerable artifact. Yuki shoots back with a blunt, no excuses, sorry, then hits the real point. His familiar was the one who took down that item in the first place. At that exact moment, Glossaria Princess Iris's guardian knight rides in, and Yukyu steps up to officially seize the mage for wrecking the peace inside Toria's domain. The beaten woman squeezes out one last strike, then her whole body locks up, trapped by an unseen power that pins her in place. Pure terror explodes across her face. Yuki tells her, cool as ice, "You're already caught trapped by a basic spell, and it's not even old magic." Humiliated after getting beaten down by a bat and a dog, the Zemel faction member is bound up and dragged away. With the captive finally dragged away, Princess Iris turns to Yuki and pours out her gratitude for everything he did. He pushes them to reseal the Lord of Beasts, calling it nothing but trouble waiting to explode. But Iris snaps back that it's a total waste and swears the Magic Guild will take care of the artifact the right way. She tells him Sir Zamel wanted the Lord of Beasts not for fun, but to power his research team to forge replicas of ancient relics. People call it straight-up greed because Sir Zamel already has the power of the Lord of Phantoms in his grip. And just like the Kane faction, they swear those artifacts should only end up with people tough and worthy enough to wield them for the country's defense. Yuki clenches his jaw and decides he'll take the Lord of Beasts to the guild himself. That reward will rocket his rank up, lock in his status, and let him protect Eris as her fiancée with zero distractions. Just as he's about to sink into his thoughts, Ophelia's song snaps with sudden stress. Then she drops to her knees and pours out grateful thanks, like her life depends on it. Everyone's stunned he's breaking protocol, and he's thanking a guardian knight before the princess even comes into the room. Ophelia blurts out that if the criminal had lit the gunpowder in the armory while they tried to steal the beasts, the damage would have been beyond measure. Luckily, Sir Yuki stepped in and stopped that disaster, so they owe him their gratitude first. She shoots back that she'll take whatever punishment comes for her disrespect. No excuses, no backing down. But Princess Iris just smiles sweetly and says there's no punishment coming at all. Then Iris blurts out the truth. She was the one who dragged Yuki there on the Magic Guild's orders and says she owes him both a thank you and a real apology. The Lord is completely stunned by her breathtaking humility. Yuki clocks a tiny move from the princess, one sharp little signal that screams, "She's cooking up something." And he knows it. Iris suddenly hits on an idea. To make up for it, she rushes in with a gift meant just for him. She blurts out that she's carried this gift in her heart for ages, her way of finally paying him back for everything he's done. She sent her ladies-in-waiting to lead the way through town, but insisted Yuki come with her because she wanted to pick the perfect gift herself. Her real dream is simple step into those breathtaking lands with the people she loves most. She's dying to catch a glimpse of those mountains you can see from the castle town. Yuki gets it instantly right here. You can clearly spot the mountain where her village, Fira, once stood. He accepts it with effortless grace, then admits that being handed a gift by her feels like an honor way bigger than he ever earned. The princess lights up with a radiant smile, utterly thrilled that he accepted. The Lord tells them to stop for the night and hit the town tomorrow. As everyone scatters, Ophelia leans in and murmurs to Yuki, "Does he and the princess have a secret thing going on?" He fires back with a cryptic answer, only saying it ties to the legends she already knows, and her eyes flare wide with instant understanding. Ophelia steps in like a shield, swearing she'll guard their secret and taking charge of every detail for the princess's stroll right down to slipping her discreet outfit into place. The moment the others clock what this outing really means to Her Highness, they realize, oh no, it's a date. All by herself in her room, her eyes spark with wild excitement. She's remembering a date from her past life, and she can't even leave her village in this one. She remembers it clear as day. Her lord only ever slipped down from the mountain under cover of night to haul in what they needed, so just wandering through a town in full daylight. That's a whole new world for her. Just the thought of a date with him makes her heart pound like crazy. She steals a worried glance for a second, thinking about the other girls already swarming around him, and wonders if she can finally make him notice her. She shook off every doubt and vowed to prove to him right there that she'd grown way beyond who she used to be. She stares at her reflection, praying that this time he'll finally see her as someone his own age. She slips into a plain dress and a hooded cloak, then disappears into the shadows as she moves. With fresh fire in her chest, she gears up for her very first date, ready to make it count. She thinks, "Wait, watch me, my lord. Today's the first real date of my life, and I'm about to hit you with a surprise you won't see coming." Two maids stood like clockwork in front of those massive doors, ready to lock in and begin their duty. With her nerves rattling, she steels herself because today's mission is huge, holding close the plan to escort Princess Iris and Sir Yuki on their secret trip through town. Her companion keeps a secret for now, because he's not ready to expose their lord's true nature. He knows that truth would only pull her sister's focus off her duties. The whole group bursts out onto the city streets. Yuki scans the sky, spots the clouds hanging low, and then confidently calls it by afternoon. The weather's gonna break and clear. He already mapped their route, skipping the packed northern streets, and steered them for a calm southern plaza, with the southwest market as their first stop. Iris can't believe how perfectly prepared he is. Yuki tells her friends that, as their guardian knight, it just made sense for him to send his familiars ahead and scout the town so everyone stays safe. Iris can't help but stare in awe. His dedication is no joke, and she realizes he's fully capable of keeping them safe. Yuki grinned at his familiars and snapped them into formation for the escort, then spun around and focused back on the princess. He slowly reaches out, palm open, offering her his hand. A rosy Iris blushes in agreement, and they step out together, walking through town with hands locked tight. They roll up to the market in no time, where the streets are loud, crowded, and buzzing with vendors, hawking their goods and shoppers hunting for bargains. Iris whips her gaze around, eyes blazing with excitement as she soaks in the vibrant chaos all around her. Later, she quizzes him about what he'd want for a gift, secretly praying he'll say the answer she's been craving. Yuki's first thoughts hit hard and practical dried food, the kind that lasts forever. Then he pauses, thinking of the maid's cracked hands in the brutal winter, and settles on something simple but thoughtful hand cream. But Iris grabs his attention and tells him to stop overthinking for once. And that's the twist. Yuki doesn't get pulled into answers at all. He launches into a blazing, excited rant about advanced farming tools forged from brand new alloys, sending himself down yet another practical road. Far off, the maids watch spellbound by their adorably mismatched chatter. Iris grit her teeth, frustration sparking into pure determination. Then she made a bold move. A ring. Yuki clocks it. She's on the exact same wavelength, and Iris erupts with joy over their synchronized thoughts. He questions the maids, and they snap back. The market stalls are packed with cheap stuff for commoners, while the official jewelers cater to the nobility. Iris flat out says the price doesn't matter, and they charge straight toward the stall. All she's instantly giddy, thrilled by the adorable accessories she picks out. Yuki's eyes lock onto a lopsided stone, and a long buried memory snaps back one of the exact gifts he once handed to Remelia. He's got a budget-friendly option right here. Lower purity, sure, but it fits his price range perfectly. As he steps in to grab one, Iris bursts in with non-stop excitement, firing off, "Can I get 2 to the vendor?" Before Yuki can even blink, Iris grabs the moment, paying for both pendants right on the spot. The maids murmur as they remember what that stone really means, how their mother, Remelia, once received it straight from their lord. Yuki grabs one of the necklaces and carefully slips it onto Iris's neck, fastening it as if it matters more than anything. She glances down at it, and pure joy lights up her eyes like sparks in the dark. He tells her it fits her perfectly, and she jumps at the chance to swap his in for him. With their shopping wrapped up, the crew hustles straight to the southern plaza. As they finally sit down and catch their breath, Iris's eyes snag on a far-off mountain capped in endless snow. She murmurs that the mountain where the village once stood still haunts her, and the ache in her voice feels unbearable. Yuki swears that even though they can't make it right now, he'll find a way to bring her there someday. For now, he hands her a tiny paper bag, right in her hands. She instantly clocks what it is the second that nostalgic scent hits his homemade baked sweets. He tells you he crafted them that morning with benirlala flowers picked straight from the garden of her old home, the very ones she'd planted in a past life, because back then she was already declaring her promise to someday marry him. Overjoyed, Iris bites into it, tasting home like a blessing, while she stares at her lost village way out in the distance. She snuggles into him, smiling like she's the very first person ever to sink her teeth into his baking in this brand new era. Yuki casually drops that he's already handed out samples to the maids for a taste test. The moment Iris's smile shows up, it's snatched away by a burst of jealous fury. But before the rage can really take hold, she quickly reminds herself she can't actually be mad at her loyal retainers. That night, the castle erupts in celebration. An extravagant party thrown to toast the Lord of Beasts' downfall and Princess Iris's arrival. The grand hall roars with guests as the host lifts his glass high, calling everyone in for a toast. As the celebrations rage on, Yuki grabs the chaos and slips out unnoticed. While the castle guards keep their eyes glued to the party, he slips into the woods and calls forth his terrifying familiar, the Lord of Nosferatu. With that armored beast carrying him through the air, he rockets down to the base of the mountain and lands at the ruins of Fira village. There, he unleashes his magic and summons Iris straight to his side. Side by side, they stare at the battered ruins of her old home, the kind of damage that screams what life used to be. A swarm of bats, his old familiar's descendants, bursts in, thrilled to see him, and he eagerly introduces them to Alice. They push through the crumbling ruins until they finally hit the old village square, where one lone, ancient tree looms over a graveyard like a silent guardian. Iris spots the place and instantly remembers this is where her father, Lyle, pounded at the idea day after day until her mother, Remelia, finally said yes. She lifts the deadly stone pundit in her hands and declares she'll follow her father's relentless example. Under the moonlit branches of the great tree, she strides toward him with quiet, unshakable determination. She tilts her head up at him and fires off her own proposal. "Please, make me stand tall, my lord." And then he smiles softly, like he's sealing the promise he's never, ever walking away from her. He clings to her like family, his precious bond, because he'd never, ever walk away. She snaps the truth into him back in his past life. He was reckless too, and now that she's been reincarnated to stay by his side, she's not letting him get left unattended for even a second. She pouts, swearing that one day he'll look at her and finally see her as the grown-up lady she's meant to be. Not just a child, A memory of her father's unshakable resolve rips across his mind, and now he finally sees that same fire in her. As Iris slips away to roam the village for more surprises, Yuki orders his familiar to keep a watchful eye on her. He tells her to take the time she needs alone, then rushes back to the castle first to make the call, summoning her back later. The Lady of Nosferatu scoops her up gently into the air, and she gets one last sweeping look at her home. Then, out of nowhere, he rips himself back to her balcony at Torius Castle. She thanks him for the perfect day, then they trade goodnight and part ways. As his familiar streaks off into the sky, Yuki's eyes land on Iris's dirt-caked hands, and that tiny detail throws him off completely. He clenches his resolve and decides tomorrow morning he's going to investigate. At dawn, he races back to Fira village, and that's when he finally uncovers the real reason. He digs into the ground and uncovers a huge flat stone, roughly carved with a chilling message. My lord and Alice Carmaine were engaged here. A fond smile snaps onto his face when he realizes she's got the exact same stubborn, no-nonsense spirit as her father. He decides to leave the stone right there, guarded by his vigilant bat familiars, and his heart soars knowing the journey paid off. After Iris got to see where she'd be living, he steels himself and vows to head right back to the capital. Even though the road to Fira village was packed with danger, the party finally pulled it off, and once they'd earned a few calm days, they swung right back toward the royal capital. The trip back was smooth, no monsters crashed the party, and not a single enemy stepped in their way. At the docks, they threw Natasha and Ophelia one last heartfelt goodbye, the two who'd come all the way just to see them off. With one last surge of waves, they tore away from the Torius territory for good. On the ship, Odette settled by her side and smiled as she reminisced about that adorable little Garm. Yuki told them he'd planned to make Garm her personal guard, because with the North Empire stirring up trouble lately, the Yuki faction couldn't afford to be without protection. Odette couldn't believe it. Ophelia was in on the whole arrangement too. Iris and Odette must have pulled Ophelia aside the day before, and they cooked up a plan to bring Natasha in too. Odette figured that if they weren't going to announce their allegiance out loud, keeping it quiet was the smartest move politically. A few days after they rolled back into the royal capital, Yuki was busted lounging on a couch, pretending to be sick. Church's maid, Martha, didn't let him play dumb. She snapped that he'd been summoned to the royal palace, and there was no hiding behind a fake illness this time. Yuki couldn't hold back. She told him she'd seen right through his act, and that the truth was clear. He cared about her more than he ever cared about himself. Fresh from his travels, he handed her hand cream as a souvenir, a sweet little gift he'd grabbed from the shop Ophelia had raved about. Martha Remy practically lit up at the gesture, joy flooding her like she couldn't believe her luck. All dressed in his formal getup, Yuki stared at the royal audience like, "Do I really need this big show? Couldn't he just take his reward and be done with it?" Martha leaned in and said, "Human jealousy is a wildfire. If he hoarded titles and rewards in secret, it'd spark instant suspicion and turn into non-stop rumors about shady deals. He got it. If the king wanted the court to truly believe him, he had to announce his wins out loud for everyone to see." Armed with that understanding, he asked Martha to go with him, and she said yes with a bright smile. It hit her hard how grateful he was, because he knew her guarding his home was the very reason he could chase success abroad. At the towering royal palace gates, the guards threw the news to the world. Yuki Glossaria Baron Glossaria's second son, alongside Odette, Duchess Slay's eldest daughter. They got praised in the king's own name, and then boom, they were granted entry into the grand hall. As they marched down that endless carpet toward the throne, every noble there leaned in, spotting the two 13-year-olds from the Guardian night matches, and started recounting how they'd just crushed the lord who came storming into Torius. From his throne, King Resita watched their advance, and he could feel fresh talent starting to sprout across the kingdom. Yuki and Odette stood in front of the king as Cain and Iris loomed beside the throne, like the whole fate of the court was about to snap. They dropped to one knee and officially declared, loud and clear, that they were here The king barked an order, "Rise at once." His Majesty started with Yuki, praising him for smashing the Lord's attack on the northern territory, then admitting the cost was brutal because Yuki had poured out so much magical power that he ended up completely frozen, unable to move. The king announced that without Yuki's intervention, the kingdom's northern bulwark would have been torn apart, and then crowned her with a reward for saving them. Then Prince Cain stepped forward and declared that the Linbel Magic Guild had provisionally named Yuki as a C-rank mage. Because of his hard work, the kingdom finally snagged a second Lorda, an insanely powerful ancient relic, while the investigation into it was still going. Once the investigation wrapped up, Cain leaned in and told Yuki he'd finally have a choice boost his family's baronial house or forge a brand new house all his own. When Yuki thought about his family, he immediately knew what he had to do. With grit burning in his chest, he boldly demanded his baronial house be raised to the rank of Viscount, then took that first real step onto his road to greatness. The king granted his wish, and Iris nodded, promising that a royal letter would go straight to his father to lock the ceremony in place. A soft, pleased smile shimmered across her lips. From the gallery, a Deciphering tore through the hall, pure jealousy in sound form, and Yuki immediately recognized it, snapping into alert mode. Then Prince Cain spun toward Odette, praised her for everything she'd done, and guided Yuki's familiars straight into the fight to bring down the Lord of Beasts. Because of her jaw-dropping achievements, they promoted her straight to a quasi-C-rank mage. Odette nodded with unshakable resolve, vowing to pour her absolute best into every single moment ahead. And once the debate finally wrapped, they sealed the deal, massive gold in their pockets and the honor of guarding the palace as guardian knights, while Iris stayed right there, and everything went off without a single hitch. But they weren't brushed off of Prince Cain, and Iris marched them into a private room, and the real, no-jokes discussion began. The prince wasted zero time. He stormed straight to the matter that would shake the Magic Guild's members to their core. He dropped a brutal truth soon. Every ancient item's seal would burst open. The news hit like a thunderclap, pure shock. Odette straight up confirmed they'd uncovered the enemy's clues right inside the hideout. Cain didn't stop. He kept talking and admitted that, sure, their kingdom had a few ancient relics, but the stash was tiny. If those survivors from the Elysium Temple, who likely sprinted north after the Great War to build the Empire, were still sitting on their enormous stash, the fallout would be absolutely catastrophic. Even though it stayed locked away through the war, the instant those seals snap boom, an unstoppable empire would rise and turn into a terrifying, overpowering enemy. Back then, that last Great War only stopped when the ancient items got knocked out of commission until they wake up again. And then a brand new catastrophe is guaranteed. So Cain snapped, "We've cooked up a countermeasure just like that. They're firing up the entire Magic Guild to hunt the great Dungeon Elysian." That announcement hit Iris and Odette like a bolt out of nowhere. Cain said that was the plan, to dig up hidden, ancient magic and rare artifacts, then crank their power up enough to take on the Empire. The promise of sweet rewards for those discoveries lit a fire under every guild member. Odette couldn't hold back. She warned everyone about the terrifying risks of Elysian. Cain promised her that once the explorers reached the deeper, twisted levels where space and time warp, only teams led by sea ranges or above would be allowed to go on. And how far they push would be up to the team leader's call. That's when Yuki finally clocked it. His jump to C-rank mage wasn't just luck. It was all part of the bigger scheme. Cain, blown away by Yuki's lightning-fast thinking, stepped up and offered him a team leader role for the Elysian expedition where they'd hunt ancient magic and rare treasures. Problems hit, but Yuki didn't even flinch. He accepted without hesitation. The prince looked totally stunned when he agreed on the spot. Odette and Iris didn't worry, because they knew Yuki would never pass up a shot at new titles and more power. Cain warned everyone that the expedition was a death trap, then made it clear the call was entirely his for them to handle. But Yuki stood his ground, and the request genuinely grabbed his attention. This was their chance to figure out what that ancient magical civilization was chasing and dig up the secrets they painstakingly left behind. He swore they'd forged magical tools like the lords themselves meant to boost humanity's strength and maybe even chase the holy grail of immortality. The magic these items gave absorption, mind-bending rages, and even flight cranked everything past normal human limits and turned monsters into berserk nightmares. His gut told him the folks of Elysian didn't just fear death, they flat-out refused to accept it. If he could crack the secret to immortality, he'd lock Iris and Martha safe forever. Even if he couldn't do it, discovering fresh magic and rare items would still boost his rank so he could support Iris even better. And maybe, just maybe, he'd dig up relics that could make his life way easier.